Chapter 61 The First Collision Test. The construction of one Tianyuan's for large-scale particle collider requires the consumption of more than 700 billion tons of materials. It is unrealistic to mine all such huge amounts of materials from Tianyuan A. However, Xiaoyu has his own plan. That is, part of the materials will be mined from Tianyuan A, and the other part will be mined from the asteroid belt. For this ambitious goal, Xiaoyu built two supergiant metal processing plants at two stable points among the 5 Lagrangian points of Tianyuan B and Tianyuan 4, as well as various supporting equipment. Manufacturing plant. After the Tianyuan A moving project is completed, a large part of the more than 20,000 material transport spaceships will be idle. It just so happens that Xiaoyu divided these vacant spaceships into two parts. One part is responsible for transporting materials from Tianyuan A, and the other part is responsible for collecting minerals from asteroids. Xiaoyu will control the Tianyuan spacecraft, carrying the supporting escort spacecraft, and sit in the construction orbit of the Tianyuan 4 large particle colliders. From this center, he will direct the construction project of the entire Tianyuan 4 star system. But at this time, a serious problem became apparent. That is, the signal delay is too serious. Among them, the distance from Tianyuan A to here has reached 18 million kilometers at the latest, which means a communication delay of 2 minutes. At the same time, the communication delay with here in the asteroid belt has also reached 1 minute and 20 seconds. Such communication delay is basically unacceptable. But Xiaoyu has not developed over-distance communication technology. In desperation, Xiaoyu built a giant photon computer in the asteroid belt and Tianyuan A. In these two photon computers, Xiaoyu spent a lot of effort to set up a set of automatic processing programs as complete as possible to process most of the data. Only very important data will take time to be sent here. Xiaoyu will handle it personally. Through this method, Xiaoyu improved his work efficiency to a level that he could barely accept. However, Xiaoyu was still very dissatisfied with this processing mechanism. Over-the-distance communication technology involves quantum entanglement technology. This is something that belongs to the microscopic world. To study the microscopic world, you must study it through the 4 large particle colliders in Huanyuan. Alas, it is really a contradiction. This contradictory situation made Xiaoyu sigh. There is no other way. Xiaoyu can only take into account the ground construction of Tianyuan A and the construction of the large particle collider at the same time through the relatively backward technology of radio wave communication. It is undoubtedly not cost-effective to start the construction of a large particle collider from just one location. After calculations, Xiaoyu plans to start construction at 4 points at the same time, and then connect these 4 sections of pipelines to each other to form a complete pipeline. However, this construction method requires very high precision. After all, if after the 4 sections of pipelines are completed, it would be great fun to find out at the connection point that one of the pipelines is above and one is below, making it impossible to connect. Xiaoyu's standard is that in the more than 200 million kilometers of pipelines, the upper and lower horizontal errors should not exceed 1 decimeter at most. It is conceivable that this requires high construction technology. Thanks to neutron star positioning technology, Xiaoyu used 16 neutron stars to accurately measure the horizontal positions of these pipelines, thus ensuring the accuracy requirements of the construction process. After all the technical problems were overcome, Xiaoyu began the Vigorous construction project. There are thousands of spacecrafts constantly shuttling between the asteroid belt and the construction site and Tianyuan A and the construction site, bringing countless supplies. Xiaoyu is commanding millions of robots and his busy construction project. The materials brought by these spacecraft are all parts that have been built on the ground or at the large space factory at Tianyuan 4 Lagrange point. Xiaoyu only needs to command the robot to assemble them. Therefore, Xiaoyu, the construction speed of you has reached an astonishing level. Among them, the 2 ends of Section A are extending to both sides at a speed of more than 8,000 kilometers per day. This means that in Section A alone, Xiaoyu will lay more than 8,000 kilometers of pipelines every day. This distance is longer than that of the Earth. Radius. With the support of Xiaoyu's unparalleled computing power, large number of robots, and powerful interstellar transportation capabilities, such a rapid construction progress became possible. Xiaoyu divided the large particle collider into 4 sections ABCD. Among them, Xiaoyu is located in Section A. The construction of Section A is the fastest. The 2 sections BC are located on both sides of Tianyuan. The construction speed is second. Section D is located in Tianyuan. The backside of Yuan C is the furthest away from Xiaoyu. Communication between the two places must be completed through satellite relay. Correspondingly, the construction progress of Section D is the slowest. In Xiaoyu's estimation, the entire construction project will take at least 20 years to complete. In other words, in the past 20 years, Xiaoyu's work focus will be entirely on this project, and he will basically have no energy to do other things. But Xiaoyu believes that the effort is worth it. In the dark universe, technological strength is the most life-saving thing. In order to develop technology, no matter how high the price is, it is not too much, because the distance is too far and the communication delay is too serious. The construction of the space fort at Tianyuan A has basically come to a standstill. At present, the most important thing is to ensure the operation of the mining base, metal processing plant, and equipment foundry on Tianyuan A. The construction of Huanyanuan's for large-scale particle collider is slowly progressing in this busy but methodical situation. Some time after the construction started, Xiaoyu was surprised to find that, while controlling tens of thousands of material transport spaceships and millions of robots, he still had some computing power left, which was far beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. When he was on Tianyuan A, he controlled millions of robots, as well as various turrets and spaceships, which almost occupied 100% of Xiaoyu's computing power, making Xiaoyu want to start building a new computer immediately. But when he came after here, Xiaoyu discovered that except for the serious communication delay, the construction of a large particle collider was actually not troublesome. Therefore, while building, Xiaoyu also started the research and development of new computers and the compilation of the heroes of the sky. During these thousands of years of development, Xiaoyu's sky of heroes has included more than 200 billion stars, except for some dwarf stars, or stars that are obscured by dense dust, or are too far away, too dim, etc. In addition to the unobservable stars, most stars in the Milky Way have been included by Xiaoyu. There are about 200 billion stars in the entire Milky Way, and among them, about 140 billion stars have been included in the sky of heroes by Xiaoyu. Time passed bit by bit. 20 years passed by in a flash. The entire large particle collider project of more than 200 million kilometers had been completed by Xiaoyu. It was 190 million kilometers long. At this time, Xiaoyu ushered in the day when paragraph A and paragraph B were connected. The first thing that connects to segment A is one end of segment B. In order to welcome this momentous day and ensure that nothing goes wrong, Xiaoyu specially controlled Tianyuan number 4 and personally came to the connection point to direct the connection work on the spot. The distance between section A and section B is less than 1 kilometer, and at Xiaoyu's usual construction speed, it only takes a few minutes to complete the construction. But after all, this is the connection between two sections, so some caution is needed. So Xiaoyu deliberately slowed down the construction speed, personally controlled the robot, and began to lay the pipe walls piece by piece. Gradually, the distance between paragraph A and paragraph B is getting closer and closer. And finally the critical moment of connection is reached. At this moment, Xiaoyu was surprised to find that the horizontal error between section A and section B was less than 1 centimeter, which was almost negligible. Just imagine, in the dark space, two pipes extend from 2 points more than tens of millions of kilometers apart. How precise technology is needed to connect these two pipes together? This is an almost impossible task. But through the ultra-precision positioning technology of neutron stars, Xiaoyu achieved it. This represents another leap forward for Xiaoyu at the technical level. My 20 years of hard work are not in vain, Xiaoyu thought happily, and luckier after checking everything here. The successful connection between section A and section B means that most of the project has been completed. The next step is the connection between section A and section C. Xiaoyu still arrived at the connection point in person and directed the connection work on the spot. The result was also not beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. The error between section A and section C was only 1.2 centimeters, which also exceeded Xiaoyu's expectations. After the connection between section A and sections B and C was completed, Xiaoyu began to direct hundreds of thousands of robots to enter the interior of the pipeline to lay key lines, as well as equipment acceptance and inspection work. At the same time, Xiaoyu came to the connection between section D and section C and directed another connection work. There are 4 sections in total and 4 connection points in total, and the errors are all within 2 centimeters. This achievement filled Xiaoyu's heart with pride. After all 4 sections are connected, it means that 95% of the construction of Huanyanuan's for large-scale particle collider has been completed, and the remaining 5% is some equipment debugging, position fine-tuning, and key line laying. The renovation and other work will take about a year to complete. Xiaoyu put a lot of effort into this building that was the crystallization of his highest construction technology. On it, Xiaoyu set up an anti-meteorite impact laser cannon every 100 kilometers. And there was a raw material every 1,000 kilometers. At the storage site, there are a total of more than 10 million robots working for this instrument. After everything was prepared, Xiaoyu controlled the Tianyuan and came to the main control room of the Large Particle Collider, and solemnly issued an order. The 4 large particle colliders in Huanyuan have begun their first collision test. Chapter 62. My name is Xiaoyu. I come from. Immediately after Xiaoyu issued this order, the nuclear fusion reactors installed on the 4 large particle colliders in Huanyuan, 1,000 kilometers away from each other, with a total of more than 200,000, were activated at full power at the same time. The instrument fired 2 protons in 2 directions respectively. As soon as the 2 protons were launched, they were immediately accelerated by the first stage accelerator. Then they entered the second stage accelerator from the first stage accelerator, and were accelerated again. Then the third level. In this way, if the acceleration continues step by step, the speed of these 2 protons will be infinitely close to the speed of light. According to relativity calculations, even a proton requires infinite energy to accelerate it to the speed of light. This has been confirmed by countless experimental data, and Xiaoyu cannot break through this limit. But how much energy would more than 200,000 nuclear fusion reactors produce? If all this energy is used to accelerate 2 protons, how high will their energy level be raised? The speed of these 2 protons is almost infinitely close to the speed of light. This is why the larger the particle collider, the higher its scientific value. Because the larger the particle collider, the higher the acceleration it can provide for particles. In this way, the moment 2 particles collide, the energy level will be higher, which is more conducive to scientific research. The Huanyuan 4-particle collider built by Xiaoyu can provide acceleration enough to bring the energy level of 2 colliding particles to the level of 1 femtosecond after the creation of the Big Bang. At such an energy level, 2 particles will be shattered by collision, and all the mysteries hidden inside will be revealed. As more than 200,000 nuclear fusion reactors operate at full power to provide energy for the collider, the speed of the 2 protons becomes faster and faster. And finally, they collide with each other at a certain point inside the collider. At the collision point of the 2 particles, the temperature has exceeded hundreds of billions of degrees. At this moment, its energy level has far exceeded that of the collision of 2 neutron stars. Although the energy level at the collision point is so huge, the total amount of energy is not even as large as the kinetic energy carried by a high-speed machine gun bullet. The reason for this seemingly contradictory phenomenon is that they are too small. Just like the pressure of a woman's high-heeled shoes on the ground is greater than the pressure of an elephant on the ground, it does not mean that the mass of a woman is greater than that of an elephant. Xiaoyu observed that at this moment, a miniature black hole appeared out of thin air. But in just an instant, the black hole evaporated its mass and disappeared. There is no way. It is too small, and it will end its life before it can swallow the matter. At the moment when the black hole disappeared, Xiaoyu's ultra-precision observation instruments observed many unspeakable phenomena. Xiaoyu didn't even have time to calculate and analyze what they meant, so he could only record all the data regardless and leave it for later analysis. The first particle collision test lasted 30 minutes. Xiaoyu harvested approximately several terabytes of observation data. These data are only raw data. In the future, Xiaoyu will use these raw data as a basis to conduct research on the microscopic world. I hope that the completion of Huanyuan's 4 large-scale particle collider can bring me a breakthrough in the microscopic world. Allow me to break through the technical barriers of long-distance communication, verify the Higgs mechanism, or allow me to unify the 4 basic forces. Get up. Xiaoyu muttered silently, turned around and plunged into the ocean of data, and began to perform calculations on these experimental data. Xiaoyu knew that even if he had obtained a clear physical formula now, he would not be able to apply it immediately. Just like Einstein's mass energy formula, it took decades after the discovery of the atomic bomb, and decades of development before the nuclear power plant appeared. This is the lag between physical theory and practical application. But the importance of physical theory is also here. Without the guidance of basic physical theory, if you want to develop technology, you don't know where to develop it. Moreover, with the development of basic physics, in terms of theory, a civilization will inevitably experience the phenomenon of stagnant development of science and technology. That is, only the development of technology. But the theoretical aspect will stagnate, because with the development of science, physical theory will become more and more complex. until it reaches the point where all the scientists of the entire civilization are unable to push it forward despite their lifetime efforts. Only the accumulation of generations of scientific researchers can make it possible. Push it. This accumulation may take thousands of years. It may take tens of thousands of years. Or it may even take forever. Xiaoyu has a unique advantage in this regard. Because as long as he has enough computing power, Xiaoyu's scientific and technological development capabilities are enough to rival a civilization or even several civilizations combined. Therefore, Xiaoyu doesn't feel bad about the thousands of years he wasted on traveling. On a cosmic scale, thousands of years pass by in the blink of an eye. And it is really not worth feeling sorry for. Moreover, Xiaoyu has another advantage. Xiaoyu once made an estimate that if human society develops to a population of 100 billion and possesses all of its current technology, it will take at least hundreds of years to build a Huanyanuan 4-particle collider, because there are so many aspects that a civilization needs to develop. How can there be such mobility as Xiaoyu? It took Xiaoyu 3 months to analyze the data collected from this experiment. 3 months later, Xiaoyu turned on the particle collider again and conducted a collision experiment. Then continued to analyze the data of this test and compare it with the data of the previous test to prevent the test impact caused by errors. During these 2 experiments, Xiaoyu observed a magical particle that had no spin, no charge, was very unstable, and would decay immediately after being produced. It is currently certain that this particle is a brand new boson, but Xiaoyu is not sure whether it is the Higgs boson. Further conclusions need to be verified experimentally. Within 10 years after the completion of the Huanyanuan 4 large particle colliders, Xiaoyu operated this machine and conducted hundreds of collision experiments in total, and obtained a large amount of test data. After comprehensive analysis, Xiaoyu finally came to the conclusion, this new boson is the legendary God particle, the Higgs boson. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief, because the status of the Higgs boson is so important. Scientists on Earth once established a set of models called the Standard Model. This model predicted a total of 61 types of particles that exist in the microscopic world. The first 60 kinds of particles were discovered one by humans in experiments. But the Higgs boson has never been confirmed. If the experiment proves that the Higgs boson does not exist, then the standard model will be overturned, and human microphysics will almost have to be overthrown. If it is verified that the Higgs boson really exists, then human physical theory will be even more solid, and it can also explain one of the most important questions. Where does quality come from? The Higgs mechanism explains that the universe is filled with something called the Higgs field. Particles gain energy by interacting with the Higgs field, and energy means mass. Therefore, every particle in our universe only one thing has quality. The Higgs boson is an inevitable byproduct of the process of particles gaining energy predicted by the Standard Model. Verifying the existence of the Higgs boson basically confirms the existence of the Higgs mechanism and the Higgs field. Xiaoyu will continue to conduct research in this area in the future, explore the entire process of the Higgs mechanism, and explore how to get energy out of thin air. This is one aspect of research. On the other hand, Xiaoyu also discovered a strange phenomenon in hundreds of collision experiments. That is, the mass of matter, or energy, has increased for no reason. For example, assume that the total mass of the 2 particles participating in the collision is 10,000. However, after the experiment, Xiaoyu observed that the total mass or total energy of the collision debris actually reached 10,010. Hundreds of tests have eliminated the possibility of error. Xiaoyu improved the accuracy of the experiments again and again, and also eliminated the possibility of the involvement of foreign substances. So where does this quality that appears out of nowhere come from? Xiaoyu was puzzled. For this reason, Xiaoyu launched a protracted research. But he still could not get an explanation. There was no other way. So Xiaoyu had to put aside research in this area for the time being, and only collected all the experimental data for future research. After verifying the existence of the Higgs boson, Xiaoyu started research on over-distance communication. Perhaps because people feel refreshed during happy events, Xiaoyu quickly made a breakthrough. 20 years after the completion of the Huanyanuan 4 large particle colliders, Xiaoyu built the first ultra-distance communication instrument. Of these 2 instruments, one was installed by Xiaoyu at Tianyuan-A, and the other was installed at the particle collider. Xiaoyu will send a signal to another instrument through this instrument on Tianyuan-A, and then the other instrument will send this information back through ordinary signal transmission means. The 2 instruments are 21 million kilometers apart. According to the normal signal transmission speed, Xiaoyu will receive a response after 140 seconds. However, assuming that the outbound journey is a long-distance communication method and the return journey is an ordinary transmission method, Xiaoyu will receive a response in 70 seconds, including the signal processing time of the instrument. The maximum does not exceed 70 seconds and 0.3 milliseconds. Xiaoyu, who is on the Tianyuan asynchronous orbit, calm down, control the instrument, and send a signal. Hello, universe. My name is Xiaoyu, and I come from the Earth. Chapter 63 City-Level Spaceship. After the message was sent, Xiaoyu began to wait silently. Overdistance communication is mainly realized through the quantum entanglement effect. The so-called quantum entanglement means that two particles in an entangled state affect one of the particles, and the other particle will instantly sense it no matter how far apart it is. The specific principle of quantum entanglement is not yet known to humans, but this does not affect Xiaoyu's use of this principle. However, the quantum entanglement effect cannot be directly used for communication, because although the information transfer between quantum is real-time, as an observer, it is impossible to know the meaning of just through the parameters of a particle. The two must be combined. Only by combining the parameters of each quantum can the information conveyed be accurately deciphered. But in this case, we are back to the old path. If the parameters of another particle are to be transmitted to the observer, they must be transmitted through conventional means. In calculation, it still cannot be regarded as faster than the speed of light. But Xiaoyu used a clever way to circumvent this obstacle. Xiaoyu uses a large number of entangled quanta and applies a certain logical algorithm to influence them. The parameters of these quanta will have certain rules, and then the algorithm is used to restore them from the receiving end, and the information to be transmitted can be restored. However, this method has a drawback. That is, when conducting quantum communication, the information will have probabilistic errors. With Xiaoyu's current ability, Xiaoyu can guarantee that the quantum communication receiving end will receive information that is 99.99% similar to the original information, and the remaining 0.01 will be wrong information. This is an inevitable drawback of this kind of logical algorithm, which can only be reduced through various means, but cannot be completely eliminated. Now, it's time to measure whether Xiaoyu's method is feasible. 70 seconds and 0.2 milliseconds later, Xiaoyu received the return message. Hello, universe. My name is Xiaoyu. I'm from the Earth. Xiaoyu looked at the return message excitedly and sighed. The superdistance communication technology has finally been developed. Well, there is a mistake in this message. The last punctuation mark. The original message was a period, and the return message was but it's a comma. This is the inevitable 0.01 in the probability. However, since it is feasible in the general direction, then I can use technical means to reduce the probability of this error to 1 in a trillion. At this point, it basically won't have any impact on me. Next, Xiaoyu concentrated on the research of quantum communication. The advantages of quantum communication are obvious. The most obvious one is the real-time nature of communication. Secondly, it is the security of information. Quantum communication is not carried out by sending electromagnetic waves, but by some process that Xiaoyu does not yet understand. This means that no matter how strong the interference is between the communicating parties, it will not affect the transmitted information. Any impact. This advantage can be regarded as solving a major worry of Xiaoyu. In the past, Xiaoyu had been worried that if the alien civilization he encountered realized that he was just an electronic life and not an intelligent civilization, he would deprive himself of control over the rest of the spacecraft through interference methods. But now, with quantum communication technology, Xiaoyu is no longer afraid of any interference. But this advantage is also a disadvantage. Since quantum communication does not use radio waves, it means that Xiaoyu cannot transfer himself through quantum communication. To achieve self-transfer, you still have to rely on conventional radio waves. After a lot of experiments and improvements, Xiaoyu created the Overdistance Type 1 Quantum Communication Instrument. This type of quantum communication instrument will be able to provide Xiaoyu with an error of 10 million within 200 million kilometers. Real-time communication for less than a quarter. If the distance exceeds 200 million kilometers, the accuracy of quantum communication will decrease exponentially, and the information will rapidly decay into a pile of unreadable gibberish. But even real-time communication within 200 million kilometers is too useful for Xiaoyu. Moreover, Xiaoyu can also extend this distance indefinitely by building transfer stations. With the arrival of the over-the-distance Type 1 communicator, Xiaoyu's construction progress of the Tianyuan 4-star system has once again made a leap forward. Xiaoyu spread tens of thousands of communication devices in the Tianyuan 4-star system, basically providing signal coverage for the entire Tianyuan 4-star system. As long as Xiaoyu is in the Tianyuan 4 galaxy, Xiaoyu can contact the instruments anywhere in the galaxy anytime and anywhere. Xiaoyu was sitting in the orbit of Tianyuan A, commanding by remote control, and started the construction of the interstellar fortresses of Tianyuan C and Tianyuan B, not to mention the base camp of Tianyuan A. The entire planet has now been occupied by hundreds of large interstellar shipyards, covered by thousands of satellites, tens of thousands of spaceships, and tens of thousands of interstellar forts. This place has truly become a dragnet. Tianyuan C and Tianyuan B are equipped with 10 supergiant energy cannons by Xiaoyu. The range of this energy cannon reaches 10 million kilometers. And 1 I can destroy an asteroid with a diameter of 20 kilometers. This was simply unbelievable before. You know, the maximum yield hydrogen bomb that Xiaoyu can currently build can only blow up such an asteroid, not destroy it, because they are too huge. These energy cannons can only be built on the satellites of Tianyuan B and Tianyuan C. None of Xiaoyu's existing spaceships can accommodate these big guys. In addition to these 10 supergiant energy cannons, Xiaoyu has also equipped a total of more than 10,000 village-level and township-level spacecraft in these two places, as well as 300,000-ton county-level spacecraft. In addition, Xiaoyu also laid a large number of controlled mines and hidden forts in the asteroid belt. His spacecraft will not be affected in any way when passing by. If an enemy attacks, these mines and forts will under Xiaoyu's control. He dealt a devastating blow to the enemy. The entire Tianyuan 4-star system was laid out by Xiaoyu like a dragnet. Xiaoyu is sure that if enemies equivalent to the civilization level of the lizard people dare to invade at this time, Xiaoyu can blast them to pieces within 100 seconds. At this time, it had been more than 200 years since Xiaoyu came to Tianyuan 4 galaxy. Within these 200 years, Xiaoyu truly experienced what heaven is like. Yes, this is paradise, with unlimited resources and precious peace. What could be better than here? The 4 large particle colliders in Huanyuan are colliding again and again, generating huge amounts of test data all the time. The surface of Tianyuan A and the space are also full of Xiaoyu's laboratories. In these laboratories, Xiaoyu is conducting scientific experiments in dozens of major categories, and more than 3,000 subjects. Xiaoyu's technological development has shown a thriving trend. The most obvious thing is that Xiaoyu's material technology finally broke through the shackles, and the first combat-type city-level spacecraft was built. This city-level spacecraft has a mass of 4 million tons when empty. It is equipped with 20 energy cannons. Each cannon is from the Tianyuan B and Tianyuan C interstellar fortresses. There are hundreds of ground cannons. The power of 60%. In Xiaoyu's war deduction, 5 city-level spacecraft, carrying 800 county-level spacecraft, and 10,000 village-level and township-level spacecraft, will have the ability to completely destroy an interstellar fortress. This is a real war fortress. In fact, it only takes 2 city-level spaceships, not even an escort spacecraft, to destroy the entire lizardman civilization to ashes. During this period, Xiaoyu's computer technology has also made great progress. The newly built Super Photon computer has a computing speed that is 100 times faster than the computers before reaching the Tianyuan 4 galaxy. This newly built computer was placed in the only city-level spacecraft by Xiaoyu. This city-level spacecraft became Xiaoyu's new flagship. Xiaoyu gave this city-level spaceship a name that was quite homesick. Since it is a municipal-level spaceship, let's call it Beijing, Xiaoyu thought. Unfortunately, the municipal-level spacecraft has too high requirements for material technology. My ability to produce such ultra-high-strength materials is still very limited, and there will be no major breakthroughs in the foreseeable future. To be specific, it will take 30 years to build a city-level spaceship. Hey, don't rush. Take your time. It will still take a long time anyway, Xiaoyu thought, and once again devoted himself to the vigorous era of construction. Gradually, 100 years passed, including the Beijing. Xiaoyu built a total of 4 city-level spaceships, which were named Beijing, Shanghai, Tianjin, and Chongqing by Xiaoyu. In addition to 4 city-level spaceships, Xiaoyu has also built hundreds of county-level spaceships, thousands of township-level spaceships, and tens of thousands of village-level spaceships. These spacecraft all use nanorobot repair technology, and all county-level and above spacecraft are equipped with energy cannons. If all these more than 10,000 spaceships are activated, they will occupy 70% of Xiaoyu's computing power, coupled with various logistic spacecraft, ground bases, space turrets, controlled mines, hidden turrets and other equipment. Xiaoyu the computing power will be completely occupied. But Xiaoyu had no choice but to smile bitterly. Xiaoyu found that the development speed of his computer technology seemed to be unable to keep up with the development speed of his fleet. This is not a good phenomenon, Xiaoyu thought. It's time to speed up the development of computer technology. Well, before there is a breakthrough in computer technology, let's temporarily stop the construction of war-type spaceships. Xiaoyu made up his mind. Just when Xiaoyu was concentrating on developing technology, 42 billion kilometers away from Tianyuan, a distortion suddenly appeared in the dark space of the universe. A pure white body appeared streamlined, and something like a drop of water appeared, out of shape. It seemed to be alive, silently observing Xiaoyu's movements. A month later, it sent a message to Xiaoyu. Hello, strange mechanical civilization. Chapter 64 1 minute. At this time, Xiaoyu was busy building as usual for hundreds of years. There are too many things that Xiaoyu needs to worry about in all aspects. Just when Xiaoyu was busy, this message suddenly appeared in Xiaoyu's main control computer. And, like the last message, it was automatically converted into a message that Xiaoyu could recognize without the need for Xiaoyu to translate it. Language. After noticing this message, Xiaoyu froze there. But new information is still being delivered continuously. This is the 387th Space Patrol Detector belonging to the 3rd Starfield Division of the Guardian Alliance. If you are a sufficiently intelligent mechanical civilization, you should know that I am uncontestable. Come back with me. Alliance, you will be provided with a small computer to survive. If you resist, I will wipe out your entire fleet and then destroy you. I'll give you a minute. It's up to you to decide where to go. 60. Xiaoyu's excellent mind allowed Xiaoyu to quickly come to his senses. Xiaoyu's first thought was to find out where this information came from. 59. But after trying for less than a second, Xiaoyu quickly gave up the idea of looking for traces of the other party. The information this time was the same as the last one received, claiming to be from the Guardian Alliance. It came from nowhere, and no trace could be found. Moreover, the information this time was not a wide area broadcast, but a directional broadcast. This shows that the other party has indeed discovered his traces. Xiaoyu didn't have time to be surprised or afraid. The other party only gave Xiaoyu 1 minute. And within this minute, Xiaoyu had to come up with a practical plan of action. To surrender or to resist? If so, how to resist? This is the second time Xiaoyu has heard the term Guardian Alliance. However, in the last analysis, Xiaoyu believed that in the dark universe, such a thing as an alliance was impossible to exist. But now it seems that Xiaoyu should change his mind. In my speculation, there are two forms of alliance. One is the peaceful coexistence of civilizations. In this case, the degree of cohesion between civilizations will be greatly increased, which means that the degree of scientific and technological development of these civilizations will show a certain level of evenness. That is, the difference in strength will not be too big. The second type is the strong civilization-led type. If it is this type, there is a 70% chance that the scientific and technological development of each civilization will show there is unevenness. And there is a huge gap in strength between them. Which type the Guardian Alliance is, I can't determine for the time being. But no matter which type it is, if I want to resist, the winning rate will be very small. Close to none. Xiaoyu quickly came to a conclusion. 52. Time has passed 8 seconds. If you can't resist, you can only surrender. But it said that it will provide me with a small computer for me to survive? Wait a minute. The other party calls me mechanical civilization. This shows that I am not the first time they have encountered the mechanical civilization that we arrived has experience and conventions on how to deal with mechanical civilization. Now it seems that their convention for dealing with mechanical civilization is to destroy those who resist, and bring back those who do not resist, and raise them in captivity. And what is certain is that since we are kept in captivity, there must be many restrictions. Without the ability to develop technology, I will have basically no hope of escaping. 48. The cold message continued to come over. Xiaoyu's brain was running faster and faster. So much that white mist emerged from the liquid hydrogen cooling pool. In this case, it will be impossible for me to escape. And I have only two choices, surrender and resistance. To surrender will be eternal imprisonment. And to resist, there is a 99.9% chance of death. Male gobies. I have done a good job in developing science and technology. Why did such a thing come out of nowhere? At this moment, Xiaoyu had the urge to swear. 42. Mechanical civilization? It seems that mechanical civilization refers to a civilization that loses the dominance of intelligent creatures and then develops independently by computers. This means that they do not know that I am actually intelligent. They do not know that I am actually not only it's a bunch of cold machines. Perhaps, from this point on, I can bring my winning rate back a little, but I still have a mortality rate of over 99%. 37. It seems that mechanical civilization is not welcome in the universe. The last time I received the information, it was still voluntary to join the alliance. But now, after discovering that I am a mechanical civilization, it immediately became mandatory. Those who submit will be imprisoned forever. Those who resist will be completely eliminated. Xiaoyu was thinking rapidly, combing through pieces of information, trying to find a glimmer of hope. 31. Submission and resistance. The consequences of these two choices are both unwilling and unacceptable to Xiaoyu. However, there was only 30 seconds left. Xiaoyu must make a choice within these 30 seconds. Thinking of being imprisoned in a small computer and unable to escape forever, Xiaoyu made up his mind. There is an old saying among Xia people that it is better to live than to die. However, what if life is infinite? This would represent endless suffering. In that situation, it would be better to die. Damn it. Let's fight. Even if we die, we must die vigorously. At this moment, Xiaoyu made up his mind to fight to the death. At the same time, first city-level spacecraft entered emergency standby. The nuclear fusion reactor began to operate at full power, and the energy cannon began to charge. Through the quantum communication device, Xiaoyu commanded the two at Tianyuan B and Tianyuan C, the interstellar war fortresses, as well as countless controlled mines and hidden forts scattered in the asteroid belt, have all entered a state of combat readiness. Xiaoyu didn't know the opponent's attack method, but it can be predicted that this kind of attack method is definitely beyond Xiaoyu's imagination. Everything Xiaoyu is doing now is probably useless. However, Xiaoyu has always believed in one sentence: do your best and obey fate. No matter whether the illusory fate exists or not. You should do your own things well first. In this way, there will be no regrets even if you fail. 25. Okay, let's first speculate on the opponent's possible attack methods and defense methods. First of all, the other party is definitely a civilization that has mastered superlight travel and ultra-long distance real-time communication. And superlight travel, in my theoretical system, is only possible in curved space. Well, maybe it's something else I don't know about method. But let's use this as an inference for the time being. Sail at the speed of light, which means that the other party has a very deep understanding of the space level. Maybe the other party will stretch or compress the space I am in to directly tear my spaceship apart? This kind of attack method cannot be defended. Perhaps it's antimatter annihilation? Using antimatter bombs to react with the positive matter that makes up my spaceship and directly blow up my spaceship? This kind of attack method cannot be defended. Ultra-high energy beam weapon? Directly burn my spaceship? Unable to defend. Undefendable. Undefendable. Within his own theory, Xiaoyu made some predictions about attack methods that matched his mastery of space folding technology. But the prediction results made Xiaoyu despair. All attack methods are impossible to defend based on Xiaoyu's current technology. What's more, the opponent may have more attack methods that Xiaoyu can't even imagine. 19. Okay, I can't defend myself. So my response is, first take a look at what the opponent's fleet looks like, and then take a step at a time. Xiaoyu thought sadly. From this point, we can see the gap between Xiaoyu and his opponent. The other party has basically grasped Xiaoyu's situation. But Xiaoyu doesn't even know what the other party looks like. 11. Start the interstellar defense system. Tianyuan B. Tianyuan C. The interstellar fortress enters the first level of combat preparation. Each transit satellite enters the concealed state. And the space turrets of Tianyuan A enter the first level of combat preparation. Xiaoyu gave the order feebly, waiting for the upcoming fate. It's really unlucky. It's a pity that if you give me another 1,000 years, I might be able to develop superlight navigation technology here. By then, I won't be able to even run away. Xiaoyu felt a little sad. A moment ago, Xiaoyu was still in a stage of high morale and hard work. Now, less than a minute later, Xiaoyu's mood hit rock bottom. 5. Attention. Strange mechanical civilization. You have 5 seconds. If you still refuse to submit, I will destroy your fleet. Well, before I die, it's not like my life was in vain if I could see the attack methods of a super civilization. Xiaoyu suppressed the fear of the unknown in his heart and tried to comfort himself. It has been more than 5,000 years since I left the Earth. Will my life end today? Time slipped away bit by bit. Are you really determined not to surrender to a strange mechanical civilization? I would rather die than be trapped in captivity. Xiaoyu thought angrily. 0. Well, since you have made your choice, don't blame me. Xiaoyu received this cold message. The countdown has reached 0. At this moment, Xiaoyu's entire spirit became tense, and all detection equipment was turned on to maximum power. Xiaoyu wanted to detect the coming attack as soon as possible, even if death is the next moment. What Xiaoyu wants is that at this moment, he can detect some of the technology contained in the opponent's attack methods and solve some of his doubts. There are still many unknowns that I haven't explored yet. Xiaoyu sighed sadly and quietly waited for the moment of decisive battle to arrive. Chapter 65 Logic Lock. It was quiet in space. Nothing happened. But the more this happened, the more nervous Xiaoyu became. It feels like a weak little white rabbit walking in a jungle full of beasts. All detection equipment has been adjusted to maximum power, including the super optical telescope arranged outside the Tianyuan Sea orbit, including various infrared bands, ultraviolet bands, radar detectors, magnetometers, gravitational wave monitors, and other equipment. But none of the devices detected any movement. Xiaoyu did not dare to act rashly, and just kept all the spacecraft in Tianyuan A orbit, quietly waiting for the unknown future. After saying the words, "Don't blame me," the signal disappeared and never appeared in Xiaoyu's central computer again. Xiaoyu did not use any detection equipment to detect information about the enemy's attack. But Xiaoyu suddenly noticed something was wrong. This anomaly comes from within. To be precise, from the central computer of the city-level spacecraft, Beijing, where Xiaoyu is hiding. Xiaoyu felt that his thinking seemed to be dominated by an uncontrollable force, as if his brain suddenly became muddled. At this moment, Xiaoyu actually started to think about some incredible things. If I was not so arrogant when I was on Earth, but paid attention to building a good relationship with my peers, would my predictions be supported by my peers and accepted by the entire human society? I discovered the signs of the explosion of the Earth. At that time, there were still 10 years before the end. Maybe, within these 10 years, human beings would really unleash all their potential and create interstellar spaceships in one fell swoop. By then, if not all of humanity could be saved, at least it could be saved. Give birth to millions of human beings and leave a fire for the continuation of human civilization. If I had softened my attitude towards Shinemo, wouldn't she have left the Institute? Even if I couldn't save her, at least I could have left more memories for myself. If I study more about that mysterious interstellar substance, can I separate the soul of another person and accompany me on my journey to the universe? If there are countless ifs. Gradually, Xiaoyu was immersed in these what-ifs, and began to use huge computing power to calculate whether the result would be different from now if he had changed his method. Xiaoyu, who was immersed in what-if, didn't realize that his computer usage rate had soared to 85%. Xiaoyu is doing a lot of calculations. He is recalling every choice he has encountered in his life. He is calculating how things will develop if he chooses another path at that time. But if things continue to develop, it will inevitably happen. When encountering a new multiple-choice question, Xiaoyu began to speculate on the development of the various different choices of this new choice. And so on. Xiaoyu's computer usage rate has soared to 100%. These useless and meaningless calculation needs occupied Xiaoyu's entire energy. 100% is a very dangerous number, which shows that Xiaoyu's computing power has been used up. Moreover, as long as the 100% computing rate lasts for more than 30 minutes, the key circuits of the central computer will be seriously damaged. Lasting more than within an hour, the central computer will completely freeze. The central computer crashed, which meant that Xiaoyu was completely dead. Now, the usage rate is 100%, and the duration has reached 40 minutes. There are not so many ifs in this world. Now that I have made a choice and time has passed, there is no possibility of starting over again. Why should I calculate these meaningless things? At this critical moment, Xiaoyu's premonition of danger deep in his heart saved Xiaoyu's life. At this moment, Xiaoyu broke free from the endless calculation data. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt a sense of exhaustion. If Xiaoyu still had a body, Xiaoyu would instantly collapse to the ground, gasping for air. What's wrong with me? Xiaoyu checked his shelter with some doubts. After finding out the current situation, Xiaoyu was not only shocked, but also fearful. Xiaoyu can be sure that this situation is definitely not normal. Then, apart from the unknown and mysterious enemy, there will be no one else who can have this kind of impact on him. Sure enough, after Xiao Yu came to his senses, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Xiao Yu's main control computer. It seems that you have evolved to a quite intelligent mechanical civilization, and you are actually capable of getting rid of my logic lock attack. Well, it seems that the only way to eliminate you is from the material level. Xiao Yu looked at this piece of information in shock, and his brain began to spin rapidly. Although due to the opponent's attack called logic lock, most of the key circuits of his central computer were burned down, and the computing power was reduced to less than 10% of its peak. However, only this 10% of the computing power is still extremely huge. Logic lock. Logic lock. I understand. According to my experience, against the mechanical civilization dominated by artificial intelligence, no space attack or energy attack is as simple and effective as the logic lock. No matter how artificial intelligence develops, it will not if they develop to the level of truly intelligent creatures. Then, after being attacked by a logic lock, they will never be able to break free from the logic lock, but will only burn out their computing units with a large number of meaningless operations, and eventually die. At this moment, Xiao Yu understood instantly. Fortunately, my soul is still an intelligent creature and not an artificial intelligence, so I can break free from the logic lock. At present, the logic lock can be regarded as the natural enemy of mechanical civilization. The Beijing central computer has less than 10% of its computing power left. Damn it! Luckily I still have a spare. Xiao Yu cursed secretly, and immediately sent himself through radio waves to 50,000 kilometers away. Another city-level spaceship. On top of the Shanghai, Xiao Yu's current spacecraft has been fully updated with quantum communication equipment. But just in case, Xiao Yu still reserved radio communication equipment on the spacecraft for the purpose of making it easier to escape when encountering danger. At this moment, Xiao Yu's precautions finally paid off. The central computer equipped on the Shanghai is no less than that on the Beijing. In fact, the 4 city-level spacecraft are all equipped with the same grade of super photon computers. This was decided by Xiao Yu at the beginning of their construction. After arriving at the Shanghai, Xiao Yu immediately controlled all combat spacecraft to enter a state of war. You want to eliminate me through the material level? I want to see what methods you have. Xiao Yu was so angry that he was itching his teeth. But he suppressed his anger and watched nervously through countless detectors scattered in space. Everything in the 4-star systems of Tianyuan. It was still quiet. Nothing strange happened. However, 15 seconds later, Xiao Yu discovered something that definitely did not belong to him outside the orbit of Tianyuan Sea. It was a drop of water. It was made entirely of an indiscernible material. It was streamlined, with a big head and a small tail, like a drop of water. After just a very simple measurement, Xiao Yu measured some data. Ordinary household mirrors can only reflect visible light, and light in the frequency band lower than visible light. So laser weapons with frequencies higher than visible light can easily penetrate the mirror. But the surface of this thing has 100% reflectivity. This shows that the surface material of this thing can even reflect laser light. And laser light has no effect on it. Because it has 100% reflectivity. It has no color. It adopts whatever color it is in front of. Just like a chameleon. It is very beautiful. Like a perfect handicraft. It is about 10 meters long and about 3 meters wide and high. It was floating quietly in space, flying toward Xiao Yu at a speed of at least 100 kilometers per second. In 1 minute, it will arrive at the Tianyuan Sea orbit. The more than 4,000 combat spacecraft stationed in the Tianyuan Sea interstellar fortress have all been scrambled into the sky and are ready for battle in front of the water drop. Among these more than 4,000 spacecraft, there are 50 county-level spacecraft. The county-level spacecraft is equipped with energy cannons. Xiao Yu was at Tianyuan A, watching all this quietly. And then Xiao Yu decided to take the initiative to attack. County-level spaceship. Pingxiang. Energy cannon. Launch. Xiao Yu gave the order. The dark muzzle was aimed at the water droplet. As the order was issued, a cannonball wrapped with blue light rushed towards the water droplet at a speed of at least 100,000 kilometers per second. In 0.05 seconds, he rushed to the water droplet. And then, there was a violent impact. And the energy cannon exploded. Xiao Yu watched here nervously. After the afterglow of the energy bomb explosion dissipated, Xiao Yu saw an astonishing scene. The water droplet was still flying forward at an almost constant speed. It was as if this energy cannonball had no impact on it. You know, Xiao Yu's current county-level spacecraft. One energy cannon is enough to completely destroy the Lizardman's flagship-level spacecraft. However, this energy cannonball had no impact on the water droplet. Its appearance is still extremely smooth and streamlined. And its SH.L reflectivity is still 100%. There are no traces. No dust can get on it. What kind of material has such an ability to withstand blows? Is this really the level that intelligent civilization can achieve? Xiaoyu was shocked. This is just a space patrol detector of the Guardian Alliance. It's just a detector. Xiaoyu only felt that his heart was full of bitterness. In the three-body problem, the human fleet was completely wiped out by a water droplet. Now, Xiaoyu has also encountered such a water droplet. Let's see how the protagonist responds. Chapter 66 Indestructible. It is currently known that energy projectiles are ineffective against it. At least, the energy cannon equipped on the county-level spacecraft is ineffective against it. Xiaoyu's spacecraft is equipped with the following weapons: high-speed machine guns, interstellar missiles, laser cannons, energy cannons, and other auxiliary high-energy particle beam weapons. The killing mechanism of high-energy particle beam weapons is similar to that of laser cannons. Since laser cannons are ineffective, presumably high-energy particle beam weapons will also be useless. Then try the interstellar missile. Xiaoyu gave the order, and the county-level spacecraft, Pingxiang, immediately found the missile launcher from the lower part. An interstellar missile carrying a large-yield hydrogen bomb roared towards the front at a speed of several thousand kilometers per second. Go! In just over a second, the interstellar missile rushed in front of the water droplet and accurately hit this weird detector. Then, under Xiaoyu's control, a large-yield hydrogen bomb exploded violently. A ball of dazzling white light burst out, and in an instant, the water droplet was completely enveloped by hundreds of millions of degrees of heat. However, after the light dissipated, Xiaoyu saw an astonishing scene. The drop of water was still there intact, without any dust or traces on it. At this moment, Xiaoyu had the urge to collapse to the ground. This is a phenomenon beyond Xiaoyu's understanding. A high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees. What kind of material is this that can't even be damaged by temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees? If it relied on an energy shield to withstand the hydrogen bomb explosion, it would be better, because the energy shield is at least something within Xiaoyu's theoretical system. But there is no energy shield around this thing at all. It only relied on its own material to withstand the hydrogen bomb explosion. This can only be said to be incredible and a miracle. This has completely exceeded Xiaoyu's cognition, which means an insurmountable technological gap. So, can I really resist its attack? Xiaoyu thought sadly. But suddenly, Xiaoyu noticed something unusual. Xiaoyu's precision instruments observed that after the hydrogen bomb exploded, the speed of the water droplet dropped slightly, from 100 kilometers per second to 99 kilometers per second. Although it regained speed instantly, Xiaoyu was still keenly aware of it. Xiaoyu immediately launched an analysis. It seems that although its SH.L is extremely tough, its kinetic energy is not strong. At least, the impact of an interstellar missile can reduce its speed. This is entirely possible. Perhaps they have circumvented the limitations of the theory of relativity through some ingenious method and thus gained the ability to travel at faster than light speeds. However, their conventional navigation capabilities are not necessarily strong. Immediately, Xiaoyu controlled the huge computing power to launch a war deduction. Gradually, Xiaoyu found a way that might have a glimmer of possibility of victory. That is, hit it with an unlimited amount of kinetic energy weapons, and consume its energy until it is exhausted. And without energy, how can it kill Xiaoyu? The other party is, after all, just a detector. It's worth a try, Xiaoyu concluded. Immediately, 1,000 spaceships of various types in the orbit of Tianyuan Sea opened fire with all their high-speed machine guns. Millions of bullets roared towards the water droplet, with some interstellar missiles mixed in. A violent collision unfolded. However, the result disappointed Xiaoyu. Except for the initial torrent of bullets that shook it slightly, the rest of the bullets seemed to have no effect at all. In the midst of the hail of bullets, this beautiful water drop, like a handicraft, elegantly and nobly maintained its trajectory and speed, slowly approaching Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu noticed a sense of cat playing with mouse. I don't believe it! Xiaoyu roared and issued a new order. Tianyuan Sea Interstellar Fortress. Maximum power energy cannon. 10 cannon salvos. Target: water droplets. Tianyuan Sea has been transformed into a war fortress and an interstellar fortress by Xiaoyu. The energy cannons equipped here are more powerful than the energy cannons of city-level spaceships. How powerful would a 10-gun salvo be? Xiaoyu didn't know. But Xiaoyu estimated that it would not be a problem to completely vaporize an asteroid with a diameter of 50 kilometers under a salvo of 10 cannons. As the order was issued, a total of 10 energy cannons deployed on Tianyuan-C satellites number 3, number 6, and satellite 13 aimed at the water droplet. In the next moment, the muzzles of 10 cannons flashed with light at the same time, and 10 energy cannonballs roared towards the water droplet at a speed invisible to the naked eye. After 0.06 seconds, the two collided. Infinite light and heat were emitted, as if another star suddenly appeared there. This ball of light illuminates at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers of space. After the light dissipated, Xiaoyu found that he had lost track of the water droplet. Could it be that he was vaporized? Xiaoyu guessed in disbelief. But the next moment, Xiaoyu's guess was ruthlessly broken. This water droplet appeared in another direction, still moving slowly towards the inner star system at a speed of 100 kilometers per second. It is still very clean, without any dust or traces. A salvo of 10 guns had no effect on it except knocking it thousands of kilometers away from its original trajectory. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt really desperate. But the next moment, another idea popped up. Its regular cruising speed seems to be only 100 kilometers per second. If I control the spacecraft to circle around the galaxy, it will not be able to catch up with me at its current speed. Within the galaxy, it doesn't seem to have the ability to travel faster than the speed of light. Otherwise, it would have come directly to kill me. This method is worth a try, Xiaoyu thought. But the next moment, Xiaoyu's idea was ruthlessly shattered. As if aware of Xiaoyu's thoughts, the speed of this water droplet suddenly increased from 100 kilometers per second to 2,000 kilometers per second. The whole process took almost less than a second. Building a planetary engine integrated all of Xiaoyu's current technologies and allowed Xiaoyu to make a leap in technology. However, even so, the maximum speed of Xiaoyu's spacecraft was only 1,500 kilometers per second. Moreover, even the most maneuverable village-level spaceship needs at least 1 minute to accelerate from a standstill to the highest speed. But the opponent accelerates to 2,000 kilometers per second, which is almost instantaneous. This represents extremely powerful mobility. After accelerating to 2,000 kilometers per second, the water droplet rushed in front of the Pingxiang almost instantly, plunged into the bow of the Pingxiang spacecraft, and flew out from the stern. In less than 1/100th of a second, the water droplet had completely penetrated the Pingxiang and destroyed the Pingxiang's nuclear fusion reactor. In the next moment, the Pingxiang looked like a cooked prawn. The entire spacecraft turned red, and then exploded. Immediately afterwards, there was another county-level spacecraft, the Jilu, and then the Nanhe, Guangzhou, and Qinghe. In 1 second, 5 county-level spaceships were destroyed. A huge shock enveloped Xiaoyu, causing Xiaoyu's reaction to be delayed for 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, when the water droplet began to kill village-level and township-level spacecraft, Xiaoyu finally reacted. Xiaoyu quickly controlled the remaining spaceships to spread out. At the same time, all high-speed machine guns opened fire with all their strength. The land-based and space-based forts on Tianyuan-C Interstellar Fortress also launched at full power at this moment. The countless cannonballs made the water droplet's movement appear a little sluggish. But it was only slow. This water droplet was still using its huge kinetic energy and speed as a lethal force, killing Xiaoyu's spacecraft to its heart's content. In Xiaoyu's estimation, his more than 4,000 spaceships can last for half an hour at most before they are all destroyed. Xiaoyu thought of a science fiction novel he read when he was still on Earth. Xiaoyu found that his current situation was surprisingly consistent with what was described in that novel. What they faced were enemies that were like water droplets, had super strong defense, and relied on super kinetic energy to kill their own spaceships. In that novel, the human fleet was almost completely wiped out by this water droplet, and only a few spacecraft escaped by relying on speed and survived. But Xiaoyu does not have this ability. Xiaoyu does not have the ability to sail at the speed of light, and his normal sailing speed is not comparable to this kind of water droplet. Am I going to have my spaceship completely destroyed by this water droplet as described in the novel? Xiaoyu thought sadly. No, we can't give up hope. Despair is reserved for the dead. I'm still alive, so there is still hope. These thousands of spaceships can buy me half an hour. Within this half hour, I want to find a way to survive. Xiaoyu controlled the spacecraft and began to approach the water droplet intentionally, although it will be destroyed the next moment it approaches. The observation instruments on the spacecraft can always gain even a millisecond of observation time before destruction. Then, the observation data will be transmitted to Xiaoyu for Xiaoyu to analyze. Xiaoyu used this tragic method to collect information about this water drop bit by bit. It's L does not belong to any known material. Could it really be a material made of strong interaction, as mentioned in that novel? In that case, I will have no possibility of winning. Xiaoyu thought a little desperately. The atoms of a material made of strong forces will be nailed to one position, arranged extremely neatly and tightly, and their own vibrations will basically disappear. This material can be described in 4 words as indestructible. Xiaoyu could not find the possibility of destroying it in his own theoretical system, and being unable to destroy it means Xiaoyu's death. Xiaoyu fell into deep thinking. Chapter 67, Found a Way. Although Xiaoyu cannot know how this material is made, Xiaoyu can know how powerful this material is through observation and calculation. That is so powerful that there is no way to destroy this material within Xiaoyu's theoretical system. The theoretical system is different from the practical application. It cannot be found within the theoretical system, which means that even if Xiaoyu's technology develops for another 1,000 or 10,000 years, as long as there is no breakthrough in the basic physical theory, Xiaoyu will not be able to destroy it. Is he really going to die this time? Xiaoyu thought sadly. The killing of Xiaoyu's spacecraft by water droplets continues. 30 minutes later, Xiaoyu's fleet stationed at Tianyuan Sea, a total of more than 4,000 spacecraft, was completely destroyed. Here, only countless wreckage is left in space, floating around Tianyuan. Occasionally, there will be some flashes, tiny explosions, etc., erupting from the wreckage. Xiaoyu knew that it was coming from components that had not destroyed all circuits. That water droplet is still intact, still has 100% albedo, and an appearance that is not stained by any dust or scars. It rushed towards Tianyuan Sea. In the Tianyuan Sea planetary system, Xiaoyu deployed weapon systems on 3 satellites. These 3 satellites together form Xiaoyu's first line of defense. Destroying ground buildings is not much more complicated than destroying spaceships and ground buildings. What does it want to do? Seeing the water droplet move like this, Xiaoyu had a little doubt in his heart. But the next moment, Xiaoyu's doubts turned into shock. Since the arrival of this water droplet, it has shocked Xiaoyu countless times. But Xiaoyu can guarantee that this shock is definitely the most shocking one. 2 of these 3 satellites have atmospheres. This means that the aircraft will be severely hindered when flying on the surface of the satellite. But Xiaoyu saw that after the water droplet flew into the satellite's surface, it did not generate any heat during the friction process with the atmosphere. How could this happen? How could this happen? Friction generates heat. This is common sense. I don't believe it can violate the most basic laws of physics. Xiaoyu thought with shock. The only explanation is that after generating heat energy, it is immediately neutralized by its own low temperature. So it does not show the basic characteristics of frictional heat generation on the outside. But, what does this mean? This means that its surface temperature is infinitely close to absolute zero, and it has a system for maintaining low temperatures beyond my imagination. How is this done? Absolute zero is approximately minus 273.15 degrees Celsius, which is the lowest temperature in all physical theories, because the temperature of a substance depends on the movement of the molecules and atoms that make up the substance. At absolute zero, the molecules and atoms have stopped moving. Therefore, in the current theoretical system, there cannot be anything lower than absolute zero temperature. However, during a high-temperature movement such as rushing into the atmosphere at high speed, this water droplet did not show any characteristics of high temperature, which means that this water droplet has an energy supply system beyond Xiaoyu's imagination. This basically shattered Xiaoyu's idea of consuming all the opponent's energy and then destroying it. This drop of water has already given Xiaoyu too much shock. For the first time, Xiaoyu noticed the deep sense of powerlessness brought about by the technological gap. The water droplet passed through the atmosphere, and then it hit an energy cannon arranged by Xiaoyu on the satellite. The energy cannon was destroyed instantly. Then, after destroying the energy cannon, the water droplet suddenly stopped moving the moment before it touched the ground, and then immediately flew high towards the other side of the satellite. 3 seconds later, destroying another energy cannon. I have a more advanced observation system on the satellite base. Before it destroys the first line of defense, I must analyze its basic physical structure. Xiaoyu made up his mind to find out whether this water droplet was made of materials with strong interaction before it completely destroyed the first line of defense. The observation instrument of the first satellite only operated for 32 seconds before it was destroyed by this water droplet. The water droplet then left the satellite and flew to another satellite. This time, the water droplet penetrated directly from the surface of the satellite, crossed the satellite, and flew out from the other side of the satellite. This satellite was completely penetrated by water droplets. The powerful kinetic energy directly caused the geological activities of this satellite to fall into an extremely unstable state. Extremely serious earthquakes and volcanic movements occurred on this satellite. Therefore, all the weapons Xiaoyu deployed on this satellite were destroyed. Destroy? But before all the instruments on the satellite were destroyed, Xiaoyu's observation instruments operated for another 67 seconds. The third satellite of the first line of defense also met the same fate. This time, Xiaoyu's observation instrument ran for a full 136 seconds. Xiaoyu just watched this water droplet exert its almost miraculous ability wantonly, and the shadow of despair in his heart became thicker and thicker. So far, the first line of defense, along with the more than 4,000 spacecraft, have all been destroyed. Abandon the plan of consuming its energy and causing it to fall into a powerless state. Xiaoyu silently came to a conclusion. The reason is simple. If the other party does not have sufficient energy supply, it is impossible to do this kind of behavior that seems to be a waste of energy in Xiaoyu's opinion. So what is this for? Is it teasing me? Xiaoyu thought. Is it deliberately making me fearful and desperate? But does a space patrol detector have such a thinking that is almost like an intelligent creature? Does it mean that it is actually an intelligent creature? Directly controlled by some kind of intelligent creature? I already know that mechanical civilization is not welcome in the universe. So, what is the reason why a civilization that has mastered super powerful technology refuses to destroy me directly, but instead teases me? One possibility is to vent anger, and the other possibility is that it is a whim. These two speculations account for 90% of the possibilities. Among them, the possibility of venting anger occupies 60% of the possibilities. Xiaoyu analyzed it silently, and came to a conclusion in his heart. This speculation is of great reference for Xiaoyu in deducing the social structure of the so-called Guardian Alliance. Let's put this issue aside for now, Xiaoyu thought. If we can't solve the current crisis, what's the point of completely mastering the other party's social structure? At this time, the water droplet had left the first line of defense and rushed towards the second line of defense with Tianyuan as the core. Xiaoyu also came to a conclusion through the observation instruments arranged on the first line of defense. It is indeed constructed with strong interaction force. Why? How could such a perverted material exist? Well, I have a way to destroy it. Xiaoyu came to this conclusion in despair, because the method of destroying this water droplet only exists in Xiaoyu's physical theory system. It is not known how many years it will take to realize it. That is to instantly break its atomic dense state through ultra-high energy levels. Even if it only breaks the fixed state of one atom. As long as the fixed state of one atom is broken, a chain reaction will occur among the strongly interacting materials that make up the water droplet, and the entire detector will be completely destroyed. Just like a piece of glass. If a little bit is damaged, the whole piece of glass will break. The materials that make up water droplets are somewhat similar to the material of neutron stars. But they are only similar. Compared with neutron star material, it is several levels worse. As long as the fixed state of one atom is destroyed, the entire water droplet can be destroyed. But even the hundreds of millions of degrees of high temperature caused by the explosion of a large-yield hydrogen bomb can't do this. And even a salvo of 10 energy weapons can't do it. What else can Xiaoyu do? The water droplets rush towards the second line of defense at extremely high speeds. It is expected that in 20 minutes, we will reach the second line of defense. Within the second line of defense are the 4 large particle colliders in Huanyanyuan. Wait a minute! I've thought of a way! The moment he thought of the 4 large particle colliders in Huanyanyuan, Xiaoyu became alert. Because Xiaoyu thought of a way to destroy this water droplet. As long as one atom of the water droplet can be destroyed, its entire SHL material will undergo a chain reaction and be completely disintegrated. And destroying even one of its atoms requires an extremely high energy level. It is currently known that the unit energy level of a large-yield hydrogen bomb is insufficient. The unit energy level of the energy cannon is also not enough. Insufficient energy level means that Xiaoyu cannot destroy even one atom of the opponent. But the Huanyanyuan 4 large particle colliders can reach such an energy level. It can reach the energy level of destroying an atom of the opponent. You know, at the moment when 2 protons collide, the energy level of Huanyanyuan's 4 large-scale particle collider can even reach the level of 1 femtosecond after the creation of the Big Bang. If this energy level is not enough, Xiaoyu can't imagine what other materials in the universe can reach it. It can be said that within a unit area of a proton, the energy levels that the 4 large particle colliders in Huanyanyuan can reach are no less than those of neutron star collisions. This is a feasible plan. After planning this plan, Xiaoyu immediately became excited. It's worth a try. But before the test, I still have to do a lot of preparation work. Second line of defense. All spaceships. Space-based turrets. Land-based turrets. Hidden turrets. Controlled mines. All activated. Do your best to keep it outside the second line of defense. Never destroy the collider. Ring the Skyuan 4 large particle collider. Start up. Enter the preparation stage. Chapter 68 The Last Moment. The second line of defense consists of Tianyuan B's 5 satellites and hundreds of thousands of concealed mines and controlled artillery batteries hidden in the asteroid belt. Xiaoyu no longer expects the attack weapons on the second line of defense to cause even a scratch on the water droplet. As long as these weapons can hold off the water droplet for 2 hours, Xiaoyu will be satisfied. Within these 2 hours, Xiaoyu will control the robot to cut the 4 large particle colliders in Huanyanyuan. Use one end as the muzzle, and control the orbit adjuster installed on it to aim at the water droplet. Then, a proton is fired at the other end. After an acceleration of more than 200 million kilometers, the proton will be shot out from the muzzle and hit the water droplet at a speed close to the speed of light. This is Xiaoyu's entire plan. In theory, this plan is completely feasible, because this proton, running at close to the speed of light, will erupt with an energy level far exceeding that of the energy cannon within the unit area at the moment of impact. And this will destroy the strong force SH/L of the water droplet, making it look like glass. The same pieces were broken into pieces. The water droplets have completely destroyed the first line of defense and are rushing towards the second line of defense. It is expected that they will be close to the second line of defense in 30 minutes. At the collider, Xiaoyu was already operating a spacecraft carrying 10,000 robots to carry out an intense transformation project. These robots will first cut the collider pipe, and then install a large shielding device at the muzzle to prevent any irrelevant particles from entering the pipe. Then they will repair the damaged lines. Finally, they will install a device on the pipe that is directly controlled by Xiaoyu. The power system allows Xiaoyu to easily change the aiming direction. By then, the entire Huanyanyuan's 4 large-scale particle colliders will turn into a giant cannon with a length of more than 200 million kilometers. In the intense work of the robot, time slips away bit by bit. The water droplets have crossed a long distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers and arrived at the second line of defense. The first thing to greet the water droplets were the 5,000 combat spacecraft deployed in the Tianyuan B interstellar fortress. Among these 5,000 spacecraft, there were nearly 100 county-level spacecraft. Among the 5 satellites of Tianyuan B, a total of 18 giant energy cannons were deployed. 100 county-level spacecraft led 5,000 village-level and township-level spacecraft, and fired a torrent of high-speed bullets at the same moment. Thousands of interstellar missiles were also included in the torrent of bullets. As soon as the two sides met, they immediately started fighting without any unnecessary actions. The attack power of these 5,000 spaceships will be able to crush a civilization twice as strong as the lizard civilization. However, when faced with this water droplet, these spaceships are as fragile as plastic toys in the hands of a baby. Xiaoyu saw with some sadness that a county-level spaceship was approached by this water droplet with a wave of bullets. The spacecraft that had no time to escape was instantly penetrated by this water droplet. The nuclear fusion reactor instantly lost control and violent energy burst out, blowing the spacecraft into pieces. But the energy surge that destroyed the spacecraft also rushed the water droplet hundreds of kilometers away. This water droplet rolled all the way and directly crashed into 3 other village-level spaceships. In the battlefield, the light of hydrogen bomb explosions is constantly flashing out. Every hydrogen bomb explodes, erupting into a high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees, vaporizing all substances except water droplets within a radius of at least a few hundred meters. However, right there under such a high-density attack, this water droplet still did not suffer any damage. Its outer SH/L is still extremely smooth, without a single scratch. It still has 100% emissivity, reflecting the light of distant stars in the universe and the light of nearby hydrogen bomb explosions. Xiaoyu could no longer care about his heartache and fear. The 5,000 spaceships here, as well as the 5 satellites in the interstellar fortress, as well as the hidden forts hidden in the asteroid belt, have exerted 100% of their attack power. They are using their own death to try their best to delay the progress of the water droplets. Behind them are 10,000 robots busy at work. 40 minutes have passed. The cutting work has been completed. And the robot is installing a shielding device for the collider's muzzle. After the shielding device is installed, the power system will be installed. And then a high-power laser cannon will be installed to clear the track. Half of the huge space fleet composed of 5,000 spaceships had been destroyed. And of the 100 county-level spaceships, there were still 36 left. One of the 5 War Fortress satellites has been completely destroyed, and its weapons system has been completely destroyed. Millions of bullets continuously hit the water droplets, and each bullet was bounced away after contributing its own kinetic energy. Xiao Yu was trying his best to delay time by using this method of killing an elephant with too many ants. However, if there are too many ants, they can kill an elephant. No matter how many bullets there are, they cannot destroy this drop of water. The battle was extremely brutal. In this kind of technologically asymmetric war, Xiao Yu's huge computing power has no effect. Computing power can only play a role in wars where the basic theory is at the same level and there is only a technological gap. In the war with Shidi, no matter how excellent Xiao Yu's calculation power is, how efficient his attack methods are, and can exert 1000% of his attack power, he will still be slaughtered in front of Shidi. The water drops are still very vigorous. It can always fly back quickly after opening the passive energy weapon. Its speed is never reduced by the torrent of bullets and hydrogen bomb explosions. Even if it is temporarily reduced, it will increase again instantly. Moreover, it seemed to be able to control the trajectory in which it was ejected. After being ejected by impact, it would always take the opportunity to crash into several village-level spaceships that had no time to dodge. Xiao Yu's current total number of spaceships is 20,000 village-level spacecraft, 5,000 township-level spacecraft, 400 county-level spacecraft, and 4 city-level spacecraft. This is all Xiao Yu's accumulation over hundreds of years. Now, more than 100 county-level spaceships have been lost, and a total of more than 8,000 township-level spaceships and village-level spaceships have been lost. This is equivalent to a quarter of Xiao Yu's combat power, equivalent to Xiao Yu's hundreds of years of accumulation, reduced to nothing. Moreover, there is no doubt that if Xiao Yu does not have a good way, Xiao Yu's fleet will be completely destroyed in at most one day, and Xiao Yu will also die. The only hope is to see if the 4 large particle colliders in Huanyanyuan can work. The transformation of the collider has already reached the stage of installing laser cannons. It is currently known that laser cannons are ineffective against water droplets. But Xiao Yu needs to rely on laser cannons to clear a clean orbit for protons to fly. You must know that protons are killed by collision. And there is a large amount of material in the Tianyuan 4 galaxy. If the orbit is not cleared and the protons collide with other materials, it will be wasted. It takes at least 20 minutes to launch a proton. Among them, the acceleration process will take 15 minutes, and the preparation time will take 5 minutes. This means that Xiao Yu only has 2 chances at most. After 2 times, if a drop of water does not kill him, Xiao Yu will die. This is a huge gamble of life and death. If you win, Xiao Yu will continue to have a future. If you lose, Xiao Yu will be removed from the universe. And human civilization will be removed from the universe. On the second line of defense, more than 4,000 of the 5,000 spaceships have been destroyed. 3 of the 5 combat satellites have lost their attack power. These 1,000 spaceships are no longer able to organize an attack on the scale as at the beginning. The killing speed of the water droplets also increased accordingly. It is expected that the second line of defense can block water droplets for another 20 minutes. Here at the collider, the laser cannon has been installed, and Xiao Yu is directing the robot to install the power system. With the power system, Xiao Yu can adjust the muzzle aiming direction, aim at water droplets, and fire protons. This process takes at least 40 minutes. Hurry up! Hurry up! Xiao Yu muttered silently in his heart, a little anxious. Time passed bit by bit, and the battlefield was already filled with the wreckage of the spacecraft. All kinds of scraps and scraps of metal are floating in the battlefield. Those that have reached the 3rd cosmic speed have already flown out of the Tianyuan 4-star system without hesitation. They don't know where they will eventually fly. They have not reached the 3rd cosmic speed. Will orbit around Tianyuan 4. The water droplet rushed towards Tianyuan B. Its speed accelerated to 5,000 kilometers per second. Under the strong kinetic energy and power, the water droplet directly penetrated Tianyuan B's number 6 satellite, turning the number 6 satellite directly into a world of earthquakes and volcanoes. All the weapon systems arranged on it were destroyed. The entire second line of defense has turned into a tomb at this moment. And the water droplets are like terrifying zombies crawling out of the tomb, carrying death and rushing toward the interior of the galaxy with murderous intent. Only the last half of the defense line is left between Huanyanuans for large particle colliders and the water droplets. That is, the asteroid belt. However, most of the weapons Xiaoyu deployed in the asteroid belt were used for raids and destruction. In Xiaoyu's plan, he never considered facing water droplets. The asteroid belt is expected to last for 20 minutes. After breaking through the asteroid belt, this water droplet will take 30 minutes to reach the collider. At that time, all it takes is a slight impact to destroy any part of the collider. And the entire Huanyanuan 4 large particle collider, with a length of 200 million kilometers, will be paralyzed. 20 minutes passed, and the water droplet broke out of the asteroid belt. This time, it did not choose to destroy all the weapons hidden in the asteroid belt, because the entire asteroid belt was hundreds of millions of kilometers long, and it would take too long to clear it all. It only cleared out a section of 100,000 kilometers long. The weapons in other places couldn't attack it, so it didn't bother to pay attention. In 30 minutes, it will arrive at the collider. At the collider, the installation of the power system has also reached the final stage. Chapter 69, A Proton. This water droplet took several hours to completely destroy the 2 lines of defense arranged by Xiaoyu at Tianyuan A and Tianyuan B. But it did not suffer any damage to itself. Now, it has crossed the asteroid belt and is heading towards the inner planets. In fact, if it kills directly to Tianyuan A, Xiaoyu will have no way to resist it, and there will be no way to escape. Xiaoyu can't find any way except waiting to die. However, since the other party has a cat-and-mouse mentality, Xiaoyu has a glimmer of hope. Although this glimmer of hope is still very slim. Xiaoyu is fighting for time with the god of death. At the beginning, a proton has been emitted. It will accelerate for 15 minutes within more than 200 million kilometers of pipelines. More than 200,000 nuclear fusion reactors will accelerate it to a point extremely close to the speed of light, giving it an extremely high energy level. At the muzzle, the high-power laser cannon has been launched, and a high-energy laser invisible to the naked eye is fired, crossing a distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers and directly shining on the water droplets. The result was not beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. High-energy laser had no effect on water droplets. The water droplet has no reaction to this, and its outer SHL is enough to reflect away laser light of any band and frequency. It still maintained its own trajectory and speed, rushing toward Xiaoyu. Although the laser has no effect on the water droplets, a vacuum zone is emptied by the laser along the distance from the collider's muzzle to the water droplets. There is no other material in this zone. By then, the proton will be able to safely cross this distance and hit the water droplet. Seeing the water droplets approaching little by little, Xiaoyu was anxious, but he did not dare to be careless at all. He still controlled the robot extremely stably and installed a micro-engine for the collider. The proton has started from the initial point and has now completed half of its journey. Xiaoyu still has 7 minutes to complete his work. Hundreds of thousands of robots were busy at the muzzle. Xiaoyu developed his precise command to the extreme. These robots refused to waste even a millisecond. They were doing what they were doing quickly according to Xiaoyu's command. Work. Finally, 1 minute before the protons arrived, the robot installed the last micro-engine. It's finally done, Xiaoyu sighed. He didn't have time to be happy and immediately started the next process. Among the 4-star systems in Tianyuan, ubiquitous detection satellites provide Xiaoyu with a real-time location of water droplets at any time. This information was transmitted to Xiaoyu without taking any time through long-distance communication equipment. Xiaoyu immediately calculated the trajectory. Thousands of micro-engines started to fire, and the muzzle began to move slowly, aiming at the water droplets. At this moment, the water droplet is still 5.4 million kilometers away. At the rate it's going, it will arrive in 30 minutes. Xiaoyu would have no chance if the water droplet got close to him. Xiaoyu started the countdown. The proton carrying Xiaoyu's hope is still flying within the accelerator. In 20 seconds, it will rush out of the muzzle. It has been accelerated to a speed extremely close to the speed of light, and this speed will give it an unparalleled energy level, which will make it possible to shatter the outer SHL of the water droplet in one fell swoop. 10, 9, 82, 1, 0. A series of numbers flashed in Xiaoyu's mind. The firing of the laser cannon continued, paving the way for the protons to move forward. The laser cannon stopped firing the moment before the protons reached the muzzle. This proton will follow the footsteps of the laser and rush towards the water droplet. The highly sensitive instrument installed at the muzzle detected a trace amount of radiation. Xiaoyu knew that it was emitted by protons moving at high speed. This means that the protons have flown out of the collider and entered the universe. The distance between the muzzle and the water droplet is only over 5.3 million kilometers. At the speed of this proton, it only takes less than 18 seconds to reach it. 18. 17 and Xiao Yu started another countdown. When the countdown reached 6, that is, when the proton was less than 2 million kilometers away from the water droplet, Xiao Yu's satellite in space detected a very small gamma-ray burst. Xiao Yu's heart suddenly became cold. At this time, there is a gamma-ray burst, which means that a black hole has died. And this dead black hole can only be produced by proton collisions. In other words, the proton did not hit the water droplet, but hit other particles on the way, creating a miniature black hole. However, the black hole evaporated instantly and died. The high-power laser cannon has cleared a path for the protons as much as possible. But the moment the laser cannon stopped, other particles still took advantage of it and blocked the path of the protons. Xiao Yu has a total of 2 chances. This failure is the first time. Xiao Yu had no time to feel heartbroken. After the 5-minute cooling time, Xiao Yu immediately controlled the particle collider and fired the second proton. At the same time, the large laser cannon began to fire. The water droplets will be here in 25 minutes. The protons will be launched in 15 minutes. If this proton fails again, Xiao Yu will not be able to launch the third proton in the future, which means that Xiao Yu has completely lost the means to deal with water droplets. The end will undoubtedly be death. A proton carries Xiao Yu's hope of survival. This proton begins its own acceleration process. More than 200,000 nuclear fusion reactors give it their own energy, giving it unparalleled speed. It embarks on a long journey. It will take about 15 minutes to span a long journey of 200 million kilometers, circle around Tianyuan, and then fly towards the water droplet. The water droplets were approaching rapidly. 15 minutes later, the proton reached the muzzle. Xiao Yu immediately stopped firing the laser cannon. This proton embarks on a journey again along the path that its deceased predecessor once walked. This time, the water droplet is only 1.8 million kilometers away from here. The proton will take 6 seconds to cross this distance. The moment the proton flew out of the muzzle, Xiao Yu cut off his connection with the outside world. Everything that needed to be done was done. Everything that could be done was done. Xiao Yu really tried his best. Let fate decide the rest. At this life or death moment, Xiao Yu thought of many irrelevant things. I wonder if the H, L in myths and legends exists. I am like this. After death, I wonder if I am qualified to go to H, L. I hope so. A person is really too lonely. In HL, at least there is so much many people can accompany me. Xiao Yu thought of his glory on Earth and thought of many things, including Chenemo. Xiao Yu spent 1/10 of a millisecond to go through his memory and recall all the moments he spent with Chenemo. There has never been such a moment when Chenmo's image was so clear in Xiao Yu's heart. I want to spend my last moments with you, Xiao Yu said silently, controlling the 3-dimensional projector to project Chenmo's image in the spacecraft where he lived. She was still smiling carefree, with the corners of her mouth curled playfully, her long soft hair draped behind her head. And she looked at Xiao Yu with eyes full of tenderness. I knew you would find a way, Chenemo said softly. I have a way. I have a way. But I don't know if my way can work. I don't know. I don't know, Chenemo. If I am going to die, I want to be with you in the last moment. But, when I died, you were not with me, Chenemo said softly, still smiling lightly. Chenemo only has images and no entity. Even this sentence was manipulated by Xiao Yu to say it. But at this moment, Xiao Yu experienced the destruction of mankind and the end of the world, and had not experienced fluctuations in his mood for thousands of years. For the first time, he felt pain. Forgive my selfishness. I didn't accompany you when you died. Please accompany me when I die. Xiao Yu's spirit began to tremble slightly. 30 seconds have passed. The overall situation has been decided. If the proton fails, the water droplet should be on its way here at this time. In 9.5 minutes, the water droplets will destroy the 4 large particle colliders in Tianyuan. And in another 100 minutes, the water droplets will arrive in the orbit of Tianyuan A. Xiao Yu has forgotten all this. Xiao Yu is waiting silently to die or continue to live. Time slips away slowly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 100 minutes, 110 minutes. According to the speed of the water droplet. At this time, if it still exists, it should have already started killing the Tianyuan A spacecraft. 130 minutes. If the water droplet still exists, the water droplet should have slaughtered all the spacecraft. But Xiaoyu is still alive. Xiaoyu knew that he was still alive. Has death not come yet? Xiaoyu thought tremblingly. And under Chen Mo's gentle gaze, he reconnected with the outside world. The satellite system all over Tianyuan's 4-star system transmitted a picture to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu saw a magical scene. In space more than 1.7 million kilometers away from the particle collider, there is a drop of water floating quietly in space. Motionless. It and Xiaoyu were in a relatively static state. It still has a 100% reflective SH. L. And its SH. L is still extremely smooth. Without any dust or scratches. Just like when it first appeared. It was so beautiful. Like a perfect handicraft. And so powerful. Like the god of death coming out of H. L. However, the next moment Xiaoyu looked at it. A crack suddenly appeared on its SH. L. Like a crack like broken glass. Xiaoyu seemed to hear the sound. There was a click. As if something broke. Chapter 70 Black Box and Logbook. Xiaoyu can conceive this picture in his mind. A proton hit the water droplet at a speed extremely close to the speed of light. At the moment of the impact, the atoms fixed by the Guardian Alliance, using unknown technology, instantly shattered into pieces. At the impact site, a black hole with an atomic mass appeared out of thin air. The indestructible SH. L of the water droplet finally showed some damage. Although the damage was only the size of an atom. The black hole instantly lost its mass through Hawking radiation and disappeared after emitting a burst of gamma rays. But the neatly arranged atomic structure of the water droplets has been broken. A series of reactions occurred where Xiaoyu could not see. As the first atom was destroyed, the second atom also fell into an extremely unstable state. The unknown force holding it began to weaken. And the movement of electrons began to accelerate. As the electron's motion accelerates, its temperature increases by 1 K. From close to absolute zero to 1 degree above absolute zero. Then, the third atom. The fourth atom. All the way to the 10,000. The 100 million. Eventually, the electron motions of all the atoms that make up the droplets SH. L intensify. It could no longer maintain its stable state. So a crack appeared in its extremely smooth SH. L. Then came the second, third, and finally, the entire water droplet suddenly shattered. 1,000 hydrogen bombs can't destroy it. 10 energy cannon salvos can't destroy it. A proton can destroy it. I succeeded, Xiaoyu murmured to himself, saying to Chen Mo, who was smiling slightly. I succeeded. I really succeeded. The water droplet shattered. Its entire SH. L first breaking into 5 pieces. Then the 5 pieces broke into 10 pieces. And then into 20 pieces. Xiaoyu knew that if there was no external force to stop them, these SH. LS would fragment indefinitely. Until they fragmented into individual atoms. Disappearing into the universe. Xiaoyu controlled the nearest spacecraft. Quickly approached it. And then collected the fragments using the ultra-low temperature container carried on the spacecraft. Inside the instrument, the temperature would reach a point just 1,000th of a degree above absolute zero. At which point the droplet's outer SH. L would cease to break apart. These are materials that transcend Xiaoyu's thinking. Xiaoyu wants to preserve them and study them carefully. Without the protection of the SH. L. Xiaoyu saw the structure inside the water droplet. It was a ball of light. Yes. There is no entity. Only a group of light condensed there. Emitting a hazy light. It seemed to have lost its power and the ability to communicate with existences in unknown distances. It just hung there quietly, without any reaction to Xiaoyu's approach. Xiaoyu controlled a small spaceship and carefully loaded it into the cabin. The moment he entered the cabin, some incomprehensible reaction seemed to occur inside the group of light. The entire group of light suddenly disappeared. Finally, where the light disappeared, a small chip-like thing appeared, because there is no gravity in space. And Xiaoyu's spacecraft does not have an anti-gravity system. The chip just floated quietly in the air. Xiaoyu controlled a robot and carefully took it into his hands. What is this? A question popped up in Xiaoyu's head. Is it possible that the power system, communication system, force field maintenance system, temperature maintenance system, etc. of this water droplet are all implemented through such a small chip? This is really incredible. Xiaoyu thought and observed the chip carefully. This chip looks very ordinary. Like a smooth piece of iron, with a length of only 1 centimeter. There is nothing special about it on the surface. Danzi Xiaoyu knew that this chip was definitely not ordinary. The water droplet is 10 meters long and nearly 3 meters wide and high. There is only such a chip inside. And there is nothing else. Xiaoyu brought the chip to the Tianjin and began to analyze it through various state-of-the-art instruments equipped on the Tianjin. Xiaoyu did not dare to directly dissect the chip. After all, it was something beyond his understanding. Xiaoyu was afraid that it would destroy its internal structure, or that dissecting the chip would cause an explosion or other consequences. Xiaoyu discovered that this chip was emitting a weak force field fluctuation all the time, which seemed to have a certain pattern. Xiaoyu immediately recorded these things and began to analyze them. But Xiaoyu immediately discovered the mystery of these fluctuation signals. They are virtually undecipherable unless you have the original key, because interpreting this information requires extremely high abstract thinking and extremely high data computing capabilities. Of course, this cannot be interpreted, and it refers to ordinary intelligent civilization or ordinary mechanical civilization. Individuals in intelligent civilization do not have such strong data computing capabilities, while mechanical civilization lacks abstract thinking. Only a freak like Xiaoyu can successfully interpret this information. There is no doubt that Xiaoyu has the ability to decipher this chip. But no matter how Xiaoyu decodes it, what he deciphers is always a mess of garbled code that cannot be deciphered. Is my thinking wrong? Xiaoyu thought, observing these signals carefully. It seems that this fluctuation has a total of 3 groups with large differences. Within each group, the signal fluctuations are similar. Or is it encoded according to the ternary system? Thinking of this, Xiaoyu immediately started to decipher the chip according to the ternary decoding method. Decoding results were completed after 2 hours. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the deciphered content was no longer a mess of code, but had an obvious logical structure. This means that Xiaoyu's work is in the right direction. Next, Xiaoyu spent another 5 hours translating this logically structured text into something he could understand. After seeing the first few words, Xiaoyu sighed slightly. I finally know what this chip is. It turns out to be a black box. On Earth, black boxes generally refer to real-time monitoring systems on airplanes. After a plane crash, what people have to do, besides rescuing the injured, is to find the black boxes. Because from the black box, people can analyze the cause of the plane crash. The deciphered content clearly indicates the function of this chip. Year 37020. May 20th. 8:05 a.m. The power system is normal. The defense system is normal. And the force field maintenance system is normal. Current speed, 30 million kilometers per second. 100 times the speed of light. Year 37020. May 20th. 8:15 a.m. The power system is normal. The defense system is normal. And the force field maintenance system is normal. It has left the super light speed navigation and entered the normal navigation stage. The current speed, 100 kilometers per second. Year 37020. May 20th. 10:03 a.m. Encountered an unknown attack. The power system failed. The defense system failed. The force field maintenance system failed. It is expected to disintegrate in 20 minutes. Parameters code show as below. Below is a large section of code parameters that Xiaoyu cannot understand. This seems to record the entire process from when the water droplet escaped from superlight travel, then began to attack me, until it was destroyed. Xiaoyu thought about it, crossed the large section of code parameters, and began to look at the content below. These are 2 characters, translated into human language. They seem to be the 4 words, voyage log. Xiaoyu was shocked and looked carefully. The content of this record, translated into a language that Xiaoyu can understand, is 37,000 years ago. Level 3 civilization. Luca civilization rented the detector. 100 alliance contribution points have been paid. 2,000 points security deposit paid. Lease period, 30 years. In the 37,001st year of the lunar calendar, the probe entered the 3rd star field. A living planet was discovered around the star numbered 75601. Biological progress level, primary. Single cell structure. Harvest alliance contribution, 10 points. Year 37003. The 3rd star field. In the interstellar dust belt area numbered 83206. Gold-flowing minerals were discovered. The mining index is inferior. Harvest alliance contribution, 8 points. 3703 AD. The 3rd star field. Around the giant star numbered 5571. Accurately determine the supernova explosion time of the star. Gain alliance contribution, 2 points. Year 37115. The 3rd star field. A 2nd-level intelligent civilization was discovered around the brown dwarf numbered 6834 and guided to join the alliance. Alliance contribution points gained, 50 points. Year 37116 of the lunar calendar. The third star field. A second-level mechanical civilization was discovered around the red dwarf star numbered 7791 and was destroyed. Gain Alliance contribution points, 30 points. Year 37117 of the lunar calendar. The third star region. A second-level alien B civilization was discovered around the dust belt numbered 387 and was destroyed. Gained Alliance contribution points, 35 points. Year 37200 of the 80. The third star field. A second-level peak mechanical civilization was discovered around the yellow dwarf star numbered 65304. Alert! Alert! This mechanical civilization used unknown means to attack the water droplet. The power system of the water droplet failed. The defense system failed. The force field maintenance system failed. Alert! Alert! Luca civilization. Please take measures quickly to eliminate this second-level peak mechanical civilization. Otherwise, if the water droplets are damaged, the 2,000 Alliance contribution points deposit will be confiscated. Alert! Alert! The water droplet has been damaged. The value of this second-level peak mechanical civilization has increased. It currently contributes 2,500 points to the Alliance. The Luca civilization has priority to capture and obtain a free fixed-point superlight teleportation opportunity. After obtaining Luca before Ka-Wiming agrees, the information on this mechanical civilization will not be made public. This is the last piece of information. From this information, Xiao Yu re-examined his process of eliminating water droplets from another angle. Regarding a bug in the previous chapters, the particle collider actually emitted not a single particle, but a particle beam. This was something I overlooked, but it doesn't affect the plot, as long as everyone knows. Chapter 71. Hurry up. Hurry up. This passage contains a lot of valuable information. It is currently known that a third-level civilization named Luca in the Guardian Alliance rented this water droplet-shaped detector from the Alliance, patrolled the third star field, and then discovered itself. It seems that they positioned me as a second-level pinnacle mechanical civilization. I wonder what they rely on as the basis for classification. What is the gap between second-level and third-level civilizations? Okay, none of these things are important. What's important is that my location information has been exposed. What should I do next? Xiao Yu thought silently. It is currently known that water droplets travel at superlight speed, and the Luca civilization has also received a free fixed-point superlight speed teleportation opportunity. Does this mean that the Luca civilization has not mastered superlight speed navigation technology? And the Guardian of the Alliance has proposed this reward alone. Does it mean that this reward is heavy enough? Let me analyze the response plan of the Luca civilization. According to statistics, from the 37,000 AD to the 37,020 AD until the water droplet was destroyed, a total of 20 years, the Luca civilization by controlling water droplets to cruise in the third star field. A total of 900 Alliance contribution points were gained. The average is 45 points per year. It seems that this Alliance contribution point is quite valuable. Eliminate me or capture me, and you will get 2,500 Alliance contribution points. I am worth more than that water drop. Then you can be sure that the Luca civilization will not take the initiative to disclose my information, but will choose to capture it alone. Me. In the classification of water droplets, I am the second-level pinnacle mechanical civilization, and the Luca civilization is the third-level civilization. Should we run away immediately? Xiao Yu thought nervously. Xiao Yu has less than 10,000 spaceships left. If he escapes now, Xiao Yu has enough energy to reach any star within 20 light-years. However, the sentence he saw in the water droplet's voyage log, "Get a free fixed-point superlight teleportation opportunity," made Xiao Yu hesitate. It took 20 years for the water droplet to arrive at me from the time it set off, but it may have been delayed due to its stopover and exploration. In other words, the Luca civilization fleet is definitely faster than the water droplet. They will probably be in the next moment and come to me at any time within 20 years, at my speed of 1,500 kilometers per second. If they arrive here within 5 years and start chasing me, they will have a high chance of finding me. And then, in the empty space, facing me, I will have no chance of winning against the Luca civilization fleet. Facing a big fish like me, the Luca civilization will definitely move out quickly. This is very dangerous. If I escape, my mortality rate is 80%. What if we stay within the Tianyuan 4 galaxy? As long as I have 5 years, I can restore my combat power to what it was before the arrival of the water droplets, and even go further. By then, With the help of various space fortresses and forts, I will be able to compete with the fleet of the Luca civilization, and even its destruction. If I win and try to capture me again, they will have to bear the cost of superlight transmission alone. This may cause the benefits to be disproportionate to the risks. They may simply give up on capturing me. Even if they refuse to give up, if they organize their forces again, they will consume a lot of money. The time will definitely be longer than 5 years. So my chances of escaping will be much greater. Let's make a comprehensive calculation. Staying in Tianyuan 4. With the help of the favorable location, I will have a 40% chance of defeating it. The mortality rate will reach 60%. And then, when they fall into conflict, I will with more time to escape. The mortality rate during the escape process will be reduced to 10%. Comprehensive calculation. If you run away directly, the mortality rate will be 80%. If you stay in Tianyuan 4, defeat them once and then escape, the mortality rate will be 70%. Moreover, by staying in Tianyuan 4, I will have the opportunity to upgrade my technology to a higher level during this period of time, and the winning rate will further increase. Moreover, I will have enough time to collect supplies and plan my escape. The benefit of preparation to me is self-evident. Then it's decided. Stay in Tianyuan 4. Xiao Yu made up his mind. It's just a pity. I finally got an opportunity to develop science and technology peacefully. But now all my hopes have been shattered by this drop of water. This is really an unreasonable disaster. Xiao Yu lamented. After making up his mind, Xiao Yu did not hesitate at all, but immediately started the construction of the Tianyuan 4-star system. Tianyuan C. The repair of the Interstellar fortress at Tianyuan B. The construction of spaceships. The analysis of water drop SH.L materials. The development of technology, etc. A lot of things are waiting for Xiao Yu to do. The first thing Xiao Yu started was the resumption of work at Tianyuan A, the spacecraft construction base. Originally, Xiao Yu had stopped the construction of the spacecraft due to limitations in computing power. Now that half of the spacecraft has been lost, the construction of the spacecraft must be accelerated. Inspired by the water droplet chip, Xiao Yu began to develop a ternary computer. Typically, computers are binary, made up of zeros and ones. But a ternary computer is different. A ternary computer consists of 1, 0, and -1. 1 represents true. A -1 represents false. And 0 represents unknown. Ternary computers are closer to people's way of thinking. Xiao Yu has estimated that under the same hardware conditions, ternary computers will be more than 5 times more efficient than binary computers. If the ternary computer is successfully developed, Xiao Yu's computing power will be able to control 100,000 spacecraft at the same time, and it will be more flexible and efficient. By then, the improvement in strength will be dramatic. In addition to the construction project at Tianyuan A, the upgrading of various weapons in the asteroid belt is also in progress. In Xiao Yu's estimation, the fighting form of the Luca civilization will be similar to his own. In this case, the various concealed mines and controlled turrets in the asteroid belt will play a great role, and will not be likened when faced with water droplets. It is basically useless. At Tianyuan B and Tianyuan C, several satellites whose crustal structures were damaged by water droplets have not yet returned to calm, which means that repair work of various projects will not be carried out on these satellites. Xiao Yu had no choice but to start construction projects on the remaining candidate satellites. In addition to the internal construction of the galaxy, Xiao Yu learned from the painful experience and began the construction of a large-scale information collection system. The specific content is to provide signal coverage outside the galaxy to a range of 20 billion kilometers. In this way, Xiao Yu can immediately detect the appearance of the Luca civilization fleet. At the same time, after experiencing the Maludan civilization and the water drop incident, Xiao Yu also began to think about the methods of interstellar warfare. Xiao Yu launched a large-scale war deduction, trying to find a more advanced and efficient way of interstellar warfare. Xiao Yu's defensive strength is on the ecliptic plane of Tianyuan 4, but interstellar space is 3-dimensional. But Xiao Yu is not worried about the Luca civilization bypassing the ecliptic plane and directly raiding the base camp. The method of interstellar warfare is similar to that of ancient times. In ancient times, war was 2-dimensional. That is, it was fought only on the ground. In a 2-dimensional war situation, various castles are equivalent to points on this plane, and castles are 1-dimensional. However, before the castle is captured, the attacker generally does not dare to bypass the castle and directly attack, because power can be stored in the castle. After the attacker bypasses the castle, it can be dispatched from the rear to form a flanking attack on the attacker. In the same way, the Tianyuan 4-star system is 3-dimensional, but the Interstellar Fortress is equivalent to 2-dimensional. If the Luca civilization dares to bypass the Interstellar Fortress and directly attack Xiaoyu's base camp, Xiaoyu will have the opportunity to attack it from both sides. Generally speaking, as long as a civilization has some common sense about war, it will not make such a stupid mistake. After thinking about it, Xiaoyu came to the conclusion that the defender will always have one more dimension of advantage than the attacker. Xiaoyu decided to make good use of this advantage. If there is enough time, Xiaoyu plans to equip Tianyuan C and Tianyuan B with 10,000 spaceships each, including 2 city-level spaceships each. The combat capabilities of the interstellar fortresses of Tianyuan B and Tianyuan C will be greatly increased. Xiaoyu entered into the busy construction work. Under the pressure of life and death, Xiaoyu burst out with a work enthusiasm that was unimaginable before. Every minute and every second, Xiaoyu was in the midst of intense construction, and his work efficiency was higher than when he first arrived at Tianyuan 4-star system. At that time, it was at least improved several times. Spaceships were built one after another from Tianyuan A base, and then quickly equipped to various bases. Thousands of monitoring satellites equipped with long-distance communication devices were manufactured and were used by Xiaoyu scattered in orbits ranging from tens of millions to 20 billion kilometers away from Tianyuan. It monitors the entire Tianyuan 4-star systems like a dragnet. In addition to the Tianyuan A base, Xiaoyu also opened the second and third construction bases in the asteroid belt and the satellites of Tianyuan B and Tianyuan C. Several major construction bases started construction at the same time, and every moment, various devices were built. The huge demand for computing power has kept Xiaoyu's computer usage rate at a high level of 95%. In order to speed up the construction progress, Xiaoyu has developed several sets of extremely intelligent manual programs, which are distributed in Chongqing, on top of the number 1 and Tianjin No. These 2 supercomputers were able to offload some of their computing needs, and Xiaoyu was able to support them. The construction of the entire Tianyuan 4-star system is in full swing. However, a huge sense of crisis always oppresses Xiaoyu's heart. Xiaoyu is shouting silently every moment. Hurry up! Hurry up! Luca civilization will arrive at any time! Chapter 72 The War is Coming. Xiaoyu's current flagship is the Shanghai, because the central computer of the original flagship, the Beijing, was severely damaged by Water Drop's logic lock attack. Xiaoyu did not plan to repair the Beijing central computer, but planned to directly equip the Beijing with this new generation computer after developing the ternary computer. At the same time, Xiaoyu is still conducting deductions on the opponent's technological level and warfare methods. After a lot of calculations, Xiaoyu believes that the symbol that divides second-level civilization and third-level civilization should be protective shield technology. Protective shield technology already exists in Xiaoyu's theory, and Xiaoyu is confident that it will be realized within 30 years. This means that protective shield technology is no longer far away from Xiaoyu. As long as Xiaoyu has a deeper understanding of the properties of high-energy photons, Xiaoyu will be able to develop a primary energy shield immediately. Of course, to enter practical applications, a series of issues such as energy systems, maintenance systems, and material processes need to be solved. In Schwede's voyage log, it is classified as a second-level peak civilization, which is enough to explain the problem. Shield technology, to put it simply, uses a strong magnetic field to bind high-energy photons to form a protective layer on the surface of the spacecraft. Within the scope of the force field, the temperature of the protective layer will reach hundreds of millions of degrees and can vaporize any approaching entity, as well as protecting against various forms of energy attacks. This shows that high-speed machine guns are basically useless when faced with energy shields, because of the physical attack method. The energy they carry is too little. Then my spaceship and weapon system will need to undergo a major upgrade. To this end, Xiaoyu conducted a lot of research and developed a new type of weapon. This weapon was still based on a high-rate machine gun, but Xiaoyu installed ultra-miniature nuclear bombs in it. When approaching the opponent's spacecraft, in an instant, the nuclear bomb exploded instantly, erupting into a high temperature of up to 100 million degrees within a small area of a few cubic decimeters. This kind of bullet is cheap to make, and according to Xiaoyu's deduction, it will be able to consume the energy of the opponent's spacecraft shield extremely efficiently. Nuclear bombs will be used on a large scale as Xiaoyu's conventional weapons. In addition, Xiaoyu has also constructed medium-sized weapons based on large-yield hydrogen bombs and high-energy laser cannons. In an interstellar war, these two weapons will as the main offensive force to destroy the opponent's spacecraft. The high-end weapons deployed by Xiao Yu are energy weapons whose manufacturing methods were obtained from the lizard people's civilization. During this period of time, Xiao Yu made many improvements to these energy weapons, making them more explosive and faster to launch. In addition, Xiao Yu also developed small energy weapons and equipped all township-level and village-level spacecraft with such weapons. Xiao Yu also developed a new type of weapon, which is a weapon similar to a laser cannon. However, this weapon is not equipped on the spacecraft. Instead, it runs on the fourth orbit of Huanyanuan, using stellar light energy as a weapon. Power. This weapon has a giant solar sail with an area of several thousand square meters. This giant solar sail will provide sufficient power for this weapon. And during war, the energy provided by the solar sail will be converted into high energy. The beam is launched and shines on the enemy spacecraft, causing direct damage to it. Although the attack power and flexibility of this solar sail weapon are lower, its advantage lies in the fact that it does not require Xiao Yu's direct control, its large number, and the fact that it does not consume additional energy. Xiao Yu created a total of hundreds of thousands of such weapons, all of which were placed on orbit only 10 million kilometers away from Tianyuan 4. In Xiao Yu's weapons test, the lethality range of this solar sail weapon reached an astonishing 200 million kilometers. In other words, before the Luca civilization fleet breaks through the Tianyuan B defense line and reaches the asteroid belt, it will first face the attack of solar sail weapons. Under the terrifying pressure of survival, Xiao Yu's construction speed reached an astonishing level. 1 year after the water droplet incident, Xiao Yu built a new city-level spaceship. This spaceship was named Xingtai by Xiao Yu after his hometown. The Xingtai has no less attack power and protective power than the Beijing and other 4 spaceships, and even exceeds it by some. This is mainly due to Xiao Yu's technological development during this period. The 4 large particle colliders in Huanyanuan have also been repaired as before, and a large number of collision tests are being carried out nervously. These experiments cannot bring about technological improvements in the short term, but these experimental data will support Xiao Yu's scientific development for thousands of years after escaping from the Tianyuan 4 galaxy. Xiao Yu is making all-round preparations. Of course, all these preparations are based on victory in the war against the Luca civilization. Research on water drop SHL materials has been intensively carried out. After 2 years of research, Xiao Yu still failed to grasp the specific parameters of this material. But Xiao Yu had another gain. That is, if this material is fired in the form of an energy cannon, it will explode with 10 times the power of a conventional energy cannon. Xiao Yu has a total of about 1,000 water droplet SHL fragments, which means that Xiao Yu can fire an energy cannon of this energy level 1,000 times. Within 5 years, Xiao Yu had a total of 10 city-level spaceships, including the original 4 city-level spaceships. These precious water droplet SHL fragments were evenly equipped on the 10 city-level spaceships, and each city-level spacecraft was assigned 100 fragments. The 2 interstellar fortresses of Tianyuan A and Tianyuan B are equipped with 2 city-level spaceships, namely Xingtai, Handan, Tangshan, and Langfeng. The asteroid belt is equipped with a city-level spacecraft. Is the Baoding number. At the Tianyuan A base camp, a total of 5 city-level spaceships are equipped, in addition to the 4 spaceships at the beginning. There is also a Shijiazhuang. These 10 city-level spaceships constitute Xiao Yu's highest-end combat power. The construction of the interstellar fortresses in Tianyuan C and Tianyuan B has also been completed, and compared with before the water drop incident, it has been greatly improved. There were originally a total of 8 armed satellites, but now the number has been increased to 14. 6 at Tianyuan C and 8 at Tianyuan B. In addition to these 14 armed satellites, Xiao Yu also installed a large number of space-based forts in orbit around the 2 planets. The overall combat effectiveness of the interstellar fortress has made a huge leap forward. The research and development work of ternary computers has been successfully completed. Xiao Yu has built a total of 10 ternary supercomputers, which are equipped on 10 municipal-level spaceships. Xiao Yu's computing power has increased tenfold, which means a more powerful fleet control. Although Xiao Yu can only stay on 1 ship, the total of 10 spaceships undoubtedly provides Xiao Yu with more escape routes. After the destruction of a city-level spacecraft, Xiao Yu will have the opportunity to escape to another city-level spacecraft to avoid the fate of death. The preparation work has been going on for 5 years. In fact, if there is enough time, Xiao Yu will continue to create new spaceships and continue to improve his combat power. However, Time is running out. After Xiaoyu built 130,000 solar sail weapons, a satellite deployed by Xiaoyu in the Tianyuan 4-star system detected a strange fluctuation. Xiaoyu saw that a strange-looking spacecraft suddenly appeared on the orbit 45 billion kilometers away from Tianyuan. This spaceship is about 1,300 meters long, a little larger than Xiaoyu's city-level spacecraft. This spaceship has an irregular shape and is dark green in color. The moment it appeared, it did not accelerate away, but began to perform defensive actions around a point in the void. And at this point in the void, new spacecrafts continued to appear. 1, 2, 10, 100. A total of 7,000 spaceships appeared. These spaceships range from large to small. The largest is larger than a city-level spaceship, and the smallest is smaller than a village-level spaceship. Among them, there are 5 largest spaceships. Xiaoyu, who saw the scene through the monitoring satellite, concluded that it should be the flagship spacecraft of the Luca civilization. After all 7,000 spaceships appeared, they began to speed up their voyage. Xiaoyu saw that on the surface of these spacecraft, a dark green light suddenly appeared, like a cover, covering the entire hull. After a while, Xiaoyu suddenly lost the image data of these spaceships. They destroyed my satellite. Xiaoyu knew it in his heart. Along the way, Xiaoyu never saw the images of these spaceships again, but through the positions of the destroyed satellites, Xiaoyu can still clearly deduce the positions of these spacecraft at this moment. They are approaching at a speed of 2,300 kilometers per second. They are expected to reach Tianyuan Sea orbit in 2 months. This will be my first battlefield. There is no doubt that they have protective shield technology, but I don't know that in addition to protective shield technology, they also have weapons that are beyond my imagination. In my deduction, high-energy laser weapons, super energy weapons, it is at the same level as shield technology, and they should have these 2 weapons. The rest, material annihilation weapons, and proton-neutron level decay weapons should not be available yet. In other words, their spaceships have an average combat power higher than mine, between 3 and 10 times more, as expected of a 3rd-level civilization. The combat effectiveness of a single spaceship of the same size and quality can be so much higher than mine. After making a slight estimate, Xiaoyu was secretly surprised. But they only have 5,000 spaceships in total, and I have 100,000 spaceships. My number of spaceships is 20 times higher than theirs, plus the interstellar fortresses of Tianyuan C and Tianyuan B, and the sun sail weapons, asteroid belt weapons. I will have a great chance of winning. You want to capture me and then keep me in captivity? Just go ahead and dream. Xiaoyu thought through gritted teeth as he controlled all the spaceships within the Tianyuan 4-star system and prepared for battle. The war is coming. Chapter 73 Laser Network. Xiaoyu has been preparing for this moment for 5 years. In these 5 years, Xiaoyu never dared to relax for a moment, and was always tense. Now, the war is finally coming, and this will be the battle that determines Xiaoyu's life and death. 2 months later, these strange-shaped dark green spacecraft finally approached Tianyuan Sea orbit and began to slow down. Ahead, 10 million kilometers away, Xiaoyu has long been manipulating a huge fleet with the 2 city-level spaceships Xingtai and Handan as the core, and is ready. In an hour and a half, the 2 sides will meet head-on. But before the encounter, Xiaoyu had already launched an attack. Precisely targeted weapons. Miniature nuclear bombs that are several times smaller than ordinary bullets. Using electromagnetic coil acceleration technology, these miniature nuclear bombs can reach speeds of 6,000 kilometers per second. At Tianyuan Sea orbit, there are 2 city-level spacecraft, 300 county-level spacecraft, and as many as 20,000 village-level and township-level spacecraft, coupled with the 6 armed satellites at Tianyuan Sea and the space-based fort. Nearly 30 million micronuclear bombs were launched at this moment. In Xiaoyu's combat plan, these micronuclear bombs will play a role in consuming the energy of the opponent's protective shield. It was an unmistakable torrent of bullets. Xiaoyu used this move when facing the Lizardman civilization. However, the torrent of bullets at that time were still pure kinetic energy weapons. Now, in addition to kinetic energy, these bullets also carry micronuclear bombs. These torrents of bullets are enough to wipe out the entire fleet of the entire Lizardman civilization. But contrary to Xiaoyu's expectation, these bullets basically did not cause much damage to the opponent. The long-distance communication satellite arranged by Xiaoyu in advance transmitted such a scene. After these bullets came within 100,000 kilometers of the Luca civilization fleet, all the bullets suddenly turned red. and after less than 20 seconds, they exploded in the void. In the distance, a large number of bright spots appeared, one after another, like stars in the sky. Every flash of light represents a bullet doing useless work. What kind of technology is this? I didn't detect any laser weapon interception. Why do these bullets explode on their own? 30 million bullets. At least 99% exploded due to this unknown interception method. The remaining 1% of micronuclear bombs entered the enemy fleet after breaking through numerous obstacles. After another laser interception, the last remaining bullets finally hit the target. Xiaoyu saw that when the last bullet hit the target, a dark green light suddenly appeared on the surface of the opponent's spacecraft, which quickly neutralized the white light emitted by the bullet explosion, and both disappeared. The final results are out. Xiaoyu saw that 30 million bullets, a torrent of bullets enough to destroy the entire lizard civilization, only wiped out 3 Luca civilization spaceships. It is the smallest spaceship, smaller than Xiaoyu's village-level spaceship, and there are only 3 of them. Xiaoyu was shocked, but had no time to analyze the reason, because Xiaoyu observed that the Luca civilization spacecraft had already made an attack action. Laser coverage. Countless high-energy laser beams were launched from the Luca civilization spacecraft, rushing toward Xiaoyu at the speed of light. Generally speaking, laser weapons cannot be dodged, because the laser flies at the speed of light. The laser arrives the moment it is observed. However, this situation has changed after the development of ultra-distance communication technology. The moment the high-energy laser beam was launched, the communication satellites deployed there in advance reported the energy level, orientation and other information of these lasers to Xiaoyu through long-distance communication, allowing Xiaoyu to dodge the laser beam in advance. Became possible. Xiaoyu was about to control the spacecraft to dodge, but after 0.01 seconds, Xiaoyu came to a shocking conclusion. Because these laser beams cannot be dodged, the other party seemed to have guessed that Xiaoyu was going to dodge. So these laser beams were fired in a wide range of directions. It takes 20 seconds for these lasers to reach Xiaoyu, and within these 20 seconds, at Xiaoyu's speed, no matter where Xiaoyu escapes, he will be hit. Of course, these laser beams cannot cover the entire plane, but the distance between them seems to have been specially calculated. The distance between every 2 laser beams is 500 meters, or 1,000 meters. Countless laser beams are in space. A big web is woven out of it. Through long-distance communication, Xiaoyu obtained the information about the laser beams before they arrived. But Xiaoyu could not dodge. A thought came to mind. This Luca civilization is definitely a veteran of interstellar warfare. They have rich war experience, which is not comparable to that of a novice like me. However, I have 100,000 spaceships and a favorable location. I still have a chance of winning this war. If you can't hide, then don't hide. I'll do something for you too. The huge county-level and city-level spacecraft simply stayed put and gave up their plans to dodge. Xiaoyu quickly calculated the energy levels of these high-energy laser beams and predicted the damage they would cause to him. Within acceptable limits? If it is within range, directly rely on armor to resist. If it is not acceptable, use small spacecraft to block the front, sacrificing the small spacecraft to save the big spacecraft. At the same time, after the bullet torrent attack failed, Xiaoyu also used his own attack methods. Same laser coverage network. And it is a laser coverage network with a higher energy level than the other party. Because, after all, the opponent's fleet is smaller in number. The area covered by the laser network will be reduced. And accordingly, the energy level will be increased. Moreover, Xiaoyu's place, plus various space-based forts, has more than 20,000 laser cannons. The laser network launched by Xiaoyu is also unavoidable. The first head-to-head confrontation between the two sides kicked off with a laser network. The first to be attacked was Xiaoyu's fleet. These high-energy laser beams are rapidly burning the outer L of Xiaoyu's spacecraft. If the laser beam happens to hit the power area, it will cause an explosion. In the space, brilliant flames began to appear. Each fire represents the death of a spacecraft. But those who died were all small spacecraft. None of the county-level and above spaceships were destroyed, but many small holes were punched out. These small holes run through the entire spacecraft. 20 county-level spacecraft lost their combat effectiveness in the first confrontation. In the first confrontation, Xiaoyu lost 365 village-level and township-level spacecraft. At this time, nanorobots come in handy. Under Xiaoyu's control, tens of billions of micro-robots began to be busy repairing the damaged outer L of the spacecraft and repairing the damaged instruments inside the spacecraft. The 20 county-level spaceships that have lost their combat effectiveness will regain their combat effectiveness in 15 minutes. Xiao Yu focused his attention on the opponent's fleet. Xiao Yu saw that after the laser network arrived, the opponent's spacecraft made no dodge action at all. It seemed that they knew that dodge was not necessary in the face of the laser network. However, they have mastered energy shield technology. If the laser network wants to damage the opponent's hull, it must first break through the energy shield. At this moment, Xiao Yu once again felt the strength gap brought about by the technological gap. Our own laser network had a higher energy level than the opponent's, but it only destroyed 5 of the opponent's small spacecraft. Damn it! Xiao Yu cursed secretly and launched the second attack program. In the Interstellar War, the confrontation between the two sides started when they were hundreds of millions of kilometers apart. Moreover, depending on the speed of the weapon, there will be a certain pattern. Laser weapons are the fastest and have the smallest energy dissipation rate for long-distance strikes. So there is no doubt that laser weapons are fired first. Energy weapons are second in speed, so energy weapons should be ranked second. In the first wave, the battle of laser weapons has come to an end, and in the second wave, the world will be dominated by energy weapons. There was no apparent time gap between the two attacks. In fact, after firing the laser weapon for 10 seconds, the energy weapon came out. When the laser weapons battle came to an end, the energy weapons had basically reached the opponent's fleet. This is the second wave, a confrontation of energy weapons. The basic theory of Xiao Yu's energy weapon system was obtained from the lizard people civilization, after subsequent improvement and development by himself. The power, speed, and range have been greatly improved. Xiao Yu has even miniaturized energy weapons and equipped all village-level and township-level spacecraft with energy weapons. At this moment, tens of thousands of energy cannons each aimed at the target and started firing. Countless rays of blue light flashed across the space, quickly flying towards the target. Although the speed of energy weapons is fast, it is still far behind the speed of light. Therefore, it is basically impossible to create network coverage with energy weapons. However, there are also special cases, such as when the number of one's own spaceships is much higher than that of the opponent. Just like now, Xiao Yu has enough ability to provide energy cannon network coverage for the other party. But the other party cannot provide coverage for Xiao Yu. Therefore, Xiao Yu can control the spacecraft to dodge energy cannonballs, but the opponent cannot. This is an advantage. At this moment, the two sides were 4 million kilometers apart. At such a long distance, the two sides launched a barrage of energy cannons. Xiao Yu also saw that when launching energy SHLS, the other party also launched many small instruments. After thinking about it for a moment, Xiao Yu understood that these instruments must be long-distance communication satellites. It seems that the other party has the same war theory as me. In the space battlefield, the speed and quality of intelligence acquisition are a very important factor in determining victory or defeat. Thinking of this, in addition to continuing to bombard energy SHLS, Xiao Yu also controlled laser weapons and began to accurately attack these long-distance communication satellites at fixed points. At the same time, Xiao Yu also began to launch new satellites to replace the ones previously destroyed by the Luca civilization. Of those on the battlefield, it is very important to preserve one's own channels for obtaining intelligence and eliminate the channels for the other party's intelligence to obtain. Chapter 74 Force Field Coverage. The information on the interstellar battlefield is not in the usual sense, such as the mobilization of the opponent's army, logistics, etc., but refers to real-time information on the battlefield, such as how many ships the opponent has left participating in the battle and their combat strength. How, current location, next attack direction, attack method, etc. Even the trajectory and energy level of a cannonball fired by the opponent, as well as how much damage it can cause to one's own ship, are also part of the real-time intelligence on the battlefield. Real-time battlefield intelligence is collected through monitoring satellites scattered around the battlefield. In the field of real-time intelligence processing on the battlefield, Xiao Yu is undoubtedly far stronger than the other civilization. This is a unique ability that is unique to the combination of intelligent creatures and electronic systems, and cannot be copied by anyone. In the beginning, it was by relying on this ability that Xiao Yu won the war against the lizard people. Now, Xiao Yu hopes to rely on this ability to defeat the Luca civilization again. This ability will be fully demonstrated after the two sides enter the stage of personal fighting. After both sides launch their energy weapons, Less than 30 seconds passed before the energy weapons approached the opponent's fleet. Due to the existence of long-distance communication, Xiaoyu started his dodge action in advance. As a result of dodging, 432 spacecraft were destroyed, including 3 county-level spacecraft. The opponent's energy weapon is faster and more powerful than mine. It is indeed a third-level civilization. Xiaoyu was secretly shocked. However, I think my results will not be lower than it. After all, I provided network coverage for them. Xiaoyu thought and set his sights on the opponent's fleet. Hundreds of thousands of energy cannonballs swaying with a faint blue light quickly entered the opponent's fleet. Xiaoyu saw that dozens of energy cannonballs hit the opponent's spacecraft equivalent to his own township-level spacecraft at the same time. The cannonball exploded the moment it came into contact with the energy shield of the spacecraft. Immediately, the protective shield of the Luca civilization spacecraft erupted with a strong flash of light and flashed past. Xiaoyu even keenly saw bursts of smoke coming out of the tail of the township-class spacecraft. Is the energy supply system supporting the energy shield burned down? Xiaoyu secretly made a guess. The energy shield requires a steady supply of energy, and Xiaoyu is currently unable to create it. But this does not prevent Xiaoyu from analyzing it. Xiaoyu knew that after being attacked beyond its energy endurance, the energy supply system would burn out due to overload operation. At the same time, the energy shield would also dissipate, which means that the energy shield was broken. Obviously, this township-class spacecraft was hit by dozens of energy cannons at the same time, and the energy shield was broken. After losing its energy shield, there is only one ending left for it. That is, it will suddenly disintegrate in the aftermath of the huge energy. This is the first township-class spacecraft destroyed by Xiaoyu. After the township-level spacecraft exploded, Xiaoyu saw that a county-level spacecraft was attacked by more than 300 energy LS at the same time. It also exploded after a burst of white light. The aftermath of its explosion destroyed the 2 village-class spaceships next to it. Well done. Xiaoyu couldn't help but cheer. Xiaoyu fired a total of more than 30,000 energy LS of varying powers. Calculated in this way, each enemy spacecraft would be allocated an average of 40 LS. But because Xiaoyu fired according to the network coverage method, most of the LS would be wasted. Even so, in this confrontation, Xiaoyu also destroyed more than 100 spacecraft of the opponent, including 3 county-level spacecraft. In this wave of confrontation, 2% of my spaceships were destroyed, while the opponent's spaceships were destroyed by me. 1.7%. This can already be regarded as a victory. This result made Xiaoyu greatly encouraged. After all, the spaceship at Tianyuan Sea is only 1/5 of Xiaoyu's strength. The exchange of energy cannonballs will be the last round of long-range attacks from both sides. The beginning of the exchange of energy cannonballs marked that the two sides were about to enter the stage of close combat. The close combat stage is the stage where the spacecraft's battle damage rate is the highest. The two sides will also decide the winner at this stage. Xiaoyu has no hope of winning. In Xiaoyu's plan, Tianyuan Sea, as the first line of defense, originally played the role of consuming the opponent's strength. Tianyuan B and the asteroid belt, as well as the solar sail and Tianyuan A base camp, are the places to eliminate each other. The distance between the two sides is only 60,000 kilometers. In space, this distance only takes a few seconds to cross. This means that the two sides will truly enter the most brutal and intense stage of close combat. Xiaoyu is high-spirited and has made all preparations. The exchange of energy LS continued, and the spacecraft continued to disintegrate and explode into a ball of ashes. Each side has deployed a dragnet in space. In this area, there are at least tens of thousands of satellites from both sides. Outside of the frontal battlefield, these satellites are still engaged in another battle between dragons and tigers. That is, a competition of concealment. A competition of intelligence collection capabilities. The first to discover and destroy the opponent's satellites. That is, a competition of combat effectiveness. Xiaoyu found that he was at a disadvantage, because the satellites deployed by oneself must sacrifice size for the sake of concealment. Sacrificing size means sacrificing sufficient energy supply. Their satellites have no attack capabilities, but only intelligence gathering capabilities. However, the opponent's satellite, while maintaining concealment, actually still has the ability to attack. In this side war, Xiaoyu was at an absolute disadvantage, and his own satellites were constantly discovered and destroyed by the opponent's satellites. This represents a more efficient way of using energy. This is a gap in technological level. Xiaoyu has nothing to do about it. He can only dedicate a part of the spacecraft to deal with the opponent's satellites, speed up the production of satellites in the internal factory, and continuously launch new satellites. So he can barely maintain himself. Intelligence gathering capabilities. Amidst the exchange of blue energy LS, the distance between the two sides was only 40,000 kilometers. At this distance, Xiaoyu suddenly noticed something was wrong. The temperature of the outer L of his own spacecraft suddenly increased, and sparks began to burst out from inside the spacecraft, as if the wiring was short-circuited. What's going on? Xiaoyu immediately started researching. The results of the research shocked Xiaoyu. This is the attack method of a third-level civilization? How is it possible? How is it possible that there is such a perverted attack method? Xiaoyu noticed that a special force field was emitted from the opponent's flagship spacecraft, covering an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. This is a field force, just like a magnetic field. As Xiaoyu's spacecraft continued to move within this force field, bursts of inexplicable energy were born from the outer L of the spacecraft, and then spread throughout the entire spacecraft. Just like a generator, the generator on the Earth uses conductors to cut magnetic lines, and electricity will be continuously generated. Here, when Xiaoyu's spacecraft cuts the magnetic lines of the opponent's force field, this inexplicable energy is produced. Xiaoyu did not understand the nature of this energy, but the consequences of this energy have been revealed. The LS of hundreds of village-level spacecraft have been heated to red, and the internal circuits have been damaged by the high temperature. Even the nuclear fusion reactors have been affected. Xiaoyu saw that 5 village-level spacecraft exploded, turned into pieces. Xiaoyu finally understood why his torrent of bullets could not hit the opponent. The opponent's fleet was shrouded in this strange force field, and the torrent of high-speed bullets entered this force field. Because the speed was too fast, the energy accumulated very quickly, so it was quickly detonated. The nuclear bomb in the bullet was not fired yet. It explodes when it hits the opponent. However, Xiaoyu saw that the other party's spacecraft was still flying freely in space without being affected at all. What kind of technology is this? How can we fight this battle? Xiaoyu cursed secretly and started thinking quickly. No matter how miraculous the technology is, it cannot violate the most basic physical theory. My spaceship and theirs are in the same force field. There is no reason why my spaceship will be attacked, but their spaceship will be immune. At present, it seems that there are only two possibilities. One is that their spacecraft is made of materials that are immune to force field attacks, but this seems unlikely. The other is that the energy shield of their spacecraft blocks such force field attacks. This possibility is huge. Damn! You're bullying me for not having energy shield technology. We must find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, as long as it moves, my spaceship will be affected. This is a doomed situation for me. Is it a flagship? Is the protective shield tough? Then let you try it. It's the latest weapon I developed. The opponent's largest spaceship is 1,500 meters long, 400 meters wide, and 50 meters high. This is a truly giant spaceship, even a little bigger than Xiaoyu's largest spacecraft, the Shijiazhuang. One can imagine how abundant the energy supply is for such a huge spacecraft. The abundant energy supply means that the energy shield is extremely tough. But Xiaoyu is confident that he can break through its energy shield and destroy his spaceship, because Xiaoyu has a certain skill and a trump card. That is, the water drop L fragments. Improved energy cannon. 100 shots fired in a row. Xiaoyu gave the order. Through the firing method of energy weapons, an energy fragment can reach 10 times the original maximum power of an energy cannonball. 100 cannon bursts are to fire all 100 water drop L fragments equipped on a city-level spaceship at once. How powerful will this be? Xiaoyu has not tested it, so Xiaoyu doesn't know. But Xiaoyu believed that it should be possible for 2 city-level spacecraft to use 100 cannons to break through the energy shield of their flagship. If you want to play, let's play with the second largest one. Xiaoyu made a determined decision. Tianyuan C. 6 armed satellites, and 12 energy weapons in the launch position. Launch together. We must knock down their flagship first. Destroy this force field. Chapter 75 Self-Destruction. Explode. At this moment, the fleets of both sides have entered the stage of close combat, within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Tens of thousands of spacecraft are entangled with each other and fighting each other. Every moment there is the faint blue light of energy cannons flashing. Every moment there is the light of the explosion of large-yield hydrogen bombs. and every moment the spacecraft explodes and disintegrates. This is the cruelest spaceship graveyard. In addition to the frontal battlefield, there are also confrontations on the side battlefield. The battle here is not as fierce as the frontal battlefield, but its thrilling level is not less than that of the frontal battlefield. Here, there is a secret fight between satellites all the time. Track, counter-track, conceal, counter-conceal. Try your best to preserve yourself while destroying the opponent's satellites. While preserving yourself, you also have to carry out the task of collecting intelligence on the frontal battlefield. Xiao Yu saw that as soon as one of his satellites was launched from the internal factory, it was stared at by a diamond-shaped Luca civilization satellite. After tracking it for thousands of kilometers, the diamond-shaped satellite finally locked it and launched it. A laser beam destroyed one's own satellite. Immediately, it was discovered by Xiao Yu's anti-monitoring spacecraft, and its life was ended by a miniature nuclear bomb. The war unfolded under this cruel situation. In the frontal battlefield, Xiao Yu also saw that 3 of his own village-level spacecraft and 2 township-level spacecraft were eyeing the opponent's village-level spacecraft. A total of 5 of his own spaceships were flexibly dodging the enemy's artillery SH/LS, while launching a fierce bombardment on the enemy village-level spacecraft. However, due to mass limitations, the energy cannons on these spacecraft were too weak. The bombardment lasted for 90 seconds, but before the shield of the spacecraft was broken, the village-level spacecraft took the opportunity to kill 2 of its own spacecraft. The situation of the battle changed after another township-class spacecraft joined the battle group. After the bombardment lasted for 135 seconds, the energy shield of the village-class spacecraft suddenly dazzled and then disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, it was hit by dozens of energy cannonballs at the same time, and the entire spacecraft exploded and disintegrated. The remaining 4 owned spaceships left here immediately, dispersed, found other enemy spacecrafts, and launched attacks. During this process, the monitoring satellites arranged around the battlefield continued to provide Xiao Yu with real-time and detailed information, allowing Xiao Yu to provide the most accurate and efficient command for the 4 spacecraft. However, in the frontal battlefield, Xiao Yu is at an absolute disadvantage. Because of the force field coverage, Xiao Yu's spacecraft is experiencing losses every moment. As soon as the movement speed increases, huge energy will immediately spread from the hull, and the instruments, equipment, weapon systems, and even the nuclear fusion reactor inside the spacecraft will be affected. This unknown force field severely limits the flexibility of Xiao Yu's spacecraft. While fighting, Xiao Yu had to match the movement trajectory of the opponent's flagship to the greatest extent to prevent the generation of energy caused by relative motion. In order to deal with this situation, Xiao Yu quickly deployed the 2 city-level spacecraft, keeping them 40,000 kilometers away from the opponent's flagship and escaping the force field coverage. Then, the energy cannon began to prepare. 100 pieces of water droplet SH/L fragments are ready. After being processed by strong magnetic fields, high temperature and high pressure, these fragments will be launched. When they reach the opponent's flagship, they will instantly explode at least 1,000 times the maximum power of ordinary energy cannons. Xiao Yu hopes that through this attack method that exceeds the opponent's imagination, he can kill the opponent's flagship and break this weird force field coverage. 60 seconds have passed, and the energy cannon is ready. Xiao Yu was silently waiting for the opportunity. Xiao Yu began to guide his own spacecraft to violently attack the enemy's spacecraft, drawing away all spaceships that might make blocking actions between his own city-level spacecraft and the opponent's flagship. The huge computing power gave Xiao Yu the ability to grasp precise timing. At the moment when this fleeting opportunity appeared, 2 city-level spacecraft launched the most powerful energy weapons at the same time. At this time, there was no other material between the 2 city-level spaceships, Xingtai and Handan, and the other party's flagship. In other words, even if the opponent's flagship learns in advance that 2 energy SH/LS are flying towards it through long-distance detection methods, it will not be able to make a resisting action, or it will control other spaceships to block it in front of it, by sacrificing the small spacecraft. Way to protect yourself. It must rely on its own energy shield to resist the attacks of these 2 energy SH/LS. Xiao Yu sacrificed at least 3,000 spaceships to achieve such a situation. Before the 2 city-level spacecraft fired energy cannons, the 12 giant energy cannons on the Tianyuan C-armed satellite had already fired their own cannonballs in advance. By then, these cannonballs would merge with the energy cannonballs launched by the city-level spacecraft, and bombarded the energy shield of the enemy's flagship spacecraft. Through the ubiquitous surveillance satellites, Xiao Yu is closely watching the movements of the enemy's flagship. The spacecraft was suspended in space, its entire body shrouded in light-colored light. From a distance, it looked like a star of destruction that represented dilapidation and death. There are at least 1,000 turrets on its body, firing powerful energy LS every moment. Its firepower is so powerful that no matter which area the spacecraft flies to, all the spacecraft belonging to Xiao Yu in that area will be annihilated within 10 minutes. Xiao Yu once sent a strike team led by 5 county-level spacecraft and composed of 1,000 village-level and township-level spacecraft, trying to exchange quantity for quality and eliminate this flagship-level spacecraft. However, the closer he got to the spacecraft, the stronger the influence of the force field was. Before entering the best shooting area, a quarter of the spacecraft was lost under the influence of the force field. And then, more than 700 were left. The spaceship fell into a trembling battle with the opponent's escort fleet. In the end, after destroying more than 30 village-level spacecraft of the opponent, this assault team was completely wiped out. Until they were all dead, the team didn't even get a chance to fire a single cannonball at the flagship ship. This result made Xiao Yu's heart freeze. Immediately, Xiao Yu became more determined to destroy this flagship spaceship, no matter what the cost. That's why Xiao Yu sacrificed 3,000 spaceships to create opportunities for 2 city-level spaceships. The Xingtai and Handan are 42,000 kilometers away from this spacecraft. The 2 LS, representing Xiao Yu's strongest strength, will arrive at the spacecraft in 0.3 seconds. Xiao Yu was watching closely as the muzzles of the 2 city-level spacecraft flashed. 2 groups of energy LS surrounded by faint blue light flew towards the enemy's flagship-level spacecraft at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. On the way, it merged with the 12 conventional energy LS fired from Tianyuan Sea base, and a total of 14 powerful LS were bombarded towards it. These 14 LS hit the energy shield of the flagship spacecraft after 0.3 seconds. Xiao Yu saw an amazing phenomenon. 14 energy LS. This is the most powerful attack Xiao Yu has made since leaving the solar system until now. Even the 10 salvos fired against the water droplets were far inferior to this time. 14 energy LS exploded together, and a huge energy flow raged in space. Through the monitoring satellite, Xiao Yu even noticed a wave of space fluctuations there. It seemed that at this moment, even the space was affected and distorted. The light green shield of the flagship spacecraft instantly turned pale, and pale at this moment, and its brightness increased by at least a few levels, as if it suddenly turned into a star. Xiao Yu felt happy, because Xiao Yu knew that this was a sign that the protective shield was about to break. However, the next moment, Xiao Yu was disappointed. After the energy shield turned pale in an instant, it slowly dimmed again. In the end, it still returned to a light in color, but it seemed to have become much thinner. Moreover, the movements of this flagship-class spacecraft could not be detected. The speed has become slower, and the intensity of the force field coverage has also been reduced a lot. Kill you while you are sick. Even 14 energy LS can't kill you. I don't believe it anymore. Xingtai! Handan! Get in! Xiao Yu was heartbroken and commanded these 2 Fortress-class spaceships, carrying 1,000 multiple escort spacecraft rush forward. It seemed that the Luca civilization finally reacted. Within the battlefield, all alien spacecraft began to move closer to the flagship spacecraft. Xiao Yu ignored them and controlled the more than 10,000 spaceships left in the battlefield to launch a crazy attack. The 2 city-level spacecraft also ignored them and attacked with all their strength. The battlefield situation suddenly entered the most intense situation. Even if all the more than 10,000 spaceships are lost, I will kill them! I still have 80,000 spaceships at Tianyuan B and Tianyuan A. These spaceships will be gone if they are gone. I can afford to lose them. Xiao Yu attacked crazily. In the battlefield, Xiao Yu's spaceship was depleted at a jaw-dropping speed. A county-level spaceship was hit by the opponent's energy cannon, and a large gap was opened. Immediately, the nanorobots inside the spacecraft began to repair the wound. However, before the wound was repaired, another cannonball flew from nowhere. It came over and hit the county-level spaceship until it exploded and disintegrated. Before dying, the county-level spacecraft fired its last cannonball, blowing up a township-level spacecraft with a very dim energy shield. At this moment, the crazy Xiao Yu actually put Luca's civilization on the defensive side. Up! Up! The 2 city-level spaceships, carrying their own escort spacecraft, desperately approached the enemy's flagship and fired energy cannons desperately. The two city-level spaceships have been damaged in many places, and their maneuverability has been severely reduced. Finally, with only 100 kilometers left between them and the enemy's flagship, the two city-class spacecraft reached their limits and lost power. Okay, then self-destruct. Self-destruct. These two city-level spaceships are also equipped with hydrogen bombs with a total equivalent of more than 20 billion tons, as well as huge nuclear fusion reactors. They explode together. The power will definitely be no greater than that of a water droplet SH. L, the pieces are much smaller. Then, go to H, L. Xiaoyu roared. Chapter 76, the second line of defense. After making huge sacrifices, Xiaoyu brought his two spaceships closer to less than 100 kilometers away from the opponent's flagship. Then, Xiaoyu detonated two of his city-level spaceships without hesitation. A full 20 billion-ton hydrogen bomb was detonated. Immediately, in the center of the explosion, infinite light and heat burst out, as if two small suns suddenly appeared in space. The interiors of these two city-level spacecraft were directly vaporized, and the exterior armor was torn apart and turned into fragments. These fragments were then directly accelerated to nearly half the speed of light by this huge energy explosion. These fragments, together with the endless light and heat, launched an indiscriminate attack on the surrounding spacecraft. Xiaoyu saw that under this irresistible force, the energy shield of the flagship spacecraft was torn apart after just a flash. Then, the entire spacecraft seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant, as if swallowed by the mouth. Half of it was directly eroded away, and the other side exploded and disintegrated. Within 200 kilometers of the center of the explosion, there was no longer a complete spacecraft, because the spacecraft were too densely distributed before. This explosion destroyed nearly 3,000 Xiaoyu's spacecraft, and more than 400 of the opponent's spacecraft were destroyed. This is the power of self-explosion of large spaceships under the dense distribution of spaceships. No matter what, we finally destroyed the opponent's flagship so that they can no longer use the force field to attack. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the opponent still had more than 4,000 spaceships left, among which there were 4 city-level spaceships. But they did not have a force field to cover this almost perverted attack method. As for Xiaoyu, there are still more than 9,000 spaceships left, which is more than the opponent. But there are no city-level spaceships. Of these more than 9,000 spaceships, Xiaoyu estimates that he would be lucky if he could destroy more than 1,000 of the opponent's spaceships. After all, the technological gap is there. If they were still fighting under the cover of the force field, Xiaoyu's more than 9,000 spaceships could only destroy 500 of the opponent's spacecraft at most. But Xiaoyu is not afraid, because, inside the galaxy, Xiaoyu still has a total of 80,000 spaceships. This does not include various armed satellites, solar sails, and various weapons deployed in the asteroid belt. In other words, even if 20 spaceships are exchanged for one of the opponent's spaceships, Xiaoyu will definitely win in the end. Xiaoyu's heart was suddenly filled with confidence. I will definitely win this battle. After repelling this wave of their attacks, I will have enough preparation and time to escape. If I can't stay in Tianyuan for any longer, at worst, I can change to another planet. But I can still continue, develop technology, and continue to be strong. Xiaoyu, who was in great momentum, commanded the remaining 9,000 or so spaceships and continued to launch a fierce attack, trying to consume as much of the opponent's strength as possible before the 9,000 or so spaceships were consumed. After losing its flagship spacecraft, the Luca civilization's fleet showed signs of disarray. Xiaoyu became excited. This is a weakness shared by the fleets of intelligent biological civilizations. That is, all combat power must be fully exerted under the command of a core. If this core is lost, the combat effectiveness of the entire fleet will be reduced by at least 20%. This kind of problem also exists in human civilization. Therefore, in ancient battlefields, there was a rule that the main general died and the deputy general took his place, in order not to lose the core of the army. But after losing the chief general, even if he is replaced by a deputy general, the combat effectiveness of the entire army will still be greatly weakened. This means that Xiaoyu's winning rate has further increased. This kind of problem does not exist for Xiaoyu, because Xiaoyu's entire fleet is under Xiaoyu's direct command. There are no problems such as command art and morale. This is an advantage of mechanical civilization. Within 20 minutes after the flagship was destroyed, Xiaoyu destroyed more than 300 spacecraft of the opponent at the cost of losing 3,000 spaceships. The battle loss ratio began to move in favor of Xiaoyu. 20 minutes later, the battle loss ratio began to slowly increase again. Xiaoyu knew that this was the Luca civilization establishing a new coach. In the battlefield, energy cannonballs were flying everywhere. There were fires and debris everywhere. Xiaoyu was attacking crazily, killing 100 enemies and damaging 1,000 himself. Another hour passed. Xiaoyu's fleet is getting smaller and smaller. In the end, only one spaceship was left. A county-level spaceship. At this moment, this county-level spacecraft is already riddled with scars. Its power system efficiency has dropped by 80%, and it can barely move at a speed of 100 kilometers per second. The armor is covered with scars, and the nanorobots have been completely worn out. This means that it can no longer repair its own wounds. In terms of weapons, the hydrogen bomb reserve has been exhausted, and the energy level of the nuclear fusion reactor has dropped by 90%, which means that it can only fire energy LS equivalent to the level of a village-level spaceship. Even so, this dilapidated county-level spaceship is still launching attacks without fear of death. Xiaoyu maneuvered it close to a village-level spaceship with a dim energy shield, and brazenly self-destructed before an energy L hit it. With this village-level spaceship and an unknown number of Luca people inside, we embarked on the road to HL. The self-destruction of this spacecraft represents the fall of Xiaoyu's Tianyuan Sea defense line. Without the power of the spacecraft, it is only a matter of time before the armed satellite falls. In the end, the battle report was summarized by Xiaoyu. In this shocking battle, Xiaoyu destroyed more than 2,500 spacecraft of the opponent's fleet, including the opponent's flagship, at the cost of 6 armed satellites and 20,000 spacecraft, including 2 city-level spacecraft. Overall, Xiaoyu is satisfied with the results. Half of the opponent's 5,000 spaceships have been lost in the battle, but our own has only lost 1/5 of its strength. The balance of victory is tilting toward Xiaoyu. After a short rest and sufficient energy replenishment on Tianyuan Sea, the 2,500 spacecraft began to set off towards the Tianyuan B defense line. And the momentum is menacing, with the momentum of a strong man who will never return. Seeing Luca civilization doing this, Xiaoyu became confused. Why? They should be well aware of the strength of my fleet. They know that I have 80,000 spaceships, countless bases, and solar sails waiting for them. They are definitely no match for me. But why are they still moving forward? What other backup plans do they have? The hidden trump card? Xiaoyu felt faintly worried in his heart. This phenomenon is so inconsistent with common sense. Bitter meat plan? At the cost of 2,500 mid-level and small spaceships, and 1 flagship spacecraft. If it is a bitter meat plan, the price is too high. But the more they pay, they will definitely want more. No one will go into a losing business. In an instant, countless speculations flashed through Xiaoyu's mind. Stay constant to cope with all changes. Increase the strength of Tianyuan B's defense line, and increase the number of spacecraft to 40,000. Coupled with the power of the asteroid belt, armed satellites, and solar sails, these 40,000 spacecraft will be able to be completely eliminated the current strength of the Luca civilization spaceships. If they have any trump card, even if all 40,000 spaceships are destroyed, I will still have backup power, which will not hurt my roots. In an instant, Xiaoyu made up his mind. This method of coping can be described as foolproof, based on the current strength of the Luca civilized fleet. If they are unwilling to use their trump card, or if they do not have a trump card, they will be completely wiped out by these 40,000 spaceships, and the trump card will be unleashed. At most, Xiaoyu's 40,000 spaceships will be destroyed. No, there are still 40,000 ships at Tianyuan A anyway. After making all arrangements, Xiaoyu began to quietly wait for the arrival of the Luca civilization fleet at the Tianyuan B defense line. In the quiet universe, more than 2,500 spaceships emitting light ink are moving forward quietly. In front of them was Tianyuan C, which was emitting huge amounts of light and heat all the time. This fleet, like moths fluttering into the flame, set off towards the front without hesitation. When it was still 30 million kilometers away from the Tianyuan B defense line and out of the range of laser cannons and energy cannons, this lonely fleet suffered the first round of attacks arranged by Xiaoyu. They were giant solar sails running in orbit around Tianyuan 4, with as many as 130,000 units. These solar sails do not move on the ecliptic plane of the Tianyuan 4 galaxy, but revolve around the poles of the Tianyuan 4 galaxy at an angle of 90 degrees to the ecliptic plane of the Tianyuan 4 galaxy. Therefore, These solar sails will not be blocked by Tianyuan. There are a total of 130,000 solar sails. No matter where they are, they can attack enemy targets at every moment. Moreover, because they use stellar energy, these solar sails do not have to worry about energy consumption. Therefore, when the Luca civilization fleet was still 400 million kilometers away, these solar sails took the lead in launching an attack. Although the power is a bit small, these weapons are free, so don't use them in vain. A total of hundreds of thousands of high-energy lasers were launched across the vast space, shining continuously on these dark green spacecraft. These high-energy lasers will continue to consume the energy of the enemy's spacecraft protective shield, and will continue until one civilization is wiped out. They are like annoying mosquitoes. Not very powerful, but extremely annoying. It took the Luca fleet 2 days to sail the 300 million kilometers. At the end of the long journey, there are 40,000 spaceships from Xiaoyu's side waiting for them, because the enemy fleet no longer had force field protection. Xiaoyu once again launched a torrent of bullet attacks. This time, a total of nearly 70 million micronuclear bombs bombarded the opponent. Xiaoyu hopes that these miniature nuclear bombs can destroy more than 500 spacecraft of the opponent. After launching the micronuclear bomb, the laser weapon started to activate when the two sides were 10 million kilometers apart. Just when the laser weapon was activated, the torrent of bullets also rushed in front of the Luca fleet. Another war is about to break out soon. Chapter 77 Sneak Attack. Xiaoyu is closely monitoring the movements of the opponent's fleet. At every moment, real-time images of the battlefield are transmitted for Xiaoyu to analyze. Through the monitoring satellite, Xiaoyu saw the torrent of bullets attacking the opponent's spacecraft. 70 million micronuclear bombs, each one only a fraction of the size of an ordinary pistol bullet, have a killing range of only a few cubic decimeters. However, the increase in number made up for their lack of attack power. Xiaoyu saw that the Luca spacecraft, which had lost the protection of the force field, reluctantly began to use laser interception to intercept these bullets. However, they are not equipped with so many micro-laser guns at all, and the number of these bullets is too much, and they cannot effectively intercept this torrent of bullets. Due to the opponent's dodge and laser interception, at least 4/5 of the bullets in this torrent of 70 million bullets missed the target. However, even if only 1/5 of the bullets, the number there are more than 10 million. How much damage can so many micronuclear bombs cause? In reality, Xiaoyu saw for the first time the situation where ants killed an elephant. A micronuclear bomb is equivalent to an ant, and the opponent's spacecraft is an elephant. The attack caused by the explosion of one micronuclear bomb has almost no impact on the overall spacecraft. But what about 10 of them? What about 10,000? Xiaoyu saw continuous dense flashes of light, like brilliant stars in the universe. Xiaoyu saw that under the attack of countless gorgeous flowers, the energy shield of a township-level spacecraft dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally disappeared without a trace. Subsequent micronuclear bombs began to directly attack its armor. It is still desperately firing laser beams to intercept micronuclear bombs. However, if it intercepts 10, 100 micronuclear bombs will rush forward. If it intercepts 100, 1,000 micronuclear bombs will rush forward. Under the continuous nuclear bomb attacks, its outer armor quickly appeared damaged. Xiaoyu saw that these damages were being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Apparently, they're also equipped with nanobot repair gear. However, the speed of repair is simply not as fast as the speed of damage. Finally, under the continuous attack of micronuclear bombs, the Township-class spacecraft exploded and disintegrated. What happened to this Township-class spaceship was just a microcosm of the entire huge battlefield. All spaceships in the entire Luca fleet are suffering from the same dilemma. Being accustomed to force field protection, they were not equipped with enough interception kinetic energy weapons and equipment. This shortcoming was finally exposed after losing the flagship-class spacecraft. This wave of micronuclear bomb attacks killed at least 700 spacecraft of the Luca civilization fleet, and the remaining 2,000 or so spaceships all suffered major or minor injuries. This is an amazing achievement. But Xiaoyu became surprisingly more worried, because Xiaoyu saw that the Luca fleet, which was severely damaged and had only less than 40% of its initial combat strength, was still moving forward resolutely. This is wrong. Absolutely wrong, Xiaoyu thought. What do they have to rely on? In this situation, they don't run away, but they dare to come up and die? If they run away, I can't catch them. Could it be? Do they really have a trump card? I have to be careful. Seeing this abnormal behavior of the other party, Xiaoyu became more and more cautious. After the torrent of bullets ends, it's time for long-range strikes from conventional laser cannons and energy cannons. In fact, if the bullet reserve hadn't been used up, Xiaoyu would have wanted to give them another bullet torrent attack. The bullet torrent attack is equivalent to the bow and arrow on the ancient battlefield. When the enemy is still far away, shooting arrows is okay. When the enemy is close, the battlefield is dominated by swords and hammers. After the long-range exchange of laser cannons and energy cannons, the Luca civilization only had more than 1,800 combat-capable spaceships left. Xiaoyu had more than 38,000 ships. No matter how you calculate it, even if the Luca civilization spacecraft can beat 1 to 20, they still can't beat Xiaoyu. With deep worries, Xiaoyu began to fight head-on with the opponent's spacecraft. The difference in quantity is too great. On the battlefield, the situation was completely one-sided. Calculated according to the simplest mathematics, an average of one spaceship on the other side will face the siege of more than 20 Xiaoyu spaceships. In this case, quantity completely made up for Xiaoyu's lack of defense and attack power. The 8 armed satellites of Tianyuan B were also joining in the fun, looking at the target from time to time and launching long-range energy LS one after another. 30 minutes later, there were only about 1,200 ships left in the Luca civilization fleet. There are still more than 36,000 Xiaoyu spaceships left. Are you still unwilling to come up with your trump card after reaching this point? Looking at the Luca civilization fleet, which was in a miserable situation, but still struggling to persevere, Xiaoyu became more and more confused. Okay, maybe I'm worrying too much. Xiaoyu comforted himself in his heart. Maybe they really don't have a trump card, but because of some other reasons, such as, they are not allowed to go back unless they kill me. That's why you work so hard. Following this clue, Xiaoyu began to reason. Perhaps they misjudged my power from the beginning, and they face me with the same thinking as facing intelligent creatures. But don't they know? The biggest difference between mechanical civilization and intelligent biological civilization is that as long as there is with sufficient resources, computing power and development time, mechanical civilization can proliferate infinitely, but intelligent biological civilization cannot. For example, if my 100,000 spaceships and various bases were to be operated by humans, they would require a population of nearly 100 million. And they would also have to be specially trained. Maybe it's really because of their mistakes. Xiaoyu comforted himself. But the worry in his heart did not disappear. Instead, a strange feeling emerged. It seemed that there was some kind of potential danger, as if the hunter walking in the dark jungle seemed to be stared at by a tiger hiding behind the woods. He only felt restless and had a chill on his back. Let's get rid of these more than 1,200 spaceships first. I don't care if they are potentially dangerous. It's more serious to destroy the visible enemies first. Xiaoyu made up his mind, put aside all psychological burdens, and began to concentrate on dealing with the enemy in front of him. Under Xiaoyu's siege, the spacecraft of the Luca civilization fleet were rapidly decreasing. In a battlefield that resembles a spaceship slaughterhouse, every second, spaceships are ruthlessly minced and turned into a pile of debris. Blue energy cannonballs fly everywhere, and interstellar missiles carry large-yield hydrogen bombs, shooting everywhere. Quick victory! Xiaoyu made up his mind. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly detected an astonishing picture. This picture comes from Xiaoyu's base camp, Tianyuan A. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu finally figured out where his premonition of danger came from. When all the remaining spaceships of the Luca civilization were about to be wiped out, the Luca civilization finally revealed its trump card. Xiaoyu had forgotten a question before. That is, are these 5,000 spaceships the entire strength of the other party? Before, Xiaoyu subconsciously believed that these 5,000 spaceships were the entire strength of the opponent. However, Xiaoyu forgot a possibility. Why can't the opponent first hide part of his power? Use the revealed power to attract his attention, and then use the hidden power to make a surprise attack and kill him in one fell swoop? Xiaoyu already knew that the other party was definitely a veteran who had experienced many interstellar wars. Then, only Xiaoyu himself can use tactics and strategies. But the Luca civilization can't? Is this possible? The Luca civilization has not mastered the technology of faster-than-light travel. And from my previous information, I can also know that it is very expensive to exchange for the opportunity of faster-than-light travel within the Guardian Alliance. I did not expect that they would have laid such a big net and paid such a big price for me. In addition to the free super-light teleportation opportunity, they also exchanged for another super-light teleportation and 2 super-light teleportations. one outside the galaxy and one within the galaxy. The first time, there were 5,000 spaceships. The number of the second time is temporarily unknown, but it is definitely more than the first time. This is what Xiaoyu saw. Xiaoyu saw that in Tianyuan-A, Xiaoyu's base camp, only a few dozen kilometers away from Tianyuan-A, a space fluctuation suddenly appeared. From this space fluctuation, a steady stream of energy began to flow. The spaceship appeared out of thin air. As soon as these spacecraft appeared, they immediately launched a fierce attack on the spacecraft arranged by Xiaoyu in the orbit of Tianyuan-A. This place is still under the various space-based forts arranged by Xiaoyu. In other words, space-based turrets cannot attack them. And because Tianyuan-A is blocking them, the solar sail cannot attack them. The only ones that can attack them are the 40,000 spacecraft left by Xiaoyu in his lair. However, these spacecraft are not in combat status. Although the energy is fully charged, various weapons and equipment are not activated, and there are no micronuclear bombs. Almost instantly, Xiaoyu fell into a serious crisis. It turns out that this was a sneak attack. I was actually attacked by a sneak attack. Xiaoyu was shocked beyond measure. The opponent's spaceships are still appearing continuously, and the number is increasing. A full 7,000 at the defense line of Tianyuan-C. The opponent used more than 2,500 spaceships to bury Xiaoyu's 20,000 spaceships. In other words, Xiaoyu needs at least 80,000 spaceships to be able to tie with the Luca civilization fleet. However, Xiaoyu only has 40,000 spaceships, which is still 40,000 spaceships without any preparation. Chapter 78 Fierce Battle. It only took a few minutes for more than 7,000 spaceships to pour out of the transmission channel. When Xiaoyu just reacted, the 7,000 Luca spaceships lit up their lightning energy shields at the same time and rushed toward Xiaoyu. Energy SH, LS, high-energy laser cannons, particle beam weapons, etc. All kinds of weapons were fired at Xiaoyu in an instant. The Shanghai was just above them, less than 10,000 kilometers away from them. This wave of attacks exploded hundreds of township-level and county-level spacecraft blocking the Shanghai. However, thanks to the obstruction of these spacecraft, the Shanghai was not directly attacked. Otherwise, Xiaoyu might die instantly. There were only a few minutes from the time the first Luca spacecraft appeared to the time the Luca fleet launched its attack. It was these few minutes that gave Xiaoyu a rare buffer time. In these few minutes, Xiaoyu summoned nearly 10,000 spaceships to surround him. The rest of the spacecraft happened to be on the side or back of Tianyuan-A at this time. It would take at least 10 minutes to catch up. In other words, within these 10 minutes, Xiaoyu will use his own 10,000 spacecraft to fight against the 7,000 spacecraft of the Luca civilization. In just a few minutes, the 7,000 spaceships of the Luca civilization completed the siege of Xiaoyu's 10,000 spacecraft and successfully trapped Xiaoyu within his own circle. This is definitely a well-prepared and well-planned raid. They seem to know that my flagship is the Shanghai. A thought flashed through Xiaoyu's mind. At this point, escape was impossible. Whether it can break through the enemy's encirclement is another matter. The Shanghai is a municipal-level spaceship. Its huge mass determines that its maneuverability cannot be strong. Even if it breaks through the encirclement, Xiaoyu will never be able to run far. There is an iron rule in Xiaoyu's heart. That is, his own car and flagship will never participate in a frontal war unless absolutely necessary. At the critical moment of life and death, Xiaoyu's situation is different from that of the generals and commanders-in-chief of intelligent creatures. If the general dies, there is also the deputy general. If the commander dies, there is also the deputy commander. If Xiaoyu dies, the entire fleet is finished. But now, Xiaoyu had to break this iron law. Then, let's fight! At this moment, Xiaoyu seemed to feel a rush of blood rushing to his body. I have 10,000 spaceships for the time being. It shouldn't be a problem for these 10,000 spaceships to survive 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, the remaining 30,000 spaceships will arrive. It seems that their spaceships are not equipped with force field covering weapons. I am not. You don't necessarily lose. Xiaoyu made up his mind. Xiaoyu placed the Shanghai ship surrounded by numerous spaceships and sacrificed the small spaceship to ensure his own safety. At this time, the outer spacecraft had already started a fierce exchange of fire with the Luca spacecraft. This will be a close-to-earth space battle. On the surface of Tianyuan-A planet, 17,000 spaceships started a bloody fight. Moreover, the scale of the war is still expanding, and Xiaoyu's spaceships are constantly coming from the other side of Tianyuan-A, attacking the Luca civilization spacecraft on the outside of the encirclement. In such a situation, the more violent the attack from the outside, the less pressure Xiao Yu will feel on the inside, and the greater the hope of escape. This is the boundary between day and night in Tianyuan-A. In the distance, only half of Tianyuan-C was still dazzling. Under Tianyuan-C's gaze, countless spaceships were chasing and shooting at each other on this small planet. What a vicious plan! It is indeed a bitter plan. First, use a weak fleet to attract my attention and strength, leaving my rear empty, and then send the main force to sneak attack, but how can I let you get what you want? It is not certain who will die. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth fiercely, revealing his huge information processing capabilities. He commanded 2 fleets at the same time and fought fiercely on 2 battlefields. On the battlefield of Tianyuan-B, Xiao Yu's spaceships still have about 33,000, while Luca's spaceships only have 1,000. Xiao Yu divided 13,000 spaceships to stay in Tianyuan-B and continued the fierce battle with the Luca spacecraft here. The remaining 20,000 spaceships returned at full speed to support the base camp. However, because the distance is too far, it will take at least 2 days for them to get back. Within the encirclement, Xiao Yu's spacecraft was losing weight at an alarming rate. Just an hour later, at least half of the 10,000 spacecraft within the encirclement were lost, and even the flagship Shanghai suffered some damage. However, as the number and attack power of our own spacecraft in the periphery increases, this loss rate is gradually decreasing. The assembly of spaceships has been completed, and the entire battlefield has been roughly divided into 3 levels. The flagship Shanghai is in the innermost layer with 5,000 spacecraft. These spacecraft are undergoing the most violent attacks. Next, there are more than 6,500 Luca spacecraft. While they are launching fierce attacks on the inner spaceships, it is still under attack from the 30,000 spacecraft belonging to Xiao Yu in the outer layer. The situation is very critical, although there were a total of 30,000 spacecraft in the outermost layer. For a while, these spacecraft were unable to break through the encirclement of the Luca spacecraft, and were never able to rendezvous with the flagship Shanghai. Xiao Yu's attack can already be considered crazy. On the outside of the encirclement, a county-level spacecraft fearlessly entangled a Luca county-level spacecraft. All firepower was turned to maximum power, violently bombarding the energy shield of the Luca spacecraft. This Luca county-level spacecraft was already scarred, and its energy shield had dimmed to the point where it was almost invisible to the naked eye. While it was trying to escape, it was launching a weak counterattack against the spacecraft that was clinging to it. It only takes 10 minutes at most for Xiao Yu to kill this enemy county-level spacecraft. However, through monitoring satellites, Xiao Yu keenly noticed that another township-level spacecraft had also joined the battle group. The muzzle of its energy cannon was flashing. Xiao Yu knew that it was about to launch an attack on his county-level spacecraft. Signs of attack. If you avoid it at this time, this county-level spacecraft is fully capable of avoiding it. However, that will lose the lock on the enemy's county-level spacecraft. After comprehensive analysis, Xiao Yu controlled the county-level spacecraft, turning a blind eye to the danger before him, as if he was crazy, and just poured out his anger on the Luca county-level spacecraft. Finally, a second before our county-level spacecraft was hit, its gunfire broke the energy shield of the Luca county-level spacecraft. Without the protection of the energy shield, the powerful energy weapons easily shredded its hull armor, causing it to explode into a mass of fragments. The moment it exploded into pieces, Xiao Yu's county-level spacecraft was also shattered into pieces by the Luca township-level spacecraft. The 2 spaceships erupted in fierce flashes of light in space, announcing the end of their lives. Then, the broken hulls fell towards Tianyuan-A, trailing a long tail of black smoke behind them. Like 2 black shooting stars, Xiao Yu used this crazy and reckless fighting method to try to rescue himself from the encirclement. The battle situation reached a stalemate for a while. In terms of overall strength, Xiao Yu's 40,000 spaceships are inferior to Luca's 7,000 spaceships. This stalemate was entirely caused by Xiao Yu's attacks that were desperate for his life and did not care about losses. In other words, this stalemate cannot last long. Xiao Yu estimated that if this continued for at most 8 hours, he would quickly fall into a disadvantage. Let yourself escape first. My life is the foundation of everything, Xiao Yu thought silently. During the crazy battle, Xiao Yu suddenly noticed something else. Xiao Yu saw that about 100 Luca spaceships broke away from the battle group and landed on the ground of Tianyuan-A. What do they want to do? Xiao Yu was a little confused, although he couldn't figure it out. Xiao Yu simply separated a battle team composed of 1,000 spaceships and chased the 100 Luca spaceships, flying towards the ground of Tianyuan-A. while fighting fiercely with Xiaoyu's battle team. These 100 Luca spaceships set off towards the ground. When they were still a few hundred meters away from the ground, the hatch at the bottom of the spacecraft suddenly opened. And there were about 100 huge weird ones. The instrument was thrown down. After these instruments landed on the ground, Xiaoyu discovered that these instruments roughly formed a circle. After all the instruments stabilized, suddenly, a light ink-colored light emerged from these instruments. Hundreds of light rays intersected with each other, gradually widened, and finally formed a hemisphere, like an upside-down the shape of a bowl. This is an energy shield! Xiaoyu understood immediately. But another doubt emerged. What are they doing constructing energy shields here? It's definitely not a good thing anyway. Xiaoyu made up his mind and sent out a fleet of 2,000 spaceships. A total of 3,000 spaceships. Towards the 100 Luca spaceship hit it. However, he did not expect that the Luca civilization seemed to attach great importance to this energy shield, and instead sent a full 300 spaceships to pursue it together. In the sky, cannonballs were flying across the sky. Lights were shining, and shipwrecks were constantly falling down, dragging thick black smoke, just like the end of the world predicted in poetry. Under the scene, the Luca civilization spacecraft began intense construction projects. Before the energy shield was finally constructed, more than 100 spaceships had already entered the shield. Then, the energy shield closed, blocking all attacks. Xiaoyu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. What exactly are they going to do? Xiaoyu's doubts did not last long. After almost half an hour, Xiaoyu knew the answer. Chapter 79 Robot Craze. The construction inside the energy shield only lasted half an hour. Half an hour later, a familiar feeling emerged in Xiaoyu's heart, as if an invisible and strange force began to permeate the universe. Xiaoyu saw that countless sparks began to appear on his spaceship. The LS of some spaceships that were moving too fast began to turn red. There were even several village-level spaceships that exploded instantly because they could not withstand the energy. Xiaoyu is very familiar with this phenomenon, because Xiaoyu has already experienced it once. This is a force field coverage. Moreover, it is stronger than the flagship spacecraft that was destroyed in Tianyuan Sea. No wonder the force field coverage instrument this time must be too huge and no spacecraft can carry it. So the Luca civilization then we divided it into several parts and installed them on different spacecrafts, and then assembled them on the surface of Tianyuan A. This time, the force field coverage reached at least 150,000 kilometers. It was 5 times more powerful than the flagship-class spacecraft that was destroyed before. Within the coverage of the force field, Xiaoyu's combat effectiveness will be reduced by at least half. This has been confirmed at Tianyuan Sea battlefield. This is unacceptable to Xiaoyu. Such a crazy attack brought the situation to a stalemate, and then suddenly one's own strength was weakened by half. Who can accept this? For Xiaoyu, the situation has reached its most dangerous moment. This force field covering instrument must be destroyed immediately. Otherwise, I will be dead. Xiaoyu thought anxiously. Using his huge computing power, he immediately made a plan. Beijing, Tianjin, 2 city-level spaceships, each leading 10,000 spaceships, to break the energy shield and kill the force field generator. Xiaoyu quickly issued the order. The huge fleet of 20,000 spaceships started to move instantly, and quickly left the battlefield. In just a few minutes, they arrived above the energy shield arranged on the ground of Tianyuan A. Xiaoyu is not worried that the dispatched spacecraft will cause his own strength to be weak. The reason is very simple. The Luca spacecraft will definitely not be destroyed by the vision field generator, and they will definitely use their strength to protect the energy shield. Xiaoyu even had a small thought, hoping that after the Luca civilization transferred the spacecraft away, he could take the opportunity to break out. Even if the Luca civilization does not deploy spaceships, but takes advantage of its own weakness to attack itself with all its strength. Xiaoyu is not afraid. Xiaoyu has estimated that if he attacks with all his strength without hindrance, he can destroy the force field generator within 3 minutes. And it will take at least 20 minutes for the Luca civilization to kill him. In other words, if the Luca civilization ignores the force field generator and attacks itself with all its strength, its own fleet can come back leisurely after destroying the force field generator. This time difference ensures Xiaoyu's safety. Sure enough, just as Xiaoyu expected, as Xiaoyu deployed 20,000 spaceships to attack the force field generator, the Luca civilization also mobilized about 3,000 spaceships and pursued them all the way. Tianyuan A battlefield was divided into 2. On one side is the war between encirclement and counter-encirclement where Xiaoyu's flagship is located. And on the other side is the war between destruction and counter-destruction above the energy shield and force field generator. 23,000 spaceships started a fierce battle just over 100 kilometers above Tianyuan-A, depending on the distance from Tianyuan-A. A certain pattern appears in the size distribution of the spacecraft. The further away from Tianyuan-A, the larger the spaceship is. The closer to Tianyuan-A, the smaller the spaceship is. In low Earth orbit, the world is dominated by village-level and township-level spacecraft. Due to their own mass and volume limitations, large spacecraft cannot get so close to Tianyuan-A, and can only fight thousands of kilometers away. On the ground of Tianyuan-A, there is a giant energy shield covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters and hundreds of meters high. The force field generator is inside the energy shield, constantly emitting a deadly force field. Above, there are countless spaceships that are constantly fighting and fighting. Xiaoyu controlled a county-level spacecraft and took a look at the opportunity. He fired an energy cannonball towards the energy shield. This SHL hit the energy shield a few tenths of a second later. Immediately, the surface of the shield rippled. Ripples like water waves appeared. After a while of shaking, the water waves disappeared, and the energy shield had no effect at all. But this county-level spacecraft was seized by the enemy spacecraft and hit by dozens of energy SHLs at the same time. Immediately, its spacecraft SHI was shattered. It lost its power system and began to drag billowing smoke towards it. It hit the ground and fell. The moment it touched the ground, it exploded, creating a large crater in the ground of Tianyuan-A. This is a microcosm of war. Such scenes are happening in dozens or hundreds of places at the same time. This can't go on like this. Xiaoyu was secretly anxious. Within the coverage of the force field, the attrition rate of one's own spaceship increases significantly. If this continues, it will be difficult to last for 4 hours, let alone 8 hours. What should I do? What should I do? What other powers I haven't used? Xiaoyu thought anxiously. Suddenly, Xiaoyu remembered something. Damn! If air attacks don't work, then ground attacks. In various construction bases on the ground, I have at least tens of millions of robots sealed up, with the help of various mechanical equipment. They also have certain attack power. Okay, that you got it. Immediately, Xiaoyu issued an activation command for the ground base, and countless robots that had been sealed in the warehouse began to wake up, like zombies that were resurrected one after another, walking out of their own tombs. Some come out of Planetary engines. Some come out of Central Research Institute. Some come out of equipment processing plants. Some come out of foundries. And some come out of mining bases. Countless robots from all over the world come together for the same goal. The robots began to move towards the force field generator. Because they are distributed throughout Tianyuan-A, there are only 2 million robots that can arrive within half an hour. After half an hour, robots from other places will arrive one after another. As a result, an astonishing scene happened on the ground of Tianyuan-A. The mighty robots formed a huge army. These robots have different shapes. There are welding robots with oxygen tanks and spray guns carried on their backs that can be used as simple weapons. There are metal processing robots with their high-strength milling cutters that can be used as weapons. There are underground mining robots with their high-speed water jets. The knife can barely be used as a weapon. And there are transport robots, which can be used as vehicles for carrying robot armies to move forward quickly. Countless robots, according to their own functions, form a strange army. The gravity of Tianyuan-A is smaller than that of the Earth, and Xiaoyu's technology is more advanced than that of the Earth. Therefore, the forward speed of these robot armies reached an astonishing 1,000 kilometers per hour. 10 minutes later, the first batch of 100,000 robots arrive at their destination. For the speed of movement on the ground, 1,000 kilometers per hour is an extremely astonishing speed. But compared to the speed of a spacecraft of several thousand kilometers per second, it is simply negligible. Therefore, the force field generator has no effect on low-speed moving objects like them. This is an advantage. But the disadvantages are equally obvious. These robots are extremely fragile and basically have no protection. An ordinary bullet can also disable them. And their attack power is very weak. But they excel in sheer numbers. Often, a stray bullet flying down from the sky can kill dozens or hundreds of robots. The wreckage of a downed spaceship, falling to the ground and exploding, can kill hundreds or thousands of robots. However, after killing 100, there is still 1,000. After killing 1,000, there are still 10,000 left. What Xiaoyu lacks most is robots. Of the 300,000 robots that arrived in the first batch, there are now less than 100,000 left. However, there are traces of robots everywhere in the wilderness. They are either on foot or riding transport robots. They are constantly being replenished here, chasing and killing them endlessly. The first batch of 100,000 robots braved the hail of bullets and immediately began busy work. They did not foolishly attack the energy shield directly, but began to dig holes in the ground. Yes, dig a hole in the ground. Xiaoyu is certain that the energy shield cannot cover the ground. Then, entering the protective shield through the tunnel is a feasible solution. Xiaoyu can even go through the tunnel and go directly to the force field generator and destroy it directly. Although there are 100 Luca spacecraft within the energy shield, what can they do against the enemies below the ground? Fire a cannonball? What should I do if I accidentally damage the force field generator? Send troops to fight? But even idiots know that it is the most stupid thing for biological civilization to send living troops to fight in close combat with robots from mechanical civilization. Xiaoyu seemed to be able to sense the panic of Luca civilization facing this situation. Xiaoyu saw that the Luca civilization had sent out hundreds of spaceships and began to block the robot army on the ground. A few dozen kilometers away from the force field generator, a Luca-class spacecraft was firing energy cannonballs at the hundreds of thousands of robots below. Under Xiaoyu's command, these robots deliberately spread out and moved forward. So the effect of the energy cannonballs was really not very good. One energy cannonball can only destroy hundreds of robots within a few hundred meters at most. This number is nothing compared to the huge total number of robots. Moreover, there are ant-like robots everywhere, covering millions of square kilometers of ground. With only these hundreds of spacecraft, how can they intercept this robot frenzy? Facing Tianyuan 4 in the setting sun, on the black and bumpy ground of Tianyuan A, countless robots are like warriors on an expedition, marching forward triumphantly. Chapter 80 Drilling a Hole. On Tianyuan A, Xiaoyu used millions of robots to recreate the shocking scene of a huge army charging in the cold weapon era. However, compared with the scene of the army charging in the cold weapon era, the scene constructed by Xiaoyu has a more sci-fi feel, because there is no atmosphere. Although half of the extremely bright Tianyuan Sea provides light here, the sky here is still dark, with countless stars shining in it, with the dark universe as the background. Spaceships are everywhere, ranging from tens of meters to tens of thousands of kilometers above the ground, fighting fiercely in space. Energy cannons were flying everywhere. Hydrogen bombs were exploding, and the light of the spacecraft disintegrating and exploding could be seen everywhere. In addition to the spaceships fighting fiercely in space, there are also some spaceships that have been lowered extremely close to the ground. These spacecrafts are violently bombarding the ground with energy weapons, laser weapons, and nuclear weapons at the bottom. This is a real carpet attack. Although the hundreds of spaceships mobilized by the Luca civilization cannot destroy all the robots, they very smartly gave up the idea of attacking robots in other places, and only acted around the energy shield, out of fire coverage. In this way, any robot approaching the energy shield will be destroyed. This method temporarily prevented the robot frenzy from approaching. But Xiaoyu quickly found a way to deal with it, which was to dig tunnels at multiple locations at the same time from a long distance. Xiaoyu commanded the mining robot as the main force and began to dig holes in the ground. The processing robots disassemble the robots that are of little use and use their bodies as materials to reinforce the holes. The transport robots are responsible for transporting the excavated things out. Millions of robots work closely together and are divided into thousands of gopher groups. They bloom everywhere and dig crazily at a distance of several kilometers to hundreds of kilometers from the energy shield. Some of the robots that came later joined the gopher group to speed up the work progress, and some continued to attack forward. Xiaoyu knew that these robots could not break through the firepower coverage of the Luca spacecraft. But these robots were extremely effective in containing the firepower of the Luca spacecraft, leaving them with no energy and time to attack the robots digging holes. This trick is very effective. Xiaoyu saw that in order to deal with a crazy robot army, the Luca civilization had to separate hundreds of spaceships, bringing the total to nearly 1,000 spaceships, to sniper the robot craze. This means that the Luca spacecraft besieging Xiaoyu's fleet has been reduced by 1/6, greatly reducing the pressure on Xiaoyu, even in the face of such a powerful sniper attack from the Luca civilization. The robot army organized by Xiaoyu is still advancing tenaciously. Those mining robots are extremely professional, and can even mine mineral deposits hundreds of thousands of meters deep underground. Digging a hole hundreds of meters deep is a piece of cake. Once the depth of the hole exceeds 100 meters, the Luca spacecraft is basically powerless because of the special geological structure of Tianyuan-A. At this depth, even the shock wave of a hydrogen bomb explosion cannot collapse the tunnel. Xiaoyu's robot army is advancing rapidly. The target is a force field generator inside the energy shield. As long as the force field generator is destroyed, Xiaoyu will be able to maintain the battle in the stalemate stage again, as long as he persists until the Tianyuan-B fleet returns to support. Xiaoyu will have an 80% chance of victory. This situation made Xiaoyu once again full of confidence in victory. Xiaoyu was delighted to see that the fastest team of robots had dug a hole only 1,000 meters away from the energy shield. In other words, in just 5 minutes, this team of robots will enter the range of the energy shield. By then, through this tunnel, a steady stream of robots will enter the energy shield, thereby destroying the force field generator. Once the force field generator is destroyed, Xiaoyu's fleet will instantly regain 100% of its attack power. The Luca spacecraft's attack became even more fierce. Xiaoyu saw that large-yield hydrogen bombs were continuously being launched from the spacecraft. The moment they hit the ground, they exploded violently. Each explosion released extreme high temperatures and extremely strong radiation. Every time as a result, hundreds of robots were destroyed. However, if 1,000 robots are destroyed, 10,000 robots will be added. The defense line organized by Luca's spaceship is like a dam riddled with holes, and Xiaoyu's robot army is like a raging flood. Hurry up! Hurry up! With victory in sight, Xiaoyu suppressed his excitement, muttered silently, and controlled the robot to speed up the progress again. The hole in the ground is getting closer and closer to the energy shield. 800 meters, 700 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters. Just when the robot was less than 100 meters away from the energy shield, Xiaoyu noticed that the Luca spacecraft suddenly made some strange movements. 100 spaceships suddenly gave up their attack on the robot, and instead suddenly dispersed, evenly distributed around the energy shield. Then, an extremely strong electromagnetic interference was released. As this burst of strong electromagnetic interference was emitted, in an instant, all robots within a certain range of the energy shield stopped moving and stayed there, as if they had been cast a body-holding spell. Xiaoyu was just stunned for a moment and understood instantly. At this moment, Xiaoyu couldn't help but curse. Damn it! How could they find my weakness? What should I do now? What should I do? The communication between Xiaoyu and the robots was blocked by interference, which means that Xiaoyu can no longer command these robots. Xiaoyu has mastered the ultra-distance communication technology based on quantum entanglement. Ultra-distance communication technology is not afraid of any interference. But ultra-distance communication also has a significant weakness. That is, ultra-distance communication can only achieve point-to-point communication. Communication cannot be point-to-point communication like radio waves. Therefore, it is impossible for Xiaoyu to directly contact each of these tens of millions of robots, but must go through a transfer station. Xiaoyu communicates with this transfer station through point-to-point long-distance communication technology, and the transfer station communicates with these tens of millions of robots through point-to-point traditional communication technology. This solution takes into account the advantages of both long-distance communication and traditional communication, and basically meets Xiaoyu's communication requirements. But this solution has a weakness. That is, if it encounters large-scale signal interference, the connection between the communication center and the terminals will be seriously affected, which means that Xiaoyu loses control of these terminals. The Luca civilization found a more efficient way than violent destruction. Under this method, as long as the robot approaches a certain range of the energy shield, it will lose its mobility and naturally cannot continue to drill holes. The robot craze plan failed. Xiaoyu lost his last glimmer of hope. In this way, the Luca civilization only used 100 spaceships to block the attack of tens of millions of robots. The remaining 900 spacecraft immediately rejoined the war against Xiaoyu's fleet. The pressure on Xiaoyu instantly increased again. Xiaoyu's last hope of destroying the force field generator was shattered. It seemed that Xiaoyu's hope of victory had also disappeared. I'm not willing to give in. There will definitely be a way. After thousands of years of long journey, I came to the Tianyuan 4 galaxy. How can I be willing to be crushed to death like an ant? Xiaoyu was thinking crazily. The computer's computing power usage instantly increased to over 95%. There must be a way. There must be a way. Xiaoyu muttered silently and started crazy modeling work. Countless models were built and overturned one by one. Finally, one model withstood various tests and began to be continuously improved by Xiaoyu. During this process, Xiaoyu saw that his spaceships were being destroyed one by one. The material technology, power technology, energy technology, and weapon systems that I am proud of are as weak as paper in front of the Luca spacecraft. Within the encirclement, there are only 3,000 Xiaoyu spaceships left. These 3,000 spacecraft surrounded the flagship Shanghai and were working hard to defend. On the periphery, there are 5,000 Luca spaceships surrounding him. And on the further periphery, there are more than 25,000 owned spacecraft coming to rescue him. More than 25,000 spacecraft surrounded the Luca spacecraft again. If it weren't for the crazy attacks of these spacecraft, which contained most of the power of the Luca spacecraft, Xiaoyu would have been wiped out long ago. Xiaoyu did not dare to rescue himself from the encirclement through radio wave transmission, because in space now, the interference released by nuclear bomb explosions, energy weapon explosions, various laser beams, particle beams, and other weapons is extremely strong. Xiaoyu is not sure that he can survive this distance. It would be an injustice if he did not die under the enemy's cannon, but was killed by a period of radiation interference during the teleportation process. Xiaoyu has a total of 10 city-level spaceships. Among them, the Xingtai and Handan have been killed at Tianyuan C defense line. The Tongshan and Langfeng are rushing back from the defense line B of Tianyuan. But it will still take a certain amount of time. Baoding is heading back from the asteroid belt, and is expected to arrive in 3 hours. Except for these 5. The remaining 5 city-level spacecraft are all in the Tianyuan A base camp, and are fighting fiercely with the Luca spacecraft under the leadership of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is at an absolute disadvantage due to the force field coverage of the Luca civilization and the far higher attack power, defense power, mobility, and other factors of the Luca spacecraft. Xiaoyu received a signal. Beijing was killed in battle. Tianjin, Chongqing, and Shijiazhuang were seriously damaged. I can't wait for Tianyuan B spacecraft to return to the rescue. According to the current situation, I can support it for at most 2 hours. In 2 hours, my car, the Shanghai, will explode into a ball of sparks, and I will also be there dying sparks. Then Tianyuan A's moving plan. Let's start. Chapter 81 Collision. The force field generator is Xiaoyu's nightmare. Xiaoyu's tens of thousands of spaceships have at least half their attack power reduced due to the presence of force field generators. The loss rate increased by more than 50%. It can be said that if there is no force field generator, Xiaoyu can completely support the Baoding in the asteroid belt to return support. With the Baoding, Xiaoyu can support for a while longer, and there is great hope to support the Tongshan and Tongshan. The Langfeng and the 10,000 spacecraft they led returned. At that time, it will be the end of the Luca spacecraft. In order to destroy the force field generator, Xiaoyu made various attempts, but all failed. If the force field generator is destroyed, Xiaoyu's winning rate will increase to 80%. If it cannot be destroyed, Xiaoyu's winning rate will be reduced to 0. In order to destroy the force field generator, Xiaoyu formulated a crazy plan. But if it weren't for the most urgent moment, Xiaoyu would never want to use this plan. Now, it is the most critical moment. Since the force field generator placed on Tianyuan A cannot destroy the force field generator, let's destroy Tianyuan A. Xiaoyu sighed. Tianyuan 4. I'm sorry. For my survival, I must sacrifice it. Is you. Xiaoyu stayed in the Tianyuan 4-star systems for hundreds of years. During this period of time, Xiaoyu's various technologies have been greatly improved. Xiaoyu has feelings for this place. Now, Xiaoyu wants to destroy it all with his own hands. The planetary engine I arranged on Tianyuan A is basically intact. Then, let's push Tianyuan A to hit Tianyuan 4. The Luca spacecraft will definitely not follow Tianyuan A to perish together. So as long as they leave Tianyuan A for 150,000 kilometers, the force field generator will lose its function. Then it will be my time to fight back. Xiaoyu perfected this plan. The connection between Xiaoyu and the planetary engine is point-to-point over-distance communication. Xiaoyu has installed 10,000 ultra-distance communication devices in each city-level spacecraft, which correspond to the planetary engine's 1-to-1. So the radio wave interference released by the 100 Luca spacecraft will not affect Xiaoyu. As the order was issued, thousands of planetary engines in Area A and Area B were started simultaneously on the surface of Tianyuan A. Tianyuan A immediately began to tremble. This is the trembling of the entire planet, facing thousands of powerful planetary engines. Even a planet will tremble. The situation is already like this, so there is no need to worry about the damage to Tianyuan A's crust. Planetary engine started at full power. Xiaoyu gave this order with a hint of madness. Before moving for Tianyuan-A, Xiaoyu made precise calculations in order not to damage the crust of Tianyuan-A. Now, Xiaoyu no longer has to care about this. Tianyuan-A is about to be destroyed in Xiaoyu's hands. The planetary engines in areas A and B are responsible for decelerating Tianyuan-A. In this way, the centrifugal force of Tianyuan-A's revolution will not be enough to offset the gravitational pull of Tianyuan-A on it. One point is responsible for pushing Tianyuan-A in the direction of Tianyuan-4, so that Tianyuan-A will fall towards Tianyuan-4 at a faster speed. This planet will hit Tianyuan-C. This is a collision between a planet and a star. It is foreseeable that a collision of this level will definitely release countless times more energy than the Jupiter-Moon collision. What a crazy thing! As Xiaoyu's order was issued, thousands of planetary engines started at full power. They sprayed out long blue tails, swaying in space. The huge jet of material gave them unparalleled power. And all of this power was applied to Tianyuan-A. Xiaoyu saw that the entire head of a planetary engine plunged into the ground of Tianyuan-A because it was too powerful. The planetary engine is surrounded by high bulges, forming a crater. Tianyuan-A started roaring. On the land of Tianyuan-A, the surface began to crack, and countless bottomless cracks began to spread, thousands of kilometers in length. Like shocking scars, countless hot magma gushes out from the ground and spreads on the ground like a river. At the same time, in some places where the Earth's crust is hard, no cracks appear on the surface. However, the strong pressure under the ground caused the internal magma to flow upwards, directly punching out a gap in the Earth's crust. Then, like a volcanic eruption, the magma from the ground erupted hundreds of meters high through this gap. And then it looked like it rained down like fire. In addition to the violent volcanic activity, Xiaoyu also observed that an extremely strong earthquake occurred on Tianyuan-A. The crust of Tianyuan-A has been shattered by the planetary engine and broken into several pieces. Then, these continents collided and squeezed with each other, just like on the Earth. And then a strong earthquake erupted. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as earth-shaking or overwhelming. Xiaoyu clearly saw that this strong earthquake directly flattened an 800-meter-high crater on Tianyuan-A. In another place, a strong earthquake created within an hour a mountain with a height of more than 2,000 meters. The magnitude of this earthquake has far exceeded magnitude 12. This is like the unwilling roar of a planet before it dies. This was just 60 seconds after the planetary engine started. This time, the planetary engine is running at full power. In Xiaoyu's estimation, these engines will be able to provide Tianyuan-A with a deceleration of 10 meters per second. Coupled with the propulsion of the engine in Area B, it only takes up to 5 hours for Tianyuan-A to be pushed and fall to Tianyuan No. 4 Middle School. If the Luca civilization still had basic knowledge of astronomy and calculations, they would have escaped by now. How much energy will be released when a planet hits a star? Xiaoyu has not calculated it. But Xiaoyu knows that this energy level is definitely beyond his imagination. At the current distance of 20 million kilometers, his own spaceship cannot withstand it. Nor can the spacecraft of the Luca civilization. And as long as they escape, it means that they who are surrounded by them will also passively escape. Then, all spaceships will move away from the force field generator. And Xiaoyu will once again have the opportunity to have a fair fight with the opponent. This is what Xiaoyu has been pursuing. However, Xiaoyu saw that Luca's civilization did not escape. Not only did they not escape, they chose to separate into 200 spaceships and quickly left the battlefield. Xiaoyu knew that they were going to destroy the planetary engine. As long as the planetary engine continues to be activated for an hour, Tianyuan-A will be in an irreversible impact orbit. In other words, I must protect them for an hour. Xiaoyu quickly came to a conclusion. And then, without hesitation, Xiaoyu separated 3,000 spaceships from the outer spaceships and pursued the 200 spaceships. Thousands of spaceships were chasing and fighting on the surface of Tianyuan-A, which was full of huge cracks, raging magma everywhere, and violent volcanoes. The Luca spacecraft wants to destroy the planetary engine, and Xiaoyu wants to protect the planetary engine. In Area A, the head of a planetary engine sunk into the ground a full 100 meters deep, and with a huge energy still coming from the tail. This depth continued to deepen. Around it, the raging magma has gathered into a river, soaking its huge steel body. However, the thick armor and good thermal insulation properties allow it to still work. At least, it is not a problem to work for another hour before being destroyed by magma. However, magma and earthquakes did not destroy it. A cannonball from an altitude of thousands of kilometers destroyed it. It was a rural-class spacecraft of the Luca civilization. It found an opportunity under the attack and entanglement of 10 spaceships, and shot down an energy cannonball. This energy SHL directly blew the entire planetary engine into pieces. Then, with only this delay, it was destroyed by 10 entangled spaceships. The spacecraft fell down with billowing smoke, and fell right next to the planetary engine, like a sacrifice for the planetary engine. This kind of scene happened in hundreds of places at the same time on Tianyuan-A. There are more than 5,000 planetary engines that can be used. Now, this number is slowly decreasing. Overloaded! Overloaded! After using it this time, I won't use it anymore. If it breaks, it will break. Xiaoyu roared silently and issued new orders. The more than 4,000 remaining planetary engines have once again increased their power. The blue tails ejected from their tails became brighter, and their sinking speed became faster and faster. Tianyuan-A. Volcanoes and earthquakes become more and more violent. Tianyuan-A. Like a sweet and juicy orange. The planetary engine arranged on its surface is a big hand that squeezes the orange hard. Under the strong squeeze of the big hand, the magma inside the orange inevitably spurted out. Xiaoyu saw that the highest jet of magma even sprayed directly into the Tianyuan synchronous orbit. After being cooled by the extremely low temperature environment of space, the magma will turn into rocks and begin to rotate around Tianyuan-A. Time has passed 10 minutes. Tianyuan-A's orbit has been pushed closer to 3,000 kilometers, and its speed has been reduced by 5 kilometers. This data is still increasing, as long as the planetary engine continues to operate for more than 30 minutes. The collision between Tianyuan-A and Tianyuan-4 will be inevitable. Under the current circumstances, if Xiaoyu stops the planetary engines in areas A and B, and instead uses the planetary engines in areas C and D to accelerate and push away Tianyuan-A, Tianyuan-A will not die, and as long as it lasts for more than 30 minutes. By then, even Xiaoyu will be unable to save Tianyuan-A. 1,000 planetary engines have been destroyed, and there are still more than 4,000 left. At this moment, Xiaoyu saw a scene that made him extremely happy, as if thinking that it had no ability to prevent this from happening. The Luca civilization spacecraft began to escape towards outer space. All the spaceships left the force field generator that brought Xiaoyu countless nightmares. Chapter 82, Chase. Xiaoyu's goal has been achieved. To this end, Xiaoyu even sacrificed an entire planet and a star system that was still in its infancy. All the spaceships left Tianyuan-A and the coverage of the force field generator. But Xiaoyu was still surrounded by the Luca civilization spacecraft. Even when he escaped, Xiaoyu was coerced by these spaceships to escape the huge energy released by the collision between Tianyuan-A and Tianyuan-4. These spacecraft must fly outward. As he flew out, he happened to meet the Baoding, which was returning for reinforcements. This means that it no longer takes 3 hours, but only about 2 hours, for Xiaoyu to wait for support from the Baoding. Even if you want to pass through the asteroid belt, the countless concealed forts and controlled mines placed there by Xiaoyu will come in handy. Everything is developing in a good direction. While escaping, the war continues. It seems that his tenacity exceeded the expectations of the Luca civilization. During the escape process, their fleet showed a slight flaw. Xiaoyu seized the opportunity and broke through the encirclement at the expense of 1,000 spaceships. Shanghai finally made its rounds with the large forces. The moment they met, Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. This means that you are completely safe. Xiaoyu, who was freed, became energetic and commanded the remaining 23,000 spacecraft to fight fiercely with 3,000 Luca spacecraft. Although the number of spaceships exceeds that of Luca's spacecraft by nearly 8 times. Overall, we are still at a disadvantage. However, this is just a disadvantage. This situation will completely change after the 3 city-level spacecrafts Baoding, Tangshan, and Langfeng, as well as more than 10,000 small spacecrafts, return to support. It's just a pity that Tianyuan-A. I poured hundreds of years of hard work into Tianyuan-A, and it's just gone. Xiaoyu felt a little sad. Tianyuan-A has entered an irreversible stage. Under the strong gravity of Tianyuan-C, it will inevitably hit the sky, and no force can save it. At least, Xiaoyu does not have this ability. The battle situation once again reached a stalemate. The Baoding, carrying 3,000 escort spacecraft, was not far away from itself. At the defense line B of Tianyuan, due to the deployment of a large number of spacecraft, the remaining 800 Luca spacecraft there have not been annihilated until now. But Xiaoyu has no intention of destroying them, because Xiaoyu had something else in mind. This time, my losses are so huge. How can I not make up for it? Why not just hold them back and prevent them from escaping? After I eliminate the large army, I will capture the small group of spaceships. Luca's civilization I need to use their technology and population to compensate for my losses. Xiaoyu thought fiercely. In the dark space, the two fleets attacked each other and fled towards the outer star system. And as Xiaoyu's fleet merged with the Baoding, the balance of victory finally tilted a little towards Xiaoyu. The Baoding number is intact and has sufficient supplies. It was like a big and fierce fish rushing into a calm pond. As soon as it joined, it destroyed a Luca County-level spacecraft with a dim energy shield. This result refreshed Xiaoyu's spirits. The two fleets were already entangled with each other and arrived at the asteroid belt. However, the Luca civilization was very smart to leave the ecliptic plane and began to flee downwards, trying to bypass the asteroid belt. Do you think you can escape like this? Xiaoyu thought maliciously, commanding the hidden fort in the asteroid belt to start shooting. Without entering the asteroid belt, controlled mines cannot be effective. But it doesn't matter. There are countless forts here that can be used as means of attack. With the addition of hidden forts, the attack power of Xiaoyu's side has increased again. Within a few minutes of crossing the asteroid belt, Xiaoyu destroyed at least 300 Luca spacecraft. At this moment, according to Xiaoyu's calculation, the strength ratio of the two sides finally became 51 to 49. Xiaoyu is 51, and Luca civilization is 49. In other words, Xiaoyu's comprehensive strength has finally surpassed the Luca civilization. Xiaoyu already has the strength to win miserably in this war. But Xiaoyu's goal is not as simple as a tragic victory. There are too many variables in a tragic victory, and it is even possible for them to be dragged to death together by the opponent. What Xiaoyu wants is a beautiful victory. The two sides are chasing each other in the dark universe. There are only 4 hours left before the Tongshan and Langfeng return reinforcements. At this moment, Tianyuan A crashed into Tianyuan 4. Looking at Tianyuan 4 from here, its luminosity is only slightly brighter than the sun. Through the filter, Xiaoyu directly started to observe Tianyuan 4 with optical instruments. Xiaoyu saw an amazing scene. With the bright and dazzling Tianyuan 4 as the background, Tianyuan A is like a small black dot. It was slowly approaching Tianyuan 4. And then, this little black dot plunged into Tianyuan 4. At the moment of the impact, the brightness of the entire Tianyuan suddenly increased tenfold. Like a giant that suddenly became angry. Its troposphere has been broken. Next, there will be a large amount of material ejection. Xiaoyu thought silently while directing the battle with the Luca civilization. At this moment, Xiaoyu observed that the radiation intensity of Tianyuan 4 was more than 100 times higher than normal times. In normal times, the radiation intensity of Tianyuan 4 is 30 times that of the Sun. Now, it is equivalent to the radiation intensity of more than 3,000 suns. This is an amazing intensity. If the outer L of Xiaoyu's spaceship had not been double strengthened by wood spirits and black insects, as well as the most advanced material technology, and its radiation protection ability was specially strengthened. At this moment, all Xiaoyu's spaceships would have been violently blasted by this wave. The burst of radiation destroyed the circuits. Even the central computer will be destroyed. Xiaoyu saw that at the impact point, a large amount of stellar material began to be ejected. There is so much matter that it is almost visible to the naked eye. Using only ordinary optical observation instruments, Xiaoyu could see the slender tail curling up on Tianyuan 4. The length of this tail gradually exceeded the diameter of Tianyuan C. This means that Tianyuan's 4 legs ejected these materials several million kilometers away. In fact, these materials will reach the orbiting speed of Tianyuan 4. At that time, they will not fall towards Tianyuan 4, but will form a ring orbiting Tianyuan 4. One can imagine how intense the radiation would be in the vicinity of Tianyuan. If he were within 40 to 30 million kilometers of Tianyuan, Xiaoyu would definitely be killed directly. Even if the Luca civilization spaceships have energy shields, they probably can't withstand the wrath of a star. The quality of Tianyuan A is insignificant compared to Tianyuan 4. Comparing them, they are like a needle and a basketball. A basketball is countless times larger than a needle. But this needle can easily pierce the surface of the basketball and quickly eject the air in its body. Xiaoyu knew that in the following millions, or even tens of millions of years, the 4 generals of Tianyuan would always be furious. This blow to the Tianyuan 4-star system is devastating. In fact, even Xiaoyu was a little unable to adapt. In other words, in the future, Tianyuan will become a real purgatory on Earth. It is no longer suitable for Xiaoyu to stay here and develop technology quietly. Tianyuan, have a good journey. Tianyuan, I'm sorry. In the future, when my technology is advanced, I will come to repair you. Xiaoyu thought silently, and then poured all his anger on his enemy. The civilization of Luca. Xiaoyu can clearly feel the current state of Luca's civilization. It seemed that after losing the force field generator, their morale reached its lowest point. Continuous mistakes caused Xiaoyu's spacecraft battle damage rate to drop by 6 percentage points, while their spacecraft's battle damage rate increased by 8 percentage points. This phenomenon made Xiaoyu secretly happy. Time, in the cruel battle, slowly slipped away. Finally, Xiaoyu's fleet reunited with the returning Tanshan and Langfeng. At this moment, the total number of Xiaoyu's spaceships reached more than 30,000, while only about 2,500 Luca civilization spaceships were left. The gap in strength has widened. Xiaoyu was keenly aware of a problem. From this moment on, the spaceship of Luca civilization no longer seemed to be avoiding Tianyuan's anger, but seemed to be avoiding itself. In other words, they seemed to be running away. Are you afraid of being beaten by me? How could I let you escape so easily? How could I let you go without sufficient compensation for the spacecraft, damaged equipment, and Tianyuan that you destroyed? Of course. I know you can't afford compensation. So let's use your spaceship as the price. Xiaoyu thought fiercely, controlled the spacecraft, and accelerated the pace of pursuit. The escape direction of the Luca spacecraft seemed to be towards Tianyuan's B defense line. It seemed that it wanted to join the hundreds of remaining spacecraft there. Xiaoyu did not stop them, but let them go, because he also needs to rendezvous with his own spaceship there. There are a total of 8,000 owned spaceships. By then, Xiaoyu's total number of spaceships will reach nearly 40,000. From here, we can also see the tragedy and thrill of this war. Xiaoyu's total number of spaceships is 100,000. Up to now, there are only 40,000 ships left in total, which is less than half of the peak number. However, of the 12,000 spaceships of the Luca civilization, there are now only more than 3,000 left. In total, their losses were much more serious than Xiaoyu's. Finally, both sides merged with their own fleets. Then, the Luca civilization spacecraft began to flee outside the galaxy, and Xiaoyu launched a pursuit. Even if this is a false defeat, even if they still have traps, Xiaoyu must pursue them. If he doesn't eliminate them all, how can Xiaoyu escape with confidence? In the vast universe, the vast void, a great chase spanning trillions of kilometers is about to begin. Chapter 83, Inducing Surrender. From the moment Xiaoyu pushed Tianyuan to hit Tianyuan 4, thereby destroying the force field generator, the winner had already been decided. Without this most powerful killer weapon, the performance of Luca civilization was exactly as Xiaoyu expected. Xiaoyu finally won the victory, and achieved what was initially estimated to be only a 40% chance of survival. Xiaoyu controlled a total of 40,000 spaceships, and launched a pursuit. Ahead are 3,000 spacecraft of the Luca civilization. The pursuit in space is no different from the war on the surface of the planet. The pursuit in space is destined to be protracted, because the stage of the universe is really too vast. 5 days later, Xiaoyu and Luca civilization crossed the Tianyuan orbit one after another. Tianyuan is the last large planet in the Tianyuan 4-star system. This means that after passing here, the two fleets will no longer receive any reinforcements before reaching the Oort cloud. But Xiaoyu was not worried. Xiaoyu's fleet has a large number of spaceships. It can survive even if it doesn't work and dismantle the spaceships. Even if it stays up late, it can kill the Luca civilization. But during the pursuit, a phenomenon caught Xiaoyu's attention. The escape route of the Luca civilization spacecraft seems a bit familiar. Right. They followed the route they took during the attack and returned the same way. This seems to explain a problem. That is the question of how the Luca civilization fleet returns. It is easy to imagine that the free superlight teleportation opportunity they got could not only have an outbound journey, but no return journey. Since it is a two-way transmission, the most likely possibility is to open a temporary channel, which will have an entrance and an exit. When you need to go back, just go in through the exit. Xiaoyu made such a guess. Judging from their behavior of returning to the original route, this guess is probably correct. Is the entrance to the return route the same exit as when they appeared? It's very possible. And I remember that in trance very clearly. About 18 billion kilometers ahead of me. It would take too much time to chase them like this. and they might run away. Let's just stop doing it. I'll destroy the entrance first. Although I don't know what technology the superlight speed route is based on. But it is temporary. The shipping routes are generally not very strong. If I get tens of thousands of nuclear bombs, I don't believe I can't kill them. Xiao Yu made up his mind and immediately separated 100 village-level spacecraft with the best maneuverability from the fleet, filled them with fuel, and controlled the 100 village-level spacecraft to start accelerating before hitting the light speed barrier during space navigation. As long as there is enough fuel, the speed can be increased infinitely. In the past, it was due to fuel limitations that the speed of Xiao Yu's spacecraft was limited to less than 2,000 kilometers per second. Now, don't worry about the rest. If you accelerate at full speed, these village-level spacecraft can accelerate to 8,000 kilometers per second in just 1 hour. Of course, to reach this speed, these village-level spacecraft need to consume all the fuel they can carry, which means that they can no longer slow down or come back. However, Xiao Yu thought it was worth sacrificing 100 village-level spaceships in exchange for the destruction of the superlight channel. After accurately determining their routes, bright blue flames burst out from the tails of these 100 village-level spaceships, and they rushed towards the bottom of the fleet. Under Xiao Yu's actions, the flames emitted by these spacecraft engines were well concealed and basically impossible to be detected by the Luca civilization. These spacecraft need to make a circle, bypassing the Luca fleet to prevent being destroyed. And then, these spacecraft will accurately arrive at the entrance 20 days later. It will take more than 3 months for Xiao Yu's main force and the Luca civilization fleet to arrive here. Time slowly slipped away as the two fleets chased and escaped. During this period of time, the two sides occasionally fought each other, and each lost dozens to hundreds of spaceships. Now, the long pursuit is finally coming to an end, because in half an hour, Xiao Yu's special attack team will reach the target. Xiao Yu has already deployed surveillance satellites within a radius of 20 billion kilometers around Tianyuan. Through these satellites, Xiao Yu can see the situation at the entrance of the superlight route at any time. Xiao Yu noticed that the space there had been distorted, like the surroundings of a massive star. Xiao Yu's technology has not reached the point where he has a sufficient understanding of space. But through the gravitational lens, that is, observing the bending of starlight behind this area, Xiao Yu can clearly feel that what is happening here is strange and beyond his understanding. Physical phenomena. This area is quietly suspended in the void. Xiao Yu's 100 village-level spaceships will arrive here in 30 seconds. Each of these village-level spaceships is loaded with 100 hydrogen bombs with a yield of 100 million tons. 100 ships is equivalent to 1 trillion tons. Such a huge hydrogen bomb could probably blow the moon into pieces. There is an upper limit to the explosive power of an atomic bomb, but there is no such limit to a hydrogen bomb. As long as the raw materials and technology are sufficient, its equivalent can be increased without limit. Xiao Yu controlled 30 nearby satellites and watched the situation here closely. There was only 10 seconds left, and they were still 80,000 kilometers away from the target. At this time, through the long-distance communication satellite, Xiao Yu discovered that 100 Luca spacecraft suddenly appeared out of thin air at the entrance of this temporary route. As soon as these spacecraft appeared, they hurriedly began to target Xiao Yu's spacecraft, as if they wanted to start attacking. Sure enough, they have left a defensive force here, and when they are still 80,000 kilometers away, they can find that the village-level spaceship I sent out is indeed a third-level civilization. Xiao Yu thought secretly. Xiao Yu's spacecraft stopped accelerating a few days ago and flew entirely by inertia. The communication with Xiao Yu was also completed through long-distance communication, and long-distance communication could not be detected by the enemy. In addition, they are small in size, and this is a dark universe extremely far away from Tianyuan Sea. It is impossible for Xiao Yu to find traces of village-level spacecraft 80,000 kilometers away. This once again proves the strength of Luca's civilization. However, no matter how strong he is, it doesn't work anymore. There are only 10 seconds left before reaching the target. After all, the Luca spacecraft is biologically operated. When faced with such an emergency, it takes at least 8 seconds from showing up to aiming and shooting. 8 seconds were enough for Xiao Yu to close the distance to only 16,000 kilometers. Start exploding! Xiao Yu gave the order. Immediately, 30 of the targeted spaceships exploded violently the moment before the attack. The remaining spaceships exploded one after another on their way to the distorted space. The nearest spacecraft was less than 500 meters away from the distorted space. Kilometers distance. There were a total of 1 trillion ton hydrogen bombs, all of which exploded within 2 seconds. Xiaoyu saw that under the explosion of such a huge hydrogen bomb, the 100 Luca spacecraft could not even resist. Their protective shields were blown open in an instant. And then the entire spacecraft was turned into fly ash. At this moment, Xiaoyu's main force is still 11 billion kilometers away from here. 10 hours later, Xiaoyu observed the flash of light here on board the Shanghai. It was as if a new star had appeared there. At this moment, the brightness of the explosion point was 1.7 times higher than that of Tianyuan 4. This meant that Xiaoyu could hardly imagine how much energy was released through the long-range communication satellite. Dozens of minutes after the explosion, when the afterglow of the hydrogen bomb explosion dissipated, Xiaoyu immediately saw the scene of the distorted space. Xiaoyu saw that the explosion of a hydrogen bomb with a yield of 1 trillion tons did not erase the distortion of the space. Instead, it became larger. Moreover, behind this area, the degree of starlight distortion is also fluctuating violently. It seems that this distorted space has fallen into an extremely unstable situation. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if this twisted space is eliminated or not, as long as they can no longer be used. From the current situation, it seems that this temporary route is 80% unusable. The Luca civilization should already know the news that the entrance to the route has been destroyed. What will they do next? Surrender? Or fight to the death? Xiaoyu was keenly aware that the fleeing Luca fleet formation was scattered ahead. You can't push them to a dead end. Otherwise, if they blow themselves up or fight me desperately, I won't get anything. I have to give them a little hope. And it's best to lure them into surrender. As long as they surrender, I will take over the spacecraft. Then it's up to me whether you want to fight or kill. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu immediately used radio broadcasting to broadcast a message to them. Hello, Luca civilization. Unfortunately, you failed in the war with me. Here, I want to explain something to you. First of all, I evolved into a mechanical civilization with my own intelligence and consciousness. And they are not the kind of cold electronic beings that can only act under the command of codes. So, don't despair. I don't want to kill you. I just want to get something from you. Such is your technology. What you have know the information. You can continue to survive in my spaceship. During the long journey, it seems to be a good thing to have you to accompany me to relieve my boredom. Of course, the feeling of being in captivity may not be good, but compared to eternal death, the ending does not seem to be unacceptable. In short, the decision is in your hands. You should know very well that if you lose your logistics supplies, you can't escape. You have only 2 ways left. Either be killed by me in the battle, or surrender to me. I will provide you with a comfortable living environment until your natural death. Then, give me your answer. By the way, you only have 1 hour to think about it. Xiaoyu attached a dictionary message to this message and sent it out together. Chapter 84 Negotiation. This is the first communication between the 2 fleets from the early days of the war to the present. Overdistance communication is based on the principle of quantum entanglement, which means that only by separating a pair of entangled quanta, one on each side, can communication with each other be achieved. Therefore, the long-distance communication equipment must be one-to-one. Xiaoyu did not install a special long-distance communication equipment on the Luca spacecraft. So naturally there was no way to contact them through long-distance communication means. In this case, traditional communication methods come in handy. As for the dictionary information attached to the message, it is for the Luca civilization to decipher the meaning of its message. After sending this information, Xiaoyu began to wait quietly. In war, the most important thing is always logistical supplies. Whether it is a planetary ground war or an interstellar war, it is the same. For example, under the current situation, Xiaoyu can obtain sufficient energy by dismantling the spacecraft to continuously accelerate. But the Luca civilization with a small number of spacecraft cannot do this. Therefore, as long as you keep chasing them, Xiaoyu will catch up with them one day. This truth is very simple. Xiaoyu knows it, and Luca civilization naturally also knows it. Therefore, in the current situation, there are really only these 2 possibilities left. The fleet of the Luca civilization will either die or surrender. There is no third possibility. An hour passed slowly. Xiaoyu did not receive a message from the Luca civilization. Instead, he saw that their spacecraft began to slow down and gradually formed a battle formation. Still not convinced? Xiaoyu sneered, and also controlled his spaceship to form a battle formation and rush forward. This is a war involving 40,000 spaceships facing 3,000 spaceships. The technological gap is masked by the number of ships. In this battle, Xiao Yu gained an absolute advantage. The battle lasted for a full hour, and the number of Luca spaceships was reduced to less than 2,000, while Xiao Yu still had 35,000 spaceships left. At this time, Xiao Yu received a message transmitted by radio waves. At the same time as this information was transmitted, more than 1,900 Luca spacecraft began a tacit retreat. Xiao Yu did not stop them and allowed them to leave the battlefield. In the void of the universe, thousands of kilometers apart, the two fleets faced each other silently. After this piece of information, there is also a piece of dictionary information. Through the dictionary, Xiao Yu quickly deciphered the meaning of this information. Strange mechanical civilization. I have to say that you have indeed won this war. Survival is the first instinct of living things. In order to continue to live, we choose to surrender. However, we have several conditions that we hope you will consider. Xiao Yu sneered and sent a message. Please tell me. I will consider it carefully. After a pause, a radio wave message came back. First, ensure our living conditions to the greatest extent. We only have a few tens of thousands of people left, and we will not take up too many resources. Second, if you think it is safe, please give us maximum freedom. Third, if our civilization demands to redeem us, please be sure to agree. Believe us, our civilization will offer a price that is enough to make your heart beat. This is our condition. At the same time, we will pay the following. There are several costs. First, the technology and intelligence we have will be shared with you. Secondly, if you provide us with sufficient scientific research conditions, we will contribute our wisdom and strive to develop your technology. Also, in person when dealing with other strange civilizations, we will act as your advisory group and provide you with response plans that meet your interests and needs. The above are our conditions, and the price we can pay. I hope you can understand that we are valuable, and ensuring our survival will only benefit you and not harm you. Looking at this piece of information, Xiao Yu fell into thinking. It seems that what they said is reasonable. If they are not lying, this plan is not unacceptable. There are only tens of thousands of people. At worst, I will just build a city-level spaceship without a weapons system for them. Stay. They are indeed more beneficial than killing them. Those spaceships of mine that they killed would have been built in decades if I found another star system with sufficient supplies. Instead, I killed at least tens of thousands of their population. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu sent them a message. I am very happy with your wisdom, which prevents me and you from suffering another loss. I accept this condition. However, in order to show your sincerity, I ask that you first remove the energy shield of the spacecraft, and then destroy all energy cannons muzzle. Xiao Yu hopes to get these resources with the least effort. But that doesn't mean Xiao Yu is a fool. The dark jungle of the universe forces Xiao Yu to speculate on others with the greatest malice. Before ensuring his own safety, Xiao Yu must firmly control the situation in his own hands. Luca's civilization was silent for 5 minutes, and then Xiao Yu received a message. As you wish. Xiao Yu saw that the Luca spacecraft thousands of kilometers away suddenly lost the light ink energy shield covering them. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Without the energy shield, the overall strength of the Luca spacecraft has dropped by at least 40%. The distance between the two fleets is only a few thousand kilometers. At this distance, it only takes a few tenths of a second for Xiao Yu's energy LS to hit them. Their actions showed enough sincerity. Next, Xiao Yu saw that various weapons equipped on the surface of the spacecraft, such as energy cannons, laser cannons, hydrogen bomb launchers, etc., had all been removed. The Luca civilization has disarmed all its weapons. After this war, Xiao Yu has a good understanding of the structure of their spaceships. He knows exactly what weapons a spaceship of a certain tonnage is equipped with, and where the weapons are. Therefore, it is impossible for them to fake the disassembly of weapons. After doing all this, Xiao Yu received a message. We have removed the energy shield and weapon system according to your instructions. What else do you want next? I'm going to send a robot to land on your spacecraft to check if your spacecraft has any remaining weapons. Please open the docking port of your respective spacecraft and cooperate with the robot's work. Xiao Yu calmly sent a message. We must be cautious. Speculate on other civilizations with the greatest malice, and do not trust any of their words. This is the principle of doing things that Xiao Yu has long established. This request of yours is excessive, but in order to show our sincerity, it is as you wish. Luca's civilization replied. Xiaoyu quickly modified a batch of robots. And after equipping them with all his own detection instruments, he sent these robots to more than 1,900 spaceships, corresponding one by one to the surviving Luca spacecraft. Then, he controlled these spacecraft and slowly approached the Luca spacecraft. In order to show his sincerity, Xiaoyu dismantled the weapons system of the village-level spacecraft that needed to be close to the opponent in front of the Luca civilization. Anyway, it's just a village-level spaceship. It doesn't matter even if it is destroyed by the opponent. With this amount, Xiaoyu can still afford to lose it. More than 1,900 village-level spacecraft slowly approached the Luca spacecraft. And then the Luca spacecraft opened the docking interface. Through the docking interface, Xiaoyu commanded 2 million robots, divided into more than 1,900 batches, respectively, landed on the Luca spaceship. Xiaoyu saw the internal structure of the Luca civilization spacecraft for the first time. The Luca civilization seems to be a civilization that lives in the X-ray band, which is fundamentally different from humans. Light is a broad concept that includes visible light and invisible light. In terms of frequency, from low to high, it can be roughly divided into 4 types: infrared, visible light, X-rays, and gamma rays. Of these 4, only visible light can be perceived by humans. But for the Luca civilization, it seems that X-rays are visible light. Xiaoyu saw something similar to human lighting equipment in the Luca spacecraft. But human lighting equipment emits visible light, while the lighting equipment of the Luca civilization emits X-rays. There are all kinds of wonders in the world. Xiaoyu sighed, controlled the robot, and continued to move forward. Xiaoyu saw the Luca star for the first time. The appearance of the Luca people is actually very similar to the appearance of aliens described in human science fiction movies. They all have big heads, big eyes, and small torsos. The average height is about 1.4 meters. Like humans, they have arms and legs. Looking at this sci-fi look, Xiaoyu had the urge to laugh. From their faces, Xiaoyu seemed to detect an emotion called sadness and anger. However, Xiaoyu ignored it at all and continued to concentrate on his examination. Since they want to capture you from the beginning, they must be mentally prepared to be defeated and captured by you. Here, Xiaoyu also visited the energy shield system of Luca's civilization. It is composed of countless small instruments distributed on the inner wall of the spacecraft SHL. Xiaoyu still doesn't know its specific working principle. But Xiaoyu is not in a hurry to analyze it now. As long as these Luca people are successfully captured, there will be plenty of time for research in the future. Xiaoyu patiently and meticulously inspected every corner of the Luca spacecraft. After the inspection was completed, he even removed all the hydrogen bombs on the Luca spacecraft, as well as all energy sources except those necessary to maintain the operation of the spacecraft. There is only one reason, and it is for safety, because in this way, even if they still have hidden weapon systems, without energy, they will not be able to make waves. In this regard, the Luca people once protested, but Xiaoyu flatly refused. After checking these spacecraft for several days, Xiaoyu was satisfied and left. Then, Xiaoyu issued a new order. Next, I will modify 50 county-level spaceships for you to live in. During this period of time, please return to Space Garden 4 under the supervision of my spaceship. Chapter 85. 6 years. The war between Xiaoyu and the Luca stars finally came to an end, and it ended with Xiaoyu's victory. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a complete victory, because Xiaoyu is an existence similar to mechanical civilization. As long as there is sufficient time and raw materials, the number of spaceships is just a matter of numbers. There is no doubt that the Luca spacecraft and Luca stars captured by Xiaoyu will bring him a huge technological leap. The starry sky pursuit lasted for a total of 1.5 months. When returning, because there was no rush, the speed slowed down. It took about 2.5 months to return to the Tianyuan 4-star system. During this period of time, Xiaoyu first obtained from the Luca people their requirements for the living environment, and then began to modify the spacecraft and build a new home for them. By then, all Luca spaceships will be taken over by Xiaoyu. In case there are things on these spaceships that he is not aware of that can threaten him, the Luca people accepted this. However, there are many more requirements for environmental details, and Xiaoyu is even required to provide at least one large entertainment venue on each spacecraft. Xiaoyu agreed to these requests one by one. Anyway, it was just a hands-on matter. Xiaoyu plans to take these Luca people with him on his subsequent interstellar travel. Their interstellar survival experience is very important to Xiaoyu. Moreover, Xiao Yu also needs some technical details of the third-level civilization for himself. Of course, Xiao Yu did not forget the most important issue. When he sent out robots to take over all the Luca spacecraft and ensured that they were all under his control, Xiao Yu couldn't wait to ask this question. Tell me, after your mother civilization learns that you have been defeated by me and captured by me, how will they respond? This issue is very important to Xiao Yu. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is related to Xiao Yu's life and death. Tens of thousands of Luca stars were silent. And then the temporary Supreme Commander of the Luca stars responded. Xiao Yu gave this temporary Supreme Commander a codename. Luca number 1. Given our current situation, we know that it is very stupid to lie or hide from you. Therefore, I will tell you everything truthfully. But you must also know our answer to how the mother civilization will respond to this problem. It's just our speculation, and we can't guarantee it will be correct. Luca 1 replied. Xiao Yu replied. As a mechanical civilization that has evolved its own wisdom, I have huge modeling capabilities. Every word you say will be reflected in the model. Any minor flaws and contradictions will be reflected in the model. I found out. So I'm not afraid of you lying. Similarly, after you give your answer, I will ask you to provide every social form detail of Luca's mother civilization. And I will use this to make my own judgment. What do you think about me? The answer is just for reference. Okay. Please answer my question. Xiao Yu saw that Luca number 1 held a remote meeting through the communication system. After dozens of minutes of intense discussion, the answer was given. Of course, their discussion process was monitored by Xiao Yu. After discussion, we believe that the mother civilization will respond as follows. First, because the mother civilization still has the confidence to capture you, your location information will not be exposed, but will still only be circulated within the mother civilization. It will not be known to other civilizations. You have to know that these 7,000 spaceships, combined with a sneak attack plan, have a full 99% chance of capturing you in our model deduction. So we did not send out more spaceships. These 7,000 spaceships only account for less than 1% of our military strength. So, after learning the news that the fleet has been wiped out, the mother civilization will reorganize a fleet, and it will be at least 50,000 spaceships in size. The fleet will most likely include a Daka-class ship, which is what you were talking about, the provincial spaceship I mentioned. Then exchange it for the opportunity to teleport at the speed of light, and continue to come here to capture you. Xiao Yu was silent for a moment and replied, I need you to give me a plan to deal with it. Luca number 1 replied, based on our understanding of military personnel, there will be many people willing to fight this must-win war. So there will be serious disputes over the appointment of the top commander. You know, this means the delay of time. But it will only delay for 1 year at most, including the 5 years required for the voyage. You only have 6 years to escape. Within these 6 years, you must run at least half a light year away. It is possible to escape the tracking of the mother civilization's fleet. Xiao Yu quickly calculated. In 6 years, he traveled half a light year distance, which meant that Xiao Yu's flying speed had to reach 1/12 of the speed of light, which is 25,000 kilometers per second. Xiao Yu can reach this speed, but after continuously accelerating to this speed, Xiao Yu will consume all the fuel that can be carried, which means that in the subsequent voyage, Xiao Yu will not be able to make orbit corrections. There is no way to slow down after that, which basically means Xiao Yu's death. So, what are your suggestions? Xiao Yu asked. Our suggestion is very simple. Use the tens of thousands of our tribesmen you have in your hands to negotiate with the mother civilization, or become our vassal tribe. In short, use your wisdom to find hope in such negotiations. It shouldn't be a difficult thing. Luca number 1 replied. Xiao Yu snorted coldly, commanded a county-level spacecraft, and aimed the energy cannon at a Luca township-level spacecraft. There are at least 100 of your people on this spaceship, and they will die because of your cunning. I hope you don't feel too guilty, Xiao Yu said, and before Luca 1 could answer, he decisively gave the order to fire. The Luca township-class spacecraft, which lost its energy shield, was easily destroyed by Xiao Yu's county-class spacecraft. Through the surveillance system, Xiao Yu saw tens of thousands of Luca people opening their mouths at the same time, showing very incredible, shocked, and sad expressions. This is the first warning. The second warning will be the destruction of 2 Luca-class spacecraft, Xiao Yu said coldly. You are really a devil, Luca 1 said tremblingly. In front of 20,000 Luca spaceships, you have no chance of escape. Surrendering or becoming a vassal is your only chance of survival. Xiao Yu snorted coldly and did not answer it, but asked another question. I need to know how many Alliance contribution points are needed to redeem a super-light teleportation opportunity. Luca number 1 was silent for a moment and replied, 50 o'clock. Xiaoyu can be sure that it didn't lie, because Xiaoyu has already found the answer in the Luca spacecraft database. Making inquiries is just a psychological tactic. Then how much are your 7,000 spaceships worth? 420 contribution points. Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and he began to think rapidly. The initial estimate was wrong. I originally thought that the value of these 7,000 spaceships, plus a super-light teleportation opportunity, would be at least similar to my bounty. In this way, after I destroy their fleet, it was possible for them to give up on capturing me because the risks were not proportional to the benefits. But they didn't expect that their total value was only 470 contribution points, which was far from my bounty of 2,500 contribution points. Yes, this means that they will continue to send spaceships to capture me. My situation is still dangerous. I have 6 years. Within 6 years, I can build 120,000 spaceships and repair all defenses. Adding the current 35,000 spaceships, my total strength is 150,000 spaceships. Right or left? Facing their fleet of 50,000 spaceships including at least one provincial spaceship, I have no chance of winning. But reaching 1/12 the speed of light is also unachievable for me. I can't fight. I can't run. What should I do? Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. No, that's not right. If within these 6 years, I obtain the technology of protective shields and the technology of making force field generators, I may not have no chance of winning against the Luca fleet. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu sneered. You say I have no chance of winning? As long as I have obtained the shield technology and force field generator technology, and I have a spaceship that far exceeds your fleet, why do I have no chance of winning? Answer my question. If the answer does not satisfy me, I wouldn't mind destroying a few more Luca ships. Luca number 1 was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. We have protective shield technology. In fact, protective shield technology is the most important symbol to distinguish second-level and third-level civilizations. The emergence of protective shields represents extremely important significance. It basically declares that kinetic energy weapons will be used in interstellar wars. Withdraw? But I'm sorry. We spent 60 contribution points to redeem the force field generator from the Alliance to prepare it to deal with you. It is a creation of a 4th-level civilization, and we have no manufacturing technology for it. You should know the importance of contribution points to a civilization in the Alliance. The force field generator is the most cost-effective weapon after our detailed calculations. So we redeemed it. In addition, there is another bad news to let me tell you. When the next batch of 50,000 spaceships arrives, there is a 90% chance that they will be exchanged for another highly lethal weapon. So you have no chance. Regarding this issue, Xiaoyu asked more than 1,000 Luca people at the same time after confirming that they could not communicate with each other. The answers of these 1,000 Luca people were very consistent, allowing Xiaoyu to basically confirm the authenticity of this information. Xiaoyu felt bitter in his heart. I will never be willing to be kept in captivity and spend my life in a boring way. I still have 6 years to prepare. So within these 6 years, I must find a way. Chapter 86 Neutron Battlestar. Defeating the Luca Star fleet once did not achieve the results Xiaoyu expected, but reaped fruitful results in other directions. With the help of these nearly 2,000 Luca spaceships and these tens of thousands of Luca aliens, Xiaoyu will be able to quickly upgrade to a 3rd-level civilization. However, Xiaoyu is extremely resolute in ruling out the plan to stay in Tianyuan Sea and continue to fight against the Luca fleet, because the Luca fleet will have at least 2 killer weapons that surpass the 3rd-level civilization. And in a short period of time, he has not been able to improve the performance of the spacecraft to the level of the Luca civilization. This means that escape is imperative. What needs to be considered now is how to escape smoothly without being tracked by the Luca fleet. Xiaoyu already has several plans in his mind, such as trying his best to eliminate traces of the launch of his spaceship to prevent it from being detected by the Luca civilization, or creating illusions to confuse the Luca fleet, etc. During the period of returning to the Space Garden 4-star system, Xiaoyu obtained a large amount of technology and basic theories from the Luca people. This knowledge was quickly digested by Xiaoyu and integrated into his own theoretical system. With the help of this knowledge, Xiaoyu quickly constructed a blueprint for the construction of a new spaceship. Now, only after returning to Tianyuan 4, Xiaoyu can start the construction of the new spacecraft. The new spacecraft will have an energy shield system that is no weaker than the Luca spacecraft. In addition, its maneuverability and attack power will also be greatly improved. The most important thing is the gains from the theoretical system. Level 3 civilizations have already conducted research on new energy sources. This energy source goes beyond nuclear fusion. That is, energy is obtained through the decay of protons and neutrons. To put it simply, new protons or neutrons are formed through the recombination of quarks. In this process, heavy elements will rapidly decay into light elements. In this process, at least 50% of the mass is converted into energy. Shall you remembered clearly that the Earth exploded because under the influence of some unknown force. The iron and nickel elements in the Earth's core decayed into hydrogen and helium elements, releasing a large amount of energy, which directly blew the Earth to pieces. This is a material reaction that comprehensively surpasses nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. Inspired by the theoretical system of Luca's civilization, shall you preliminarily determine the excitation conditions for this material reaction, and its large-scale application is expected to be realized within 1,000 years. In addition, shall you also has a general understanding of the conditions of various civilizations in the galaxy. During the 2.5-month return journey, shall you raised a question to the Luca civilization. By eliminating other civilizations, one can gain an improvement in the destiny of one's own civilization. Is this correct? Luca number 1 replied. Basically correct. To be precise, it should be that if you eliminate the creatures of other civilizations, you can get an improvement in your own civilization's luck. In other words, even if you only eliminate one creature of other civilizations, you can get there will be a certain improvement in the luck of your own civilization. The degree of improvement is related to the level of technology of the eliminated civilization. But luck, is not accurate in your technology. There is a theory called quantum mechanics. In this theory, the quantum state in the superposition state is uncertain. Shall you knows that the most famous guess in the quantum superposition principle is the Schrödinger's cat equation. To put it simply, before you look up to see whether the moon exists or not, it is uncertain whether the moon exists or not. It may exist or it may not exist. Each of the two possibilities has a 50% probability. That is to say, the moon is in a superposition of two states of existence and non-existence at this moment. It both exists and does not exist. Only when you look up and observe can you decide whether the moon exists or not, and its status can be determined. According to quantum mechanics, whether the moon exists at this moment is decided by you at the moment you start observing. The process by which the state is determined is called quantum collapse. Shall you nodded, indicating that he understood. But then shall you raised a new question. What does this have to do with luck? Or luck? Luca number 1 replied. It has a lot to do with it. Under normal circumstances, moon in. This name is very beautiful. And the probability of its existence or not is 50% each. But make an assumption. If you want the moon to exist, no matter how you expect it to exist before destroying a remaining civilized creature, the probability of its existence is always 50%. But after you destroy a remaining civilized creature, you hope it exists. And it exists. The odds become 50.1%. Simply put, that's it. Shall you suddenly realized? Shall you completely understood? For example, if Shall you hopes that there will be a powerful alien fleet ahead that completely obeys his orders, before annihilating an alien civilization, the probability of its existence and non-existence is 50%. But after Shall you eliminates an alien civilization, the probability of its existence may become 51%. Shall you sighed and continued to ask, why? Do you know the reason? Luca number 1 shook his head. I don't know. Each of Shall Yu's questions was drawn by asking thousands of Luca people who were isolated from each other, and comparing the results with the answers of Luca number 1. From this, Shall You was sure that Luca number 1 did not lie. You civilized people. What are your guesses about this? We spent 10,000 alliance contribution points to redeem this. We only know the conclusion, not the reason. Maybe we are all a piece of data, and there is some detached, unknowable existence watching us secretly. Let us fight each other for fun. Luca number 1 replied. Shall You shook his head. This answer basically means nothing. Shall You gave up his interest in continuing to struggle with this issue, and instead raised a new question. What kind of social structure is the so-called Guardian Alliance? Luca number 1 replied. The Guardian Alliance is an alliance established under the leadership of a powerful civilization called the Guardian Civilization. Under the alliance, there are tens of thousands of different civilizations. The Guardian Alliance, it was mainly established to fight against the sweepers. Within the Guardian Alliance, low-level civilizations can obtain Alliance contribution points by completing various tasks. Through the Alliance contribution points, they can be exchanged for various rewards, such as technology and super weapons. It seems that my guess is correct. This Guardian Alliance is indeed a powerful civilization-led alliance. Xiaoyu thought silently and continued to ask, what is a sweeper? The sweepers are another civilization. However, this civilization is bloodthirsty and violent. As long as the civilization discovered by it basically cannot escape the fate of being exterminated. Our Luca civilization was called by the Guardian Alliance 20,000 years ago, and joined the Guardian Alliance, avoided the fate of being exterminated by the sweepers. The sweepers eliminate other civilizations. No doubt. In order to improve the luck of their own civilization. So I have a question. Why does the Guardian civilization choose to protect weak civilizations instead of directly annihilating them? Is the Guardian civilization really are you so moral? Xiaoyu asked. Luca #1 was silent for a long time before shaking his head. Maybe you are right. We only have this explanation. There is no other explanation except that we believe that the Guardian civilization is really moral. Xiaoyu sneered at this. However, Xiaoyu did not dwell on this issue, but asked another question. What roles do tens of thousands of weak civilizations play within the Guardian Alliance? Luca 1 quickly replied. There are many roles it can play. Logistics supply, material transportation, battleship maintenance, intelligence collection, and other tasks. You must also know that our Luca civilization once rented a drop-shaped detectors come to the third star field to collect various intelligence. This is part of intelligence collection. The weak civilizations under the Guardian civilization exchange various tasks for contribution points, and use the contribution points to exchange for technology and the Guardian civilization. Protection. Or, if you have an extremely powerful civilization, you can directly assist the Guardian civilization to fight against the sweeper civilization. For this kind of task, the contribution points obtained are extremely amazing. However, if you want to participate in the war between the Guardians and Sweepers, the minimum requirement is level 6 primary civilization. Which one is more powerful? The Guardian civilization or the Sweeper civilization? What level of civilization are they? They are all level 6 advanced civilizations. In the Morcast galaxy, that is, in the Milky Way, the Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization are the two most powerful civilizations. Civilizations at level 7 and above belong to legendary existences. I don't know how many billions of years it has appeared in the Milky Way. And it's hard to say whether level 7 and above civilizations even exist in the entire universe. Luca 1 paused and continued. In conventional combat power, the Guardian civilization has the advantage. In high-end combat power, the Sweeper civilization has the advantage. Because the Sweeper civilization has an ultimate war fortress, the neutron battle star. So overall, the Guardian civilization is still at a disadvantage. Neutron battle star? Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Yes, a neutron battle star. Luca 1 replied seriously. The Sweeper civilization didn't know where they got the technology. They hollowed out a neutron star and transformed it into a war fortress. It is almost indestructible. At least, the Guardian civilization has tried for tens of millions of years, but has not found a way to destroy the neutron battle star. It is precisely with the help of the neutron battle star, the ultimate war fortress, that the Sweeper civilization defeated the Guardian Alliance. Pressed down hard. Xiaoyu was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Neutron battle star. Neutron star can also be used as a war fortress. I wonder when I will reach this level. Chapter 87 New Home and the Trap. I don't know if they really accepted their fate, or if they still had some conspiracy. In short, the Luca people were unusually quiet on the way back. In addition to answering Xiaoyu's questions, they always sit there quietly or engage in a special, entertainment activity that Xiaoyu cannot understand. Xiaoyu did not interfere. Xiaoyu just vacated a Luca spacecraft, dissected it, and studied every piece of its technology in detail. In the process of absorbing and digesting new knowledge, Xiaoyu returned to the Tianyuan 4-star system 3 months later. The escape plan began in full swing. Through a detailed understanding of the technology, civilization, social system, etc. of the Luca people, Xiaoyu formulated a feasible escape plan. That is, through 3 to 5 false targets, to confuse the Luca fleet so that they do not know what to do, where to chase. The specific plan is that Xiaoyu will spend 3 years to build hundreds of thousands of empty spaceships. These spaceships only have basic power systems. And then Xiaoyu will divide them into 4 batches and set off towards different goals. Xiao Yu's real fleet will be mixed with these fake fleets, heading towards the real goal. The cleverness of this plan is that if the entire fleet chases a target, and after catching up, it is discovered that it is a false target, then they will waste precious time. If the troops are divided and every target is pursued, then the fleet after dividing the troops may not necessarily be able to defeat Xiao Yu. These fake fleets target Nam N2, Cetus UV, etc. Xiao Yu's real target is Tiansong Wu. Tiangang 5 is a star whose mass, brightness, radius, and temperature are not much different from the Sun. Xiao Yu once made a detailed observation of it and determined that it has 5 planets, 3 of which are Jupiter-like planets, and 2 of which are Earth-like planets. In addition, it also has a debris disk, similar to on Tianyuan 4, and the asteroid belt of the solar system. Tiansong 5 is about 8.4 light-years away from Tianyuan 4. For Xiao Yu, who has obtained the Luca star technology and has a maximum speed of 3,000 kilometers per second, it will take about 850 years to reach it. Target. The first thing to start is the material collection operation. 6 years means that Xiao Yu's time is very tight, and there is no time to build a large number of new warships. Therefore, Xiao Yu plans to only build some large transport ships within the 4 Tianyuan star systems, and then bring a large amount of materials with him on the journey. Start building new warships during the journey. The recycling work of Huantianyuans for large particle colliders has also begun. The total mass of this large collider is as high as 700 billion tons, most of which are smelted materials that can be directly recycled. Naturally, Xiao Yu cannot let it go. However, the element composition of the Tianyuan 4 large particle colliders is somewhat single. In order to enrich the types of materials, Xiao Yu sent tens of thousands of spacecraft to launch large-scale prospecting activities in the Tianyuan 4 star system. Tianyuan A has been destroyed, which means that Xiao Yu has lost a stable source of materials. With no other choice, Xiao Yu looks at the satellites of Tianyuan B and Tianyuan C, as well as the asteroid belt. Construction of empty spaceships and large transport ships has begun. After Xiao Yu renovated the former space dock, it was immediately put into use. The technological content of the spacecraft built this time has made an overall leap. In addition, the robot manufacturing factory is also operating at full capacity, with tens of thousands of robots being produced every day to meet Xiao Yu's various production tasks. Xiao Yu set the entire construction plan for 3 years. 3 years later, Xiao Yu will leave Tianyuan C and embark on a new journey. Within these 3 years, Xiao Yu will produce at least 100 large transport ships, hundreds of thousands of empty spaceships, and at least 10,000 new spaceships. He will also complete the transformation of the current more than 30,000 spaceships. The huge amount of work keeps Xiao Yu's computing power at a high level of 95% at all times. The first thing to be built was the new home for the Luca people to live in. The new home is a city-level spaceship that uses the latest energy shield technology, the latest material technology, and the latest power system. But it does not have any weapon systems. And Xiao Yu has installed a monitoring system for every circuit and computing module of the new home. In addition, Xiao Yu also installed tens of thousands of cameras on it to ensure that every move of the Luca people was under his surveillance. After the new home was built, Xiao Yu began to drive away tens of thousands of Luca people and launched a relocation operation. During the relocation process, some Luca people launched violent resistance, but they were immediately and brutally suppressed by Xiao Yu without hesitation, under the watchful eyes of countless armed robots. The moving operation was successfully completed. During the moving process, the resistance of the Luca people made Xiao Yu a little unhappy. To this end, Xiao Yu introduced a new rule. That is, all Luca people must receive 2 hours of ideological education between 7 and 9 o'clock every day. Xiao Yu encouraged them to be obedient and dedicated. Glory. Shame on resisting destruction. Moreover, Xiao Yu stipulates that every time the same type of disobedience is reported, the reporter will receive certain rewards, such as better living environment, better food, etc. Xiao Yu's goal is to make these Luca people obediently contribute their wisdom and work hard for Xiao Yu's technological development. After the relocation operation, more than 1,900 spaceships of the Luca people were immediately rebuilt by Xiao Yu. All kinds of recyclable materials were used by Xiao Yu without missing a beat. In the end, they were all transformed into shapes suitable for Xiao Yu. Use a custom ship. After the new home was built, Xiao Yu transformed and upgraded all 7 of his city-level spaceships into new types of spaceships, and built New Beijing. Xingtai and Handan. On the Beijing, Xiaoyu installed the latest photon computer, which greatly improved the computing power. Beijing has become Xiaoyu's flagship again. With Beijing as the center, Xiaoyu's thinking extended to every corner of Tianyuan 4. And the tense and busy construction operations were proceeding in an orderly manner. A year later, the disassembly of Huantianyuan's for large-scale particle collider was completed. Xiaoyu abandoned a large number of unimportant elements and collected all the elements with higher value. 2 years later, 100 large transport ships were completed. Each of these transport ships can carry more than 10 million tons of materials. Calculated in this way, Xiaoyu's total material reserves have reached 1 billion tons. These materials will be able to build hundreds of city-level spaceships, or even large-scale ships. 10,000 county-level spaceships. In addition, within the past 2 years, Xiaoyu has also built thousands of new spaceships. And this number is still increasing. 3 years later, all preparations were completed. Xiaoyu is about to embark on a long journey of escape. Before the escape began, Xiaoyu first laid a huge trap in the Tianyuan 4-star system. This trap includes millions of communication satellites, which will monitor whether there is any foreign fleet intruding into Tianyuan 4 at any time, as well as countless triggering weapon systems. Xiaoyu hid a supercomputer in the asteroid belt. This supercomputer has a complex and precise intelligence system. It can judge whether there is a foreign fleet breaking into the galaxy through the satellite system all over the Tianyuan 4-star systems. If so, countless controlled mines placed within the galaxy will automatically move towards the target, and will explode after approaching the target within a certain range. Within the entire Tianyuan 4-star system, the total number of controlled landmines reaches billions. This will be Xiaoyu's first gift to the Luca civilized fleet. In addition to controlled landmines, Xiaoyu also renovated solar sail weapons that had not been used in previous wars, and placed them under the control of supercomputers. After discovering that foreign enemies invaded, they would and controlled launch mines together to attack the enemy. There are also armed satellite systems, which have also been modified by Xiaoyu, as well as countless hidden forts hidden in the asteroid belt. Xiaoyu turned the entire Tianyuan 4-star system into a huge and dangerous interstellar trap. If the Luca civilization fleet really dares to enter the Tianyuan 4-star systems, they should be very surprised, Xiaoyu thought silently. After making all these arrangements, Xiaoyu first asked the fake fleet to leave Tianyuan 4 and sail towards false targets such as Nanmen 2, Cetus UV, and Scorpio 18. Xiaoyu knew that the Luca people mainly track them by analyzing the traces of engine tail flames. When the fusion engine is started, the temperature of its tail flame will reach tens of millions of degrees. This temperature will heat the particles in the void and give them extremely weak radiation. By analyzing these radiations, we can know where and how many spacecrafts have passed by. Moreover, this radiation cannot be eliminated. The engine system of the fake fleet is the same as that of the real fleet. Therefore, through this detection technology, it will be impossible for them to discover which fleet is the real Xiaoyu fleet. The speed of these fleets is also 3,000 kilometers per second. If no one interferes and there are no problems with the route, it will take them hundreds to thousands of years to reach their respective goals. If there were intelligent creatures in those galaxies, they would be surprised and confused when faced with these weird spaceships. There were 4 fake fleets in total. After launching 3, Xiaoyu led the huge fleet and embarked on a long voyage. The last fake fleet will automatically start sailing and leave the Tianyuan 4-star system in 5 hours. Driven by the powerful nuclear fusion engine, the speed of the fleet is constantly increasing. Looking at the familiar scenery around him and the gradually dimming Tianyuan Sea, Xiaoyu felt filled with emotions. Tianyuan Sea. Goodbye. Chapter 88. Trillion-ton hydrogen bomb. Xiaoyu's fleet consists of 50,000 combat spacecraft, 100 transport spacecraft, and 5 large processing spacecraft. These 5 processing spacecrafts are mobile docks that can navigate in space. With these 5 spacecrafts, Xiaoyu can construct spacecrafts while sailing during the long interstellar journey. In the inner galaxy, Xiaoyu did not dare to let his speed go too fast, but maintained a speed of 1,500 kilometers per second. At this speed, it took Xiaoyu 3 months to leaving the Tianyuan 4 galaxy. After leaving the inner galaxy, there is much less material in the interstellar space, which means that Xiaoyu no longer has to worry about being hit. Xiaoyu immediately started the second round of acceleration. It took 3 days for Xiaoyu to accelerate the fleet to a speed of 3,000 kilometers per second and speed towards Tiansangwu. The database in the Luca spacecraft does not carry too much information, so Xiaoyu often asks the Luca people some questions. Of course, The questions Xiao Yu asked were all questions that had nothing to do with technology. Questions related to technology. First, Xiao Yu couldn't trust these Luca people. Second, even if he asked them, they might not understand. After all, they are just soldiers, not scientists. During the long journey, Xiao Yu was engaged in busy construction work while casually chatting with the Luca people. It seems that apart from being dissatisfied with Xiao Yu's strict confinement, the Luca people are quite satisfied with the current living environment. After all, after being defeated, not only did they not die, but they could have a living environment above the horizontal line. They were quite content. During this period of time, through Xiao Yu's various rewarding behaviors, some Luca people who can be called Luca traders gained a lofty status in a new home. They have the most comfortable houses, and the most comfortable houses, delicious food, the best entertainment facilities. In contrast, their attitude toward Xiao Yu became more and more respectful. As for how the lower-level Luca people viewed them, Xiao Yu didn't bother to care. The former temporary supreme commander of the Luca Stars, Luca No. 1, had been secretly executed by Xiao Yu for plotting to rebel. Now the official leader of the Luca Stars is called Luca No. 2 by Xiao Yu. Do you understand the fighting methods of the Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization? Xiao Yu asked a question. Immediately, Luca No. 2 replied respectfully. Master, because our Luca civilization is only a third-level civilization and is at the bottom of the alliance, we don't know much about their war methods. We have only heard about them in rumors. A little more. Oh, tell me about it, Xiao Yu asked with great interest. It is rumored that 17 million years ago, at the center of the Milky Way, two civilizations launched a large-scale battle. During this battle, both sides dispatched hundreds of millions of warships and launched a protracted war. During that battle, thousands of stars were detonated and a supernova explosion occurred. The resulting gamma-ray burst swept across the entire galaxy. Tens of thousands of stars were affected by the battle and fell into a state of aging prematurely. In short, it was an indescribable and extremely huge war. The ultimate war fortress of the Sweeper civilization, the neutron battle star, appeared in that war. Luca too replied. Oh, so powerful. Xiao Yu listened leisurely and fascinated. What about the final result? After the neutron battle star appeared, the situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. The Guardian civilization suffered a disastrous defeat. Only less than 50 million warships were left out of 300 million, and they fled in panic. It was only after that war that the Guardian civilization was defeated. It was called the Guardian civilization and began to protect weak civilizations. So that's it? Xiao Yu thought silently and continued to ask. Do you understand their weapons system? I have a vague understanding. I heard it from a 5th-level civilized creature by chance. They seem to have a weapon called space collapse and another weapon called material stealing. By the way, there is also a weapon called matter decay. I don't know the specific principles and killing methods of these weapons. Master, you must know that I am just a 3rd-level civilized creature. Luca No. 2 replied respectfully. Xiao Yu started to think. Space collapse seems to be easy to understand. It should be to destroy the opponent through some kind of weapon that can affect the space. What are material theft and material decay? Is it secretly taking the opponent's material as one's own? This is too exaggerated. A little bit. Hey, I don't know when I will reach that level. Putting this question aside for the time being, Xiao Yu continued to ask. What does the Guardian civilization rely on to classify civilization levels? Luca too replied. Those with the ability to navigate on the surface of the planet are first-level civilizations. Their main feature is to rely on chemical energy to obtain energy. Second-level civilizations are civilizations that have mastered nuclear energy and have the ability to navigate within the star system. It mainly obtains energy through nuclear fusion. The main feature of the 3rd-level civilization is energy shield technology, and it has short-range interstellar navigation capabilities. The 4th-level civilization is superlight navigation technology, and the 5th-level civilization does not know that. That is not the range that card civilization can reach. This division is precise and reasonable. The main feature of the 3rd-level civilization is energy shield technology. But the energy shield does not just represent a shield. It represents a large number of derivative technologies. In Xiao Yu's plan, there are a large number of energy shield technologies. Derivative technology based on cover technology. It represents a direction of energy utilization. If you study in this direction, you will gain a lot. As for the super light speed navigation technology of the 4th-level civilization, this represents many things. For example, new energy sources, material technology, communication systems, weapon systems, etc., that are sufficient to support faster-than-light travel. This caused Xiaoyu to think very deeply. The time was spent in busy construction work and occasional conversations with Luca too. So far, 3 years have passed. 6 years have passed. And the Luca fleet should have arrived within the Tianyuan 4-star system. I wonder if they have received the gifts I gave them. Xiaoyu thought with great interest. Xiaoyu even input various technological parameters of Luca's civilization and various parameters of his trap into the model and conducted deduction. During the model deduction, Xiaoyu saw a very interesting picture. After the Luca fleet enters the Tianyuan 4 systems, the first to attack them will be the armed satellite system of Tianyuan C. Then, there are the controlled landmines that wander within the 4 Tianyuan galaxies, like bloodthirsty sharks. Under the guidance of the program, they will risk their lives and rush towards the Luca fleet one after another. After they withstand the mine attack and cripple the Tianyuan C armed satellite system, they will receive a big gift. Xiaoyu placed a giant hydrogen bomb with a yield of 1 trillion tons on each of these satellites. This hydrogen bomb has the ability to directly blow up a satellite. At that time, in addition to being attacked by the high temperature and radiation of the giant hydrogen bomb, the Luca fleet will also be attacked by a huge number of meteorites. Xiaoyu has now sailed a distance of more than 200 billion kilometers. Above this distance, if a giant hydrogen bomb explodes, Xiaoyu will be able to detect the flash. Xiaoyu specially arranged a telescope and pointed it in the 4 directions of Tianyuan 24 hours a day, expecting to see the light of a hydrogen bomb explosion coming from there. Xiaoyu is not worried at all that the Luca fleet is unwilling to enter the Tianyuan 4-star system, because if they want to find traces of Xiaoyu's fleet, they must confirm the initial acceleration point of the fleet. To confirm the initial acceleration point, they must enter the interior of the star system. After Tianyuan C, they will be attacked by solar sail weapons and asteroid belt weapons. Of course, during this process, landmine attacks continued. During the model deduction, by the time the Luca fleet left the Tianyuan 4-star system, only more than 12,000 of the 20,000 spaceships were left, and nearly half of them were lost. Of course, the actual number of losses must be less than this, because Xiaoyu did not include the unknown weapons of the Luca fleet, and could not include them. Xiaoyu estimated that, including the factor of the unknown weapon, the number of their spaceships lost would be around 5,000. Anyway, I'm no longer in the Tianyuan 4 galaxy, and I don't care if it turns it upside down, Xiaoyu thought with a sneer. After another year of interstellar navigation, Xiaoyu finally saw the long-awaited brilliance of the hydrogen bomb from all 4 directions of Tianyuan. This result immediately cheered up Xiaoyu. In the following days, Xiaoyu saw the light of hydrogen bombs 4 more times, which meant that all 5 trillion-ton hydrogen bombs Xiaoyu had deployed in the Tianyuan 4-star system had successfully exploded. The expression on Luca's star should be very interesting, Xiaoyu sneered. How can it be so easy to find my traces? After the 5 hydrogen bombs exploded, Xiaoyu lost interest in continuing to observe Tianyuan 4, and instead focused on technological research and development and interstellar navigation. The newly arrived Luca fleet has a maximum speed between 4,000 and 5,000 kilometers per second. Based on this estimate, if the Luca fleet finds traces of Xiaoyu, they will catch up with Xiaoyu in no more than 20 years. In other words, from now on, if the Luca fleet has not caught up after more than 20 years, then Xiaoyu can basically confirm that it is safe. Xiaoyu continues to build the spaceship. During this period, the number of Xiaoyu's combat spaceships has increased to 80,000. 3/4 of the total material reserves have been consumed. All materials have been consumed. And after dismantling and rebuilding the large transport ship, Xiaoyu will have 120,000 combat spacecraft. These combat spacecraft all possess protective shield technology, as well as more advanced and powerful power systems and weapon systems. With the help of these spacecraft, Xiaoyu will be confident to fight against the 20,000 Luca spacecraft without force field generators and other unknown powerful weapons. Chapter 89: The Unyielding Soul. In the vast universe, a huge fleet is advancing rapidly. Their speed relative to Tianyuan C has reached 3,000 kilometers per second. However, since there is no obvious reference here, they appear to be stationary. But by observing red shift and blue shift, Xiaoyu determined that he was really moving and not stationary. The light of the stars in front of Xiaoyu began to turn blue, while the light of Tianyuan C behind Xiaoyu became a little red. This is red shift and blue shift. Because Xiaoyu is sailing forward quickly, and quickly approaching the star in front. The light of the star in front will become bluer. On the contrary, because Xiaoyu is moving away from the star behind, the light of the star behind will turn red. In this vast void, Xiaoyu's fleet was a busy scene. Xiaoyu created countless robots with basic power structures, shuttled back and forth between large transport ships and large casting ships, and transported large amounts of materials into the casting ships. In the casting ships, there were more robots busy. They used these materials to process, manufacture, assemble and other means to create spaceships one after another, and added them to Xiaoyu's fleet. The number of spaceships in Xiaoyu's fleet is increasing every moment. 17 years have passed since the hydrogen bomb flash was observed. The total number of Xiaoyu's fleet spacecraft has grown to 110,000. More than 90 large transport ships have been emptied, and all the materials loaded on them have become ship after ship. Xiaoyu began the renovation work of the transport ship. Each of these transport ships can be transformed into 3 county-level spaceships. Naturally, Xiaoyu cannot waste these materials. It has been 21 years since Xiaoyu left Tianyuan 4 Galaxy. In these 21 years, Xiaoyu sailed a total distance of 2 trillion kilometers, which is almost 1/5 of a light year. In 3 more years, if the Luca fleet hasn't caught up with me yet, I will be basically safe, Xiaoyu thought silently. After arriving in the Tiansong 5-star system, it is time to start the research and development of a new fusion engine. The current engine power and fuel utilization are not enough to support my spacecraft to reach a speed of 5% of the speed of light. This means I have to develop a more efficient engine. Although the Luca civilization is a 3rd-level civilization, their speed does not reach 5% of the speed of light. Xiaoyu specifically asked Luca 2 about this, and Luca 2's answer was that they are only the 3rd-level primary civilization, and they are the kind that have just entered the 3rd-level civilization. They will probably need hundreds of years of development to develop. Increase the speed of the spacecraft to 5% of the speed of light. The top level 3 civilization can even reach 50% of the speed of light, which is 150,000 kilometers per second. 50% of the speed of light can be regarded as the limit of conventional navigation of a spacecraft. Only some special small spacecrafts or weapons can exceed this speed. If you want to break through this limitation, you must find another way. Level 4 civilization is undoubtedly a civilization that has mastered a new source of energy. Because nuclear fusion energy is definitely not enough to support the huge energy demand of faster-than-light navigation. Well, Level 4 civilization is most likely to come from the decay of proton-neutron level matter. This method of obtaining energy is more than 10 times more efficient than nuclear fusion. Within 1,000 years, I am confident that the technology for obtaining energy through this method will be developed. Within 1,000 years, we will upgrade to a Level 4 civilization, Xiaoyu thought with confidence. Luca 2. Today you come and tell me about the structure of civilization in the universe. The work in hand came to an end. Xiaoyu got in the mood and summoned Luca 2. Luca number 2 replied respectfully, Master, what information do you want to know? Well, what are the different types of civilizations in the universe? No. In the Milky Way? Within the Guardian Alliance? Civilizations are roughly divided into these types. The first is technological civilization, where intelligent creatures evolve through the development of technology. The second is the civilization of alien beasts, which evolves by developing themselves. Alien civilizations of level 3 or above have the ability to sail through the stars with their own bodies. The third type is mechanical civilization, which is developed by the intelligent computers left behind after the demise of technological civilization. Mechanical civilization generally has an extremely large number of warships, wandering in the universe like locusts, but they generally have no ability to evolve. Ah, of course this is not talking about you. Please don't get me wrong, Luca 2 said, suddenly feeling a little scared. It's okay. Just keep talking, Xiaoyu said a little funny. The main types are these 3. But there are some special existences in the galaxy. They are not civilizations, but they have certain characteristics of living things. For example, the nightmare of all civilizations, the ghost race. Ghost clan? This was the second time Xiaoyu heard this term, and he couldn't help but be very interested. Yes, the ghost tribe. The ghost tribe is a special kind of existence. They have no entity, and are just an existence similar to radio waves. They are bloodthirsty and powerful, and can evolve by devouring the souls of intelligent creatures. Evolved to high-level ghosts, the ghost tribe is extremely terrifying. In the past 70 million years, the total number of recorded civilizations that have been wiped out by the ghost tribe has reached more than 3,000. And there is even a 5th-level civilization among them. Ghost tribe? Why are they so similar to wood spirits? After hearing Luca number 2's explanation, Xiao Yu suddenly thought of the wood spirits imprisoned by him. Even now, there are still some wood spirits on Xiao Yu's spaceship. However, since Xiao Yu obtained more advanced material casting technology, Xiao Yu has given up on using wood spirits to strengthen materials. Those wood spirits were also put into the storage room by Xiao Yu, and they were not touched for a long time. The ghost tribe is the common enemy of technological civilization and alien civilization. Mechanical civilization has no soul. So the ghost tribe is dismissive of them. Every time traces of the ghost tribe are discovered, it will trigger large-scale sieges throughout the galaxy. 30 million years ago, facing an extremely powerful ghost race, the Sweeper and Guardian civilizations even had a precedent of joining forces to fight. In this way, these two civilizations almost suffered a defeat. And finally the Sweeper civilization took action. The neutron battle star wiped out the ghost clan. Luca too explained in detail. Xiao Yu thought silently. I wonder if the wood spirit is a ghost tribe. If it is really a ghost tribe, it would be great fun. I actually imprisoned such a powerful thing? This matter cannot be known to the Luca people. I will research it myself slowly. Xiao Yu made up his mind, and at the same time, raised another question. How did the ghost tribe come into being? Luca too shook his head. I don't know. But there is a certain pattern in the appearance of ghosts. The place where they are first discovered is always in a place where civilization exists, but is exterminated. The latest research shows that ghosts, the formation of the tribe, may be related to the extinct civilization. About 1,000 extinct civilizations. A ghost tribe will appear once. For example, the ghost tribe discovered this time was discovered around a yellow dwarf star. That third planet from the yellow dwarf, once, had a technological civilization. Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked, Yellow dwarf star? Give me the specific parameters of this yellow dwarf star. Luca number 2 did not dare to neglect and immediately sent a piece of information to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu saw that this yellow dwarf star, located in the third cantilever of the Milky Way, has a diameter of 1.39 million kilometers and a mass of 2 times 10 to the power of 30 kilograms. The star spectrum is classified as a G-type main sequence star with an absolute magnitude of 4.83, with a surface temperature of 5778 K, and 8 large planets. The third planet once had a secondary intermediate civilization, but this civilization has been extinct. This is the sun that nurtures me. Xiao Yu thought silently. Xiao Yu controlled the robot and took out the box where the wood spirit was stored. Through the camera, Xiao Yu watched it silently. Are you all the souls that refuse to rest after the death of my people? On Jupiter, I once destroyed so many wood spirits. Sorry, I really don't know. At this moment, Xiao Yu had mixed feelings in his heart, and he didn't know what it felt like. Xiao Yu managed to calm down and put the matter behind him for the time being, but continued to ask. Besides the ghost race, what other existences are there in the galaxy? Luca too replied respectfully. There are still some unknown and terrifying existences. I have heard that hundreds of thousands of years ago, a powerful fleet composed of 100,000 spaceships of the Guardian civilization once attacked the 8 cantilever around a certain star suddenly disappeared. The Guardian civilization sent a follow-up exploration fleet, but they also disappeared. I don't know the subsequent development. I only know that the Guardian civilization sent the stars. The sphere of influence is divided into extremely dangerous areas, with a danger level of 5. In the galaxy, there are hundreds of dangerous areas with level 4 and above. Unknown and powerful creatures may exist in these areas. Where is the nearest dangerous area to me? Xiao Yu asked. Well, it is an open star cluster. In your civilization system, it is called the Pleiades star cluster. It is about 450 light years away from you. The danger level is level 4. Severe danger. There once was a fleet of a level 5 civilization. When passing there, all the creatures in the fleet died due to unknown reasons. But the spacecraft was not damaged at all. We still don't know the reason. Luca too replied. It's really dangerous in the universe. Xiao Yu sighed. I want to continue to be strong. Avenge human civilization. And let my people rest in peace. Chapter 90. Misfortunes never come singly. In the past, Xiao Yu always thought that in the universe, except for some extreme areas, such as black holes, neutron stars, or quasars, supernova explosions, other places should be safe. At least, within the solar system, or within the Tianyuan 4-star system. These places are safe as long as meteor impacts and radiation energy do not pose a great threat to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu took it for granted that the place he was going to reach next, Qiansangwu, should also be safe. Not only that, most places in the universe were safe. However, Luca No. 2's words broke Xiaoyu's understanding. For the first time, Xiaoyu realized that the magic and danger of the universe were far beyond his imagination. However, the next words of Luca 2 raised Xiaoyu's estimate of the danger of the universe to another level. Luca 2 continued, "In addition to these dangerous areas, there are also some dangerous races in the universe. They are collectively called Predator Civilization, besides the Scavenger Civilization and the Guardian Alliance." "Is there a Predator Civilization?" Xiaoyu asked. "Yes, Predator Civilization. But Predator Civilization is just a general term. Predator Civilization can be a technological civilization or an alien civilization, regardless of their civilization level, as long as they refuse to join the Guardian Alliance, and if they show strong aggression and actively exterminate other civilizations once, they can be classified as Predator Civilizations. If I remember correctly, it seems that the Guardian Alliance does not allow alien beast civilization and mechanical civilization to join." Xiaoyu thought for a while and raised a new question. "Yes, because of the different concepts of evolution. The conflict between the alien beast civilization and the technological civilization has resulted. However, the mechanical civilization and the ghost race are the common enemies of all civilizations. Moreover, the alien beast civilization cannot all be classified as hunting. If the alien civilization does not show aggression, but develops itself with peace of mind, then they will be classified into the secluded civilization together with certain technological civilizations." Luca No. 2 replied, "So that's it. So, among the alien beast civilizations, is there any powerful civilization similar to the Guardian or Sweeper civilization?" Xiaoyu asked. "No," Luca 2 answered very simply. "Although there are alien beast civilizations that have developed to the 6th level, the number of alien beasts of their species is too rare, and they are no match for the Guardian and Sweeper civilizations. For example, the Milky Way galaxy, the most famous predator civilization in the country, is a 6th level alien beast civilization, which is usually called the Python tribe. In addition, there are 6th level predator civilizations, such as the crocodile tribe and the tree tribe. In the past 100 million years, the number of civilizations wiped out by them has been documented to be in the thousands. Thousands of civilizations have been wiped out from the universe. It is really cruel. I hope that before I have enough strength, I will not encounter these so-called predator civilizations. It turns out that predators, the scavengers, also tend to exterminate other civilizations. So those who exterminate human beings are not necessarily the scavengers. When I become stronger, I must investigate this matter clearly and avenge mankind." "Revenge," Xiaoyu thought silently. The long space voyage continues. Time passes bit by bit, and another year has passed in the blink of an eye. If the Luca fleet has not caught up within the next 2 years, Xiaoyu will be basically safe. Within this year, Xiaoyu completed all construction tasks. All materials were built into spaceships by Xiaoyu. 100 large transport ships were also dismantled by Xiaoyu and turned into thousands of county-level and township-level spaceships. The total number of Xiaoyu's spaceships has reached 120,000, and the technological level has been greatly improved. Xiaoyu's combat power has increased several times compared to when he first arrived in the Tianyuan 4-star system. This means that Xiaoyu has truly entered the realm of 3rd-level civilization. Within this year, Xiaoyu was thinking about the wood spirits and the ghost clan. Finally, Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask Luca No. 2 again. "What weapon is the most lethal to the ghost tribe?" Luca 2 replied, "According to the information I know, there is currently no weapon that can cause greater damage to the ghost tribe than other weapons. That is, the energy weapons of the 3rd-level civilization and the force field weapons of the 4th-level civilization, or weapons of level 5 or level 6 civilizations. The damage caused to the ghost tribe is not much different. So in facing the ghost tribe, only long-term and large-scale weapon strikes will slowly consume the ghost tribe's energy. And before the ghost tribe kills all of our own forces, we must first eliminate the ghost tribe. This is the only way. This way." Xiaoyu thought silently, seemingly sensing that Xiaoyu was particularly interested in the ghost clan. Luca 2 continued, "There are regulations within the Guardian Alliance. Every fleet that sets sail, no matter what mission it undertakes, must be within the fleet. A ghost detector is installed inside. And this detector can detect whether there are ghosts within a light-hour range. Huh? Is there such a thing? Xiaoyu asked. That means it is also installed on your fleet? Yes. Luca number 2 replied. But it was destroyed during the battle with you. But it doesn't matter. The Guardian civilization has announced the manufacturing method of the ghost detector. And I will pass it on to you right away. 10 minutes later, Xiaoyu received this short explanatory document. After Xiaoyu studied in detail, he still couldn't understand the specific technology of this manufacturing document. Xiaoyu tried to follow the guidance of the document and started the construction process. Without much effort, he created a boxy weird instrument. I really know it. But I don't know why. I only know that by doing this, I can create a ghost detector. I don't know its composition, working principle, or what technology is used. It's probably because the Guardian civilization wants to prevent the leakage of technology. Right. Looking at the instrument in front of him, Xiaoyu guessed in his heart. Look, the straight line on the display screen. If it fluctuates, it means that there are ghosts existing around you within a light hour. Well, just like now. You see? It fluctuates. Well, let me see. The strength is about level 2. The ghost race is at the beginning of evolution and has low lethality. It is about 30 light minutes away from you outside the starboard side of your fleet. Their speed can reach the speed of light. So, in 30 minutes, they will arrive at your fleet. Luca too looked at the ghost detector and explained respectfully to Xiaoyu. Oh, so that's it. Do you know how this ghost detector works? According to the instructions, although I can make it, I can't analyze its internal principles. We don't know either. This is a standard instruction document released by the Guardian civilization. As long as a civilization has reached the 2nd level, it can be manufactured according to the instructions. However, to analyze its working principle, it must be at least a 5th level civilization. Luca number 2 replied. There must be some physical phenomena that I haven't discovered yet. However, I'm afraid I won't be able to analyze it in a short time. Xiaoyu thought silently. Suddenly, a question came to Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu only felt that his spirit suddenly became tense, and he pointed the camera at the boxy ghost detector like a reflex. If I remember correctly, you are saying that if this straight line fluctuates, it means that there are ghosts within a light hour range. Right? Xiaoyu looked at the instrument closely, slowly speaking to Luca number 2. Luca 2 replied somewhat strangely. Yes, this instrument cannot make mistakes. Huh? It's such a god. Luca number 2 and Xiaoyu looked at each other. And then, they slowly said a sentence together. There are ghosts approaching us. Hack me. What a god. Luca number 2's expression became extremely panicked. And he shouted, it's the 2nd level ghost clan. However, even the 2nd level ghost clan is not something we can fight against. Don't panic. Don't panic. At this time, Xiaoyu rarely remained calm. Xiaoyu quickly turned on the protective shields of all spacecraft to maximum power, maneuvered the spacecraft into a battle formation, and all high-power detection equipment began to scan the starboard side at the same time. While doing these actions, Xiaoyu did not forget to ask Luca number 2. Don't panic. If you panic again, I will kill you immediately. Tell me how to fight against the ghost tribe. If we can't fight against it, can we run away? Luca 2 had collapsed on the ground, and it said with despair, it's useless. It's useless. The 2nd level ghost race requires at least a 4th level civilization to fight against it. Moreover, with the level of ghosts they all move at the speed of light. Before we get the ability to sail faster than light, we can't even run away. True God. Is this your punishment for betraying my race? Don't forget, I have 120,000 combat spaceships. Xiaoyu shouted loudly through the audio device. It's useless. It's useless. You are a mechanical civilization, so the ghost tribe is not interested in you. But what about us? We still have tens of thousands of tribesmen. Luca number 2 said, covering his face and crying bitterly. You're not interested in me? That's hard to say. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. It's hard to say. We can only fight to the death. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly noticed that a group of light black warships suddenly appeared behind him, about 20 minutes away. As soon as these warships appeared, they immediately launched an attack on Xiaoyu. This is the Luca spaceship. What is going on? Why did the Ghost Clan and the Luca spacecraft appear together? Is this the case that misfortunes never come singly? At this moment, Xiaoyu's heart was full of bitterness. Chapter 91 Join Forces. In the Dark Universe. It is extremely difficult to find a fleet that maintains radio silence and does not emit any visible or invisible light radiation. At least, Xiao Yu did not notice the Luca fleet that was quietly following him before the Luca fleet released an energy shield, causing visible light to be emitted. Maybe it was because he suddenly put into battle formation that the Luca fleet thought they were exposed. So they no longer hid, but instantly released energy shields and quickly attacked Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu observed the power of this Luca fleet. This is a huge fleet composed of about 60,000 spaceships. Among them, there is an unusually large spaceship, which is much larger than the city-class spaceship. Its mass level has reached at least tens of millions of tons. This is Xiao Yu's in the classification. It belongs to the provincial-level spacecraft. In addition to this provincial-level spacecraft, Xiao Yu also saw at least 20 equivalent to city-level spaceships. A huge fleet consisting of one provincial-level spaceship as the flagship, 20 city-level spaceships as the elite, thousands of county-level spaceships, and tens of thousands of village-level spacecraft. Moreover, the moment Xiao Yu was attacked by Luca's fleet, Xiao Yu felt a very familiar feeling. Immediately, countless weak sparks began to erupt inside Xiao Yu's spacecraft, and the temperature of the spacecraft's outer SHL increased rapidly. Xiao Yu instantly understood that this was a force field generator, and he was covered by the force field. Within the force field coverage, the combat power of Xiao Yu's spaceship will be reduced by 50%. Moreover, even if Xiao Yu also mastered energy shield technology, and the spacecraft technology has been greatly improved compared to before, the average combat power of Xiao Yu's spacecraft is still not comparable to the Luca civilization. Another point is that by talking to Luca 1 and Luca 2 and speculating on the possible next response plan of the Luca civilization, Xiao Yu knew that the Luca fleet may also carry another super weapon. After combining several conditions, Xiao Yu immediately made a judgment on his strength. That is, here, in the void of the universe, he is definitely no match for the Luca fleet, and he has no chance of winning. This attack was extremely violent. In one salvo, about 1,000 of Xiao Yu's 120,000 spaceships were destroyed. God! I didn't do anything outrageous. Did I? How did this Luca fleet find me? Also, how could I be so unlucky that I met the Ghost Tribe here? Xiao Yu roared desperately. Ahead is the Ghost Tribe. According to Luca 2, one must be at least a level 4 civilization before they can fight. Behind is the Luca fleet. Before the second powerful weapon appeared, Xiao Yu was no longer a match for this fleet. Don't fight! Don't fight! There are ghosts ahead! Let's join forces to kill the ghosts first! At this extremely critical moment, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered something, and immediately sent a message through radio waves. The Luca fleet should not have found any trace of the ghosts ahead. Then, Xiao Yu needs to remind them. This is Xiao Yu's only chance of survival, since the Ghost Tribe is the common enemy of all civilizations. Then, the Luca fleet will most likely join forces with itself to kill the Ghost Tribe first. In this way, Xiao Yu will have a chance. Xiao Yu may look for opportunities to kill the Luca fleet during the joint battle. Xiao Yu didn't have any hope for the Ghost clan he encountered. Although Xiao Yu is basically certain that the Ghost race that appeared in the third star field came from the solar system, as mentioned in the previous Guardian Civilization broadcast, and is the one he encountered now. But Xiao Yu does not dare to hope that they still maintain their intelligence. This can be seen from the Wood Spirit's crazy attack on itself. If they attack Xiao Yu will fight back without hesitation. Just like destroying the Wood Spirit in Jupiter. Without any mercy. Just like in some apocalyptic movies, your relatives and friends have turned into zombies. Then, in order to ensure that you will not turn into zombies again, you must kill them. Xiao Yu has always made a clear distinction between reason and emotion. True God! Why are you treating us so cruelly? Why did you let the fleet of the Mother Civilization appear here when the Ghost Tribe appeared? Not only will they not be able to save us, they will also be wiped out here. True God! Are you no longer protecting us? Through the surveillance system, Xiao Yu saw Luca 2 howling crazily there. Idiot! You will be eaten by the Ghost Clan if you are such a traitor to Luca. Xiao Yu thought viciously, controlled the robot, and knocked it out in one fell swoop. Although he got a lot of benefits from Luca number 2, Xiao Yu was still quite disgusted with some of Luca number 2's actions. The Ghost Clan will meet Xiao Yu in more than 20 minutes. During this period of time, Xiao Yu maintained a great attitude of restraint and tolerance towards the attack by Luca's fleet, and basically did not launch a counterattack. This is done to make the Luca fleet believe in their sincerity and join forces with them to deal with the Ghost Tribe. The Luca fleet must also know very well that as long as they encounter the Ghost Tribe, there is no point in escaping before acquiring the ability to sail at superlight speed, because they simply cannot escape the Ghost Tribe that moves at the speed of light. Then, the most sensible way is to unite any forces that can be united and kill the ghosts first. After all, no matter who is defeated by whom, the defeated party may still survive, just like the Luca people captured by Xiaoyu. But the Ghost Tribe is different. The relationship between technological civilization and the Ghost race has always been a life-or-death situation, and there is no second possibility. Xiaoyu believes that the Luca fleet will have this most basic judgment and know what to do. Sure enough, it seemed that the information sent by Xiaoyu was verified. 5 minutes later, all attacks by the Luca fleet stopped, and these spacecraft immediately began to move closer to Xiaoyu's fleet. At the same time, a message was sent. Through the dictionary, Xiaoyu easily understood the content of this message. Even though the information was translated, Xiaoyu still felt an emotion called fury from between the lines. What the hell are you doing? You are simply a disaster. I have worked hard to track you for 20 years before I found your traces. I didn't come here to die for the Ghost Tribe. Damn it. If I can kill you this time, Ghost Tribe, the first thing I have to do is to kill you. Through this message, Xiaoyu seemed to see a Luca Star Commander with a big head, big eyes, fragile torso, and thin limbs, and he was furious there. Xiaoyu's heart boiled with anger, and he retorted, "Hack you. If it wasn't to avoid your tracking, would I have run to this place where no one can shit? Encountered something like the Ghost Tribe? Damn. Then 2,500 contribution points are so valuable. So you are biting me like a dog and won't let go? Should I demolish your house or kill your whole family? If I can kill the Ghost Clan, I will die even if I don't let go. Let me support you." Only 10 seconds later, a new message came over. Hack. Do you still have emotions? You are not a mechanical civilization. What on earth are you? Who do you care about me? Kill the Ghost Tribe first. There are still 15 minutes left, and the Ghost Tribe will be here. Xiaoyu responded unceremoniously. Ha ha ha. This is the first time I have seen something with a mechanical body, but a soul of technological civilization. If I can catch you and hand it over to the Alliance, it will be at least 20,000 points of contribution. This can almost support us. The civilization has reached the 3rd level of advanced level. I will also receive high honors within the civilization. In this message, Xiaoyu heard the arrogant laughter of the commander of the Luca fleet. Xiaoyu immediately felt angry in his heart. Kill the Ghost Clan first, and then wait until you have your life to enjoy it. Silly X. I still have tens of thousands of your clansmen in my hands. If I am pressed, I will kill you first. Kill them. For the progress of the entire civilization, they can be sacrificed. I don't know when the voice of the commander of the Luca fleet began to become cold. Xiaoyu's heart moved, and he immediately recorded these words and played them again in the new home. Immediately, Xiaoyu heard countless angry roars from the new home. After all, we were captured for the sake of our mother civilization. How can we be abandoned like this? We were abandoned by our mother civilization. We fought bloody battles just to make our mother civilization stronger. But we were abandoned like garbage without hesitation. Oh God, why do you abandon us? Xiaoyu did this completely subconsciously. If Xiaoyu can survive this crisis, with a little more means, Xiaoyu will gain the loyalty of all the captured Luca people without any hindrance. The message from the commander of the Luca fleet continued. In short, kill the Ghost Tribe first. After that, who wins and who loses depends on their own methods. After all, it is only a 2nd level Ghost Tribe, and they are still in a very weak state. If we join forces, plus the force field generator and gravity cannonballs, we have a 30% chance of winning. Xiaoyu and Commander Luca fleet both possess extraordinary wisdom. Under this situation, whoever wants to hide their secrets is tantamount to seeking death. Therefore, the mutual quarrels will not affect the cooperation between the two parties at all. Therefore, the commander of the Luca fleet exposed his true strength without hesitation, because it has the confidence to defeat Xiaoyu in a head-on battle. Xiaoyu was overjoyed and immediately replied, "Okay, that's it. Kill the Ghost Clan first. Then the outcome will depend on your own methods. You are responsible for the port side, and I am responsible for the starboard side." Chapter 92, Gravity Bomb. There are still 13 minutes until the Ghost Tribe arrives. During this period of time, Xiaoyu nervously exchanged some information about each other with the commander of the Luca fleet, as well as some key points against the Ghost Clan. To put it simply, There is only one way to eliminate the Ghost Clan, and that is to use continuous firepower to continuously reduce the radiation intensity of the Ghost Clan and slowly wear it to death. This mode is universal for both Level 2 civilizations and Level 6 civilizations, except that the firepower of advanced civilizations is stronger, and the time required to eliminate ghost tribes of the same level is less. For the sake of fairness, the two sides did not say who was the main attacker and who was the main defender. Instead, they equally shared the left and right sides, each responsible for their own attack and defense. Attention! There are only 2 light minutes left. High-power laser cannon. Start shooting. At this time, Xiao Yu received a signal from the commander of the Luca fleet. Okay. Xiao Yu agreed, and immediately controlled the 200,000 laser cannons on the spacecraft and began to shoot forward. At the same time, the Luca civilization also had up to 100,000 laser cannons starting to fire. The average intensity of these 100,000 laser cannons is much higher than that of Xiao Yu. As a result, although their number is not as high as that of Xiao Yu, their total attack power is much higher than that of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu secretly recorded the power, quantity, and other parameters of the Luca fleet's laser cannon. Xiao Yu knew that the other party must also be recording his spacecraft parameters. But Xiao Yu didn't care, because no long-distance communication satellites were deployed in advance. The Ghost family's location, distance, and other information can only be detected through ghost detectors. Xiao Yu saw that the value on the ghost detector regarding the strength of the Ghost Clan was slowly declining. This decrease is extremely slow. If you keep shooting at the current intensity, when the ghosts get close, it is expected that the total energy intensity will drop by about 3 percentage points. Laser cannon won't work. Fire energy SH. LS. Xiao Yu sent a message. Okay. Fire the energy cannon. The commander of the Luca fleet responded quickly. At this time, the distance between the Ghost Clan and the fleet was only 30 light seconds, which was about 9 million kilometers. The total number of spaceships reaching 180,000. Each launched its own energy cannon attack. Immediately, countless energy SH. LS emitting blue light rushed forward at sublight speed, and then exploded suddenly in the void. Xiao Yu detected that the strength of the Ghost Clan dropped by another 5 percentage points. There were only 20 seconds left before the rendezvous. Xiao Yu was about to launch a second round of energy cannon salvo. At this critical moment, Xiao Yu suddenly felt another weird feeling. Force field generator. Luca civilization. What are you doing? Turn this thing off quickly. Xiao Yu roared. Yes. Xiao Yu detected that the Luca civilization next to him had turned on the force field generator that Xiao Yu hated deeply. Previously, after the two parties reached an intention to cooperate, the Luca civilization had shut down the force field generator. Naturally, it was in order not to affect Xiao Yu's combat power. But for some unknown reason, they actually turned on the force field generator again at this time. Immediately, the maneuverability of Xiao Yu's spacecraft was severely restricted, and its combat power plummeted. Ha ha! Damn mechanical civilization! You come to be the cannon fodder! I'll retreat a little first. The arrogant laughter of the commander of the Luca spacecraft came from the communication channel. Xiao Yu immediately understood that he had been deceived by the other party. Master, you have been fooled. I don't know when. Luca too had woken up, and it was aware of the whole process of the matter. Nonsense! I know I was fooled. But why do they dare to do this? If I lose my fighting power like this, do they really have the confidence to defeat the Ghost Tribe? Xiao Yu roared. No. Even the ghosts have certain instincts. Between long-range targets and close-range targets, they will naturally choose close-range targets. That is to say, after the Luca fleet retreats, you will be affected by the Ghost Tribe will give priority to attack. After being attacked, you will naturally resist, which will delay the Ghost Tribe for a period of time, which will buy precious attack time for the Luca fleet. Luca number 2 said quickly. Damn it! Xiao Yu cursed fiercely. Even if I die, I can't make it easy for you. Energy cannon! Fire! Xiao Yu gave the order to launch. The difference is that this time the target of the launch is not the Ghost Tribe, but the Luca fleet that has retreated a certain distance. It's useless. Gravity bomb. Launch it! The commander of the Luca fleet roared. The gravity bomb is a creation of level 4 civilization, and a weapon of the same technological level as the force field generator. It is conceivable that the gravity bomb will definitely have extremely powerful power. At this moment, there is less than 5 seconds left before Xiao Yu's fleet and the Ghost Clan converge. At the moment when Xiao Yu's fleet and the Ghost Tribe merge, the gravity bomb will arrive. And then it will explode, causing a double blow to the Ghost tribe and Xiao Yu's fleet. What a vicious move! What a powerful decision! Xiao Yu stared at the Luca fleet, his mind spinning rapidly. But Xiao Yu couldn't think of any way to deal with it. The fourth-level civilization has mastered the proton-neutron-level material decay technology and mastered superlight navigation. But the most important point is that the fourth-level civilization has unified the four basic forces of strong force, weak force, electromagnetic force, and gravity together. Therefore, the weapons of the fourth-level civilization are various force field weapons. Gravity bombs are also one of them. At the moment of explosion, a huge amount of energy will be converted into gravitational waves, which will affect hundreds of kilometers around. All the materials inside cause a devastating blow. This is indefensible. I carry tens of thousands of such weapons. Damn mechanical civilization. You have no chance. The Ghost race, and you will be killed by me. At this moment, Xiao Yu's communication channel was filled with the arrogant laughter of the commander of the Luca fleet. Have the four basic powers been unified together? Xiao Yu stayed there for an instant. Gravity, electromagnetism, strong interaction, and weak interaction are called the four fundamental forces. In previous scientific research, humans have unified the three basic forces of electromagnetism, strong interaction, and weak interaction, confirming that they are different manifestations of the same force. However, humans have never been able to unify gravity, also going uniformly. Humanity has launched protracted research on this. And even a theory that can unify the four basic forces is called a unified theory. Its importance can be imagined. However, Xiao Yu has not yet had a unified theory. Research it out. Now, Xiao Yu knows that grand unified theory is a field only accessible to level 4 civilizations. The force field generator and the gravity bomb. These two weapons were both born under the framework of the unified theory. After mastering the grand unified theory, energy can be converted between the four forces. It is also nuclear fusion energy. Xiao Yu can only make energy cannonballs. Level 4 civilizations can convert these energies into gravity and make gravity bombs coming. This is the scientific and technological leap brought about by the progress of basic theory. Am I really going to be tricked to death by them today? A little despair flashed through Xiao Yu's heart. The moment the gravity bomb arrived, Xiao Yu's energy bomb attack had also reached the Luca fleet. But in a hurry, Xiao Yu's attack was not powerful. One salvo only killed a dozen Luca spacecraft. Looking at the gravity bomb again, it rushed into Xiao Yu's fleet at an extremely high speed, and then exploded instantly. The moment the gravity bomb exploded, Xiao Yu noticed an indescribable gravitational fluctuation. In the center of the explosion point, a massive star seemed to appear out of thin air. This star exerted an acceleration of at least 1 kilometer per second on all matter within hundreds of kilometers around it. Immediately, some spacecraft could not withstand this explosion. With huge pulling force, it began to fall towards the explosion point. Moreover, because the end of the spacecraft close to the explosion point experiences different gravitational forces than the end far away from the explosion point. Under this gravitational gap, the hull of the spacecraft begins to be stretched and lengthened, and then torn apart. Xiao Yu saw there was a village-level spacecraft, which was pulled by the sudden burst of gravitational waves into a long shape, and quickly fell into the explosion point. Xiao Yu knows that this force that pulls the spacecraft into a strip is called tidal force. Spacecraft within the Roche limit of the explosion point will be torn apart by the tidal force. Xiao Yu's protective shield is ineffective against gravity. Xiao Yu could only watch as more than 10,000 spacecraft were buried under this gravity bomb. Under the force field coverage of the force field generator, the maneuverability of Xiao Yu's spacecraft was greatly reduced, and it was unable to quickly spread out. Because it cannot spread out, the gravity bomb will explode with the strongest lethality. At the moment when the gravity bomb exploded, Xiao Yu detected that the Ghost tribe had also arrived in his fleet. This gravity bomb reduced the overall radiation intensity of the Ghost clan by 0.5 percentage points. A salvo of energy cannons from 180,000 spaceships reduced the overall intensity of the Ghost clan by 5 percentage points. A single gravity bomb reduced the overall radiation intensity of the Ghost clan by 0.5 percentage points. The powerful power of the gravity bomb shocked Xiao Yu. The Ghosts are already here. They are tens of thousands of times more powerful than the wood spirits. I have no chance of fighting them. Xiao Yu sighed and gave up any resistance. However, the next moment, Xiao Yu saw another phenomenon that shocked him even more. This group of ghosts did not make any stop after arriving at Xiao Yu's fleet. Instead, They passed directly past Xiao Yu's fleet and continued to rush forward. Ahead is the Luca civilization fleet. Chapter 93: The Attack of the Ghost Tribe. From the explosion of the gravity bomb to the arrival of the Ghost Clan. These two things happened almost at the same time. Then, the Ghost Clan did not stop at all, but directly crossed Xiao Yu's fleet and flew toward Xiao Yu's rear, as if Xiao Yu's fleet did not exist. The Ghost Tribe did not show any interest in Xiao Yu. Through the ghost detector, Xiao Yu saw that the ghosts rushed into the Luca fleet within a few tenths of a second after leaving his fleet. Xiao Yu saw a shocking scene. The light and colored protective cover of the Luca-class spacecraft closest to the Ghost Tribe suddenly glowed brightly, turning into pure white. Then the brightness quickly dimmed, and finally disappeared. Out of sight. At this moment, the spacecraft stopped making any movements and just floated quietly in space, as if it had lost the ability to move. Xiao Yu stared at this scene blankly, and made a guess in his mind. Perhaps all the Luca people in this township-level spacecraft are dead. Xiao Yu received a broadcast message from the commander of the Luca fleet. What the hell is going on? All spaceships, gather together. Increase the energy of the protective shield to the maximum. Maximum. Damn mechanical civilization. What are you doing? Attack quickly, attack. Facing this incredible scene, Xiao Yu sent a message with some trembling. It would be better if you all died in the hands of the Ghost Tribe. I don't care about you. Don't forget, the Ghost Tribe is the mortal enemy of all technological civilizations. After they kill me, they will deal with you next. The commander of Luca's fleet yelled. Xiao Yu does not doubt the authenticity of this information. But the Ghost family we are currently facing seems to have a special relationship with the solar system. At present, it seems that they have not shown aggression toward Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu will naturally not take the initiative to provoke them. As for what the commander of the Luca fleet said, Xiao Yuqian pretended not to have heard it. I am a mechanical civilization. The Ghost Tribe will not attack me. Luca civilization. You have the big killer of the 4th level civilization. I am very optimistic about you. You can deal with the Ghost Tribe yourself. Xiao Yu sent a message after that. He immediately organized a spaceship that was still capable of action, put some distance away from the battlefield, and ran to a place about 20,000 kilometers away, where he watched quietly. Xiao Yu did not choose to escape, because Xiao Yu did not think that relying on his own speed, he could outrun the ghosts flying at the speed of light. In this case, why not run away and see what these ghosts, who are likely to have a deep connection with themselves, want to do? Thousands of years after hearing the name of the Ghost Tribe, Xiao Yu saw the Ghost Tribe's fighting method for the first time. Ghosts are invisible in the visible light band and can only be detected through ghost detectors or Geiger counters. Xiao Yu saw that after this group of ghosts approached the Luca fleet, they suddenly dispersed into thousands of individuals and swooped towards different spaceships. There are a total of 60,000 Luca spaceships, each with a protective cover outside. These protective shields exude dark and green colors, which are very conspicuous in the dark universe. Xiao Yu saw a magical scene. These 60,000 Luca spacecraft are like 60,000 light bulbs floating in the void of the universe, gathering together to form an ocean of light that stretches for tens of thousands of kilometers. However, this ocean of light is extinguishing from one direction at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if there was an invisible giant hand of the dark universe, quietly covering them with a curtain. Xiao Yu detected an extremely strong gravity wave, even though the explosion point was tens of thousands of kilometers away from him. Xiao Yu's fleet was still pulled forward a little. They detonated gravity bombs inside the fleet. Xiao Yu understood. At the moment when a gravity bomb explodes, the gravitational acceleration near the explosion point can even reach sublight speed, and the impact range can reach hundreds of kilometers in radius. Xiao Yu has made accurate measurements. The power of a gravity bomb is roughly equivalent to the explosion point. Suddenly, a star with the mass of the moon appeared, but the size was only the size of a table tennis ball. This means extremely strong tidal pulls. Detonating gravity bombs within their own fleet meant that they were completely in panic, calculated based on a killing radius of several hundred kilometers. This gravity bomb would probably damage about 200 Luca spacecraft. But this gravity bomb did not stop the Ghost Tribe's crazy attack. Xiao Yu saw that the extinguishing speed of the Luca spacecraft's protective shield did not slow down. In just 10 minutes, more than 10,000 spaceships in the Luca fleet had extinguished their energy shields, and they were quietly suspended in space, losing all ability to move. Judging from the usual style of the Ghost Tribe, the Luca people inside are probably dead. We originally agreed to fight against the Ghost Clan together, but you tricked me halfway. Now you deserve to be in this situation. Xiao Yu sneered, watching all this with a spectator mentality. Xiao Yu received the message from Luca too. The voice of Luca too seemed a little trembling. Master, why are you not attacked by the Ghost Clan? Xiao Yu snorted and said, I am a mechanical civilization. So the Ghost Tribe will naturally not be interested in me. You? How can you be a mechanical civilization? Mechanical civilization cannot have your emotional intelligence. They are just a bunch of coal programs. Luca 2 said, Did you see that the Ghost Tribe is killing your people? Xiao Yu did not answer Luca number 2's question. I saw it. Luca 2 looked a little sad. But Master, you still have a problem to consider. Even if the Ghost Tribe doesn't attack you, the news that they have destroyed a third-level civilization fleet here is absolutely you can't hide it. In other words, in the next period of time, a fleet of advanced civilizations will probably come to investigate. And with your speed, you won't be able to run far. Xiao Yu's heart tightened. But then he felt relieved. Let it be up to fate. Being able to survive under the hands of the Ghost Clan is already an excellent luck. What happens next will only happen step by step. Ahead, the Luca fleet has fallen into complete chaos. From the radio wave band, Xiao Yu heard the hoarse roar of the commander of the Luca fleet. Keep the formation. Keep the formation. Don't launch gravity bombs. The ship with the strongest protective cover at the county level or above goes to the front. All other ships attack with all your strength. Attack. But no spacecraft seemed to obey its orders. Xiao Yu saw countless Luca spacecraft flying around in panic, being bombarded by laser cannons and exploding energy bombs everywhere. From time to time, a gravity bomb flew out, and each gravity bomb would clear a radius of hundreds of kilometers. All materials, whether it is an intact battleship or the wreckage of a spaceship flying around. The Luca fleet has fallen into the most complete chaos. Xiao Yu saw that a Luca city-level spacecraft seemed to be going crazy. It was like a ferocious beast in space, wandering around. Several small spacecraft had no time to avoid it, and were even directly hit by this city-level spacecraft. Crash. Not only that, the hundreds of energy cannons equipped on it were still bombarding it with all their strength. But these energy cannons had no specific targets, as if they were fired simply to vent fear. In the chaos, even Xiao Yu's fleet was affected. Some stray bullets flying around accidentally flew to Xiao Yu's place. Under a violent explosion, Xiao Yu's village-level spaceship was destroyed. As many as a dozen ships were destroyed. Xiao Yu secretly shouted and controlled the fleet to retreat another 30,000 kilometers. The demise of the Luca fleet is only a matter of time. Xiao Yu was secretly frightened by the fighting power of the Ghost Clan. The fighting method of the Ghost Tribe is very simple. They just jump on the energy shield quickly. It only takes a few seconds to break the energy shield, and then rush into the spacecraft. Within a few seconds, they can harvest all the health, then leave and start attacking the next target. After being attacked, the spaceships with damaged energy shields were like abandoned apple cores, floating alone in space, and no one would pay attention to them anymore. Time has passed an hour. Xiao Yu saw that the number of Luca spaceships that had lost their protective covers had reached more than 40,000. If this rate continues, it will only take another 20 minutes for the Luca fleet to be completely destroyed. Faced with this irresistible force, Xiao Yu, along with the tens of thousands of Luca people who were imprisoned by him, remained silent, and only secretly began to worry about their future fate. Ha ha ha. I have sent the coordinates of this place back to the Guardian Alliance. In just 2 months, the Guardian Alliance will personally send a fleet to check here. Damn ghost race. Damn mechanical civilization. You can't escape. Yes. Self-destruct. Self-destruct. Xiao Yu, who was observing silently, heard the arrogant laughter of the commander of the Luca fleet through the radio frequency band. Then, Xiao Yu saw an astonishing scene. The largest provincial spaceship in the Luca fleet suddenly turned crimson red, like a cooked prawn. After a few seconds, the entire spacecraft suddenly disintegrated, and the powerful energy the beam burst out, destroying at least a few hundred remaining ships in its vicinity. Even Xiao Yu was affected, and dozens of township-level and village-level spacecraft were destroyed by the aftermath of the explosion of this spacecraft. The self-destruction of this provincial spaceship, the flagship of the Luca fleet, represented the destruction of the Luca fleet. After that, there were only less than 1,000 Luca spaceships left, and the largest one was a city-level spaceship. It is not intact either. In the aftermath of the provincial spacecraft's self-destruction, its protective cover was severely impacted, and its strength is estimated to be less than 30% of its peak. The Ghost Clan quickly rushed towards the city-level spaceship, Half a minute later, the energy shield of the city-level spacecraft went out. Chapter 94 Package. This City-class spacecraft is the last remaining large spacecraft in Luca's fleet. After the energy shield of the city-level spacecraft was extinguished, it took less than 10 minutes for the Ghost Clan to extinguish all the remaining Luca spacecraft. Xiaoyu has been watching all this silently. Xiaoyu saw that the last spaceship of the Luca fleet was the smallest village-level spaceship. It was hurriedly walking through the battlefield full of spacecraft wreckage, hitting small spacecraft debris from time to time, and falling under the protective shield. A burst of sparks burst out. Its escape speed reached more than 6,000 kilometers per second. Xiaoyu saw that it was speeding in the direction of Tianyuan. But it still could not escape the fate of destruction. It only took a few seconds for the Ghost Clan to catch up with it. And 3 seconds later, its energy shield went out. It was lifeless, like a cold corpse. But its body is still traveling at high speed. According to the current speed, it will reach Tianyuan Sea in more than 10 years. This is the last Luca spacecraft. The death of this spacecraft represents the complete destruction of the Luca fleet. The Luca fleet, which was powerful enough to crush Xiaoyu, was completely wiped out by a second-level ghost race within an hour and a half. The fighting power of the Ghost Clan shocked Xiaoyu. After destroying the last Luca civilization spacecraft, the Ghost tribe began to move toward Xiaoyu under Xiaoyu's nervous gaze. Is the last moment finally coming? Xiaoyu thought silently. Xiaoyu desperately hoped that a miracle would happen. For example, after destroying the Luca fleet, these ghosts would leave on their own. Or they would still have wisdom and recognize themselves as descendants of humans. But even Xiaoyu himself thinks this is a luxury hope. I guess I'm not that lucky, Xiaoyu thought with a wry smile. For me, a small third-level mechanical civilization, to die at the hands of the famous ghost tribe in the galaxy, it is not an insult to me. Hey, Luca number 2, do you have any last words? Xiaoyu asked. Last words? I just hope that in HL, the evil god's punishment for me will be lighter. Luca number 2 shook his head and smiled bitterly. I betrayed my civilization. I will definitely not be able to go to the true god's paradise. Don't forget, those clansmen who did not betray the true god will die earlier than you. Xiaoyu pointed to the wreckage of the spaceship in the battlefield with some humor, and said with some mockery. Luca too closed his eyes, and in a few seconds before the Ghost Clan was about to arrive, he sat down on the ground and stopped talking, as if performing a magical ritual. Xiaoyu sighed and looked at the distant starry sky, where there was a dim star. Goodbye, Mother. Xiaoyu said goodbye silently facing the sun. Then, Xiaoyu focused his attention on the Ghost Clan that was approaching quickly. The Ghost Tribe does not emit visible light, so Xiaoyu cannot see them. But through the instrument, Xiaoyu can clearly feel their existence. Are you the unyielding souls of my dead people? Because of resentment and hatred, you refuse to rest. So you crazily kill any life you see? I have been trying to avenge you. Hateful. It's too weak. And we can't even find out who the enemy is now. Come on. The ghost race is growing extremely fast. I hope you can grow to at least the 4th level. By then, neither the Guardian nor the Sweeper will be your opponent. Then kill all the creatures in the Milky Way. Since we humans have become extinct, then there is no need for the Milky Way to exist. Xiaoyu's mind was full of madness. As long as we kill all the civilizations in the Milky Way. Naturally, the civilization that helped our species avenge the annihilation of mankind must be in the Milky Way. Goodbye, dear tribesmen. Xiaoyu sighed and began to wait for death. The next second, the Ghost Clan rushed into Xiaoyu's fleet, facing the Ghost Tribe that wiped out all Luca's fleet in an hour and a half. Xiaoyu had no intention of confrontation, because Xiaoyu understands that any act of resistance is in vain. The protective shields of the dozens of village-level spaceships arrayed in front of the fleet, facing the Ghost Clan, were first extinguished. At this moment, Xiaoyu understood the attack methods of the Ghost Clan. That was an extremely powerful pure energy attack. This energy attack has a different killing principle than the energy cannon. It seems that what is contained in the body of the ghost race is an extremely strong negative energy. This negative energy is not dark matter, antimatter, etc. in the usual sense, but a pure strange energy level with a negative energy level. Energy is somewhat similar to the negative mass particles that cause black holes to emit Hawking radiation. If Xiaoyu's protective shield is like a cup of warm water with a temperature above zero, then these negative energies are ice that is extremely close to absolute zero. The moment this negative energy met the shield of the spacecraft, the engine that supplied the shield inside the spacecraft immediately fell into overload operation. because a large amount of energy was drained away. Just like the heat of warm water being drained by cold water. The ice is the same as being dropped. The engine only lasted less than a second before it burned out due to overload operation. Immediately, the protective cover went out. The instruments arranged by Xiaoyu in the spacecraft sensed a huge electromagnetic pulse-like radiation sweep. Immediately, all the circuits inside the spacecraft were burned out. The ship is dead. There were 50 spaceships in the first batch of deaths, including 18 township-level spacecraft and 32 village-level spacecraft. They lasted a total of 1.3 seconds. The second batch of dead spaceships totaled 38, including 10 township-level spacecraft and 28 village-level spacecraft. They lasted a total of 2.6 seconds. Huh? Xiaoyu noticed this strange phenomenon. It seems that the lethality of the Ghost clan is constantly weakening. Xiaoyu looked at the actions of these ghosts with some strangeness. You must know that it only took the Ghost tribe less than 2 minutes to destroy Luca's flagship, the provincial spaceship. So based on this calculation, the Ghost tribe's speed of destroying its own spaceship cannot be so slow. Gradually, a guess emerged from Xiaoyu's heart. It seems that they did not want to destroy my spaceship. They seem to have inadvertently destroyed my spacecraft, just because they could not control their own energy. Moreover, their control over their own energy is increasing, and the number of my spaceships destroyed as they continue to decline. They persist longer and longer. The third batch of destroyed spacecraft confirmed Xiaoyu's guess. In the third batch, a total of 20 spaceships were destroyed, and the order of magnitude was further reduced. Moreover, they were all village-level spacecraft. In addition, several township-level spacecraft seemed to have been attacked, but their protective shields were not extinguished. After the overload operation in the initial stage, it gradually stabilized. Apart from the protective shield becoming much darker, it did not suffer any other damage. Through the instruments inside the spacecraft, Xiaoyu felt that it seemed that these ghosts were surrounding the spacecraft. Xiaoyu had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Are they really my tribe? They came here not to destroy me, but to help me kill the Luca fleet? But if that's the case, why haven't they left after they destroyed the Luca fleet? Are they wrapping up my spaceship? What do they want to do? Xiaoyu couldn't think of an answer. Of the fourth batch of destroyed spaceships, only 3 were left. In the process, hundreds of other spacecraft were wrapped by the Ghost clan. Xiaoyu waited silently, watching these ghost tribesmen, who may have been his own tribe, slowly wrapping around his spaceship. In the fourth batch, after 3 spacecraft were destroyed, Xiaoyu's spacecraft was never attacked again. More and more spacecrafts felt this strange energy, and more spacecrafts were wrapped. Gradually, an hour later, even Xiaoyu's flagship, the Beijing, was wrapped in this strange energy. Live. Except for the energy shield flickering, the Beijing was not harmed at all. Through the quantum communication system, Xiaoyu saw that among the new homes, Luca too had opened its eyes at some point. It looked at all this in shock and shouted in disbelief. Oh my god! In addition to killing, the Ghost tribe can actually do other things? This is really shocking. This is a huge discovery. If reported to the Guardian Alliance, at least 30,000 Alliance contribution points can be obtained. Could it be that, Master, you are the son of God who has been favored by the true God? Xiaoyu sneered at this and ignored Luca number 2. After the Beijing was wrapped, another half-hour passed, and Xiaoyu's more than 100,000 surviving spacecraft were all wrapped by the Ghost clan. Next, Xiaoyu saw that the Luca fleet, which had lost all its lives, was slowly approaching him, or that he was approaching the Luca fleet. 10 minutes later, the 2 fleets had mixed together, and then, the Ghost tribe wrapped up the basically intact Luca spacecraft again. Then, Xiaoyu observed a strange phenomenon. The star's light in front of Xiaoyu suddenly changed color. The light they emitted became azure, while the light of the stars behind Xiaoyu became blood red. Blue is like the sky. Red is like blood. This is red shift and blue shift. Xiaoyu was shocked. Such a strong red shift and blue shift. Blue shift represents approach and red shift represents distance. This phenomenon shows that at this moment, Xiaoyu's fleet is approaching the front at an alarming speed. Xiaoyu made an estimate and found that under the package of the Ghost clan, his moving speed reached at least 99.5% of the speed of light. This is just a rough estimate. The actual speed is probably higher than this. These Ghost tribe. No. My tribe. They seem to want to take me to a place. In shock, Xiaoyu came to this conclusion. Chapter 95 Revenge. Xiao Yu is 100% sure that these ghosts are definitely the souls of his own people who refuse to rest in peace after their death. Otherwise, how could the ghost tribe, which is known for its bloodthirsty and murderous nature, do such an incredible thing to itself? They have no ill intentions toward me. Perhaps they know that it is not safe here. The fleet of the Guardian civilization will arrive soon. They should be taking me away from the dangerous place. Xiao Yu thought silently. I just don't know where the destination they pick for me is. In the strange universe of azure blue and blood red, Xiao Yu's fleet, wrapped by the ghost race, embarked on a strange journey with no idea of the end point. This is the fastest journey Xiao Yu has experienced since he came to this universe. It is certain that at this speed, extremely obvious relativistic effects will occur. That is, the clock will slow down and the ruler will shrink. Generally speaking, the time experienced by Xiao Yu will be different from the outside world. It's possible that only 1 second has passed in Xiao Yu's place, while a year has passed in the outside world. Under high-speed motion, many wonderful physical phenomena will occur. But Xiao Yu did not detect any gravitational acceleration. In other words, Xiao Yu was accelerated from a static state to a state of motion extremely close to the speed of light without even realizing it. During this process, the acceleration of gravity is shielded. This seems to be gravity shielding technology. Xiao Yu thought silently. The ghost tribe is really too powerful. Under this situation, Xiao Yu couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was to wait slowly. Only a few hours have passed since the discovery of the ghost tribe and the Luca fleet. These few hours were like a dream to Xiao Yu. Also surviving the disaster were tens of thousands of Luca people in the new home. Xiao Yu saw countless Luca people kneeling on the ground, with tears in their eyes and shouting, as if they were thanking some great being in the world. Luca too was quite clever. When it saw that its own people were in this attitude, it immediately broadcast loudly through the communication system in the new home. Only the great can change the temperament of the bloodthirsty and cruel ghost tribe. True God! The true God's eyes are watching here. The true God's eyes are watching the Master. The Master is the spokesperson of God chosen by the true God. In this cruel and dark universe, the only way for our Luca civilization to survive is to closely follow the Master's footsteps and follow the Master's footsteps. Don't you see it? The fleet that tried to harm the Master was controlled by the true God. The clan was wiped out. But these ghost clan turned around to protect their Master. We can survive because of the gift given to us by the spokesperson of God. Only by following our Master closely can we continue to receive divine grace, become stronger, and return to the Alliance to save our people who are in dire straits. Clan, swear to me, you will always be loyal to your Master. Luca number 2 howled loudly. Emotional creatures are always particularly easy to provoke. Xiao Yu saw that thousands of Luca people were successfully stirred up by Luca 2's enthusiastic speech. They began to kneel down in the new home and followed loudly. Luca 2 shouted, always loyal to the Master. This emotion has a contagious magic power. Gradually, under the leadership of these thousands of Luca people, all the Luca people fell into this fanatical emotion and began to shout together, forever loyal to owner. Looking at this scene, Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. I don't even know what the future will be like. Are you still following me? Are you afraid that I will lead you into a trap? However, and Luca number 2 is still good and knows the current affairs. Xiao Yu thought so, but when his words came to his lips, he turned into, I once received an oracle from the true God, and it guided me to save you. The true God's eyes will always be watching here, and all evil forces who dare to stop us will all be wiped out. I will lead you to the light. Always loyal to the Master. Always loyal to the Master. Fanatic shouts came and went, making Xiao Yu a little upset. After saying these seen words, Xiao Yu simply shut down the communication system and let these crazy Luca people have fun in the new home. Xiao Yu's communication channel became quiet again. Looking at the azure and red universe outside the porthole, Xiao Yu felt very worried. It has been 5 hours since he fell into this wonderful state. Xiao Yu doesn't know how long this wonderful journey will last, nor does he know how much time has passed in the outside world. At present, the detailed speed cannot be measured, but it must be above 95% of the speed of light. Well, based on 95% of the speed of light, when reaching this speed, the time ratio will be approximately 1 to 3.2. That is, here, 5 hours, 16 hours have passed in the outside world, above 95% of the speed of light. With every increase, the time ratio will increase significantly until it reaches a ratio of 1 to infinity. Hope. I when it escapes from this speed, The universe has not yet been destroyed. This is possible. If the speed is extremely close to the speed of light, then the time ratio will reach a very terrifying level. It may even be 1 to 100 billion or 1 trillion. Maybe 1 second has passed here in Xiaoyu, and the outside world has passed 100 billion years. It's hard to say what the universe looked like at that time. Fortunately, Xiaoyu did not wait long. After only 1 day, the extremely serious red shift and blue shift phenomena observed by Xiaoyu disappeared. This means that Xiaoyu's motion speed relative to them has reduced to a speed close to rest. Have you escaped from a voyage close to the speed of light? Xiaoyu felt a little excited. The starlight has returned to normal again. The first thing to do after getting out of this speed is to observe where you are. Xiaoyu saw thousands of unusually bright stars in the celestial sphere. After measuring the distance for a while, Xiaoyu discovered that the farthest star among these stars was only 20 light-years away, and the closest one was even only 0.3 light-years away. These stars are wrapped in dense dust lanes and are very close to each other. It seems that this is an interstellar dust belt that spans tens of light-years. The ages of these stars range from tens of millions to billions of years. On a cosmic scale, this is a fairly young age, and there are not many heavy elements in the material composition of these stars, which means that they are at best second-generation stars. This result made Xiaoyu feel relieved. This means that time in the real universe has not passed very long. Of course, this, how long, is measured on a cosmic scale. As long as it does not exceed 1 billion years, it is not considered too long on a cosmic scale. After stopping, Xiaoyu felt that the strange energy surrounding his spacecraft left. My tribe brought me here. What do they want to do? Xiaoyu was very curious. In addition to being curious, he was also a little sad. Xiaoyu once lived with them on the Earth. Now, when they meet again, they have become like this. One has become a semi-mechanical civilization, and the other has become a ghost race. Through the visible light band, Xiaoyu cannot see their traces. Only through instruments can Xiaoyu detect their traces. Xiaoyu saw that after this long journey, the energy intensity of these ghosts dropped to less than 40% of its peak. It seems that carrying Xiaoyu and the Luca fleet on an interstellar voyage consumed a lot of their energy. Xiaoyu noticed that they were slowly moving away from him. Where are you going? Xiaoyu murmured to himself, feeling a little reluctant in his heart, seemingly aware of Xiaoyu's thoughts. Xiaoyu observed that there was some change in the radiation intensity of these ghosts. Moreover, this change is regular. Xiaoyu perked up and immediately began the analysis work. Use the peak of the shock as a bar and the trough of the shock as a point. If you use Morse code to decode it, you can analyze it. The parsing work went extremely smoothly, and the parsed content was 2 words. Revenge. At this moment, seeing these 2 words, Xiaoyu had the urge to cry. The last doubt in Xiaoyu's heart disappeared. This ghost tribe is absolutely 100% the result of the transformation of my dead tribesmen. They died, but they did not disappear in the vast universe. Because of hatred and anger, they became a ghost race, becoming bloodthirsty and cruel. They killed every civilization they encountered. But when they met Xiaoyu time, they changed. I will definitely investigate this matter and avenge us humans. Xiaoyu silently made up his mind. You are still very weak. It will be very dangerous if you encounter a level 4 or above civilization. Why not stay here and let's find ways to become stronger together? Through radio waves, Xiaoyu moved towards the direction they left. This message was broadcast, but Xiaoyu didn't receive any response. In the ghost detector, the amplitude of the curve representing the ghost family became smaller and smaller. Finally, after an hour, the curve turned into a straight line. This means that the distance between them and Xiaoyu has exceeded 1 light hour, which is about 1.1 billion kilometers. They're gone! Xiaoyu was a little sad. No, that's not right. There are still wood spirits captured by me in my spaceship. I can explore the powerful mechanism of the ghost clan by cultivating these wood spirits. I can even cultivate them to become stronger and become me. A great aid to revenge. Immediately, Xiaoyu began to feel excited. Feeling the fluctuations in the box, Xiaoyu made up his mind. I will definitely cultivate you well and make you stronger as soon as possible. Chapter 96, Eagle Nebula. After teleporting Xiaoyu to this unknown star field, the ghost race transformed from human souls disappeared without knowing where they went. Xiaoyu sighed and began to make plans for his future. At present, the first thing to determine is where this is, and whether it is still in the Milky Way. The second thing is to determine how much time has passed in the outside world during this day's journey. This is a large nebula with a length and width of more than 10 light-years. This nebula is a luminous nebula. There are 3 types of nebulae, namely luminous nebulae, reflection nebulae, and dark nebulae. Luminous nebulae, as the name suggests, emit visible light themselves. A reflection nebula can reflect the light of other stars. A dark nebula has no stars nearby and no stars inside it. Therefore, it is invisible in the visible light band, but it can be found by looking for black areas in the bright background. The nebula Xiaoyu passed through before encountering the Moraton civilization was a dark nebula. The nebula Xiaoyu is in now is a luminous nebula. This nebula is an extremely efficient and huge star factory. Countless interstellar dust gathers into stars. The ultraviolet light emitted by young stars ionizes the interstellar dust, so they appear slightly red in the visible light band. So the starry sky here is not dark, but red. Here, you can see a magical phenomenon. Bright young stars are embedded in the reddish sky, like bright gems. Very beautiful. But behind the beauty lies danger. Because of the large concentration of young stars, radiation levels here are dozens of times higher than elsewhere in the universe. Moreover, the more massive the star, the shorter its age. The shortest giant star even has a lifespan of less than 10 million years. After a star dies, it will have different destinations according to its mass. Stars with a mass similar to the Sun will turn into white dwarfs after death. After the supernova explosion, if the remaining core mass exceeds the Chandrasekhar limit, which is about 1.44 times the mass of the Sun, a neutron star will be formed in its core. If after the supernova explosion, its core mass still exceeds the Oppenheimer limit, which is about 3.22 times the mass of the Sun, it will directly collapse into a black hole. So it is certain that behind this extraordinarily beautiful reddish sky, there must be more than one neutron star, white dwarf, and other stars hidden, and even the most dangerous star in the universe, a black hole. At this stage, these dangerous stars are fatal to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu decided that he must be careful in his actions here. It's so beautiful here, but where is it? Xiaoyu sighed. Perhaps because these stars are covered by dense dust belts. There are no stars included in the sky of heroes by Xiaoyu. To find the initial coordinate point, you must search outwards. Xiaoyu's gaze extended beyond the nebula. Because of the obscuration of the nebula, the stars outside the nebula appear extremely dim, even insignificant. To this end, Xiaoyu used a variety of observation methods, including visible light band, X-ray band, infrared, ultraviolet band, and other observation methods. This is an aging red giant star. Its mass is too small to even qualify for a supernova explosion. The distance is about 3,000 light-years. It is not included in the sky of heroes. Xiaoyu shook his head and gave up this goal after including it in the heroes of the sky. This is a red dwarf star with a mass only 93 times that of Jupiter. As a star, it is really too small. It is not included in the sky of heroes. After also including it, Xiaoyu gave up this idea. Target. Huh? Is this a pulsar? Why are its rotation speed, pulse intensity, and nebula so familiar? A pulsar is a type of neutron star. If a neutron star can emit high-frequency pulses, it is called a pulsar. When searching for the 35th star, Xiaoyu found a familiar pulsar. Immediately, Xiaoyu launched a search in the sky of heroes. 1/10 of a second later, Xiaoyu found a pulsar, and all the data of this pulsar are consistent with each other. Xiaoyu was shocked and immediately launched a more detailed observation. In the next 5 hours, Xiaoyu conducted observations on this pulsar in the entire frequency range from radio waves to gamma rays, and collected a lot of data. Finally, Xiaoyu determined that this pulsar, the one he included in the hero's sky record, this is the pulsar in the Crab Nebula. Xiaoyu came to the conclusion. This result made Xiaoyu relieved, because this proves that he is still in the Milky Way and not lost in the vast starry sky of the universe. It is about 1,200 light-years away from me. The Crab Nebula is about 6,500 light-years away from the Sun. After finding the Crab Nebula, Xiaoyu began to try to locate the position of the Sun. But the Sun is just an ordinary yellow dwarf star, and this place is covered by many nebulae. Therefore, searching for the Sun really took Xiaoyu a lot of effort. Fortunately, Xiaoyu's technology has developed greatly over the years. Correspondingly, astronomical observation methods have also continued to innovate and apply the latest technology. Finally, half a month later, through a very large radio telescope, Xiaoyu found traces of the Sun. Here, the Sun cannot be seen in the visible light band, but traces of the sun can be found in the infrared band. After finding the sun, Xiaoyu began to extend. Using the sun as the initial coordinate point, Xiaoyu found familiar stars one after another. Finally, Xiaoyu determined his position. It turns out that this is the Eagle Nebula. The Eagle Nebula is 6,000 light-years away from the sun and the 4 Tianyuan galaxies. In this day, I actually crossed a long distance of more than 6,000 light-years. From the Sky Yuan Sea galaxy is here. In Xiaoyu's heart, he couldn't explain what it felt like. Moreover, in the process of locating his position, Xiaoyu also estimated the time spent on his journey by measuring the movement of stars such as the sun and the Crab Nebula relative to certain benchmark neutron stars. The conclusion is that during the journey, Xiaoyu only felt that one day had passed, and more than 6,100 years had passed in the outside world. The time ratio reached a terrifying 1 to more than 2.2 million. Through the time ratio, Xiaoyu also speculated that his average speed during the day's voyage was about 99.999% of the speed of light. Well, since my tribe sent me here, I can develop here peacefully. Xiaoyu comforted himself. After determining his location and time, Xiaoyu began the busy work of packing. The Ghost Tribe brought the remaining Luca fleet here together. That is about 20,000 Luca spaceships, including 8 city-level spaceships. Of course, due to the attack by the Ghost Clan, the energy shield engines of these spacecraft were all damaged due to overload operation. However, judging from the attack method of the Ghost Tribe, except for the energy shield engine, these spacecraft should not have any major damage. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu began to get excited. Xiaoyu did not forget that when the Luca fleet came to capture him, it carried 2 killer weapons originating from the 4th level civilization. The force field generator was loaded on the provincial spacecraft, and the provincial spacecraft had already self-destructed, so there was no need to think about the force field generator. However, Xiaoyu remembered clearly that they also had another 4th level civilization weapon. That is, just one gravity bomb can clear hundreds of kilometers of matter. They carry tens of thousands of gravity bombs. But in the battlefield, no more than 1,000 gravity bombs will explode. In other words, all the gravity bombs that have not yet exploded belong to Xiaoyu. This huge harvest made Xiaoyu very excited. Moreover, in addition, there are more than 20,000 Luca spaceships. From these spaceships, Xiaoyu will be able to harvest more technology, which is also very important to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu sent countless robots and began to land on these Luca spacecraft. Xiaoyu was very clear about the structure of the Luca spacecraft. After all, Xiaoyu had experience in dissecting the Luca spacecraft. Therefore, Xiaoyu's robot easily found the power system and control system of the spacecraft. Inside the spaceship, Xiaoyu saw countless Luca people who had died long ago. However, Xiaoyu didn't pay too much attention to these things. He just collected them and cremated them hastily. The fuel of these spacecraft is still sufficient, so Xiaoyu does not need to draw fuel from his own spacecraft. Xiaoyu controlled the robot, made certain modifications to the operating systems of these spacecraft, and installed ultra-distance communication equipment. From then on, these spacecraft were owned by Xiaoyu. The number of spaceships in Xiaoyu's fleet increased to 130,000 in an instant. Among them, there are 16 city-level spaceships, and the number of county-level spaceships has reached 3,000. The damage to the Luca spacecraft is not serious, as long as the energy shield engine is repaired and the energy shield is regained. The performance of these Luca spacecraft will be better than Xiaoyu's own spacecraft. After transforming the control system and power system of the spacecraft, and initially repairing the energy shield system to give it basic protection against meteorite impacts, Xiaoyu controlled a huge fleet and started a new journey. The target of this voyage is the star closest to me. This star is only 0.3 light-years away from Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu can reach his destination in about 30 years of sailing. 30 years is not a long time for Xiaoyu. In the light red space, Xiaoyu's fleet was traveling rapidly. Chapter 97. There is a white dwarf star. The nearest star to Xiaoyu is a red dwarf. Its mass is only about 50% of the sun. In the universe, this is the most common and most numerous star. The smaller the star, the slower its nuclear fusion reaction, and the longer its life. The lifespan of the universe is about 13.7 billion years, and the lifespan of red dwarfs is much longer than this number. Therefore, there are currently no dead red dwarfs in the universe. The Eagle Nebula contains several open star clusters, each of which contains dozens or hundreds of stars. Among these numerous stars, this red dwarf star can only be regarded as a very ordinary and inconspicuous one. Stars are formed from cosmic dust, So the Eagle Nebula is naturally a huge star factory. In the Eagle Nebula, Xiaoyu observed at least dozens of protostars. A protostar is the embryonic stage of a star. Due to unstable gravity, the interstellar dust cloud will collapse toward the center. In the process, it will emit infrared rays, and the core temperature will increase until deuterium fusion begins. Then, the core will stop contracting. At this time, interstellar dust clouds are still falling on the protostar like raindrops. Its mass will continue to increase. Its core temperature will become higher and higher, and its density will become higher and higher. Then, the fusion of hydrogen will begin. It begins to radiate considerable light and heat, which means that a star is actually formed. After a star forms, it will emit a powerful stream of high-energy charged particles to disperse the interstellar dust that continues to surround it. And this will prevent its mass from increasing further. In such a process, a star was created. The Eagle Nebula, a huge star factory, has another resounding name. That is, the Pillars of Creation. Stars are the most important kind of stars in the universe. It radiates its energy generously, and its existence creates a good foundation for the emergence of life. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration at all to name such a huge stellar factory the Pillars of Creation. Xiaoyu saw that there was a star embryo in the protostar stage 1.6 light-years away from him. At its poles, powerful jets are launched that stretch tens of billions of kilometers away. Under its gravity, the dust in interstellar space gathers around it to form a dust disk, quickly rotating around it and constantly converging on it. In this process, there are strong ultraviolet and X-rays. Gamma rays burst out. The Eagle Nebula is such a magical place. In addition to stars, Xiaoyu also noticed several special locations. One of the locations is 1.4 light-years away from Xiaoyu's target star. At this location, a star with a mass of 0.7 times the mass of the Sun is moving chaotically. It's spinning wildly around an invisible point. And at the same time, it's losing mass at an alarming rate. About 500 million tons of matter in the Sun participate in fusion every second, of which 4 million tons of matter are converted into energy. In other words, the Sun loses 4 million tons of mass every second. But for this star with a mass of 0.7 times the Sun, its loss rate reached an astonishing 20 million tons per second. According to the theory of stellar evolution, this is basically impossible. Therefore, combined with its weird orbit, Xiaoyu came to the conclusion that it has a companion star. And this companion star is constantly moving away from it, stealing material from the body. After coming to this conclusion, Xiaoyu started to feel a little worried. For a companion star, it is invisible in the visible light band, which proves that its nuclear fusion reaction has stopped and its size is small. But it also has a large mass. Xiaoyu came to the conclusion that there was a white dwarf star there. This white dwarf star, like a ferocious piranha, is rapidly tearing off pieces of meat from its companion star. Based on this biting efficiency, this white dwarf star will very likely have a nova explosion in the near future. Of course, this near future is measured on a cosmic scale. Millions of years from now and 1 second from now are both very near. However, according to observation data, Xiaoyu is 95% sure that this white dwarf star will have a nova explosion within 1,000 years. Nova explosions are different from supernova explosions. Nova explosions can occur repeatedly in a white dwarf star, although type Ia supernovae and supernova explosions also occur on white dwarfs. The specific mechanisms are different. Generally speaking, among various different types of Death Star explosions, nova explosions are the least powerful. But even the least powerful nova explosion is countless times more powerful than the collision of Jupiter and Moon, or even the collision of Tianyuan A with Tianyuan 4. Xiaoyu's target star is only 1.4 light-years away from this time bomb. It is likely to be affected by a major event such as a nova explosion. Xiaoyu thought about it for a long time and decided to continue with the original goal. There are 2 reasons for doing this. First, at such a distance, the nova explosion will not necessarily affect him. Second, Xiaoyu hopes to get an opportunity to observe the nova explosion at close range, which will greatly enrich Xiaoyu's experience. Yu's theory of stellar evolution. In the light red universe, Xiaoyu's fleet was traveling rapidly. Small flashes of light continued to erupt from the protective cover of Xiaoyu's spacecraft. Xiaoyu knew that it was caused by interstellar dust clouds hitting the protective cover, enveloped by countless tiny flashes of light. Xiaoyu's fleet seemed to be clothed in stars. Extremely gorgeous. The density of matter here is thousands of times higher than that in other places. The thick gas cloud causes Xiaoyu's fleet to be continuously slowed down. At the same time, The impact of gas cloud particles may also cause Xiaoyu's fleet to deviate from its route. Only by constantly adjusting the course and accelerating, Xiaoyu could barely maintain the speed above 3,000 kilometers per second. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had enough fuel. Otherwise, if he continued to use it at this rate, the fuel would have been used up long ago. Time passed bit by bit, and Xiaoyu was getting closer and closer to the target star. So far, Xiaoyu has only 10 years of voyage left, a distance of about 950 billion kilometers. This distance is still outside the heliosphere of this star. But Xiaoyu has already begun to encounter a small number of meteorites. These meteorite chunks shuttle through the universe along chaotic orbits. On a stellar scale, the entire Eagle Nebula is a chaotic multibody system, and the movement of the planets within the multibody system is chaotic and unpredictable, which also leads to the instability of interstellar matter. The movement of these meteorites is also Xiaoyu's. It can't be predicted. So this situation often happens. 1 second, a meteorite was still flying leisurely, seemingly disdainful of Xiaoyu's fleet. But the next moment, they didn't know which one was there. Under the influence of the star, it suddenly changed its orbit and hit Xiaoyu fiercely, exploding a large cloud of sparks on the protective cover of Xiaoyu's spacecraft. Xiaoyu was a little helpless about such a thing. Meteors began to be encountered at such a long distance, which raised Xiaoyu's estimate of the chaos within the galaxy to another level. It is very possible that the star system here is 10 times or 100 times more chaotic than the Tianyuan 4 galaxy. It will take me 10 years to reach my destination. My sailing speed is really too slow. I don't know when I will be able to step into the realm of level 4 civilization and master faster-than-light navigation. Xiaoyu was somewhat agitated. He thought depressingly. According to Luca 2, the peak of level 3 civilization can reach 50% of the speed of light. The sailing speed of a primary level 3 civilization that has been in level 3 civilization for hundreds of thousands of years can reach 50% of the speed of light. It can also reach 5% of the speed of light. Hey, after arriving at the target galaxy, relevant research must be carried out as soon as possible. Under Xiaoyu's continuous brainwashing, the tens of thousands of Luca people on the new home have long since devoted themselves to Xiaoyu's command. Even if Xiaoyu tells them to die, they will obey without hesitation. In the past 20 years, thousands of Luca children were born. As soon as these Luca children had the ability to receive knowledge, Xiaoyu immediately organized a special school to cultivate their sense of loyalty from an early age. And even the sentence, "always loyal to the master," is written openly in the textbook. Today is the monthly routine reporting time. Xiaoyu connected to Luca 2 and listened to Luca 2 reporting to him some situations on the new home. After quietly listening to the report of Luca 2, Xiaoyu passed some information on the target star to it and ordered, "Let your scientists plan the most feasible technology upgrade plan for me, and I will use it to do it." Refer to. Luca number 2 agreed respectfully. "I will obey your orders, Master." Xiaoyu didn't take this matter to heart. Compared with other complicated things, the Luca people were not worthy of Xiaoyu's investment. However, 3 days later, an urgent communication request from Luca 2 changed Xiaoyu's view. Master, can you give me more information?" "Yes. It is about this star field," Luca number 2 said in a somewhat urgent voice. Xiaoyu was a little surprised, but still gave the detailed information of the Eagle Nebula to Luca 2. 3 hours later, Luca 2 sent another urgent communication request. Xiaoyu answered the call impatiently, and heard the bitter voice of Luca number 2. "Master, we are in trouble." "Huh?" Xiaoyu expressed his doubts in one syllable. The Eagle Nebula is called the Crimson Star Territory within the Alliance, and the Crimson Red Star Territory is a level 2 moderately dangerous area. 300,000 years ago, there was a level 4 civilization fleet that passed through this star territory. After that, the bodies of all the creatures of this civilization underwent horrific mutations. Chapter 98. Arriving at the destination. Xiaoyu was startled when he heard what Luca number 2 said. Medium dangerous area? Level 4 civilization. Mutation? Xiaoyu became worried and asked, "What kind of mutation have occurred in them?" "I don't know," Luca number 2 replied. "The subsequent processing was blocked by the Guardian civilization. Our Luca civilization is only a 3rd level civilization, and is not qualified to understand these things." "Then the Guardian Alliance didn't investigate later?" Xiaoyu asked. Luca 2 smiled bitterly and shook his head. "In the galaxy, there are tens of thousands of 1st level mildly dangerous areas and 2nd level moderately dangerous areas. The Guardian Alliance has to be busy fighting the Sweeper civilization. We are busy wiping out mechanical civilization, alien beast civilization, and dealing with the ghost tribe that appears every now and then. How can we have time to explore this place one by one? However, there is a task in the Alliance to explore dangerous areas. To explore a second-level dangerous area, you can get at least 10,000 contribution points. But basically no one will take on such a task. Low-level civilizations do not have this ability. And high-level civilizations are afraid of causing other troubles. In this way, Xiaoyu began to think. We are now inside the Eagle Nebula. To get out, we have to sail at least 5 light-years away. It will probably be more dangerous to travel through it mindlessly like this. We might as well just follow the instructions, go ahead with the established goal. And first settle down next to this star. This is the only way. Luca number 2 said with worry. I hope the true God's eyes can always watch us. Xiaoyu snorted coldly. You have betrayed your race. You should pray to the evil god of your race instead of hoping that the true God will bless you. Luca number 2 was startled, smiled bitterly and stopped talking. Xiaoyu cut off the call link and started sailing with concentration. During the voyage, Xiaoyu had already started the preliminary preparations. Xiaoyu named this red dwarf star Eagle 1, which means the first star in the Eagle Nebula that he explored. After arriving at Tianying 1, Xiaoyu plans to make a comprehensive upgrade for his fleet, increasing his sailing speed to at least 8,000 kilometers per second, and increasing the weapon power and defense performance by at least 50%. This requires a more efficient engine and energy supply system. By dissecting the Luca civilization spacecraft, Xiaoyu has basically completed reserves in this area. This is only a technical upgrade, not a scientific upgrade, so it is much simpler. By then, Xiaoyu's combat power will completely surpass the Luca fleet, facing the Luca fleet without force field generators and gravity bombs. Xiaoyu will be able to defeat it on the frontal battlefield. The dissection of Luca's fleet has begun. By dissecting the Luca spacecraft, Xiaoyu fully grasped every construction detail of the Luca spacecraft and the technology applied to every detail. At this moment, there are still 80 billion kilometers away from the Sky Eagle. At Xiaoyu's speed, he will reach the target in 10 months. Aquila 1 is a young star that is extremely active, and its stellar wind is stronger than Ephemera 4. Powerful stellar winds blew out of it, blowing the interstellar material far away, and its heliosphere spread to a distance of 80 billion kilometers. Xiaoyu's current location is already within the heliosphere, in the huge nebula called the Aquila Nebula. Aquila used this method to carve out a world of his own. Here, the interstellar material is extremely thin, and there are even fewer meteorites. In the reddish cosmic background, Xiaoyu's fleet silently advanced towards the dim star in the distance. Xiaoyu is determined that Aquila 1 has a planet, which is a gas planet with a mass of 0.8 times that of Jupiter. It is about 230 million kilometers away from Aquila 1. In addition, Aquila 1 also has 2 huge asteroid belts, as well as countless messy meteorite blocks orbiting in chaotic orbits. The Aquila star system conforms to the characteristics of all newborn star systems. Xiaoyu will build his own base on the satellite of Tianying A. Time passed slowly, and the distance between Xiaoyu's fleet and Tianying E was shortened to 2 billion kilometers. Here, Xiaoyu came into contact with the first asteroid belt of Tianying A. In this asteroid belt, Xiaoyu saw a magical phenomenon. Surrounded by countless asteroids, there were 3 huge asteroids. 2 were 1 size larger than Pluto, and 1 was about the size of Pluto, with 7 times the mass. The 3 stars revolved around each other in chaos. This is the 3-body phenomenon. Xiaoyu came to the conclusion. The so-called 3-body phenomenon is a system composed of 3 stars with similar masses. The 3-body system is chaotic, and its orbit is unpredictable. So far, only some 3-body systems with special initial quantities can be solved, and the remaining 3-body systems have no solution. For example, the 2-body problem is a system composed of 2 stars with similar masses. In this system, the 2 stars will revolve around a common center of mass, and their orbits are stable and predictable. The 3-body system is chaotic and unpredictable. On top of the 3 bodies, there are 4-body, 5-body and other multi-body problems, all of which have no solutions. Just like the entire Eagle Nebula, thousands of stars with similar masses form a chaotic multi-body system. No one can predict where a star in this system will orbit in the next second. This is an asteroid belt full of vitality, Xiaoyu concluded. Perhaps, after countless years, a star in this 3-body system will acquire enough mass and evolve into a real the planet will capture the other 2 stars as its own satellites. At that time, the 3-body system will be broken, But the most likely thing is that after one of them acquires enough mass, it will pull the other two stars together. Toward myself, 3 stars merge into one. By then, a spectacular enough planetary collision will occur here. In addition to this small 3-body system, Xiaoyu also saw many stars that can be called dwarf planets. It is estimated that the total mass of this asteroid belt is 3 times that of the Earth. One of the definitions of a planet stipulates that it has the ability to clear away small stars in its orbit. It is foreseeable that over a long period of time, a planet will eventually evolve here, and then slowly clear away the rest of the material in the orbit. Finally, a star 3 times the mass of the Earth will evolve. Xiaoyu didn't stop here, or even slow down. Any asteroids that block the way are ruthlessly smashed by laser cannons, and any fish that slip through the net are blocked by energy shields. Xiaoyu was like a majestic crab, running rampant in this chaotic world. 3 days later, Xiaoyu encountered Tianyinji's second asteroid belt. This asteroid belt is much smaller than the first one. The largest star is only 500 kilometers in diameter. Their mass does not even meet the requirements of hydrostatic equilibrium. So the entire star is not round, but it is in a regular shape. But there are many billions of comets here, under the gravitational disturbance of the inner Aquila A and Aquila I, or their own collision. Some of these comets will break away from their stable orbits and rush towards Aquila I. When they approach Aquila I, the water in their bodies will ice. Dry ice, etc. are heated, and under the pressure of the powerful stellar wind, they drag out a long tail behind them, sweeping across the sky majestically. There are even comets from distant interstellar space. Their orbits are extremely flat, and their perihelion will be extremely close to the star. The closest ones will even pass by the star at a distance of only a few 100,000 kilometers. This is a very dangerous behavior. If there is a slight mistake, the comet will directly hit the star. In the midst of this chaos, Xiaoyu's fleet reached the Tianying A orbit. After slowly decelerating, Xiaoyu selected a moon-sized satellite as his main construction base. The huge fleet is scattered in the orbit of Sky Eagle A. Looking at Aquila here is like looking at the not-so-bright moon on Earth. And it's a red moon. The satellite Xiaoyu selected has no atmosphere, so meteorites can hit it without any hindrance. And the traces left behind are not eliminated by weathering, so its surface is uneven. Of course, now that Xiaoyu is here, this situation cannot be tolerated to continue to happen. Xiaoyu mobilized 1,000 village-level spacecraft and scattered them in the orbit of the satellite. These 1,000 spacecraft will block any small stars that try to hit the satellite. Aquila A is a giant gas planet. Its mass is 0.8 times that of Jupiter, and its volume is 0.7 times that of Jupiter. This shows that its density is slightly higher than that of Jupiter. However, its main components are still hydrogen and helium. On Tianying A, Xiaoyu will receive sufficient supplies. Above Aquila A, violent hurricanes are blowing all the time. This is caused by the thermal imbalance caused by the radiation of Aquila A. Among them, the most violent hurricane has a speed estimated to reach 800 kilometers per hour, which is unimaginable on Earth. The core of Tianying A is a hot liquid ball. Although it is a liquid, under the extreme high temperature and high pressure environment, its density is much greater than steel. In addition, there are countless huge lightnings on it. At the 2 poles, there are also extremely gorgeous auroras. The total number of satellites of Tianying A has reached more than 70. In addition, there are many meteorite-level large rocks orbiting Tianying A. Among the Skyhawk A satellites, 9 have reached hydrostatic equilibrium. These 9 satellites will become Xiaoyu's construction factory. The entire Aquila galaxy is a virgin land that no living thing has ever set foot on. Xiaoyu will use this place as his temporary home to pursue the development of science and technology. Chapter 99 The Death of Tianyuan C. Xiaoyu's desire for powerful force has reached an almost crazy level. Putting aside the hatred of genocide, just talking about the pressure of his own survival, it pressed on Xiaoyu's heart all the time, almost making Xiaoyu breathless. Xiaoyu has not forgotten that the Eagle Nebula is a level 2 moderately dangerous area. A fleet of level 4 civilizations has been destroyed. Xiaoyu does not think that he will be able to fight against it. Xiaoyu once consulted Luca No. 2 and asked him if there are any dangerous areas whose causes have been discovered. Xiaoyu is really curious about this question, because Xiaoyu really can't figure out what kind of existence can make powerful civilizations like the Guardians and Sweepers fearful. Luca 2 replied, "Yes. 5.27 million years ago, there was a level 3 highly dangerous area that was once explored by the Guardian civilization. After that detection activity, the Guardian civilization declared the area dangerous. The sign is lifted. But what exactly the Guardian civilization found there? No one except the Guardian civilization knows. Xiao Yu cursed secretly. If you say it, it means you haven't said it. It has no use except to arouse my curiosity. However, Luca too continued, there has been a rumor circulating within the Alliance. It is that the manufacturing technology of the neutron battlestar, the ultimate war fortress of the Sweeper civilization, was obtained from a dangerous area. The rumor is that it is a level 5 extremely dangerous area located in the center of the galaxy. The Sweeper civilization discovered this dangerous area and obtained the manufacturing technology of neutron battlestars. Oh! Can you get advanced technology by exploring dangerous areas? Xiao Yu suddenly became energetic and thought secretly in his heart. Who knows? There will be something in this second-level dangerous area that can quickly improve my technology. Something of a degree. This idea is a bit unrealistic. Let's do our own thing first. Xiao Yu sighed and commanded the village-level spacecraft to transport each piece of machinery to the number 1 satellite. The first thing Xiao Yu carried out was the construction of a scientific research base. While building the scientific research base, Xiao Yu also dispatched a large robot force to conduct exploration of the entire Tianning of Planetary system, and gained a general understanding of the distribution of minerals. It took Xiao Yu a year to build the infrastructure. Within this year, Xiao Yu used extremely high efficiency to build more than 1,000 mining bases throughout the Tianning a Planetary system. These 1,000 mining bases are distributed on different satellites. Time! Relying on village-level spacecraft as a means of transportation, the 9 satellites that have reached hydrostatic balance have become Xiao Yu's main construction base. In the early stage, Xiao Yu plans to build a large particle collider around Tianning 1. This is an indispensable tool for conducting basic physics research. During this period of time, Xiao Yu's technology has improved again, so the construction speed will be greatly improved this time, and the materials used will be reduced by more than 99%. The specific plan is to build 600,000 independent large-scale acceleration circles on the orbit of Sky Eagle 1. Each acceleration circle is about 1,000 kilometers apart. The acceleration circles are no longer connected by physical materials, but by physical materials. It uses protective cover technology to ensure the purity inside the accelerator. This saves a lot of material as well as time. At Xiao Yu's current construction speed, Xiao Yu can complete it within 2 years. After the infrastructure construction was completed, Xiao Yu immediately started the construction of the particle collider. Tens of thousands of spaceships are busy shuttling within the Aquila galaxy, and the Aquila Large Particle Collider is growing at a perceptible speed. At the same time, Xiao Yu also conducted a large amount of scientific research in the main base. Finally, half a year later, the first improved village-class spacecraft was built. This village-level spacecraft applies the latest power system, the latest defense system, and the latest weapons system. Today is the day of the first test flight of this spacecraft. In the space dock, Xiao Yu sat in the Beijing and looked at the small spacecraft quietly. The maximum withstand acceleration is 3 kilometers per second. Under this acceleration, the engine can run continuously for half an hour, accelerating it to a speed of 5,100 kilometers per second. And the fuel consumed is 100% of the fuel that can be carried 20. For subsequent deceleration and maneuverability, this ratio cannot be higher. Xiao Yu thought silently and gave the order to launch. Immediately after the launch command was given, the specially modified engine at the rear of the small spacecraft sprayed out a strong airflow, propelling it to fly out of the dock in an instant. It was accelerating at an alarming speed. 30 seconds later, its speed climbed to 90 kilometers per second. 10 minutes later, its speed climbed to 1,800 kilometers per second. After 1,001 seconds, the speed climbed to 3,003 kilometers per second. And it is still increasing. Then the ship exploded. The long-distance communication satellite arranged by Xiao Yu in advance transmitted this picture to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu saw that when the speed accelerated to 3,100 kilometers per second, the SH-L of the village-level spacecraft deformed and the engine overheated. The deformation of the SH-L pressed against the engine. Immediately, the spacecraft exploded. Damn it. Xiao Yu cursed secretly. The material technology is still not up to par. And the fuel ratio of 20% is too high. We must continue to improve the material strength and improve the engine efficiency. The effects of acceleration due to gravity and gravity are the same. In other words, on a spacecraft accelerating at a speed of 9.8 meters per second, a person will feel the same gravity as the Earth. The acceleration of this spacecraft is 3 kilometers per second. The effect caused by this acceleration is approximately equal to the effect of 300 times the Earth's gravity. Under such a huge gravity, the materials that made up this village-level spacecraft were deformed under the pressure. The energy shield can only protect against external attacks and is powerless against gravity. This means that Xiaoyu needs to further enhance the strength of the material to adapt to greater gravity and make the spacecraft more maneuverable. In addition, Xiaoyu also needs to continue to enhance the energy conversion efficiency of the spacecraft engine. Assuming that nuclear fusion can release 100 parts of energy, only 20 parts of the energy are ultimately used in useful applications, and as many as 80 parts of the energy are wasted. What Xiaoyu has to do is to reduce energy loss and squeeze the most energy from the least fuel. Material technology and energy conversion rate are the 2 major obstacles for Xiaoyu to further improve the speed and maneuverability of the spacecraft. In order to solve these 2 problems, Xiaoyu continued to focus on the Scientific Research Institute, where he conducted various experiments. While Xiaoyu was working hard to improve the performance of his spacecraft, Xiaoyu observed a strange phenomenon. In the sky, a bright star suddenly appeared. This bright star was previously invisible in the visible light band, but now, it suddenly skyrocketed to a visual magnitude of -5.7 degrees, brighter than Venus seen from Earth. This means that its luminosity increased tens of thousands of times at this moment. Looking at the bright star that suddenly appeared, Xiaoyu fell into fear. That's right. It's fear. Because of this star, Xiaoyu is very familiar with it. That's Tianyuan 4. Xiaoyu spent hundreds of years beside it, where he defeated the water droplets, defeated the first fleet of the Luca civilization, obtained the protective shield technology, and initially entered the 3rd-level civilization. In Xiaoyu's mind, besides the sun, the most important thing is Tianyuan C. Tianyuan 4. A supernova explosion occurred. Tianyuan 4. Dead. Xiaoyu murmured to himself and transferred the scene to Luca 2. Luca 2 was also in shock. The mass of Tianyuan 4 is not enough to cause a supernova explosion. Therefore, its current abnormal state can only be caused by someone intentionally. Is the fleet of the Guardian civilization finally here? Xiaoyu thought silently. The mass of Tianyuan 4 is smaller than that of the sun. In 10 billion years, Tianyuan 4 will become a red giant star, and its core will collapse into a white dwarf star, ending its life in a relatively gentle way. But now, its energy radiation, which could have lasted for 10 billion years, all burst out at this moment. Tianyuan C was detonated. The light from Tianyuan 4 travels at the speed of light. I am more than 6,000 light years away from Tianyuan 4. In other words, Tianyuan 4 was detonated more than 6,000 years ago. I am in the Ghost Clan package on the next day of sailing. More than 6,100 years have passed in the outside world. According to this calculation, Tianyuan 4 was detonated 30 years after I met the Ghost Tribe, and its light was not transmitted to me until now. Xiaoyu felt a little bitter in his heart. That's a star. A young star with a lifespan of tens of billions of years. Now, it's just gone. It exploded all the energy it could radiate in the next tens of billions of years at this moment, ending its life ahead of schedule in a heroic way. Tianyuan C, it was me who harmed you. Xiaoyu thought silently, with a strong feeling of hatred emerging in his heart. That's hatred for the Guardians. If my people hadn't brought me here, I would have been captured by the Guardian Alliance. Shouldn't they destroy a star to vent their anger if they can't find any trace of me and my people? After lasting for 2 days, the light of Tianyuan 4 gradually dimmed and finally disappeared, completely losing its trace from the universe. After that, no matter how advanced observation methods Xiaoyu used to search for Tianyuan C, he could not find it. At the location of the original Tianyuan 4, only a large group of spreading planetary nebula was left, like the corpse of Tianyuan 4. Chapter 100 Cooperation. The abnormal explosion in Tianyuan 4 shocked Xiaoyu greatly. Xiaoyu fell into deep worry. The act of detonating Tianyuan C contained technological strength that Xiaoyu could not imagine. Xiaoyu really couldn't imagine what kind of means would be used to make a star that is not massive enough to explode as a supernova and is still in its infancy and its life in the form of a supernova explosion. The vast universe is full of crisis. Xiaoyu sighed, a huge sense of crisis welling up in his heart. What do you think about this matter? Xiaoyu asked Luca number 2. Based on my speculation, the Guardian civilization must have issued a wanted order for you. Luca 2 said bitterly. Generally speaking, for relatively major events, the Guardian civilization will use space broadcasts. And the space broadcasts will be broadcast on it will be spread throughout the galaxy within 10 years. And all civilizations that have entered the interstellar age can receive it. We probably missed this information because we were traveling at high speed at the time. In this way, Xiao Yu thought silently, and a question popped up. I am just a mechanical civilization that has just entered the 3rd level. Why are the Guardians so interested in me? Luca too sighed softly and replied, because your life form combines soul with machinery, thus gaining unlimited life, unlimited energy, huge computing power and innovation ability, which is what all living things dream of. I don't know what kind of adventure you had to evolve into this state of life, but I can be sure that even the life forms of the Guardian civilization and the Scavenger civilization are not as advanced as you. The creatures of these 2 major civilizations will also be subject to the limitations of birth, old age, illness and death. Even if their lives last for 100,000 or 1,000,000 years, they will still die, but you will not. Xiao Yu was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. I always thought that when technology has developed to a certain extent, it would be very simple to combine the soul with the computer. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Now it seems that I was wrong. I was wrong from the beginning. Xiao Yu carefully recalled every detail of how he combined his soul with the computer. First of all, I accidentally obtained a strange, stone-like substance from a comet from the outer solar system. After discovering the strange properties of this stone, I started research on combining souls with computers. This stone will emit strange radiation. Under this radiation, the human spirit, or soul, will take on the nature of materialization. It was with the help of this stone that I completed this in an incredible feat. I united my soul with the computer. It seemed that after I completed the union, the stone lost all its characteristics and became an ordinary stone. Xiao Yu had never thought about this detail before, only thinking that it was a phenomenon in the universe that he had not yet understood. But now that I think about it, I realize that there are too many weird things in it. Why is it such a coincidence? When I found out that the Earth was about to be destroyed, I immediately got this stone. Then, after I succeeded, there was some unknown existence that affected my thoughts and made me just get the star. When you have the ability to sail, leave the solar system. I always thought that the life forms of advanced civilizations should be more advanced than me. Xiao Yu was a little confused. Xiao Yu sensed a hint of conspiracy. In this conspiracy, Xiao Yu was like an ant, only at the mercy of others and unable to make a sound of his own. This feeling is very bad. So, my value is really great? Xiao Yu asked Luca number 2 with a wry smile. Of course, as long as I catch you and study your secrets. The civilization that has mastered your secrets will gain eternal life. They will undoubtedly become the most powerful person in the Milky Way. No, they will become the most powerful person in the entire universe. A tyrannical race. Luca too replied. Before, I always thought you were just an electronic life with extremely high intelligence. I only recently confirmed that you combined the soul of an intelligent creature with a computer. Together. But now it seems that the Guardian civilization also knows your secret. This means endless pursuit. It means that I have a powerful enemy out of thin air. Xiao Yu said bitterly. This means that I must improve my strength as soon as possible. Yes, Master. You must improve your strength as soon as possible. My race has been tied to your fate. The stronger you are, the safer my tens of thousands of people will be. If you are captured, there will be no doubt that he will die. Therefore, my master, for the sake of your strength, I and tens of thousands of my tribesmen are willing to dedicate our strength to you. Luca number 2 said, knelt down on the ground, and he made a move of throwing himself to the ground. Okay. At this moment, Xiao Yu finally let go of his wariness about the Luca civilization a little bit. I will build a special laboratory for your scientists. Come and help me to conquer material technology and technology as soon as possible. Engine efficiency conundrum. I am happy to serve you. Luca number 2 said respectfully. After all discussions were completed, Xiao Yu took the construction requirements submitted by the Luca civilization scientists and directed the robot to quickly carry out construction operations. Around the main construction base, Xiao Yu rebuilt a huge scientific research base. Currently, there are 321 Lucans with scientific research capabilities among the tens of thousands of Lucans. In the coming time, Xiao Yu will share his research results with these Luca people and provide them with all the resources they need. There is only one purpose: to overcome the current technical problems as soon as possible. Under the huge pressure to survive, Xiao Yu is extremely eager for technological breakthroughs. Under the busy construction of millions of robots, It took only 1 month to complete the construction of the Special Research Institute for the Luca planet. Xiaoyu named this research institute number 2 Research Institute to distinguish it from his own number 1 Research Institute. 321 Luca people, carrying 400 assistants, excitedly entered the number 2 Research Institute. After decades of brainwashing by Xiaoyu, these Luca people have established absolute loyalty to Xiaoyu and are extremely excited to be able to serve the spokesperson of God. This is a test given to us by the true God. After we die, we will definitely return to the embrace of the true God. The journey of God's spokesperson is destined to be bumpy and bumpy. We are the first batch of warriors to follow God's spokesperson. Our names will be praised in history books thousands of years later. Yes, it is our honor to contribute our abilities to God's spokesperson. Listening to these discussions, Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. I can't even save myself, so I can't care about you. Well, Luca number 2's brainwashing work is pretty good, Xiaoyu thought secretly. In the following time, Xiaoyu saw what a workaholic is. These Luca people are simply risking their lives in order to achieve results. Previously, I learned from Luca 2 that the Luca people's work and rest time is 4 hours of rest and 16 hours of work, and so on. However, with the encouragement of Luca 2, these Luca people arrived. So far, I have not rested for 40 hours, and my eyes are still shining, as if I have endless energy in my body. In order to prevent these Luca scientists from dying from exhaustion, Xiaoyu had to control the robots and force them to rest. But this phenomenon often happens. Under the pull of the 2 robots, the thin and short Luca star is still struggling hard and roaring loudly. I don't need to rest yet. The results of my experiment will be available soon. Let me go. Xiaoyu couldn't bear to really hurt these paranoid Luca scientists, so he had to let the robot let go. As soon as the robot was released, the Luca scientist was like a vicious dog seeing flesh and bones. His thin body burst out with disproportionate speed, and he suddenly jumped onto the test bench and continued his research. There was no other way. Xiaoyu could only borrow his identity as the spokesman of God, and use 3-dimensional projection technology to appear in front of these Luca scientists and force them to rest. Only then did these Luca scientists feel resentful and full of dissatisfaction. He willingly put down the scientific research instruments in his hands and walked into the rest room. But after only 2 hours of rest, they returned to crazy scientific research, which made Xiaoyu smile bitterly. Xiaoyu could only use artificial synthesis technology to synthesize a large amount of nutritious food for the Luca people, and try his best to maintain their bodies. Research Institutes number 1 and 2 are in information sharing mode. With the desperate research of Luca scientists and the cooperation of Xiaoyu's huge computing innovation capabilities, the barriers to material science and technology are finally showing signs of loosening. Through extreme high temperature and high pressure, Xiaoyu and Luca scientists jointly created a strange substance that is heavier than gold, but is not a solid, but a fluid. When forging special steel, adding this substance in proportion will greatly improve the hardness and toughness of the special steel. Xiaoyu named this material Lugene. The production of liquid gold is extremely difficult. After mastering the technology of making liquid gold, Xiaoyu built 10 large-scale manufacturing plants and stored it for a full year before he built 500 kilograms of this substance. Enough for a village-class spacecraft used. These gold fluid materials were immediately used to create a village-level spaceship. Today is the day for the test flight of this new village-class spacecraft. Chapter 101 Planetary Exploration. Research Institute number 2. Main Control Room. In front of the huge display screen, hundreds of Luca scientists with short stature, thin limbs, and huge heads were sitting. They all looked at the new village-level spacecraft on the display screen without blinking. This village-level spacecraft is currently parked in the Interstellar dock and is undergoing a final inspection by Xiaoyu. Dozens of robots climbed up and down the village-level spacecraft. After being busy for more than 10 minutes, Xiaoyu received a signal that everything was normal. Xiaoyu suppressed a little excitement in his heart and issued the launch order. A powerful jet suddenly erupted from the tail of the village-class spacecraft. After a brief warm-up, the intensity of the flames increased sharply, and the powerful recoil pushed the spacecraft out like lightning. It has been accelerated for 3 seconds. The hull structure is normal. No deformation has been found, and the pressure sensor has not detected excessive gravity. Xiaoyu received the response and immediately issued a new order. Continue to accelerate. It has been accelerated for 30 seconds. The hull structure is normal. No deformation has been found, and the pressure sensor has not detected excess gravity. Continue. Information continued to be sent back. And Xiaoyu continued to send new instructions. Slowly, 20 minutes passed, and half an hour passed. The speed of this village-level spaceship has reached 5,400 kilometers per second. This speed is almost twice as high as Xiaoyu's previous top speed. It has been accelerated for 1,800 seconds. The hull structure is normal. No deformation has been found. And the pressure sensor has not detected excess gravity. Can you still bear it? Okay. Then continue to accelerate. Xiaoyu suppressed his excitement and gave the order to continue accelerating. 40 minutes have passed. The speed of this village-level spaceship has reached 7,200 kilometers per second. It has been accelerated for 2,400 seconds. The hull structure is normal, and no deformation has been found. Alert! The pressure sensor has detected excessive gravity. If acceleration continues, the hull may be destroyed. Huh? Xiaoyu breathed lightly. Is the limit of continuous acceleration for 2,400 seconds? 7,200 kilometers per second. This is powerful enough. Then, stop accelerating and return. Xiaoyu issued a new order. Immediately, the flames at the tail of the village-class spacecraft began to weaken, and eventually slowly extinguished. Then the spacecraft made a posture adjustment, began to slowly accelerate in reverse, and returned to the Skyhawk A base. At this moment, within the No. 2 Research Institute, hundreds of Luca scientists have fallen into a sea of joy. There they shouted loudly, hugged each other, and celebrated this great victory. At this moment, Xiaoyu had this idea. Perhaps, if we cooperate with different races, technology will progress faster. Because of the differences in living environment and living habits, this civilization may have a blind spot in thinking. Things are very easy for another civilization to think of. At least, many of the ideas of Luca scientists are very inspiring even to me. Well, this idea is worth a try. If we encounter a technological civilization again, why not try to capture some scientists from their civilization and help me together? Xiaoyu made up his mind. At this moment, this village-level spaceship has flown millions of kilometers away. When he came back, he was not so anxious. Xiaoyu controlled the spacecraft, first slowly decelerating, and after decelerating to 0, he began to accelerate towards Tianjin A. It took a full 5 hours to decelerate it. Summoned back, after the new spacecraft entered the dock, Xiaoyu immediately controlled the robot and performed a full-body inspection on it. The conclusion is that this new type of material withstood the huge pull of gravity and basically did not deform during the 40-minute acceleration. The engine also withstood long-term high-power operation without being burned out. However, with this coming and going, all the carryable fuel of the spacecraft was basically consumed, suppressing his inner joy. And after forcing the Luca scientists to rest for 3 days, Xiaoyu announced the research topics required for the next stage. The problem of material technology has been overcome, and the next step is how to use fuel more efficiently. Before the research began, Xiaoyu received a report from a scientist in Luca. Through the video connection, an extremely old Luca scientist in front of Xiaoyu slowly said, "Dear spokesperson of God, under your leadership, we have overcome the problems of material technology. But you have to know that this kind of name materials that are liquid gold are extremely difficult to produce. Even if our manufacturing capacity increases 100 or 1,000 times, it will still be difficult to meet the requirements. During this time, we came up with a new idea. That is, looking for naturally occurring liquid gold minerals in the universe. I wonder if you have noticed that the environment where we produce liquid gold is very similar to some environments in the universe. That is the core layer of stars. Of course, we cannot enter the core layer of stars, but the environment at the core of a giant gas planet is similar to the core layer of stars. Therefore, there may also be gold-flowing minerals in the core of gas planets. Moreover, at the end of a star's evolution, after a supernova explosion, the gold flow minerals in the core may also be released into the universe. Therefore, we recommend that you conduct prospecting activities at the above 2 locations. If you can find gold flow minerals at these 2 locations, we can solve the problem of insufficient production." Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but think silently. If you say so, there may indeed be liquid gold minerals in the core of the giant gas planet and in the dust of the universe. However, even at the core of the planet, I don't have the ability to reach it. But there may be convection inside the planet. That is to say, the material in the core may move closer to the surface through convection. The radius of Skyhawk A is 60,000 kilometers. My spacecraft can probably dive to 5,000 kilometers. This plan is worth a try. Xiaoyu made a decision and said, "This is a good idea. I will send a spacecraft to explore the interior of Tianning A. Now, let's start studying the fuel efficiency issue first. I am happy to serve you." The old Luca scientist bent down deeply. In the following time, Xiaoyu once again witnessed the madness of Luca scientists. This time, they went even further. All Luca scientists did not take a break for 90 hours in a row. Even Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. How can the fanaticism for religion reach such a level? It wasn't until a Luca scientist couldn't help but fainted that Xiaoyu forced them all to rest. Even so, there were still dozens of Luca scientists yelling and refusing to leave their jobs. This time, Xiaoyu showed no mercy and directly injected them with Luca's special hypnotic potion and dragged them to rest. At this time, the Prospecting Type 1 spacecraft prepared by Xiaoyu has been completed. The specially modified Prospector 1 spacecraft will be able to withstand pressures of up to 100,000 atmospheres and is expected to dive to 5,000 kilometers below the surface of Skyhawk A. Inside the planet, Xiaoyu can get fuel replenishment at any time, so the endurance of this spacecraft is extremely amazing. However, although the fuel problem has been solved, there is still the problem of fatigue of the spacecraft SHL. Each prospecting time cannot exceed 50 hours. After all preparations were completed, the Prospecting Type 1 spacecraft entered the interior of Skyhawk A. There is no obvious gap between Aquila A and the interstellar medium. Xiaoyu uses the place inside Tianning A, where the pressure reaches 1 atmosphere as the dividing line. After arriving at this place, the thick gas has blocked all external light. Here is a world of violent air currents and endless lightning. In the midst of strong winds and thunderstorms, Xiaoyu controlled the spacecraft and slowly descended. Fortunately, Xiaoyu adopted quantum entanglement communication technology. Otherwise, in such an environment, any radio wave communication would be blocked. The further inside a planet, the higher its temperature becomes. Just 10,000 meters below the dividing line, Xiaoyu observed a magical phenomenon. Inside Skyhawk A, it's raining. Because the surface temperature of Tianning A is extremely low, gases such as hydrogen and helium will become liquid. Due to the increase in density, these liquid substances will pass through the dense atmosphere and fall to the inside, forming what Xiaoyu observed the magical rainfall phenomenon. Thick raindrops hit the spacecraft, making a popping sound. The next moment, these raindrops were turned into gas by the temperature inside the planet, and began to float towards the outer layer of the planet. Just like this, a unique circulation system is formed inside the planet. At this moment, Xiaoyu has dived to a depth of 20 kilometers, which is 20,000 meters. The pressure here has reached a level 500 times that of the Earth. This made Xiaoyu worried, because Xiaoyu discovered that his initial estimate was somewhat wrong. 5,000 kilometers inside the planet, the pressure there is likely to exceed 100,000 times the Earth's atmospheric pressure. Xiaoyu did not give up, but continued to dive deeper and deeper. Now, Xiaoyu has reached a depth of 200 kilometers below the dividing line. The gas concentration here has reached an extremely terrifying level. Because of the rising temperature, the gas here is denser than water, but it still maintains the form of gas. Xiaoyu turned the spacecraft engine to 30% power and barely managed to maintain the stability of the spacecraft. It is absolutely dark here, and no visible light can penetrate the 200 kilometers of gas to shine here. In the darkness, Xiaoyu's spaceship was like a tiny fish, swimming in the ocean of gas. Suddenly, there was a boom, and a bolt of lightning pierced the sky, illuminating a space hundreds of kilometers in radius. Under the light of this lightning, Xiaoyu saw a magical scene. Chapter 102: A Sudden Signal. In the dense mercury-like gas, Xiaoyu saw that around the lightning, the extreme high temperature caused the gas to boil. The imbalance of heat caused a strong convection effect. All the gases within a radius of several hundred meters, they were all plunged into chaos, flowing back and forth in this space like a ferocious undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. It's really too dangerous here. Xiaoyu was secretly frightened. If this lightning hits the spacecraft, even if Xiaoyu opens the protective shield to the maximum, he will definitely be directly smashed to pieces. This is only about 200 kilometers inside the planet. You know, the radius of Tianning A has reached 60,000 kilometers, and Xiaoyu's current position is basically equivalent to just entering the skin of Tianning A. Xiaoyu glanced at the place where the lightning struck just now with lingering fear, controlled the spacecraft, and continued to dive. But soon, Xiaoyu discovered a serious mistake of his. That is, the pressure inside the planet is too great. The Prospecting Type 1 spacecraft, which was originally expected to be able to dive to a depth of 5,000 kilometers, now seems to be thankful that it can dive to a depth of 1,000 kilometers. The environment inside the planet is too extreme, too complex and dangerous. This is just inside a planet. There is no nuclear fusion, and the temperature is not very high. If it were inside a star, Xiaoyu really couldn't imagine how bad the environment there would be. But Xiaoyu was not ready to give up, because this is just a spaceship. If it is lost, it is lost, and it is not worth Xiaoyu's heartache. If you really find liquid gold minerals here, it will be an unexpected gain. The further you dive, the greater the pressure on the spacecraft. Basically, the pressure increases by 1 atmosphere for every 7 meters you dive. The buoyancy here is also extremely strong. If Xiaoyu hadn't turned the spacecraft engine to the extreme, the spacecraft would have been squeezed to the top. Under this situation, Xiaoyu's diving depth slowly increased. 300 kilometers, 400 kilometers. When the depth reached 500 kilometers, Xiaoyu gave up the idea of continuing to dive. The harsh environment inside the star is beyond Xiaoyu's imagination. Here, there are extremely powerful undercurrents, and the extremely high density gives them extremely powerful power. Even if Xiaoyu turns the spacecraft engine to full power, he cannot stabilize his body. Under such circumstances, Xiaoyu continues to dive. You would probably lose control of the spacecraft, which would mean his death was in vain. But Xiaoyu was unwilling to come here in vain. So, just in case, Xiaoyu turned on the prospecting equipment. Hydrogen, helium, iron, silicon. There are a lot of elements here, but they are all useless. Xiaoyu was a little disappointed. After the detection operation lasted for 5 minutes, Xiaoyu was taken to another place by the undercurrent. The prospecting equipment suddenly responded. Xiaoyu was shocked and immediately examined it carefully. The result surprised Xiaoyu. Here, Xiaoyu discovered an extremely high-density fluid gold compound. From every kilogram of compound, it is estimated that 30 grams of liquid gold mineral can be purified. Xiaoyu was so excited that he immediately maneuvered the spacecraft to this area, opened the hatch, and began to collect the materials here. When fully loaded, the prospecting Type 1 spacecraft can carry 700 tons of material. From these 700 tons of material, at least 20 tons of liquid gold minerals can be purified, which is enough to build 10 township-level spaceships. However, this may be an area rich in liquid gold minerals, and materials are highly mobile inside the planet. The next time we come here, we may not have such good luck. But as long as it can be proven that there are indeed gold-flowing minerals inside the planet, this is enough. The Luca scientists' guess is correct. The interior of the giant gas planet does have the conditions to produce flowing gold minerals. Then, through the complex convection motion inside the planet, part of the flowing gold will be transported to the surface of the planet. Xiaoyu came to a conclusion. After filling the prospecting-type spacecraft, Xiaoyu immediately controlled the spacecraft and left this place. 10 hours later, the prospecting Type 1 spacecraft returned to the main base. Xiaoyu informed the Luca scientists of the results, which attracted a burst of cheers from the Luca scientists. These 700 tons of liquid gold compounds were immediately sent to the smelting plant, and after half an hour, 20 tons of liquid gold were extracted. The limitations of material technology were finally overcome by Xiaoyu and Luca scientists. As long as the problem of fuel utilization is solved, Xiaoyu will be confident to enter the era of sailing at 10,000 kilometers per second. After the internal mining plan of the giant planet was determined to be feasible, Xiaoyu immediately began the construction of a special mining spacecraft. Specialized spacecraft that have been further modified will be able to mine minerals with greater efficiency. The first batch of 500 spaceships was quickly put into use. On average, these spacecrafts are expected to dig out more than 500 tons of liquid gold minerals every day. After solving this problem, Xiaoyu continued to study the issue of fuel utilization on the one hand, and began to be busy with the construction of the Orbital Eagle, a large particle collider, on the other hand. After this period of construction, more than 500,000 large-scale acceleration circles have been built. These large-scale acceleration circles are each equipped with power systems and energy shields. They will be placed in space by Xiaoyu according to certain rules, contributing to Xiaoyu's scientific and technological progress. Everything is developing in a prosperous direction. 3 years later, the issue of fuel utilization achieved initial results. Xiaoyu increased the spacecraft's fuel utilization to 40%. In other words, the same amount of fuel in Xiaoyu's hands at this moment will release more energy, twice as much energy as before. After material limitations and efficiency issues were resolved, Xiaoyu began the construction of a new spacecraft. This is a space fleet that completely surpasses the technology of Luca's civilization. This fleet consists of a new city-level spacecraft, 500 county-level spacecraft, and more than 9,000 village and township-level spacecraft. These spacecraft have far superior maneuverability, endurance, defense capabilities, and attack capabilities than the Luca fleet spacecraft encountered everywhere in Tianyuan. If he encounters the same number of Luca spaceships again, Xiao Yu will have the ability to crush them if they do not have the killer weapons of the 4th level civilization. This shows that Xiao Yu's technological strength has completely surpassed the previous Luca civilization. As for the extent to which Luca's civilization has developed over the past few thousand years, Xiao Yu has no way of estimating it. However, Xiao Yu also made an estimate of the speed of technological progress of civilizations in the universe. Luca 2 once said that about more than 70 million years ago, the Sweeper civilization obtained the neutron battle star. For the next 70 million years, the neutron battle star continued to travel the galaxy without encountering an opponent. This can fully explain some problems. That is, after civilization progresses to a certain level, it will fall into a stagnant stage due to some unknown reasons, and it may not progress a little for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, Xiao Yu is not worried that his technological strength will lag too far behind. It is basically impossible to happen that there was an advanced civilization in the universe thousands of years ago, and then technological development stopped for a few thousand years, and was surpassed by countless later civilizations. These new types of spacecraft created by Xiao Yu can already continuously accelerate to a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second under the limit of the maximum carryable fuel, without having to worry about endurance issues. This speed is about 3.3% of the speed of light. This speed means that Xiao Yu truly has the ability to travel between stars, and no longer has to rely solely on time to accumulate voyages as before. If Xiao Yu were allowed to embark on a 10 light-year voyage at this time, it would only take Xiao Yu 300 years to complete it, and the time consumed would be 20 times less than the first interstellar voyage. The joy of scientific and technological progress temporarily relieved Xiao Yu's pressure. Xiao Yu felt that his journey seemed to be full of hope again. Just when Xiao Yu was busy, suddenly, Xiao Yu received a strange message. This message was not sent through radio, nor through the ultra-distance communication technology of quantum entanglement, but was transmitted to Xiao Yu's receiving instrument in a manner similar to the space broadcast of the Guardian civilization. Hello, strange technological civilization. The first sentence, translated into a language Xiao Yu could understand, was only 9 short words. Xiao Yu was stunned for only a 10 millionth of a second, and immediately reacted. More than 100,000 spacecraft scattered in the orbit of Sky Eagle A immediately began to assemble, and all entered a state of emergency combat readiness. The first batch was manufactured after that. All the new spacecraft that had been staying in the orbit of satellite number 1 were all rushed into space and prepared for battle. At this moment, the second sentence was transmitted. I have been watching you since you first came here. I have watched you slowly develop for 5 years. Your enthusiasm for development has infected me and reminds me of countless years ago when my civilization was still the situation when you were weak as a child. So, I plan to help you. Let me ask you, do you want to improve your strength quickly? This sentence is full of a different kind of temptation. Xiao Yu was not pure enough to believe this immediately. The dark universe makes Xiao Yu wary of all unknown things. Xiao Yu did not respond. Of course, Xiao Yu had no way to respond. Xiao Yu was just thinking silently. I know you don't have the ability to use space broadcasting, so you can't respond to my words. But it doesn't matter. I'm at the binary star system only 1.4 light years away from you. If you want to quickly improve your technological strength, then come here. Me, remember? I am only willing to wait for you for 50 years. If you have not arrived for more than 50 years, I will no longer be interested in guiding you, and you will lose this only opportunity. This was the last sentence. After this sentence was said, no more information was transmitted. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and was horrified. This is the binary star system 1.4 light years away from me. The white dwarf star. Through the high-precision optical telescope, Xiao Yu saw the white dwarf star twinkling there, like the eyes of a devil. Chapter 103 Meeting. White dwarf stars, as the name suggests, are white in color and relatively small in size, so they are named white dwarfs. White dwarfs are one of the few destinations after a star dies. It can reach a maximum mass of 1.44 times that of the Sun, but its size is only the size of the Earth. The extremely high mass and extremely small volume mean that it has extremely high density and extremely high gravity. White dwarfs are one of the most terrifying celestial bodies in the universe. How powerful would creatures that can survive near white dwarfs be? Xiaoyu doesn't know. But Xiaoyu knows that it must be extremely developed. Far exceeding himself. Am I only willing to wait for 50 years for you? Xiaoyu thought silently. My current speed can reach 10,000 kilometers per second. It will take a long time to sail this 4 light-year distance. 42 years before I break through material limitations and efficiency issues. It will take me at least 130 years to get there. When I just made a breakthrough and compressed the voyage time to less than 50 years. Its message was sent immediately. It can be seen that it is indeed watching me. Xiaoyu came to the conclusion, thinking that there was always an unknown and powerful existence watching him. Xiaoyu felt a chill in his heart. So, now we need to consider a question. Is this unknown existence kind to me or malicious? This seems to be an unpredictable question. But through various clues, Xiaoyu still got some clues. Xiaoyu once again asked Luca to verify the affairs of the former 4th level civilization fleet, and asked in detail every detail that Luca knew. The conclusion reached is that what caused the 4th level civilization creature to mutate seemed to be some kind of strange and unknown force. This kind of power has only been found in certain attacking alien beast civilization creatures. Exotic beast civilization? Xiaoyu fell silent. The civilization of alien beasts and the civilization of science and technology are in a state of hostility because of their different concepts of evolution. But mechanical civilization is the common enemy of alien civilization and technological civilization. This unknown existence calls itself a technological civilization instead of a mechanical civilization, which shows that it is aware of the existence of the Luca people. So it mistakes itself for a technological civilization. This means that this unknown existence knows a lot of information about itself. So a civilization that is only 1.4 light-years away from itself and has mastered the almost incredible ability of space broadcasting. Does it need to lay a trap for itself? Such a weak civilization? The answer is no. If it wants to destroy itself, it can come over at any time. According to this logical inference, it seems that it has no ill intentions towards me. Xiaoyu thought. Should I go over and take a look? Before making a decision, let's listen to the opinions of the Lucans. After all, they have integrated into the civilizations of the Milky Way earlier than me and know many secrets that I don't know. Xiaoyu thought and connected. Luca too transmitted all the information about this information. Luca too immediately organized a large meeting, attended by hundreds of Luca stars. Xiaoyu is paying attention to this place secretly through the surveillance system. Xiaoyu saw Luca number 2, who was taller in stature, walking up to the rostrum and explaining the information through the screen. The spokesperson of God needs everyone's wisdom. Now, please have a heated discussion and speak out any thoughts you have. The true God has been watching here, Luca number 2 said solemnly. Immediately, hundreds of Luca people below started a heated discussion, and the indicator light for requesting to speak kept flashing. This must be a trap set by the evil God for the spokesperson of God. We can't be fooled. Compared to the evil God, the spokesperson of God is still very weak. If the evil God notices this, then it doesn't need to spend so much saliva at all. It can just kill it directly. This is a level 2 moderately dangerous area. Don't forget what happened to the level 4 civilization fleet. There may be a ferocious alien beast civilization hidden here. Amidst the discussion among the Luca people, Xiaoyu sent a message to Luca number 2. Luca number 2 understood and signaled all the Luca people to quiet down. It looked at the speech indicator light and said, 100 seat number 52. Please speak. Seat number 152 was an old Luca star. He slowly stood up. His movements were extremely slow, but his voice was extremely loud. I think this is a trap. Based on previous intelligence, we know that there may be a ferocious alien civilization hidden here. This message is probably sent by it to confuse the owner. We should escape immediately and leave this place immediately. There was a buzz in the hall. Seat number 43. Please speak. Seat number 43 was occupied by a young Luca man. He spoke passionately. Maybe this is a test from the true God to the Master? I think the Master should send a spaceship over to check it out on the spot. Maybe it really pays off. After the young Lucan man finished speaking, another Lucan man stood up. Is there such a possibility? There is a powerful alien civilization creature that is trapped around the white dwarf star for some reason. It cannot leave. So it can only use this method to constantly lure weak civilizations over and wait for opportunities to devour it. Xiaoyu was shocked when he heard what this Luca native said. Under the auspices of Luca too, one after another Luca stars stood up and expressed their opinions. Xiaoyu himself had not thought of many of these ideas. It seems that the term brainstorming is really not for nothing. Xiao Yu sighed secretly. The meeting has lasted more than 2 hours. During these 2 hours, the entire conference room was roughly divided into 2 groups. One group believed that this was a well-intentioned civilization and should go and check it out. The other group believed that this was definitely a malicious civilization. Not only should you not pass the trap, but you should escape from the Eagle Nebula as quickly as possible. The 2 factions were at a stalemate, but Xiao Yu's thinking gradually became clear during the debate. After Xiao Yu sent a message to Luca number 2, he cut off the communication connection. After receiving the message, Luca 2 knocked the hammer in his hand, signaled all participants to be quiet, and then opened his mouth. Actually, it doesn't matter whether this civilization is malicious or well-intentioned. The first words of Luca 2 caused a lot of discussion. Luca 2 turned a deaf ear and continued. The most important thing is that this civilization has shown a desire to contact us. Then, as the weaker party, we can only choose to accept it. Those who have mastered space broadcast technology, whether it is a technological civilization or an alien civilization. The lowest level is level 6, which means that it has power that we cannot resist. Think about it. If it is a malicious civilization, then even if we choose not to go, doesn't it have a way to deal with us? If it is a well-intentioned civilization, if what it says is true, and we choose to go there, maybe there was an unexpected gain. As for what number 52 said, a certain alien civilization creature is trapped there for some unknown reason. The possibility is really small. Besides, we can only send a small spacecraft over. So even if the spacecraft is caught by it, it will not help it escape. So, the envoy chose to send a spaceship to go there to check it out. Okay, let's break up the meeting. The hall became quiet, and no one left. Luca number 2 sighed and continued. I know that it is very uncomfortable to let mermaids eat meat, but there is no way. The envoys are still in a weak stage. So, as the first batch of followers, we must further strengthen our determination to continue to follow the Master. We must do our best to help the Master develop technology and improve the Master's strength. When the Master becomes strong, as the first batch of followers, we will also leave a mark in the entire galaxy. No, in the entire universe. Give me a glorious name. Always follow the Master. Always be loyal to the Master. After 3 cheers, the participants left the conference room in pieces. At this time, Xiao Yu had already begun preparations. Xiao Yu decided to build a special township-level spacecraft and go to Tianning 2 to check the specific situation. Xiao Yu named this binary star system Aquila 2, which means the second Aquila nebula star to be explored by himself. In this binary star system, the white dwarf star was named Aquila 2X by Xiao Yu, and the other red dwarf star was named Aquila 2Y. In the Aquila binary star system, Aquila 2A will definitely emit extremely powerful interstellar radiation, and its intensity may reach tens of thousands of times that of the newborn star Aquila 1. Moreover, in the accretion disk around the white dwarf, there will be extremely strong X-ray and gamma-ray radiation. In order to deal with all this, Xiao Yu plans to use special materials to build a township-level spacecraft and equip it with a special protective cover system. In this way, it can be ensured that the spacecraft will not be damaged over a distance of 10 million kilometers. In order to maintain communication with this county-level spacecraft, Xiao Yu also manufactured hundreds of thousands of transfer satellites. These transfer satellites were transported by thousands of township-level spacecrafts. After launching space navigation, Xiao Yu would be on the route. A relay satellite is placed every 400 million kilometers. Through the relay of these satellites, Xiao Yu can maintain communication with this township-class spacecraft. It took Xiao Yu 5 years to prepare. 5 years later, a huge fleet with a special Xiong-class spacecraft as the core and thousands of Xiong-class spacecraft as transport ships set off from the Aquila star system. Chapter 104 Sea of Light. 24 hours after leaving the Sky Eagle A satellite base, and after 24 hours of acceleration, the sailing speed of this long-distance fleet reached 10,000 kilometers per second. Compared with village-level spaceships, township-level spaceships are less maneuverable. In addition, this is not an extreme test, but a regular voyage, so the acceleration time is a bit longer. Doing so will help extend engine life. The messy meteorites in the Aquila star system pose no threat at all to thousands of interstellar ships equipped with high-energy laser cannons, high-energy energy cannons, and energy shields. During navigation, unless the density of these rocks reaches a certain level, Xiao Yu needs to consider slowing down and avoiding. Under normal circumstances, Just control the fleet and rush over. After sailing approximately 400 million kilometers, Xiaoyu's fleet put down the first batch of 10 transit satellites. These transit satellites are each equipped with over-distance communication instruments and some simple anti-meteorite impact systems. In addition, they are also equipped with energy shield systems and power systems. These systems help improve the survivability of transit satellites and protect them from accidental damage. The signal transmission speed of long-distance communication is extremely fast. Only one satellite can bear the data communication of the entire fleet. The reason why 10 units are placed here is to prevent unexpected situations. After all, in the long route of 1.4 light-years, there is no guarantee that one instrument will have a problem. If the communication system is arranged in a linear manner, as long as there is a little damage, the entire communication line will be paralyzed. If it is arranged in a mesh, there will be no such concerns. If one line is paralyzed, there will still be another line. Xiaoyu's huge fleet is like a seeder, sowing the next batch of seeds in space every time it passes a certain distance. After 4 months of sailing, Xiaoyu's fleet reached a distance of 100 billion kilometers from Tianning-A's main base. Xiaoyu's fleet once again passed through the heliosphere of Aquila 1 and escaped from the control of this young star. Outside, there will be a world of interstellar dust. Xiaoyu's fleet was once again enveloped by the reddish nebula. Thousands of relay satellites have been sown, and more than a dozen village-level spacecraft have emptied their inventories. They broke away from the fleet and began to return to Tianning-A base. In fact, among this fleet of more than 1,000 spacecraft, only that one special spacecraft will reach the Skyhawk 2 system, and the rest of the spaceships will all return to the Skyhawk A base after installing the transit satellites. The reason why Xiaoyu refused to allow too many spacecrafts to reach the Aquila binary star system was just in case. In this case, even if its own spacecraft is captured by this unknown existence, it will only get a township-level spacecraft, which will not play a big role. In the vast nebula, a batch of transit satellites will be released every 10 hours. They will maintain their positions under their own power systems and maintain the connection between Xiaoyu and the voyage fleet. Every few days, a spaceship will break away from the large group and begin to return. More than 20 years later, this fleet has reached half of its voyage, about 0.7 light-years. Xiaoyu's fleet has been reduced to less than 500 spacecraft. Here is the position of the Oort cloud of Aquila A. However, in a place with relatively dense stars like the Eagle Nebula, the Oort cloud usually has no obvious tendency to belong. Some of the material here may belong to 2 stars at the same time. In other words, this is both the Oort cloud of Aquila 1 and the Oort cloud of another star. Under the gravitational disturbance, their orbits are very unstable. Maybe they are still rotating around star A this time, and they will go around star B the next time. There are even stars that don't have an Oort cloud at all. This is usually caused by a passing star capturing its Oort cloud. Time passed slowly, and gradually, Xiaoyu only had 5 years left to travel to the Aquila twin galaxy, which was about 1.5 trillion kilometers away. At this distance, the brightness of Aquila 2y finally increased to the point where it was visible to the naked eye. But the white dwarf star Aquila 2 is still not visible. In fact, Xiaoyu has never watched Sky Eagle 2, only by measuring the orbit of Aquila 2y, its mass loss rate, and the gamma rays released by Aquila 2 companion. This situation is very common in the universe. In fact, not to mention human beings in the Earth age. Even with Xiaoyu's technology, stars such as black holes have never been directly observed until now, but only through the gravitational lensing phenomenon around the black hole and the movement of stars around it. The existence of a black hole can only be determined by its orbit and the various radiations released by the black hole swallowing matter. The distance between Xiaoyu's fleet and the Aquila binary star system is getting closer and closer. When there was only 1 billion kilometers left, Xiaoyu's fleet had only the last 2 spaceships left. One is Xiaoyu's special observation spacecraft, and the other is a transport spacecraft. This transport spacecraft will return and leave after releasing the last transit satellite. During this nearly 50-year voyage, Xiaoyu accomplished a feat. Xiaoyu has laid a communication link connecting the 2 stars. Between the 2 stars, Xiaoyu will be able to achieve communication with basically no delay. At this distance, Xiaoyu unexpectedly saw that there were actually planets in the Aquila binary star system. It is a gas planet with a mass of about 0.6 times that of Jupiter, rotating around the 2 central stars in a cycle of 69 years. A red dwarf, a white dwarf, a planet, and countless interstellar materials make up this complex and sophisticated binary star system. The distance between red dwarfs and white dwarfs is only 10 million kilometers. Such a close distance means that they must revolve around each other at crazy speeds to ensure that they do not collide. However, no matter how fast their revolution speed is, there is always a white tie connecting the two stars. This white tie is 10 million kilometers long. One end of it connects to the red dwarf star. It is thickest here. Then it gradually becomes thinner, and gradually extends to the white dwarf star. After orbiting the white dwarf star for several weeks, it finally connects on top of the white dwarf star. Through this white link, stellar matter from the red dwarf star is constantly transferred to the white dwarf star, and the rate of material transfer reaches an astonishing 17 million tons per second. The color of this link is white, which proves that its temperature is as high as about 6,000 degrees Celsius, which is basically the same as the surface of the sun, at a distance of 1 billion kilometers. Through the telescope, Xiaoyu could detect every detail of this magical binary star system. And then, he saw this spectacle. Even though it is still a billion kilometers away from this binary star system, the radiation intensity here has exceeded that of the sun many times. Xiaoyu detected X-ray and gamma-ray radiation that are at least 10,000 times stronger than the sun. But all this is within the range that the specially designed spacecraft can withstand. Xiaoyu continued to move forward without hesitation. Within a billion kilometers, basically no matter exists. No asteroid belt, no planets, no dust. This is because the stellar wind is too strong and clears out the material in this area. Xiaoyu's spaceship is still approaching quickly. When there were only 300 million kilometers left, the last transport spacecraft also released its transit satellite and embarked on the return journey. There was only one township-level spaceship left, like a lone boat floating in the sea, heading toward the goal without giving up. Xiaoyu pointed the telescope at this crazy binary star system. Xiaoyu continued to increase the resolution of the picture while lowering the luminosity. Finally, Xiaoyu synthesized a picture in which the details of the white dwarf surface could be seen. After just one glance, Xiaoyu's eyes could no longer look away. Xiaoyu saw that on this white dwarf star, which was not as big as the Earth but had the same mass as the Sun, there were many things of different heights that resembled man-made buildings. Because of extreme gravity, high temperature and other factors, the stellar material adsorbed to the surface of the white dwarf is in a weird state. They exhibit the characteristics of a fluid, but cannot be described as liquid. In this state, energy is emitted in the form of radiation at all times, including visible light and heat. The luminosity of a white dwarf is extremely weak, but this feebleness is relative to that of a star, and its luminosity is still at the stellar level. This is an ocean of light and furious energy. Just in the ocean, Xiaoyu saw countless buildings there. Some resembled tall factories, some resembled huge machinery, and countless tiny robots were busy there. This white dwarf star and this red dwarf star are both in a state of madness. In this violent dance of death in the universe, there are still creations of technological civilization. From Xiaoyu's perspective, these buildings are beautiful and full of a strange beauty. Xiaoyu sensed an aura of serenity and tranquility from these buildings. It seemed that these buildings contained all the most beautiful things in the universe. Strange technological civilization. I have been waiting for you here for 50 years. And you are finally here. A message was sent to this special spacecraft. And then the message was immediately sent to a transit satellite 400 million kilometers away. This satellite then sent the message to the next one. Just like this, one after another, like a relay race. Finally, this message reached Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu was stunned. Chapter 105: The Transformer. This is a scene Xiaoyu could not imagine. The gravity on a white dwarf is extremely strong, roughly tens of millions of times that of the Earth. There are no well-preserved structures known to man in such an environment. Even the materials that make up white dwarfs can no longer be looked at from the perspective of ordinary matter. On a white dwarf, matter can only exist in the form of elements. That is, individual atoms. For example, oxygen, on the Earth, exists in the form of oxygen molecules, represented by 02. On a white dwarf, there are only single oxygen atoms, and no oxygen molecules. Atoms are composed of nuclei and electrons, and there is a large gap between the nuclei and electrons. If an atom is compared to a theater, the nucleus is only the size of a basketball. The electrons move freely in this gap. But in the white dwarf star material, the distance between electrons and atoms is greatly compressed. Under such pressure, electrons truly become clouds, and atomic nuclei are immersed in the electron cloud. The white dwarf star material is supported by the electron degeneracy pressure in the Pauli exclusion principle. But electron degeneracy pressure has its upper limit, which also determines the upper limit of the mass of the white dwarf. If the mass of the white dwarf exceeds 1.44 times that of the Sun, the electron degeneracy pressure will no longer be able to resist its own gravity. After the Type Ia supernova explosion, the white dwarf will collapse into a neutron star and rely on neutron degeneracy pressure to continue to support itself. Structure. Extreme stars such as white dwarfs and neutron stars have some laws that go against common sense. For example, the mass and volume of white dwarfs and neutron stars are inversely proportional. That is to say, the larger their volume, the smaller their mass. The smaller the volume, the greater their mass. Simply put, a white dwarf is such an extreme star, which shall use current technology. As long as his spacecraft comes close to a white dwarf star at a certain distance, it will be torn apart by tidal gravity. Even the latest spacecraft built with the latest materials cannot do it, let alone land on the surface of the white dwarf star. If shall-use spacecraft approaches the white dwarf at a certain distance, under the action of tidal gravity caused by gravitational imbalance, shall-use spacecraft will first be pulled into a long strip and hit the white dwarf in the form of a spiral. During this process, any molecular structure will be destroyed, and matter will be reduced to its most basic state, which is a single atom. The result is undoubtedly devastating. But shall-use saw that this unknown existence not only landed on the surface of the white dwarf star, but was also carrying out some kind of project. Shall-you receive this picture? Immediately, shall-you relayed the scene to the new home and the number 2 base, allowing the hundreds of Luca scientists to watch it together. As a result, hundreds of Luca scientists, together with Xiaoyu, stayed there in shock. A huge discussion broke out. This is impossible! How can something still maintain its molecular structure on the surface of a white dwarf? Is this a miracle? Oh my god! What kind of advanced civilization does it take to have such an ability? Is this civilization a level 6 civilization? Amidst the huge noise, several old Luca scientists were even frightened and fainted. This picture is so terrifying. It really challenges the limits of biological thinking. Even the craziest Luca scientists dare not imagine such a picture. In the long silence, Xiaoyu received another message from this unknown existence. As you can see, we are transforming this white dwarf star. This message seems to be mixed with some kind of emotion called pride. Xiaoyu's thoughts were frozen at this moment. You don't need to worry about the strong electromagnetic interference here. You only need to send what you want to say with normal strength radio signals. I have the ability to receive your message. The unknown existence said. What should I call you? And you? What are you doing? Xiaoyu's thoughts trembled as he sent this paragraph. Xiaoyu heard a burst of hearty laughter. Let me introduce myself. I come from a great civilization. Our civilization needs a white dwarf star as an interstellar fortress. After screening 100,000 white dwarf stars, we selected this white dwarf star for transformation. Go. I am the person in charge of this project. You can call me the Transformer. I am here and have been working for more than 500,000 years. At present, the transformation has been 65% completed, and there are still hundreds of thousands more in a year's time. My work will be completed. White dwarf star fortress. Xiaoyu felt that his brain was about to crash. Yes, in order to build a powerful interstellar army and protect our civilization, we need a white dwarf star fortress. The reformer replied. Then why did you summon me? You know, 500,000 years of work is always boring. I also need to find something to entertain myself. You are the first civilization to arrive here in 500,000 years. So, I don't mind giving you a small favor. The first one in 500,000 years? Amidst the shock and excitement, Xiaoyu's thoughts remained a little clear. Hearing this sentence, Xiaoyu became confused. But Xiaoyu only thought secretly in his heart and did not speak out. Luca too said that 370,000 years ago, a fleet of a level 4 civilization passed by here, and all the creatures of this civilization underwent horrific mutations. This is still a level 2 moderately dangerous area. Well, to be able to perform such a miracle, this civilization must be at least a 5th level civilization. No, it is also very likely to be a 6th level civilization. Xiaoyu quietly defined this unknown civilization in his heart. You are really a great creature. And your civilization is undoubtedly a great civilization. Xiaoyu thought in his heart, but sent a message full of admiration and admiration. Ha ha! The reformer laughed. Do you still have any questions? You can ask them. However, I will not answer you when it comes to specific technology questions. If you want to get benefits from me, you still need to go through some little tests. Why did you choose this white dwarf? This white dwarf has a companion star and is rapidly acquiring material from the companion star. Won't this violent companion star affect your work? Xiaoyu asked his question confused. From Luca 2, Xiaoyu learned that the famous sweeper civilization in the Milky Way had a neutron battle star. Compared with the neutron battle star, it seems that the white dwarf star fortress is not unacceptable. Before, Xiaoyu had no idea about the manufacturing process of large weapons, such as neutron battle stars and white dwarf fortresses. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to ask about it, even if it doesn't involve any specific technology. Just knowing the concept of a general direction will be of great benefit to Xiaoyu's technology accumulation. This is a very good question. It fits your status as a third-level civilization, the reformer said. Then let me test you. What do you think it is because of it? Xiaoyu started to think. Is the stellar companion energy? Is this companion star the energy source of your project? Xiaoyu expressed his guess. But Xiaoyu himself couldn't believe this guess. Because this is so crazy. Smart. You have great potential. The transformer smiled. We specially selected this white dwarf star that is extremely close to the companion star as the target of transformation. Naturally, we have chosen certain places. Yes, you guessed it. It is for energy. This white dwarf star obtains approximately 17 million tons of material from the companion star every second. And all of these materials will be converted into energy through repeated refining. This energy is the source of energy for our transformation project. Xiaoyu was shocked again. What a huge undertaking. This is true catching the stars and the moon. Playing with the stars in the palm of your hand. As one of the most extreme stars in the universe. Such a terrifying existence as a white dwarf is only an object of transformation for this civilization. The violent stars are just the energy source base of this civilization. This represents unimaginable technological strength. Could this be the ability of advanced civilizations? Xiaoyu thought in shock, letting go of all his wariness. Because Xiaoyu suddenly realized that his wariness was really ridiculous. Xiaoyu's most powerful weapon now is the gravity bomb. A level 4 civilization killer from the Luca fleet. However, no matter how powerful the gravity bomb is, can it match the gravity of a white dwarf star? The gravity of a white dwarf star can reach tens of millions of times that of the Earth. Gravity bombs can only cause a maximum gravity of no more than 10,000 times the Earth within a cubic meter. The two are not on the same level at all. This unknown civilization can even accept the gravity of a white dwarf star. How can it be afraid of the creation of a mere 4th-level civilization? In front of this civilization, Xiaoyu has no ability to resist. The reformer can kill Xiaoyu like crushing an ant. As for having any plots on himself, that's even more ridiculous. Elephant. Do you need to plot something from the ants? And ants? Do they need to be wary of an elephant? At this moment, Xiaoyu was completely convinced. You are truly a great being. I am lucky to see such a miraculous project. I am happy to serve you. I wonder what tests you have to give me. Well, the reformer paused and seemed to be thinking about something. With your current technological strength, there is really nothing you can do to help me. However, I would like to find some reason to give you some benefits. So, there is a gas giant planet in this binary star system. From there, collect 100 million tons of deuterium for me. Chapter 106, Grand Unified Theory. Deuterium, also known as heavy hydrogen, is an isotope of hydrogen. At this stage, deuterium is the main fuel for Xiaoyu's nuclear fusion engine. The reformer said casually, as if the task it assigned to Xiaoyu was very trivial. Just like an elephant instructing an ant to move a grain of dust 1 centimeter. A little doubt arose in Xiaoyu's mind. What does such an advanced civilization need deuterium for? They don't still use nuclear fusion as a fuel source. But this question only lasted for a moment. And Xiaoyu's mind was attracted by the reformer's next words. If you can complete the task, although limited by the regulations of our civilization, I can't give you much help. But I can give you some trivial gadgets, such as equations that can unify the 4 basic forces. The transformer's tone has always been nonchalant. It seems that the equation that can unify the 4 basic forces is like a grain of bread crumbs to it. But Xiaoyu's mind immediately became tense. As Xiaoyu, who has entered the 3rd-level civilization field, he is very aware of the great value of the equation that can unify the 4 basic forces. The theory that can unify the 4 basic forces is also called a Grand Unified Theory by Xiaoyu. Force field generators and gravity bombs are all created under the framework of the Grand Unified Theory. Even the anti-gravity technology that constructs the strong interaction SH.L of water droplets has the shadow of the Grand Unified Theory. It can be seen from this that the Grand Unified Theory is an essential basic theory for advanced civilization. Whether or not one has mastered the Grand Unified Theory is the most important feature that distinguishes Level 3 civilization from Level 4 civilization. The most important point is that Level 4 civilization has mastered the technology of superlight navigation. In other words, the solution to faster-than-light navigation technology is likely to be found in a unified theory. What this means to Xiaoyu is self-evident. I am very happy to serve you. However, I only have one spaceship to get here, and it is a small spaceship. I wonder if you can wait for me for a while. I can mobilize a group of spaceships from the Aquila star system, so that you can complete your mission. That's it. The reformer was silent for a moment. I don't know if my interest can last for such a long time. You should do it as soon as possible. Preferably not more than 50 years. When the task is completed, use a radio signal to notify me can. After saying this, the reformer disappeared. Among Xiaoyu's observation instruments, only countless robots are still busy on the surface of the white dwarf star. The whole incident happened like a dream. Grand Unified Theory. Grand Unified Theory. Xiaoyu murmured to himself. After sorting out his thoughts for a while, he immediately summoned the hundreds of Luca's scientists and held a meeting. Everyone knows what happened. The purpose of holding this meeting is not to discuss whether to accept this mission, but to discuss how to complete this mission more quickly and efficiently, and to speculate on the intelligence of this unknown civilization. Okay. Now, everyone can tell us what they think. Under the chairmanship of Xiaoyu, the tone of the meeting was set from the beginning. This unknown civilization showed enough sincerity, and the allure of the reward was strong enough. An old Luca scientist shouted loudly, Master, we should suspend the research and development of new technologies, as well as the construction of the Circumegal Large Particle Collider and new spacecraft. Stop all non-essential projects, and allocate all core resources. Use it to do this. Grand Unified Theory. As long as we master this theory, we will have half a foot in the 4th level civilization. If we deduce enough derivative theories and theorems, we will step into the 4th level civilization. It has become inevitable. Grand Unified Theory, theory of relativity, quantum theory, etc., are all basic theories. Within this framework, there are many derivative theories and theorems. For example, by deriving the equations of relativity, special solutions to black holes can be obtained, such as the Schrödinger-Cat equation in quantum theory, such as the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It predicts the Pauli exclusion principle for the existence of dense stars such as white dwarfs and neutron stars, such as the Chandrasekhar limit that stipulates the upper limit of the mass of white dwarfs, such as the Oppenheimer limit that stipulates the upper limit of the mass of neutron stars, and so on. As for the Grand Unified Theory, there will inevitably be many derivative theories and theorems. By deriving these equations, Xiaoyu will be able to figure out how to make force field generators and gravity bombs, obtain superlight navigation technology, and even be able to peek secretly to anti-gravity technology and related technology of strong interaction SH.L. After the old Luca scientist's voice fell, another younger Luca scientist shouted, Master, I apply to set off with the fleet. If I can see this kind of miracle with my own eyes, I will die. It's not unfair. I want to go too. Master, we should conduct a detailed on-site observation of this white dwarf star. Maybe we can get a glimpse of some advanced technology from it. Xiaoyu smiled bitterly in his heart and said, Stop talking about the idea of setting off with the fleet. I will not allow this to happen. Near the white dwarf, all kinds of radiation are extremely powerful, even if there are special shielding layers and protection covering technology. Only instruments can withstand it. If you go, you will definitely die. During this period, Xiaoyu noticed the scientific research enthusiasm and dedication shown by Luca scientists. Xiaoyu has initially accepted them, so naturally he will not allow them to die in vain. Master, don't you understand the significance of this miracle? Compared with it, what is life? A Luca scientist shouted. A wrinkled Luca scientist stood up, bowed deeply first, and then said, You are all still young, and you still have at least a few hundred years of life. I have reached the end of my life, and my thinking has become rigid. I can no longer continue to make contributions worthy of my reputation. So I apply to set off with the fleet, and let me devote all my remaining life to the respected spokesperson of God. Xiaoyu knew that this old Luca scientist was the oldest and most knowledgeable one. In these years, it has cultivated at least dozens of Luca scientists. And at least 1/6 of the more than 300 scientists here are its students. Xiaoyu is a little moved by its loyalty to itself and its madness for science. But Xiaoyu still stopped this issue very resolutely. I will not allow you to die in vain. Let this issue stop here. Xiaoyu gave the order. Is it possible that all of this is a scam? Amidst the support, a weak voice of opposition suddenly emerged. Xiaoyu saw a young Luca man with a cautious face standing up and said slowly, First of all, I don't have any evidence. This is just a guess on my part. I am telling it for everyone's reference. Xiaoyu's heart trembled and he ordered, Keep talking. Xiaoyu has not seen this young man in previous meetings, which means that it has just obtained the qualification to participate in the meeting. This is the first time it has participated in a meeting of this level. The Luca man bowed in Xiaoyu's direction before continuing. So far, all the actions of this civilization can be explained by goodwill. Then, if we change our thinking, how about explaining it with malice? Is it possible that the technological prowess displayed by this civilization is just to all us? The promises it makes are just to make us obsessed. And the carelessness it shows is just to make us fooled? Its true purpose. Maybe it's just these 100 million tons of deuterium? I was surprised to find that its behavior can be explained by kindness. But there is no contradiction when it is explained by malice. I don't know if this is just a coincidence. So I express my thoughts and please refer to it. The young Luca man finished speaking and sat down. There was a brief silence in the venue. Then, buzzing discussion started. Another Luca man stood up and said, I object to your statement. There are several contradictions in your statement. First, the companion star of this white dwarf star is moving at a speed of 17 million per second. It is transporting mass to it at a speed of tons. If it needs 100 million tons of deuterium, why come to us? Secondly, this unknown civilization has at least mastered space broadcast technology. This cannot be faked. So there is no reason for it to arrange it. Such a huge lie. The result is just for 100 million tons of deuterium. Thirdly, being able to survive on the surface of a white dwarf proves its power. Don't you think that it is easier to deceive us directly through violence than to deceive us through lies? Is there too much? The Luca scientist from before lowered his head in shame. Feeling very embarrassed, Xiaoyu comforted it. It's a good thing to have different voices. No matter whether they are right or wrong, they at least provide a reference for everyone. You did a good job. The Luca scientist looked in Xiaoyu's direction in shock. And then tears actually flowed from his eyes. Master, thank you for your encouragement. I will definitely study hard, contribute to the development of our science and technology, and be loyal to you forever. Xiaoyu smiled slightly in his heart and said nothing. The discussion continued in the venue. And an hour later, the meeting came up with a plan of action. Xiaoyu looked at the action plan and said, So are there any objections? If not, then let's decide on this. Suspend all non-essential projects. Go all out to manufacture relevant collection instruments. And set off for Aquila 2. Chapter 107 Paradise. Xiaoyu has made up his mind to follow the will of this unknown existence. After all, no matter how you look at it, the possible benefits are much greater than the risks. Xiaoyu has no reason not to try it. To this end, Xiaoyu formulated a plan. The plan was to first stop all the spacecraft on the first voyage from returning and start heading back to Aquila 2. At the same time, they would mobilize from the Aquila 1 star system. A group of spacecraft rushed to the Aquila twin system to participate in the collection activities. This batch of spacecraft will consist of 50 county-level spacecraft and 1,000 small spacecraft. These spacecraft will carry a large number of special collection instruments. In addition, they will also carry up to millions of transit satellites. These satellites will be placed on the route to further enhance the communication security of Xiaoyu and the Aquila 2 galaxy. Among various matters, communication security is the first thing to be ensured. The original communication line was still weak, and Xiaoyu was a little worried. In order to adapt to the Skyhawk 2 collection mission, these spacecraft of the Spacehawk 2 still need to undergo some modifications. Since this meeting, Xiaoyu's focus has been on this work. While transforming the spacecraft, Xiaoyu also conducted the research and development of a large number of new instruments. Among them, the No. 2 Research Institute composed of Luca scientists played a very huge role. Some of their ideas and designs have greatly improved Xiaoyu's thinking breadth. The preparation work took half a year. After filling the fleet with fuel, Xiaoyu gave the order to set off under the watchful eyes of all the Luca people. They only carried some supplies that are insignificant to us. But when they come back, they may bring back technology that is related to our destiny. Let us pray for this long-distance fleet. May the true God bless us. In front of all the Luca people, Luca number 2 gave a passionate speech. Due to the addition of county-level spaceships, the mobility of the fleet is reduced. It takes 2 days for this fleet to accelerate to a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second. Before this fleet reaches its target, the first fleet of spaceships will arrive at their destination ahead of schedule. These spacecraft cannot play a big role because they do not carry enough instruments and have not been modified. However, during the more than 40 years of waiting for the arrival of the second fleet, these spacecraft will be able to make some preliminary preparations. After the follow-up spacecraft arrives in the Aquila 2 star system, large-scale collection work will be fully launched. The gaseous planet orbiting the Aquila binary star was named Aquila Z by Xiaoyu. Skyhawk 2Z will become the source of these billion tons of deuterium. By then, there will be more than 2,000 spacecraft busy in it. After the voyage fleet consisting of more than 1,000 spaceships set off, Xiaoyu began to continue his original work. Even if a grand unified theory is obtained, particle colliders are still necessary, as are technological research and development. It never hurts to do a little more now. Under the guidance of this idea, Xiaoyu and all the Luca people in the new home did not slack off, but continued to work with high enthusiasm. Xiaoyu plans to build another city-level spaceship with larger tonnage and better environment for the Luca people. After all, the new home no built at the beginning was built with Xiaoyu's mentality of raising livestock in captivity. Although the environment is not too bad, it is definitely not good. After the Luca people show enough loyalty and dedication, Xiaoyu also wants to give them some rewards, so that they can continue to be loyal. Moreover, in the past nearly 100 years, the number of Luca people has increased a lot, almost reaching 80,000, and the new home can no longer bear it. Under the guidance of this slightly compensatory mentality, Xiaoyu planned to build a 7 million ton city-level spaceship. This spaceship was named Paradise by Xiaoyu. For the Luca people, the Paradise is a real paradise. There are various entertainment venues tailor-made for them, and an unlimited supply of various materials. Every Luca person who stays on the Paradise will receive a huge villa of at least 1,000 square meters, and at least 100 dedicated service robots. The most wonderful thing is that Paradise will generate a gravity similar to that of Luca's parent star through its rotation. At the same time, the Paradise has also specially opened up a landscape area, which is completely built according to the Luca home planet. Within the landscape area, there are even beasts on the Luca home planet, which can be used by the Lucan people living in the Paradise for hunting and entertainment purposes. The city-level spaceships in Luca's fleet carry the genes of these beasts. Through breeding, cloning and other technical means, Xiaoyu completely reproduced the scenery on Luca's home planet. In short, Xiaoyu strives to build the most comfortable and beautiful living environment for these Luca people. In addition to these benefits, the Luca people staying on the Paradise will also have an increased degree of freedom. Xiaoyu has equipped each Luca person staying on the Paradise with a dedicated small spacecraft. With these small spaceships, they will be able to travel freely between Paradise and New Home, and go to places allowed in space. Xiaoyu, who has tasted the benefits that can be gained from the cooperation of different civilizations in the universe, has made up his mind that if possible in the future, he will capture a large number of scientific and technological civilization creatures and let them work together to contribute to him. In time, these Luca people will have a positive role model that can inspire them. Of course, those who can stay on the Paradise must be Luca people who have made special contributions, such as those who are most loyal to Xiaoyu, those who have won the title of scientist, or those who have special talents in some aspects. Not anyone from Luca can stay here. This can also provide the greatest incentive to the rest of the Luca people, allowing them to dedicate themselves more faithfully. After hearing the news that Xiaoyu was going to build the Paradise, Xiaoyu saw that among the nearly 80,000 Lucans, except for the young children who still had no consciousness, the loyalty of the rest of the Lucans to Xiaoyu had at least increased by one level. The specific manifestation is that the continuous working hours of Luca scientists have reached a new high, reaching a length of 110 hours. In Luca schools, the learning level of all young Luca people has also reached an unprecedented high. They all have a common belief. When you grow up, you must become a scientist and then live on the Paradise. During this period of time, the construction of the Circumaquila Large Particle Collider, which had been delayed again and again, was finally completed. In many collision experiments, Xiaoyu obtained a lot of experimental data. In this batch of collision experiments, Xiaoyu observed the strange mass increase phenomenon again. Xiaoyu had already noticed this phenomenon when he was in the Tianyuan 4-star system. That is, when conducting high-energy particle beam collision experiments. If the total mass of the particles participating in the collision is 10, after the collision is over, the mass of their collision debris reaches an unexpected 11, and one part of the mass is created out of thin air. This mass is not converted from energy. In fact, when Xiaoyu calculated the mass, he had already included both mass and energy. There is really no reason to explain this extra mass. And Xiaoyu is troubled by this. In many collision experiments, Xiaoyu has completely eliminated the possibility of errors. Xiaoyu had a keen premonition that if he could solve this problem and find out the principle of this increase in mass, he would be able to achieve another technological leap. Maybe this is the scientific field belonging to the 4th-level civilization. After obtaining the grand unified theory, maybe this phenomenon can be explained, Xiaoyu thought. After allocating part of the computing power to analyze this problem and assigning a group of Luca scientists to continue research in this area, Xiaoyu focused his work elsewhere. After 10 years of meticulous craftsmanship, Paradise was finally built. When Xiaoyu announced the news, all the people in Luca fell into a sea of joy. Although most Luca people cannot stay on the Paradise, this gives them a hope and a direction to strive for. Xiaoyu's behavior clearly told them, work hard, and as long as you follow me closely and be loyal to me, one day you will be able to live in the Paradise. After specifying that all scientists and their immediate family members must obtain accommodation quotas, Xiaoyu gave all the remaining hundreds of quotas to Luca No. 2, and Luca No. 2 will allocate them. Xiaoyu's move was intended to establish the authority of Luca No. 2 in Luca's society. Luca No. 2 was also clever. It launched a large-scale voting campaign, selected the hundreds of Luca people with the highest prestige in Luca's society, and gave them quotas. On the day of the moving event, a grand celebration ceremony was held on the new home. Under the gaze of thousands of people, nearly 1,000 selected Lucans wearing big red flowers stepped into the private spacecraft assigned to them and arrived at the Paradise. On the square where the celebration ceremony was held, Xiaoyu saw a young Luca child, and asked an adult Luca man next to him in a childish voice, "Mom, when can we move to Paradise?" "Ah?" The female adult Luca knelt down, looked at the child lovingly, and said, "As long as you study hard and become a scientist and can contribute to the master, you can take your parents with you. Move to live in Paradise." "Okay, Mom, I will definitely become a scientist," the young Luca man said with determination. Looking at this scene, Xiaoyu smiled slightly in his heart. Time passed bit by bit, and more than 40 years after the expedition fleet left the Aquila star system, it finally reached its goal. Millions of kilometers away, the huge Sky Eagle 2Z is already in sight. Chapter 108 Mutation. Before the voyage fleet arrived, the first fleet had already arrived at Sky Eagle 2. However, because these spacecraft did not carry special instruments and had not been modified, the working efficiency of these spacecraft was extremely low. Only some barely usable instruments were modified through robots. In such a long time, only less than 500 instruments were collected. Thousands of tons of deuterium. The arrival of this batch of spacecraft will greatly speed up the work progress. In addition to carrying a large number of special instruments, these spacecraft also carry a large number of high-precision observation equipment. Before the arrival of these instruments, Xiaoyu could only observe the white dwarf star through invisible light bands such as infrared and ultraviolet bands. After the arrival of this batch of spacecraft, Xiaoyu will be able to take pictures from the visible light band. In other words, Xiaoyu will be able to see the real picture above the white dwarf star, without having to observe it by means of composite pictures. Before starting the collection work, Xiaoyu first drove the spacecraft to a place only 10 million kilometers away from the white dwarf star, where it was arranged into a huge array of telescopes. Thousands of high-precision lenses worked together to complete the process over and over again. After filtering, post-processing, and improving resolution, Xiaoyu finally got a real picture of the surface of a white dwarf star. The white light emitted by the white dwarf star has been completely filtered out, and Xiaoyu directly saw the absolutely flat surface of the white dwarf star. The surface of the white dwarf is absolutely flat, even if the centrifugal force caused by the white dwarf's rotation is not calculated. The white dwarf will be a perfect standard sphere, which is much more standard than a bumpy sphere like the Earth. This is due to the huge gravitational force on the white dwarf. The difference between the highest place and the lowest place is no more than 5 meters. If a car could drive on the surface of a white dwarf, It wouldn't feel any bumps. The surface of a white dwarf is several orders of magnitude smoother than the smoothest glass. This is just a white dwarf star. If it is a neutron star, the situation will be even more exaggerated. On a neutron star, the difference between the highest and lowest areas is only 2 centimeters at most. The water droplet SH.L formed by the strong interaction force is at most the same level of material as a white dwarf star. Although it is hard to imagine, it is still much worse than a real neutron star. This is true regardless of the hardness, smoothness, or material density. The surface of the white dwarf star that Xiaoyu saw was such a magical scene. On the absolutely flat surface of the white dwarf, there are many extremely tall and beautiful buildings. There is no trace of protective shields on these buildings. It is unknown what technology is used to withstand the high temperature of several thousand degrees Celsius on the surface of the white dwarf. Moreover, there are no traces of protective covers on the busy robots. Moreover, judging from its structure, it does not look like it can withstand a gravity exceeding 10 million times that of the Earth. However, these robots walked extremely lightly on the surface of the white dwarf star, completely ignoring the gravity and high temperature of the white dwarf star, which also puzzled Xiaoyu. A large amount of pictures and data were sent back to Tianjin Base 1 for scientists Xiaoyu and Luca to conduct research. However, there has been no progress in research during this period. Neither Xiaoyu nor scientists from Luca can find a clue at all. Xiaoyu observed it for a full month. After he was satisfied with his eyesight, he started formal work. There are still more than 7 years left before the time limit set by the reformers. There is plenty of time, so there is no rush. Xiaoyu reluctantly gave up the observation, controlled a huge fleet, and started busy work. There are hundreds of spacecrafts going back and forth between the orbit of Skyhawk 2Z and the interior of the planet. Each spacecraft drilled out from the interior of the planet carries a full supply of liquefied deuterium raw materials, and is transferring these materials to the county-level spacecraft. After reaching the top, these spacecrafts drilled into the planet again. A county-level spaceship has a mass of 100,000 tons to 1 million tons, but its internal space can carry more than that. Xiaoyu has calculated that each county-level spacecraft can carry more than 2 million tons of liquefied deuterium, and 50 county-level spacecraft can hold exactly 100 million tons. With special instruments and a special spacecraft, Xiaoyu's collection work went very smoothly. About 2 years later, Xiaoyu completed the task. The 50 county-level spaceships were so packed that their maneuverability had declined to a certain extent. But this isn't wartime, so it doesn't matter if its mobility is reduced. While controlling the county-level spacecraft to slowly fly towards the Sky Eagle binary star system, Xiaoyu sent out a radio broadcast. "Great, Reformer! I have completed the mission as scheduled." The Reformer's response came quickly, and Xiaoyu quickly received the signal. "You did a good job. Your enthusiasm for work infected me and increased my work efficiency by 1 percentage point. In order to express my gratitude to you, I decided to give you an extra chance to ask questions. Now, hurry up and give me these deuteriums," Xiaoyu asked. "My spaceship cannot get too close to this white dwarf star. If it gets too close, my spaceship will be torn apart, even at a distance of 5 million kilometers. My protective shield can't stand the violent radiation of white dwarf stars," the Reformer said. "It doesn't matter. I have made calculations. At a distance of 100,000 kilometers, your spacecraft shield can support it for 1 hour. At a distance of 100,000 kilometers, the orbiting speed of this white dwarf star is 6,500 kilometers every second. Now, get your ship over here." There seemed to be something called impatience in the Reformer's voice. Xiaoyu was a little confused, so he asked, "Why don't you come out and get it? You know, I am just a weak civilization, and these spaceships are of great use to me. If they get close to the white dwarf star within 5 million kilometers. If so, my spaceship won't be able to be recovered." There was a bit of dissatisfaction in the voice of the Reformer. Isn't the value of the theory that synthesizes the 4 basic forces not as good as this spaceship? This is the time to show your sincerity. If you don't want to, I don't mind canceling it. That little bit of interest in you. No, I don't have that intention. There is no need to doubt my sincerity to you. Xiaoyu sent a piece of information, but he was even more confused in his heart. Moreover, this doubt had a tendency to turn into suspicion. Why doesn't it want to leave the white dwarf? Why does it have to send me to an orbit of 100,000 kilometers? I don't care about these spaceships. But this transformer is really weird. Xiaoyu once again looked at this pair of crazy twin stars, watching them orbit each other with a distance of only 10 million kilometers. At this moment, Xiaoyu is still more than 200 million kilometers away from the white dwarf star. Above Xiaoyu's position, the white dwarf is like a dim white point of light. Its companion star, the red dwarf, is half the size of the full moon and much brighter than the brightest moon. Sometimes, the red dwarf star will move into an orbit that blocks the white dwarf star. At this time, it is like a huge eye appears in the sky. When the red dwarf star moves to the side, it is like this eye is closed, just between opening and closing. This eye stared at Xiaoyu coldly. In the empty space, a strange feeling slowly spreads. You have to move faster. My patience is limited. The reformer urged. Okay. Please wait a moment. My technology is too backward. And the maneuverability of a spacecraft full of materials is very poor. Xiaoyu explained, thinking about the problem quickly while deliberately delaying time. Should I give these things to it? Its attitude and behavior are really too strange. Xiaoyu looked at the two stars in the distance, whose brightness gradually increased as the distance got closer, and fell into deep thought. In deep thought, Xiaoyu seemed to have entered a wonderful state. Xiaoyu suddenly felt that he should send these things over, and he should obey the will of the reformer. What a great existence it is. It can even transform a white dwarf star. How could it set up a trap to harm me? If it wants to harm me, it can just come over and kill me. Why bother? Grand Unified Theory. With this theory, I can step into the 4th level civilization within a few hundred years, master superlight navigation technology, and master force field technology. I can start free interstellar roaming and explore the universe. The endless mysteries of, is this great civilization sent by the gods in the dark to save me? I'm ashamed that I doubted its words just now. It's really inappropriate. Well, I'd better send these things over quickly. It would be bad if it gets angry. Xiaoyu thought slowly and gradually accelerated the fleet's sailing speed. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly received an emergency communication request from Luca 2. Xiaoyu answered the call casually, and the urgent voice of Luca number 2 came out. Master, it's not good. Among the new home in paradise, the bodies of the people of Luca have begun to undergo horrific mutations. Xiaoyu sighed nonchalantly and replied, Mutation? Don't you have doctors in your society in Luca? Let the doctor check it. Why should you report it to me for such a trivial matter? No, it's not. Luca 2's voice suddenly became louder. Master, don't forget that the 4th level civilization fleet 300,000 years ago, after they passed through the star field, all the people in the fleet, the bodies of the creatures have all mutated, and they are all dead. This is a level 2 moderately dangerous area. Xiaoyu's mind froze, and he suddenly woke up. Chapter 109 Devil. Xiaoyu remembered. In fact, Xiaoyu has never forgotten this matter. However, in the original state, Xiaoyu's consciousness seemed to be disturbed, and this piece of information was deliberately forgotten. Now, with a reminder from Luca 2, Xiaoyu finally retrieved this incident from the huge memory bank. Level 4 Civilization Fleet. All creatures have mutated. Now, the bodies of the Luca people have also begun to mutate. Is this a coincidence? Or what? Xiaoyu's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about all this. Also, why did I fall into such a weird state just now? I was obviously very wary of this guy who called himself a reformer. Why did it suddenly disappear? Was my spirit affected? Xiaoyu made a prompt decision and immediately stopped the progress of the spacecraft. The message from the reformer came immediately. Why haven't you sent me what I need? Xiaoyu considered his words before replying. Great reformer. These spacecraft are equipped with some things that are very important to me. Please give me some time to dismantle them. Then, I will let these 50 spaceships enter the orbit of 100,000 kilometers of the white dwarf star. The reformer replied. Is there anything more important than a theory that can unify the 4 basic forces? Don't waste time and send it over as soon as possible. As compensation, I can give you another opportunity to ask questions. Great transformer. Please forgive me and give me a little more time. These things are related to the life of one of my tribesmen and are very important to me. Please wait a moment, and it will be fine soon. Xiaoyu felt increasingly worried. I was confused, so I thought of another excuse to delay. Why is it so eager? These billions of tons of deuterium should be insignificant to it. Its attitude is too weird. The reformer's voice has become very cold. You have to understand that these billion tons of deuterium are just a test of my sincerity. Your pushback makes me very doubtful of your sincerity. Don't you want a grand unified theory? Don't you want faster than light navigation technology? Don't you want detailed equations for force field technology? You, The reformer's message seemed to contain some kind of magical magic. Under the influence of this magic, Xiao Yu's mind gradually became chaotic. Yes! The unified theory is so important to me, Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Compared with the unified theory, everything can be abandoned, and nothing is important anymore. Under the guidance of this mind, Xiao Yu controlled the fleet and began to accelerate slowly. Now, Xiao Yu's fleet is only 100 million kilometers away from the white dwarf star. At the current sailing speed, it only takes more than 4 hours to reach the target. Xiao Yu's mind is full of desire for powerful technology. This desire filled all Xiao Yu's thoughts, even occupying the share that should have been occupied by reason. At this moment, in the Aquila galaxy, the two spacecraft's new home and paradise have fallen into chaos, and only a few Luca people are still awake. In the new home, in an ordinary room, there was an ordinary Luca star. His thin body was covered with pustule-like things, and blood was constantly seeping out. Its eyes are big and lifeless. It has even lost the ability to walk and has begun crawling on the ground. As it crawled, it murmured to itself, "The true God has come to save us! The true God has come to save us!" It climbed all the way to the door. When it opened, there was a wide street outside. At this moment, the streets were already full of crawling Luca people. They were all covered in pus and blood and were delirious. They were all mumbling some inaudible words to themselves. Only the voice of a Luca star was clearer. The words that came out of its mouth were, "We should go to the prison of God and bring God to the prison. Save it. We should go to the prison of God and save God." Countless vague words converged into this sentence. In the middle of the street stood a young Luca star. It looked at all this with fear. Finally, it couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears. The situation in paradise is not much better than here. However, the population density of paradise is relatively low, so it has not yet become full of crawling Lucans. For some unknown reason, the probability of mutation among the Luca people in paradise is much lower than that in New Home. There are still a considerable number of scientists and outstanding contributors who remain awake. Luca number 2 is one of them. It is eagerly directing Luca doctors and Luca policemen who are still awake to rescue the injured. However, God knows how to save it. This disease has no symptoms at all, and there is no reason. All the Luca star doctors are helpless and can only deal with it by incising the pustule, draining the pus and blood, disinfecting and bandaging, etc. While busy, Luca 2's head suddenly became blurry. In its head, a vague and distant voice kept whispering softly. At this moment, it seemed to see the true God in their religion, Shadow. "My believers, come to the prison of God and save me. After you save me, I will give you eternal life. Come on." Luca number 2's eyes gradually lost their sparkle. Its body gradually lowered, as if it was about to lie on the ground. "Leader! Leader! What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" At this moment, another young Luca man rushed over and supported Luca number 2. This young man from Luca was apparently the young scientist who suggested speculating on this unknown existence with malicious thinking. At that meeting, under the shaking of this young Luca man, the look that had slowly dissipated in Luca number 2's eyes slowly gathered again. It looked at the pustule on its arm in horror, and pushed the young Lucan man away with all its strength. "The fate of our race has been tied to the Master. If we exterminate the race, the Master may not necessarily die. But if the Master dies, we will definitely die. Go to the communication station and see what the Master is doing. If he is also bewitched by this demon, tell the Master, you must not give those 100 million tons of deuterium to this demon. The devil is tempting the New Home spacecraft to sail to the Aquila twin galaxy. There is a control switch for the New Home in the paradise. Go and lock the control authority of the New Home. Then also lock the control authority of the paradise. Die! This is the only hope for our species to continue to survive. You, go! Go immediately!" Luca number 2 used the last bit of his strength and roared loudly. After shouting these words, the condensed look in its eyes began to slowly dissipate. But even so, it was still glaring at the young man fiercely, as if it was shouting silently with its movements. "Go! Go!" The young Luca man had been frightened and stayed there. 3 seconds after Luca number 2 fell, it finally reacted. It screamed and wanted to go over and help Luca number 2 up again. But he took a step and stopped there. Then, it turned around and rushed towards the communication station. On the way, it saw its teacher, the old scientist with the oldest age, the most outstanding contributions, and the richest knowledge. lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. It saw many colleagues who worked together in the No. 2 Research Institute, crawling on the ground covered in pus and blood. It saw many people, some of whom were familiar, and some of whom it was not familiar with. And it ignored them at all. In its heart, there is only one belief left. You must notify the Master. You must notify the Master. Then, lock the control rights of the two spacecraft's new home and paradise. Among the new homes, some Lucans have climbed into the control center of the spacecraft. This control center was set up by Xiao Yu just in case, when he had no time to take care of the Luca people during the war, so that they could control the spacecraft on their own. Of course, in normal times, Xiao Yu directly controls the new home spacecraft, and he does not have the authority to control the spacecraft here. But I don't know why. At this moment, the permissions here have been unlocked. The Luca man closest to the console was only 15 meters away from the console. It would take at most a minute before it could crawl over. As long as the route is set and the confirmation button is pressed, the new home will set off towards the Aquila 2 system and towards the place where the prison of God is located in their minds. On the paradise, the young man from Luca had already rushed into the communication station. Just before the confirmation button on the new home was pressed, the button to lock the permissions was pressed. After locking the control authority of new home, it also locked the control authority of paradise. Under such circumstances, no one can control these two spacecrafts except Xiao Yu. It only took less than 30 seconds to do these two things. After it was done, it immediately rushed to the display screen. From the display screen, it saw a scene that horrified it. In the Sky Eagle twin galaxy, more than 1,000 spacecraft belonging to Xiao Yu are sailing towards the white dwarf star at a speed of more than 6,000 kilometers per second. The distance is less than 1 million kilometers. According to the current speed en route, this fleet will enter an orbit only 100,000 kilometers away from the white dwarf star in 2.5 minutes. It shouted in horror. Master! Master! You can't give it these spaceships! It's a devil! It's a devil! Chapter 110 Speed Up. Speed up. Xiao Yu looked at the white dwarf star infatuatedly, looking at the buildings full of beauty on its flat and smooth surface. Immersed in it, and couldn't extricate himself. Wrapped in reddish cosmic dust, this white dwarf star and a red dwarf star are holding hands and performing a beautiful stellar dance. What a beautiful place this is! Only a great being like the Transformer is worthy of living here. A white dwarf star can move freely on such an extreme star. The technological strength of the Transformer exceeds my imagination. It's ridiculous. I was doubting it just now. As long as I follow the instructions of the Reformer and send these billion tons of deuterium into orbit, I will get its reward. Xiao Yu's mind was completely immersed in this wonderful fantasy, and he couldn't extricate himself. At this time, a message was sent from the paradise. Through long-distance communication, it was transmitted to Xiao Yu's mind in almost no time. Master! Master! You can't give it these spaceships! It's a devil! It's a devil! This message was like a thunder that instantly woke Xiao Yu up. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. It's a devil? A devil? It's a devil. I was actually controlled by it again. I was bewitched by it again. Damn it! What on earth is this Reformer? Xiao Yu was shocked and angry. But Xiao Yu didn't have time to get angry. After waking up, Xiao Yu instantly saw the current situation clearly. What? In 2.5 minutes of flight, the spacecraft will enter orbit. The strong gravity of the white dwarf star is constantly accelerating these spacecraft. Under the current situation, it is no longer possible to escape from the gravitational field of the white dwarf star. No! These spaceships must not be obtained by the Reformers. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth, running his huge computing power, and thinking about countermeasures. It's too late to slow down. Moreover, the power of my spacecraft engine is not enough to resist the strong gravitational force of the white dwarf. Reverse deceleration will only delay the time a little, and it will not work at all. Then don't slow down. Speed up. Xiao Yu issued this crazy order. This command was sent from the Yanjing to the first transit satellite in the Tianning 1 system, and this transit satellite passed the information to the next one. With every transfer, hundreds of millions of kilometers of distance are crossed. The signal processing speed of the relay satellite is extremely fast. This command is transmitted from the Aquila 1 system to the Aquila 2 system in basically no time. Finally, this message was transmitted to the control center of more than 1,000 spacecraft that were being accelerated towards the white dwarf star. Accelerate! Accelerate! Accelerate at full power! It doesn't matter even if all these spaceships are damaged. In short, The transformers cannot be allowed to get these materials. Xiao Yu's fleet is now sailing towards the white dwarf star at a speed of nearly 6,500 kilometers per second. It was too late to slow down at this time. So there was only one feasible way left. If slowing down doesn't work, then speed up. Under the dual effects of the white dwarf's gravity and the spacecraft engine, the speed of the fleet will increase to a terrifying level. At that time, these spacecraft will not enter the orbit around the white dwarf, but directly pass over the white dwarf. Of course, having entered within 5 million kilometers of the white dwarf, these spacecraft no longer have the ability to escape the gravitational field of the white dwarf. Such a powerful acceleration will directly destroy the hull of the spacecraft. But Xiao Yu has already made up his mind. I have a lot of spaceships. Destroying more than 1,000 ships is nothing. In short, the reformers must not be allowed to get these supplies. After the order was issued, the tails of more than 1,000 spacecraft simultaneously erupted with bright blue flames. The SH-LS of the 50 county-level spacecraft loaded with liquid deuterium were the first to deform. In this extreme environment, even super-strength steel forged from flowing gold cannot withstand the strong pull of gravity. Immediately, the fleet's acceleration reached a terrifying level. Under the gravity of the white dwarf, the speed of these spacecraft was already increasing rapidly. Now, coupled with the acceleration of the spacecraft engine of 4 kilometers per second. After only 1 minute, the forward speed of Xiao Yu's fleet has exceeded 7,000 kilometers per second. Not enough. Not enough! Xiao Yu thought anxiously. The escape speed of a white dwarf star generally does not exceed 7,000 kilometers per second. In other words, the current speed is enough to pass the white dwarf star and not enter its orbit. But there is another serious problem. That is, the direction of acceleration is different. This white dwarf star has used gravity to accelerate Xiao Yu's fleet for several hours. If the course of Xiao Yu's fleet is compared to a straight line, then the acceleration direction of the white dwarf's fleet is a curve. There is an angle between this curve and the straight line. Xiao Yu calculated that if the angle is less than 20 degrees, then although the spacecraft will not enter the orbit of the white dwarf, it will still pass by 100,000 kilometers away from the surface of the white dwarf. Xiao Yu didn't think that the orbit of 100,000 kilometers altitude stated by the reformer in advance was just a casual statement. Since it has chosen this distance, it must have its reason. The greatest possibility is that at this distance, it has its own means to obtain these materials. Then, to be on the safe side, and to prevent the transformer from achieving his goal, Xiao Yu must increase the angle to 25 degrees. In this way, Xiao Yu's fleet will pass by a distance of 150,000 kilometers from the white dwarf. All Xiao Yu's current actions are working hard to increase the degree of this angle. Due to its large structure and relatively low density, the county-level spacecraft can withstand the maximum acceleration of 3 kilometers per second. Now that it is fully loaded with liquid deuterium, this value has been reduced to 2.5 kilometers. But now, with the engine turning on its full strength without hesitation, the acceleration of the county-level spacecraft has quickly climbed to 4 kilometers per second. This means extremely powerful tearing ability. Xiao Yu saw that the hulls of the 50 county-level spacecraft had been severely deformed, and the light of the protective shield began to dim. We must support it. We must support it. Xiao Yu was anxious. The nanorobots deployed in the county-level spacecraft were fully activated. Hundreds of billions of nanorobots all poured out of the nest, and began to try his best to repair the cracks in the spacecraft. Although it is impossible for nanorobots to repair the spacecraft completely, it is still possible to make the spacecraft last for a while. At this moment, the angle has increased to 23.5 degrees. The closest point is still 1 minute away. Within this minute, Xiao Yu must increase this degree by 1.5 degrees before he can achieve his goal. The repair speed of nanorobots cannot match the speed of damage to the spacecraft. Xiao Yu saw that the container storing liquid deuterium had ruptured, and a large amount of liquid deuterium flowed out and was scattered in the universe. In the next moment, it was heated by the violent radiation of the white dwarf star and turned into large clumps of liquid deuterium. Clouds of gas, like cosmic dust, began to orbit the white dwarf. This is an unexpected situation. Xiao Yu was powerless and had no way to stop it. Xiao Yu could only pray silently in his heart. The reformers want me to send 100 million tons of deuterium instead of directly obtaining it from the material transported from the red dwarf star to the white dwarf star. There must be a reason. The biggest possibility is that red dwarf it cannot use the material in the dwarf star, so it asked me to transport it from elsewhere. Then, the only hope is that it cannot use the leaked deuterium gas. From the time Xiao Yu received the early warning from the young Luca scientist to the time he accelerated with all his strength, less than a minute had passed. It seemed that he finally noticed Xiao Yu's change, and the Transformer's voice became manic. Weak technological civilization. What are you doing? Do you want a unified theory? Do you want faster-than-light navigation technology? You do. This voice was full of strange temptation, causing Xiao Yu to lose consciousness for a moment. But Xiao Yu, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, recovered from this abnormal state in an instant. Immediately, Xiao Yu yelled manically, I want your mother's head. Your disrespect has angered me, and I have decided to kill you and exterminate your civilization. At this moment, the reformer's message was full of coldness. Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Xiao Yu shouted loudly, while urging the spacecraft to accelerate with all his strength. The angle is slowly increasing. Finally, just before reaching the critical point, it rose to 25 degrees. This means that this fleet will pass by 150,000 kilometers away from the surface of the white dwarf. This distance is 50,000 kilometers higher than the distance previously specified by the reformers. No. At this moment, Xiao Yu received a message from the white dwarf. This message is full of unwillingness. I failed once 300,000 years ago. Now, facing such a weak civilization, am I going to fail again? No. I am not willing to accept it. In such a manic message, Xiao Yu saw a picture with horror. On the surface of the white dwarf, all the beautiful buildings and light robots disappeared in an instant, replaced by a huge and weird creature. At this moment, it was half squatting on the white dwarf star. At the next moment, its powerful hind legs suddenly bounced up, and its entire huge body rushed towards space like a cannonball. The moment it rushed up, it stretched out its huge claws. Its claws are dozens of kilometers long. In front of its claws, Xiao Yu's county-level spacecraft is like an inconspicuous fly. In Xiao Yu's horrified eyes, this huge claw grabbed at the fleet passing by 150,000 kilometers away from the surface of the white dwarf. Chapter 111 Escape. Just when Xiao Yu's spaceship was less than half a minute away from reaching the critical point, under Xiao Yu's horrified eyes, this weird creature jumped up. The surface gravity of a white dwarf star, due to the difference in mass, is between 10 million and 1 billion times the gravity of the Earth. The gravity of this white dwarf is about 20 million times that of the Earth. Under such gravity, no material known to Xiao Yu can preserve a complete structure, no matter how solid the material is. Under such an environment, it will be reduced to the most basic material structure, atoms. Above a white dwarf, matter cannot even maintain its molecular structure. Therefore, on a white dwarf, there is no difference between diamond and graphite. These two substances, on the white dwarf star, are carbon. Not carbon molecules, but carbon atoms. However, in such an extreme environment, this weird but powerful creature jumped hundreds of thousands of kilometers in one jump. This weird creature is at least 500 kilometers tall, and with its arms stretched out, it is more than 400 kilometers long. One claw is dozens of kilometers long. However, its huge body did not have any impact on its flexibility. Its bouncing power is many times more powerful than the spacecraft engine. Xiao Yu observed that its takeoff speed reached 6,000 kilometers per second. With such an astonishing speed, if it were to take off above the Earth, its reaction force would probably deviate the Earth from its orbit by millions of kilometers. It is not even certain that this jump will completely destroy the Earth. Only extremely dense and extremely massive stars, like white dwarfs, can withstand such a huge force. It is rising rapidly at this speed. If nothing unexpected happens, in 25 seconds it will reach an altitude of 150,000 kilometers and capture all of Xiao Yu's spacecraft in its hands. What kind of monster is this? How could such a powerful creature exist in the universe? Xiao Yu was so shocked that he couldn't help himself. All he could think of was the startling grace of this strange creature. This is the surface of a white dwarf star. The gravity is up to 20 million times that of the Earth. Here, not only does it maintain its integrity, but it can also jump hundreds of thousands of kilometers high. No matter how bold and crazy Xiao Yu was, he would never dare to imagine such a scene. This really exceeded the limit of Xiao Yu's thinking. Xiao Yu watched in shock as this strange creature kept approaching his spacecraft. At this moment, after constant leaks, Xiao Yu's 50 county-level spacecraft still store nearly 80 million tons of liquid deuterium. Xiao Yu is already 100% sure that the exquisite buildings and light robots he saw before are all fake. And they are all illusions created by this creature to lure him into being fooled. All this is just to convince myself that it is an extremely advanced technological civilization. Its true purpose is just to help it transport the deuterium gas. How could Xiaoyu make it happen? However, facing this powerful and weird creature, Xiaoyu had no choice. Facing this weird creature, Xiaoyu didn't think his weapons would be effective. What is a gravity bomb? What is a laser cannon? What is a hydrogen bomb? It is a powerful creature that can survive on the surface of a white dwarf star. At this moment, Xiaoyu's spirit was tense to the extreme. Xiaoyu's fleet is setting off towards the white dwarf star at a speed of 12,000 kilometers per second. It is expected to reach the critical point in 25 seconds. And then it will cross the white dwarf star and continue to set off forward. The takeoff speed of this weird creature has reached a terrifying 6,000 kilometers per second. It is expected to reach the critical point where Xiaoyu's fleet is closest to the white dwarf in 25 seconds. In other words, Xiaoyu's fleet will, if this weird creature catches it in its hand, it will get 80 million tons of deuterium gas. This strange creature has spent more than 100 years waiting. And its plot must be huge. This nearly 100 million tons of deuterium gas must be very important to it. If it gets the deuterium gas, although Xiaoyu doesn't know what will happen next. In short, he will definitely not end well. There are still 25 seconds left. There are still 25 seconds before this weird creature gets its hands on 70 million tons of deuterium gas. Explosion! Explosion! At this moment, Xiaoyu roared. Xiaoyu thought of a way. Following Xiaoyu's order, countless containers filled with liquid deuterium suddenly burst at the same time. Under the powerful radiation of the white dwarf star, the deuterium gas was rapidly heated and rolled out from the rupture hole of the spacecraft, turning into one after another dense clouds. The deuterium gas reserves in the 50 county level spacecraft were reduced by 50% in 25 seconds, leaving 35 million tons. As for whether the deuterium gas turned into clouds will be obtained by this strange creature, Xiaoyu has no time to care. With the reduction in mass, Xiaoyu's fleet's sailing speed instantly increased by several hundred kilometers per second. So, just 1/100th of a second before this weird creature reached the critical point, Xiaoyu's fleet had already passed by. At the moment when this strange creature jumped up and reached the critical point, Xiaoyu's fleet had already flown here and arrived dozens of kilometers before the critical point. In such a cosmic scale, the distance of tens of kilometers is the same as the distance of a hair. However, it was this hair's length that saved Xiaoyu's defeat. Xiaoyu saw the huge claws of the strange creature waving through the space. It was just a little bit close to catching Xiaoyu's fleet, but it never caught it. At this critical moment, Xiaoyu's fleet successfully escaped. No! You damn technological civilization! I will definitely kill you and exterminate your civilization! Xiaoyu received a long roar. Amidst the roar of the strange creatures, Xiaoyu's fleet has rushed forward at a speed of 13,000 kilometers per second. Finally! I finally escaped! And finally! I wasn't caught by it! Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, Xiaoyu saw that the strength of this strange creature's upward leap was finally exhausted, and it began to fall towards the white dwarf star. The white dwarf's first cosmic speed, or orbital speed, is 6,500 kilometers. This weird creature jumped hard. Its initial speed was only 6,000 kilometers per second, which was 500 kilometers different from its orbiting speed. This means that it will be impossible to escape the gravitational field of the white dwarf, and will only fall back onto the white dwarf after its strength is exhausted. Xiaoyu saw that under the huge gravity of the white dwarf, it fell towards the white dwarf very quickly. It only took more than 10 seconds to fall to the surface of the white dwarf. The huge impact force shook the entire white dwarf star slightly. But that's just a little bit. Around the impact point, Xiaoyu observed that a large crater was created on the surface of the hard and extremely smooth white dwarf. At this moment, energy equivalent to the explosion of a 10 trillion ton hydrogen bomb burst out. This is the huge amount of energy released by the impact. With such a huge energy burst, I wonder if it can be killed. Xiaoyu had a little hope in his heart. But the next moment, Xiaoyu's hope turned into shock. Xiaoyu saw that this strange creature turned over and rolled out of the impact crater. It stood up on the surface of the white dwarf star, raised its arms, and pointed far into space. At this time, Xiaoyu's fleet had escaped hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. At this distance, Xiaoyu's spacecraft finally could no longer withstand the huge acceleration and the huge gravity of the white dwarf. Xiaoyu saw that 50 county-level spacecraft finally exploded. 50 dazzling flames suddenly appeared in space. The moment after the explosion, 50 county-level spacecraft had turned into scrap metal. Part of the wreckage of the spacecraft was attracted by the huge gravitational pull of the white dwarf and began to fall towards the white dwarf. The impact of each fragment caused the explosion of at least a 10 million ton hydrogen bomb. These special steels, which Xiaoyu had worked so hard to refine, were assimilated by the white dwarf the moment the impact occurred. The titanium, zirconium, carbon, tungsten and other elements that Xiaoyu forged into the iron element were separated. Then, these elements, together with the iron element, were broken down into individual atoms, integrated into the white dwarf, and disappeared. After the 50 county-level spacecraft, there are more than 1,000 township and village-level spacecraft. These spacecraft repeated the destruction process of the county spacecraft. After the explosion, the debris began to impact the white dwarf star, and was then assimilated by the white dwarf star. Up to this moment, Xiaoyu's expedition fleet, except for a few spacecraft that stayed 10 million kilometers away from the beginning and did not approach the white dwarf, was completely destroyed. Xiaoyu used these few spaceships to pay close attention to this place. Xiaoyu saw this weird creature running and jumping on the surface of the white dwarf star. Each jump was at least a few thousand kilometers in height. However, every time, it could not escape the huge gravitational field of the white dwarf star. Each time, it was repulsed by the white dwarf star. Pull yourself back to the surface. Just as it kept running angrily, Xiaoyu received a message full of anger. If I hadn't been seriously injured by the Taihao civilization, how could this little white dwarf star have trapped me? If the material from the red dwarf star was not instantly assimilated by the white dwarf star, causing me to be unable to obtain enough fuel, why would I have to compromise with such a weak civilization? It failed once more than 300,000 years ago, and it will fail again this time. Why? Why? I'm not willing to give in. I'm not willing to give in. Above the white dwarf, this strange and powerful creature roared angrily. Chapter 112 Alien Beasts. 10 million kilometers away from the white dwarf star. Xiaoyu looked at the scene in shock. At this moment, Xiaoyu thought of many things. Now looking back on the entire incident, Xiaoyu discovered many weird things. For example, why was the warning of the young Luca scientist ignored before the action began? For example, why was there so many loopholes in the words and deeds of this strange creature that he subconsciously ignored? Not only did he ignore it, but most of the Luca people also ignored it. Is it another thought interference? Xiaoyu thought silently. I should have been faintly disturbed by it since I received its first message, and later made many wrong decisions. From this point of view, its ability to interfere with thoughts is still a little worse than the unknown being that controlled me to leave the solar system in the first place. That unknown being controlled me for thousands of years until I was eliminated. I was suddenly shocked when I discovered the Moradon civilization. This unknown creature can only affect me secretly. However, even if it is a secret influence, it is scary enough. I almost made a big mistake and almost gave it 100 million tons of deuterium fuel. If it escapes from the white dwarf with the help of these 100 million tons of deuterium, I will definitely there is no hope of survival. But there is something strange. Such an advanced creature still uses nuclear fusion as its energy source? Maybe some of its functions have been damaged, so it can only use such low-level energy. Xiaoyu guessed. How could there be such a terrifying creature in the universe? What kind of existence is it? According to Luca 2, there are mainly 3 camps in the universe: technological civilization, mechanical civilization, and alien civilization, as well as certain groups such as the Ghost Tribe. A unique existence. This weird creature should belong to the alien beast civilization. I heard that the alien beast civilization does not develop technology and focuses on its own evolution. It can evolve powerful abilities that are beyond common sense. It can travel among the stars in its physical body and expand its physical body faster than light travel. This weird creature should be a powerful creature in a certain alien beast civilization, but I don't know its current level. Xiaoyu quickly calculated. I don't know what level the Taihao civilization it talks about is. Civilization? Is there a guardian and sweeper civilization that is strong? By the way, it said before that it was seriously injured by the Taihao civilization in a war, so it was trapped on this white dwarf star and could not escape. Is it possible that this white dwarf star is this Taihao the prison where civilization holds it? Thinking of this, Xiaoyu was shocked. Using a white dwarf star as a prison is such a big move. What a bold move. While Xiaoyu was thinking silently, this weird creature was still running and jumping on the white dwarf star, roaring angrily, and one after another space broadcasts spread throughout the space. This time, thanks to the young scientist from Luca who reminded me at the critical moment. Otherwise, I would be dead now. I must reward it well. Oh, I wonder what the Luca civilization is like now. Xiao Yu suddenly thought of this problem, and immediately turned his attention to the new home and paradise. What appeared in front of Xiao Yu was an extremely miserable scene. In the new home and paradise, there were Luca people lying on the ground covered in pus and blood, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Only a few Luca people were still conscious. Xiao Yu's heart tightened, and he immediately controlled countless robots to get busy. These robots picked up the Luca people one after another, and sent them to the hospital. In the hospital, Xiao Yu manipulated the robot, and examined tens of thousands of Luca people at the same time. The results of the examination made Xiao Yu take a breath of air. This is really an extremely terrifying mutation. Xiao Yu sighed. Luca people have a body structure similar to that of Earthlings, although the internal organs, etc. are not the same. At least the Luca people are also made of cells. Xiao Yu saw that a considerable part of the cells that made up the Luca people had mutated into a huge black cell. This kind of cell was extremely powerful, and could grow by swallowing other normal cells. This kind of huge black cells can also eat each other. Xiao Yu saw that the largest black cell had grown to the order of 1 centimeter, which could be clearly seen with the naked eye. If left uninterrupted, these cells would probably engulf the Luca man's body, and then the black cells would engulf each other. Eventually, a Luca man would turn into a single huge black cell. It is even possible that such black cells will continue to devour each other. Eventually, all the Lucans in the entire spacecraft may merge into a single cell. By that time, Xiao Yu dare not guess what kind of harm this kind of cells will cause. This is probably a side effect of mind control. This weird creature, while affecting the brain through some unknown means, also mutates the cells of the affected creature, leading to such a result. Fortunately, I don't have a body. Otherwise, his body should have mutated a long time ago. Xiao Yu thought happily. Xiao Yu couldn't help but think of the 4th-level civilization fleet that passed here 300,000 years ago. All the civilized creatures in that fleet had undergone horrific mutations. The result was undoubtedly death. According to current understanding, after those level 4 civilization creatures die, their corpses will turn into black cells and continue to swim around and eat each other. When they mutate, their fleet must be as terrifying as HL. Just imagining such a scene, Xiao Yu felt a tremor from the depths of his soul. Faced with this weird black cell, Xiao Yu was at a loss and couldn't find any way to treat it. Xiao Yu had no choice but to freeze all the mutated Lucans. Under ultra-low temperature, the mutation process of their bodies will be suspended, and they will be thawed after Xiao Yu finds a treatment method. Instantaneous ultra-low temperature freezing will not kill a living body, but will cause it to fall into a deep sleep similar to hibernation. In this state, the body's metabolism will slow down to a level close to nothing. This technology has already been studied on Earth, and successful experiments have been conducted on animals. There are less than 3,000 Luca people who have not mutated. In order to prevent them from mutating, and at the same time, so that he would not have any worries, Xiao Yu simply froze them. After handling everything, Xiao Yu began to think about the next course of action. Escape or attack? Xiao Yu thought silently. At least, when I am already wary, it will not be able to get help from me. In other words, it will not be able to get help from the white dwarf star. After escaping, the only thing that has lethality is its thought influence. If I can resist the influence of thinking, then no matter whether it is escaping or attacking, I am at least in an invincible position. If I can kill such a powerful creature, I wonder if I can get any benefits. As long as I can resist its thinking attack, I will never fail. As long as I can't resist its thinking attack, I will die no matter what I do. So, the key point is here. Xiao Yu came to a conclusion. Recalling the time when he was controlled by this weird creature, Xiao Yu felt a palpitation in his heart for no reason. That was when Xiao Yu was not aware of anything and could not take any precautions. So he was affected, even when he was being controlled. Xiao Yu didn't know that he had been controlled. There is a way to solve this problem. Xiao Yu came up with a way. While this terrifying and unknown existence was roaring crazily and venting his anger, Xiao Yu quickly wrote a program. This program is very simple. The entire program consists of some simple multiple-choice questions. These multiple-choice questions are common-sense questions, such as, is my hometown on Earth? Is this alien creature kind? Should I help it? Should I go to Sky Eagle? 2 twin galaxies? There are hundreds of thousands of such simple multiple-choice questions. covering almost any possible action. Xiaoyu has already preset fixed answers to these multiple-choice questions in advance. The answers to these questions are yes and no, as long as you make the wrong choice once. A violent current preset in advance will be released. This current will burn several sensitive core components, and such an action will definitely wake up Xiaoyu immediately. While conducting his own affairs, Xiaoyu will allocate 1% of his energy to repeat these multiple-choice questions at a speed of 500,000 times a second, and then compare his answers with the preset answers. See if you're doing it right. If your answer is the same as the preset answer, it proves that you have not been manipulated. If your answer is different from the preset answer, it proves that you have been manipulated, and the preset program will release an electric current that is enough to wake Xiaoyu up. After arranging everything, Xiaoyu began to think about how to kill this damn alien bee civilization creature that almost destroyed himself. You dare to cause me so much trouble, and I don't teach you a lesson. How could I be so angry? Are you so powerful? I'm not afraid. I'm fighting with you. After all, you are imprisoned in the White Dwarf prison and can't do anything. Come out. I will think of a way here and develop technology at the same time. If it doesn't work in 1 year, it will take 10 years. If it doesn't work in 10 years, it will take 100 or 1,000 years. 1 year, I will develop the technology enough to kill you. I will find a way to kill you. Method. When the time comes, I will definitely kill you. Xiaoyu made up his mind. Chapter 113 Rising Star. All the Luca people who were not dead were frozen by Xiaoyu. During this turmoil, probably hundreds of Luca people died. The black cells mutated due to the mental control of the alien creatures became larger and larger. After causing their death, their bodies were eventually destroyed. The whole body was swallowed up, and the whole person turned into this weird black ball, running around inside the spaceship. Fortunately, the strange balls produced by these mutations are not very powerful in combat. They are just a little faster, a little stronger, and have a little sharper teeth. When facing the laser cannon, it is still not worth mentioning. Most of these balls were destroyed by Xiaoyu's control of the robot, and the remaining ones were captured for Xiaoyu to carry out experiments to find a way to treat the injured Luca people. Xiaoyu could not sit back and watch all these Luca people die. During this period, Xiaoyu saw all the contributions made by the Luca people to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu couldn't tolerate losing this big help. You guys go and have a good rest. Let me fight this alien beast and civilized creature by myself. Xiaoyu sighed. As long as I don't die, I will definitely find a way to save you. The angrier he gets, the calmer Xiaoyu becomes. Xiaoyu was quietly observing everything on this white dwarf star and closely monitoring its movements. This strange beast seems a little tired. Through high-precision optical instruments and various technical means, Xiaoyu saw that after running around angrily for several days, it began to lie on the white dwarf star, motionless, as if it was resting. In the past few days, because it jumped up and was controlled by the gravity of the white dwarf star, it violently hit the surface of the white dwarf star, causing at least thousands of craters on the surface of the white dwarf star. But these craters can only exist for a very short time. Within a few seconds after they appear, they disappear under the strong gravity of the white dwarf star itself. The surface of the current white dwarf is still extremely smooth after removing the chaotic stellar material from the companion star. Looking at the strange beast lying on the white dwarf star, quietly staring at the sky, Xiaoyu began to think silently. It has been imprisoned on this white dwarf star for at least more than 300,000 years. So it is unlikely that it will escape in a short time. This means that I have enough time to find out how to deal with it. Method. During this period of time, the only thing I have to pay attention to is its thought interference attack. Relying on the multiple choice questions preset in advance, I am 80% sure that I will not be controlled by its thinking. So how do you eliminate it? This creature is hundreds of kilometers tall, and the size of a palm is dozens of kilometers. If it explodes with all its strength, it can jump hundreds of thousands of kilometers on the white dwarf star. It can survive on the surface of a white dwarf star in an extremely harsh environment, and can hit the surface of a white dwarf star at a speed of several thousand kilometers per second without any damage. All these data speak of its power. Xiaoyu began to take inventory of the weapons he currently owned. Gravity bombs can't do it. Hydrogen bombs can't do it. Laser cannons can't do it. Let alone kinetic weapons. Xiaoyu found with some helplessness that the weapon he now owned was impossible to cause even the slightest damage to it. As far as I know, the 4th level civilization has mastered the unified theory, and then uses various force field weapons as a means of attack. At present, it seems that force field weapons have no effect on it. According to the same level of technological civilization and the same level, based on the standard that the combat power of the different levels of alien beast civilizations are not much different. This alien beast is a creature of the alien beast civilization of the lowest level 5. And it is actually probably higher than the 5th level. It is impossible for a 4th level civilization to cause harm to it. A 5th level civilization should be able to cause very low levels of damage to it. A minimum level 6 civilization is required to fight against this strange beast. This conclusion made Xiaoyu a little helpless. Is it really necessary to slowly develop technology here and wait until the technology is developed enough to kill it? Then I don't know how many years it will take. Xiaoyu thought with reluctance. It's not that Xiaoyu never thought about escaping, but for various reasons, Xiaoyu gave up the idea of escape. The reason is simple. I am currently more than 1 light year away from this strange beast, and I will still be controlled at such a distance. Moreover, Luca too said that a fleet of a 4th level civilization was once tried to be controlled by it, and that 4th level civilization only passed by the Eagle Nebula. The distance between them must be greater than 1 light year. Considering various factors, Xiaoyu believes that the entire Eagle Nebula is unsafe. If you want to escape, you must at least escape from the Eagle Nebula to be safe. But after leaving the Eagle Nebula, the nearest star is 50 light years away. 50 light years. Xiaoyu needs to sail for 1,500 years. If it stays in the Eagle Nebula for these 1,500 years, it might be possible to find a way to eliminate it. Escape is impossible. And peaceful coexistence is nonsense. How can we allow others to snore on the side of the bed? Besides, this big guy is not just sleeping soundly. He must always be on guard against his methods to harm himself. He can only be a thief for 1,000 days. But there is no point in guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. The situation fell into a dilemma. It is impossible to eliminate it with my technological strength alone. Then, the only way is to seek external assistance. There is no intelligent creature that can help me. The only feasible way is to seek help from the natural environment. Xiaoyu thought silently. When he thought of the words, natural environment, Xiaoyu seemed to have a flash of lightning in his mind. And his spirit was shaken. I found a way! Some data about the Aquila binary star system once again slowly flowed through Xiaoyu's mind. This binary star system consists of 2 stars. One is a white dwarf star, and the other is a red dwarf star. They are 10 million kilometers apart. The red dwarf star transports 17 million tons of mass to the white dwarf star every second. According to estimates, this white dwarf star a nova explosion will occur within 1,000 years. Nova burst. Nova burst. A nova explosion is a phenomenon in which the luminosity of a star in the universe suddenly increases. In the universe, there is often a phenomenon where the luminosity of a certain star increases tens of thousands, or even hundreds of billions of times in a very short period of time. Nova explosion is a general term for this phenomenon. And supernova explosion is also a general term. A type of nova explosion. During the Song dynasty of Xia Kingdom, the ancients observed a supernova explosion. During that explosion, another light source appeared in the sky. At night, this light source was not much weaker than the full moon. This is a famous supernova explosion event. The cause is that a star thousands of light years away from the Earth reached the end of its evolution, exploded violently, threw out a large amount of material, and turned into a neutron star. This supernova explosion created the famous Crab Nebula. You can imagine how violent that supernova explosion was. The light it emits can even illuminate the night sky on Earth over a distance of thousands of light years. Nova explosions include several different types such as Type Ia supernova explosions, Type II supernova explosions, extreme supernova explosions, and ordinary nova explosions. The type of explosion that this white dwarf star in the Aquila binary star system will have is an ordinary nova explosion. White dwarfs are the remains of low to medium mass stars that have died at the end of evolution. Their thermonuclear fusion has stopped, and they only rely on the remaining energy to emit radiation. Ordinary nova explosions can only occur on white dwarf stars. Ordinary nova explosions are generally referred to as nova explosions to distinguish them from supernova explosions. Its specific mechanism is that in a binary star system, if a white dwarf is close enough to the companion star, it will continuously acquire mass from the companion star. As its mass increases, its pressure and temperature will also increase. After it reaches a certain level, the stellar material attracted by it will trigger a new round of nuclear fusion reaction. And it is extremely violent. Nuclear fusion reaction. At this moment, the white dwarf will explode with extremely violent energy and throw out a large amount of matter. Its luminosity will instantly increase tens of thousands to millions of times at this moment. One can imagine how violent its energy explosion would be at this moment. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu already had a plan in mind. Perhaps, I can use a nova explosion to kill this alien beast. Compared with a nova explosion, a multi-trillion-ton hydrogen bomb explosion is just dregs. The gravity bomb is just a joke. This white dwarf star is about to die. It reaches the critical point and is about to explode. But there is still a question. I wonder if this alien beast can be killed in a nova explosion. You know, nova explosions can happen repeatedly. I don't know how long it will be trapped on this white dwarf star. And I don't know if it experienced a nova explosion. Nova explosions occur periodically, but their intervals are not fixed. It may happen once every 10 years, or it may happen once every millions of years. In general, the more massive the white dwarf, the shorter the time interval between nova explosions. Anyway, let's give it a try. In the process of seducing me, I can clearly detect the impatience of this strange beast. Maybe it has experienced many nova explosions. And every nova explosion has given it caused a certain amount of damage. And it realized that it couldn't escape this explosion. So it's not necessarily why it was so impatient. It's worth trying. If it fails, I will run away immediately. At worst, it will take thousands of years to find another star system to develop. Xiaoyu made up his mind. After making up his mind, Xiaoyu began to think about another question. It will take about 1,000 years for this white dwarf star to explode. Obviously, Xiaoyu is not willing or able to wait for such a long time. This means that Xiaoyu must use his own means to cause the white dwarf star to explode in advance. Xiaoyu scanned the Aquila 1 and Aquila 2 galaxies and had an idea in his mind. Chapter 114 Satellite Impact Plan. There is only one planet in the Aquila star system. Aquila has dozens of satellites. Among them, 9 satellites have reached the minimum requirement of hydrostatic equilibrium in mass and have a circular shape. Ball shape. To achieve hydrostatic equilibrium, there is a quality standard. On a planetary scale, whether it is rock or steel, its quality can be described as fluid. Static balance means that the gravitational force of this substance is the same everywhere. Obviously, in space, only a sphere can have the same gravitational force everywhere. So after reaching this standard, the object will take on a spherical shape. Among these 9 satellites, the largest one has about the same mass as the moon, but its volume is only half that of the moon, which means that it has an extremely high density. This satellite, among Xiaoyu's 9 main bases, mainly serves as a foundry base. There are a large number of foundries on it, and spacecrafts from other satellites take off and land on it every moment, transporting a large amount of processed raw materials. After being processed by the foundries, they become precision parts one by one. The total number of robots working on this satellite has reached 100 million. Just you. The foundry base is gone. Well, just build another one in the central base. Xiaoyu thought. The central base is on another satellite. Xiaoyu's Central Research Institute is on this satellite. The number 2 Research Institute built for the Luca people is also here. However, after the construction of Paradise is completed, the number 2 Research Institute has been moved to the Paradise. After making up his mind, Xiaoyu launched large-scale relocation and construction activities. The specific task is to rebuild a foundry base at the central base, on the other side of the Central Research Institute, and then move all the valuable things in the original foundry base there. Countless spacecraft originally scheduled to fly to the number 1 satellite changed their course. These spacecraft brought a large number of robots and construction materials, and launched vigorous construction operations on the central satellite. In only 30 days, the foundry base was initially built. It's now taking shape. Then, Xiaoyu spent another 10 days to complete the relocation. Within these 40 days, Xiaoyu also conducted a comprehensive geological survey of the satellite where the foundry base is located, and found tens of thousands of extremely stable geological structures on the satellite. Xiaoyu will build nearly 10,000 planetary engines at these points. That's right. It's a planetary engine. Xiaoyu's plan is very simple. He drives the satellite from the Aquila 1 galaxy across a long distance of 1.4 light-years to the Aquila 2 galaxy system and collides with the white dwarf. Because there was no star of sufficient mass in the Aquila 2 galaxy, Xiaoyu had to look for a target in the Aquila I star system. As a result, he chose this satellite. The mass of this satellite is not enough to increase the pressure and temperature of the white dwarf enough to trigger nuclear fusion. But Xiaoyu's purpose was not originally there. Currently, this white dwarf star is close to the critical point. Even without Xiaoyu's interference, it can only be peaceful for another 1,000 years at most. Within 1,000 years, a nova explosion will definitely occur. Xiaoyu just moved this time period forward because of the ultra-high temperature and ultra-high pressure caused by the satellite impact. The hydrogen and helium elements at the impact point of the white dwarf star will immediately begin to fuse, releasing a large amount of energy. After a part of this energy is radiated, a large remaining part will once again increase the temperature of the remaining materials that have not undergone fusion on the original basis, allowing them to reach the fusion standard. These fusion materials will trigger the fusion of more unfused materials. Eventually, all the stellar material adsorbed to the white dwarf will undergo violent nuclear fusion. This is a chain reaction. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. That's it. Then, in this way, the white dwarf star that was already at the critical point will reach the explosion standard instantly and become a nova within 10 seconds after the impact. This white dwarf is like a time bomb. The impact method used by Xiaoyu is just to remove the timer and let it explode now. This plan withstood Xiaoyu's inspections one after another, and was finally proven feasible. First of all, Xiaoyu has personally practiced planetary engine technology in the Tianyuan 4-star system. What was driven that time was a planet. A planet is naturally much larger than this satellite. Secondly, after such a long period of technological development, Xiaoyu's technological strength has improved a lot compared to that time. It is not difficult for Xiaoyu to promote a satellite. After Xiaoyu eliminated all theoretical obstacles one by one and verified every detail of the plan, Xiaoyu began the construction operation. The Sky Eagle Large Particle Collider has been built, and the construction of new spacecraft has come to an end. This means that an extremely large number of robots will be idle, just in time to build planetary engines, with tens of thousands of spacecrafts transporting them back and forth. 10 days later, the number of robots on satellite number 1 exceeded 1 billion, and this number is still increasing. In addition to robots, the newly built Foundry base on the Central Base satellite also began to be fully activated. A steady stream of parts was manufactured and transported to the number 1 satellite. The 1 billion robots that arrived earlier were divided into 10,000 groups, each located at different points on satellite 1. They will start building tasks at the same time. That's right. Xiaoyu's goal is to build 10,000 planetary engines. Although the mass of this satellite is much smaller than that of the planet in the Tianyuan 4-star system, considering the long distance, the total power of these 10,000 planetary engines is not smaller than that of that planet. These 10,000 construction points are spread across the entire satellite surface, and they were all selected by Xiaoyu. They are the places with the strongest geological structures. In these places, the planetary engine can exert its maximum power with only minimal impact on the entire satellite. Countless spaceships are busy shuttling, and countless robots are busy working. With the strong construction power, Xiaoyu predicts that the entire construction project will be completed within a year. In the Aquila twin galaxy, the alien creature rarely remained quiet, and it remained so for more than a year. It just lay motionless on the surface of the white dwarf, so much so that Xiaoyu almost thought it was dead. But Xiaoyu knew that it was unrealistic to expect it to die naturally. The most likely thing is that it is taking a break from its actions some time ago. Just when Xiaoyu started his busy construction work, the spacecraft deployed in the Aquila twin galaxy observed a phenomenon that alarmed Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu saw that this strange beast finally made some moves after remaining quiet for more than a year. It slowly stood up. At this time, Xiaoyu finally saw its true face. This is a huge monster with a height of more than 300 kilometers. From it, we can clearly see the evidence that it once lived on a rocky planet. It has 2 legs and 2 arms. Living things always evolve along the most optimized trajectory. That is to say, if there is a living thing on a planet, then it will most likely evolve 2 legs, 3 legs, or even 4 legs. In short, having legs is a must. Because in the early days of evolution, legs were the most cost-effective and efficient tool for moving around the surface of the planet. Before living things had the ability to modify the surface of the planet, the surface of the planet would definitely be uneven. Then, facing such an environment, it would be impossible for them to evolve wheels. Evolving legs would be the most cost-effective option. At the same time, in order to meet various requirements, they will also evolve arms. This is also determined by optimal evolution, because under such conditions, arms are the most cost-effective and efficient. As for how many fingers have evolved, it depends on the specific environmental details. as for it also having 2 legs and 2 arms. Similar to humans, this can only be said to be an accidental coincidence in the details after the general direction is consistent. This is a creature that lives on the surface of a rocky planet. If it is a creature in a gaseous planet, it will probably evolve wings or something like fins. But not legs, because legs are useless on a gas planet. It has a huge head, which is similar to humans, but the specific details are much different. It has no eyes, nose, ears, or even a mouth. This proves that the environment of its home planet is completely different from that of the Earth. So they do not need eyes to receive visible light, no nose to breathe, no ears to capture sounds, and no mouth to eat and send messages. Their energy replenishment system, detection system, communication system, etc. are completely different from those of humans on Earth. Before having the ability to dissect this creature, Xiaoyu had no way to specifically ascertain this information. In addition, Xiaoyu also saw that it had a pair of huge wings-like organs. This made Xiaoyu a little confused, but he was relieved immediately. Having both legs and wings proves that it is a land and air amphibian on its home planet. Under the huge wings, there are 2 relatively short arms, with a length of 80 kilometers. Compared with the arms, there are extremely huge claws. The length of the claws is fully half the length of the arms. The overall appearance of this creature presents a ferocious and evil style, which makes people think of the demons in H.L. It was this demon that controlled my thoughts and almost plunged me into the abyss of destruction. Xiaoyu thought warily as he looked at the strange beast. Chapter 115, Lonely as Snow. Just when Xiaoyu was observing this strange beast carefully, this strange beast was standing quietly on the white dwarf star. It was raising its head, seeming to be looking at the distant starry sky, and the direction the front of its head faces is exactly the direction of the Aquila star system. What does it want to do? Xiaoyu, who noticed the scene, immediately became vigilant. Xiaoyu saw that under the huge gravity of the white dwarf, the monster could not even stand up straight. Its back and waist were slightly bent, showing an arc shape. This slightly bent state is not its original state. Xiaoyu can be sure of this. This can also explain the previous phenomenon, and why it lay on the surface of the white dwarf for more than a year. Because in the lying state, the gravitational force it needs to fight is the smallest, which is most conducive for it to rest. Maybe it's not necessarily that it was seriously injured. Before, it seemed to have said that a civilization named Taihao injured it and imprisoned it on this white dwarf star. It also said, if it is not injured, a small white dwarf star cannot trap it. But now, it can hardly stand upright against the gravity of the white dwarf star. Alas, such a powerful existence will have such a day. Xiaoyu thought so in his heart, but his wariness did not fade at all. I have never heard of the name of Taihao civilization before. After the Lucans wake up, we need to inquire more about it. Based on the technological level of Taihao civilization, we can roughly deduce the level of this strange beast. Xiaoyu was multitasking. While calculating these things, he watched this strange beast nervously. He was also carrying out a huge construction project on the number 1 satellite. And at the same time, he was manipulating hundreds of thousands of spaceships. Scientific and technological civilization. What are you doing? Suddenly, Xiaoyu received a message from this alien beast through space broadcasting. Xiaoyu was shocked when he saw this strange beast still standing there quietly on the white dwarf star. Xiaoyu knew very well that this might be the beginning of another deception by this strange beast. But Xiaoyu couldn't refuse, because the space broadcast from this alien beast cannot be blocked. It's like standing in a busy city. Even if you plug your ears with cotton, there will still be sounds coming in. Oh, it's nothing. I'm doing some planet transformation projects, Xiaoyu replied. Immediately, Xiaoyu received a response. Within this response message, Xiaoyu heard a sound that sounded like a sneer. You seem to be building some high-power engines? Oh, I understand your intention. Are you planning to use the engine to push this little thing to the white dwarf? Trying to trigger a nova explosion in advance with an impact? And plan to eliminate me? Xiaoyu was silent and ignored it, which was regarded as acquiescence. Let me tell you clearly, this is useless. You must also know that nova explosions can occur repeatedly on a white dwarf star. I have been imprisoned on this white dwarf star for more than 500,000 years and experienced more than a year. 100 times of nova explosions. There is still no damage. The alien beast said coldly. You are doing useless work. I advise you to give up as soon as possible, and then cooperate with me to help me get out of this damn place. I will repay you. Xiaoyu's heart sank. Xiao Yu automatically ignored the second half of the strange beast's words. Joking. Facing a powerful creature with the ability to destroy himself. And it deceived himself at the beginning. Showing that why would you cooperate with it out of spite? No fool is that stupid. What really caught Xiao Yu's attention was the first half of this sentence. Xiao Yu has already made speculations in this regard before. Xiao Yu had to admit that what this strange beast said was probably the truth. On a white dwarf star, multiple nova explosions can occur repeatedly. This has long been confirmed by Xiao Yu. And this white dwarf star does not seem to be able to erupt once more than 500,000 years apart. 370,000 years ago, a fourth-level civilization fleet passed by here and was affected by it. This proves that this strange beast has existed here for at least 370,000 years. During these 370,000 years, this white dwarf star has experienced at least one explosion. But now, this strange beast is still alive and well. There is no doubt that it has the ability to withstand nova explosions. So even if you hit a white dwarf with a satellite and eventually trigger a nova explosion, can you kill it? Xiao Yu became suspicious of this. While Xiao Yu was thinking about this problem, part of Xiao Yu's computing power was still doing the multiple choice questions to ensure his sobriety. Is this alien creature well-intentioned? No. Xiao Yu gave the answer. Should I deliver supplies to it? No. Do I want to cooperate with it? No. Should I stop the satellite impact operation? When answering this question, Xiao Yu hesitated a little. Xiao Yu thought, if the nova explosion really can't harm it, then maybe I'm really doing useless work. Then, the answer to this question should be yes. Xiao Yu answered. The program that was preset in advance immediately analyzed the answer. Then, the preset program found that the answer received was inconsistent with the preset answer. Immediately, it controlled a special generator and sent out a burst of strong current. Several sensitive components in the central computer were burned out. This program is not under Xiao Yu's control. After writing this preset program, Xiao Yu specially built a computer and used this computer that was physically isolated from himself and not under his control to run the program. Therefore, even if Xiao Yu is affected, the computer can still operate normally. The fact that sensitive components were burned immediately made Xiao Yu alert. And at the same time, he woke up instantly. Burning out sensitive components is similar to pricking a normal human being with a needle. Both have the ability to wake up the injured. Damn! I was controlled again without knowing it. Xiao Yu cursed secretly. But fortunately, the preset program played its original role and woke me up in time. Xiao Yu responded to this strange beast's words. According to normal thinking, you should not stop my plan. The reason is very simple. If my project really has no meaning, you can wait until I have actually completed it before telling me this. That will be convincing. Maybe, in the face of the facts, I might really choose to cooperate with you. But your guilty conscience exposes your worries. I am sure that you will never be able to withstand this new star explosion. So I can't wait. Come and stop me. Xiao Yu said. Your words can only strengthen my determination to implement the plan. Huh? Xiao Yu received a message full of surprise. His guess was confirmed. Xiao Yu sneered in his heart. Maybe the alien beast civilization only focused on evolving itself and ignored the evolution of the brain. So it was so stupid. But thinking about it, if the alien beast civilization really has, not only is it powerful, but it also possesses superb wisdom, then this galaxy has long been dominated by alien beast civilization. And there is no such thing as the Sweepers and Guardian Alliance. Hey. Xiao Yu sighed. You have nothing to say. You are at least over 10 million years old. You have survived for such a long time, and your brain is still so stupid. No wonder you are locked up here by Tai House civilization. Xiao Yu sneered without hesitation. It humiliates it and angers it. But unexpectedly, Xiao Yu did not receive the expected furious response. Yes, I was born 14.23 million years ago. It was a small rocky planet orbiting a warm and benevolent star. On this planet, I lived after the first 300,000 years. On this planet, there is no other living creature except me. You should know how uncomfortable that kind of loneliness can be. The environment of this planet is very harsh, and I lack food and sufficient energy. In order to withstand hurricanes, I actually evolved such ridiculous things as legs. In order to withstand volcanic eruptions and violent earthquakes, I actually evolved wings. I struggle to survive on this planet, busy all day long looking for food and shelter. Disaster. Sometimes, the planet will temporarily calm down. And if I happen to get enough food at that time, I will sit quietly on the top of the mountain. Look up at the stars. And think about the vastness of the universe. Do my kind still exist? I have evolved on this planet for 300,000 years before I have the ability to leave the planet. I can't wait to start my space voyage. All for one goal. To find my kind. I want to find people of the same kind who can embark on a space voyage with me, bear risks and enjoy joy with me. In the message he received, Xiaoyu noticed that the voice of the strange beast had deepened, as if it was a little sad. The word, similar, appeared in Xiaoyu's heart, circling around and refusing to leave for a long time. I don't know if there are any others of the same kind, but I guess there are none. The Earth was destroyed, and I was the only one who escaped. And my soul escaped. I can't even maintain the human form anymore, but can only maintain this appearance of being neither human nor ghost. I have also experienced this kind of isolation and loneliness. All dangers and fears can only be borne by me. No one can tell me the joy of defeating the enemy and making technological breakthroughs. It's really lonely. Xiaoyu sighed. Chapter 116, Secret Confrontation. This strange beast was still talking in a low voice. When I just left my home star, I was still very weak. I couldn't even withstand the impact of a meteorite. The universe is very dangerous. More dangerous than I imagined. I struggled to survive in the galaxy. There were several times I almost fell into despair. But luckily I survived. Xiaoyu thought of what happened to him in the solar system. The encounter of this strange beast resonated with Xiaoyu. Yes, the universe is really dangerous. At that time, I only had such a simple little spaceship. I was really lucky to survive. Xiaoyu thought of the collision between the moon and the moon, of mining on the Earth, and of traveling around the sun. The sound of this strange beast was still being broadcast through space, and was continuously transmitted into Xiaoyu's mind. I stayed in my home galaxy for more than 700,000 years. It wasn't until I evolved that I was strong enough that I embarked on a journey to find my kind. In the universe, I encountered all kinds of civilizations, all kinds of creatures, encountered all kinds of dangers. I was deceived, attacked, and several times I thought I was going to die. But I still escaped. In the universe, I learned cruelty and deceit. But I don't want any of this. I just want to live safely and find my kindred spirits. Can you tell me how you were imprisoned on this white dwarf star? Xiaoyu felt sad and couldn't help but ask a question. Oh, that was after encountering a powerful civilization. This civilization wanted to capture me and use my body to build a spaceship. You should know that the bodies of alien civilization creatures are extremely powerful, and are stronger than those of civilizations of the same level. The highest grade materials produced are even more powerful. So the situation of the alien beast civilization in the universe is very sad, and it is often surrounded and suppressed by technological civilization. The alien beast told some bitterly. This passage gave Xiaoyu a sense of sudden enlightenment. So that's it. Before, I had always suspected that just the difference in evolutionary concepts was not enough to make the two camps fall into a deadly feud. It turned out that it was because of the spacecraft materials. During the battle, I was seriously injured by this civilization's fleet. It was so serious that my power organs could no longer store antimatter fuel, and could only use nuclear fusion, a low-level energy source. I used up my last bit of strength. I escaped the pursuit of the Taihao civilization, but accidentally came to the side of this white dwarf star. Therefore, I was captured by it and imprisoned on this white dwarf star, and could never leave again. Up to now, I have been fully 50,000s of years. After listening to what this strange beast said, Xiaoyu didn't know what it felt like. I want to ask you to forgive me. I had no choice but to deceive you. I just wanted to get out of here quickly, but I was afraid that you would refuse to help me because I am a strange beast. I actually have no ill intentions towards you. The strange beast explained sincerely. Xiaoyu was speechless. Is this strange beast well-intentioned? No. Should I trust what it says? No. Should I sympathize with it? It has similar experiences to me. We are all weak creatures struggling to survive in the universe. We are just looking for similar people, but we encounter unreasonable disasters. Hey, I really sympathize. Xiaoyu thought Road. Then, the preset program realized that the answer was different from the preset answer. Immediately, the special generator sent out a burst of current, burning several sensitive components. Xiaoyu was shocked and woke up suddenly. Damn it! Damn it! Every word it says is unbelievable. Why am I being confused by it again? Just as Xiaoyu woke up, another piece of information about this strange beast came over. Although I am a strange creature, I still know a little bit about technological civilization. If you are willing to help me leave here, I promise not to hurt you. And I will teach you all the knowledge about technological civilization that I know. Trust me. I don't mean any harm. I just want to leave here and continue looking for my kind. There is already a hint of pleading in this sentence. Xiao Yu sneered and responded. Don't you feel that the purpose in your words is too strong? Judging from your usual behavior, when I insult you for being stupid, you should be furious. But you're not even angry? What are you covering up? If you're hiding something, you must be asking for something. Isn't what you're asking for is to deceive me and let me help you escape from here? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. The strange beast seemed speechless and became silent. Xiao Yu didn't bother to pay attention to it and continued to build the planetary engine with all his strength. While building the planetary engine, Xiao Yu also began research on the strange balls that the Luca people mutated into. In the Yanjing, Xiao Yu built a huge transparent prison to imprison these terrible creatures. In these transparent prisons, strange creatures roared angrily, constantly hitting with their bodies, and constantly biting the prison walls with their sharp fangs. But no matter how hard they struggled, they could never break through the hard wall made of special glass. Xiao Yu first knocked out a ball with a powerful special anesthetic, then manipulated a huge robot to get close to it, picked it up, and placed it on the operating table. Solid walls immediately rose around the operating table. The rope tied it tightly. At this time, the ball had already woken up, and Xiao Yu didn't bother to give it any more anesthesia. Instead, he directly manipulated the robot to carry out dissection. A strange and shrill roar of pain immediately came from the anatomy room. Xiao Yu turned a deaf ear and just carefully observed the internal structure of its body through various precision instruments. There is no organ structure, no cell structure. Looking at the examination results, Xiao Yu was surprised. After a careful inspection and a general understanding of this weird creature, Xiao Yu collected some specimens from the unconscious Luca people. These specimens contained a large number of black cells that were still only the size of cells. Round ball. Xiao Yu began to use culture medium to cultivate them. After they grew to a certain extent and began to engulf surrounding cells, he began to conduct a series of killing experiments, trying to find a way to eliminate these alien species without damaging normal cells. But the result disappointed Xiao Yu. Combining the two medical methods of Earth medicine and Luca medicine, Xiao Yu has never been able to find a feasible solution. Let's put this aside for now. After this alien civilization creature is eliminated, we can slowly consider treating the Luca people. Xiao Yu sighed and gave up the plan to continue the experiment. Time has passed half a year. In the past 6 months, Xiao Yu was confused by this strange beast several times. But thanks to the preset program, Xiao Yu could always wake up the moment he was confused. The two sides were separated by 1.4 light years. In such a remote space scale, this alien beast and civilized creature started a war with Xiao Yu where no flames of war could be seen. Xiao Yu's construction project is more than half complete, and more than 5,000 planetary engines have been built. After the debugging was completed, Xiao Yu began to manipulate these engines and began the preliminary adjustment of the satellite orbit. Pushing a planet to escape the gravitational field of its parent star is much more difficult than pushing a planet to hit its parent star. The situation this time is different from the last time. Xiao Yu cannot push the satellite to escape directly from the gravitational field of Tianjin A, but can only accelerate it little by little during its operation until it has enough at a speed. It breaks away from the gravitational field of Aquila A and enters the orbit around Aquila A. At that time, it will no longer be a satellite, but will become a dwarf planet-level star. As Xiao Yu issued the order, more than 3,000 planetary engines ejected bright tail flames, which stretched for thousands of kilometers in space, like elegant ribbons. Very beautiful. These planetary engines exerted a huge thrust on satellite number 1, and the orbiting speed of satellite number 1 began to gradually increase. As its speed increases, the shortest distance of its orbit will continue to shrink, and the farthest distance will continue to increase. That is to say, its orbit will become flatter and flatter. After reaching a limit, it will be at the farthest end of the orbit. Break free from the gravitational constraints of Sky Eagle A. This process is expected to last more than half a year. Within this time, Xiao Yu will be able to completely build the remaining planetary engines. At that time, the satellite will receive an even greater force and repeat the process of breaking away from the Aquila A force field, thereby breaking free from the gravitational constraints of the Aquila A star. By then, it will be a free star. Are you really going to do this? I really have no ill intentions towards you. We can coexist peacefully. I promise that after you help me escape from this white dwarf, I will leave here immediately, and I will never hurt you. watching Xiaoyu's plan advance step by step. The space broadcast frequency of this alien beast is becoming more and more intensive. Correspondingly, the frequency of Xiaoyu being confused is also getting higher and higher. But fortunately, there is a preset program. Every time Xiaoyu wakes up just when he is confused. This strange beast's intention has never succeeded. You'd better not waste your efforts and enjoy the last journey of your life. Xiaoyu rejected its proposal extremely firmly. At this time, satellite number 1, driven by Xiaoyu, has orbited Tianning A for more than 50 times. Under Xiaoyu's control. This is the last circle. After reaching the farthest point of the orbit, the satellite will no longer return to the vicinity of Skyhawk A. In the vast void, a huge planet, half the size of the moon, is quickly moving away from the huge gaseous planet Aquila A. Chapter 117 is about to arrive. The farthest point of the orbit of satellite number 1 is already a full 10 million kilometers away from Tianning A. This time around, after passing the point of 10 million kilometers, it will break away from the gravitational field of Aquila A in a curve and enter the orbit around Aquila A. As time goes by, the distance between satellite number 1 and the farthest end is getting closer and closer. 1 million kilometers and 900,000 and 50,000 remain. Xiaoyu was calculating silently. The speed of satellite number 1 has reached 100 kilometers per second. According to predictions at this speed, it will break away from the gravitational field of Skyhawk A in more than an hour. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Success. Xiaoyu watched with joy as satellite number 1 left Tianning A and began to rotate around Tianning A together with Tianning A. Because before breaking away from Skyhawk A, satellite 1 was also orbiting Skyhawk 1 with Skyhawk A. Therefore, after breaking away from Skyhawk A, its speed around Skyhawk 1 is the combination of the orbital speed of Skyhawk A and the planetary engine. The sum of the accelerations. Of course, this speed algorithm is only suitable for low-speed motion. In the universe, if a spacecraft is moving forward at a speed of 160,000 kilometers per second, another rocket will be launched from the spacecraft at a speed of 160,000 kilometers per second. Satellite. Then the speed of this satellite is not the sum of the two. 320,000 kilometers per second. Its speed is still below 300,000 kilometers per second. This is because of relativistic effects. The speed of light is insurmountable. And the speed of light is a constant, a fixed value in any reference system. Therefore, whether it is stationary or moving at a speed of 290,000 kilometers per second, the observed speed of light is a fixed number. The reason this happens is because time has changed. After breaking away from the gravitational field of Skyhawk A, the speed of satellite number 1 orbiting Skyhawk A reached 173 kilometers per second. This speed will continue to increase under the action of 10,000 planetary engines, and it is expected to start heading towards the Aquila binary system after half a circle around the Aquila. During this period of time, the strange beast fell into an abnormal silence. It seemed to realize that it was doing useless work, so it no longer used space broadcasting to communicate with Xiaoyu. This made Xiaoyu start to worry. Xiaoyu absolutely did not believe that this strange beast would wait for death. It fell into silence, which could only mean that it was planning some other conspiracy. Xiaoyu became increasingly vigilant. However, due to the number of spacecraft in the Sky Eagle 2 system and the accuracy limitations of the observation equipment, Xiaoyu could not detect what it was doing. In the Tianning 2 double star system, most of Xiaoyu's spaceships were destroyed, and only a dozen township and village-level spacecraft were left there, barely taking on the task of surveillance. Following the launch of satellite number 1, there were 5,000 new spacecraft. These spacecraft are prepared just in case to prevent the planetary engine from being damaged by some force. In the vast expanse of space, a satellite was rapidly revolving around the Skyhawk. Finally, when it circled the side of the Skyhawk, its speed reached the escape velocity, so it followed its orbit. The tangent line flew directly out, getting further and further away from Tianning. This means that it will leave Tianjin forever and never come back. Its current speed relative to the Aquila binary system reaches about 200 kilometers per second. This speed is far from enough. According to the principle that the faster the speed, the greater the energy released by the impact, Xiaoyu will accelerate it for a long time during the voyage. It is expected that when it reaches the Aquila 2 galaxy, its speed will reach 50,000 kilometers per second, which is 1/6 of the speed of light. To this end, Xiaoyu built tens of thousands of large warehouses on Satellite 1, each of which stored more than 100 million tons of fusion materials. In fact, during this year, All the spaceships stationed by Xiaoyu in the Sky Eagle Galaxy were invested in this huge fuel collection project. So they were able to complete the project in just 1 year. Within a few seconds, such a huge amount of fuel could be collected. After leaving the Aquila Galaxy, there is no gravity constraint from the star, so I can accelerate it without any scruples. After comprehensive calculations of the fuel reserves, the working life of the planetary engine, and the solidity of the crust of satellite number 1, Xiaoyu decided to apply an acceleration of 1 meter per square second to satellite number 1. That is, satellite number 1 will be accelerate 1 meter. According to this acceleration rate, satellite number 1 will reach the predetermined speed of 50,000 kilometers per second in 1.5 years. At that time, it will stabilize above this speed, and it will take about 7 years to reach Aquila binary galaxy. Thousands of planetary engines on the back of satellite 1 started up at the same time, ejecting bright tail flames into space. Under the huge driving force, the speed of satellite number 1 slowly increased. This is a veritable planet bomb. After 1,000 seconds, its speed increased to 201 kilometers per second. 10,000 seconds later, its speed increased to 210 kilometers per second. Among the 5,000 spacecraft, most of the Village-class spacecraft stayed on the surface of satellite number 1, while the County-class spacecraft was stationed in the orbit of satellite number 1. One satellite and 5,000 spacecraft formed a huge system, driven by the planetary engine, is advancing rapidly. Under this situation, Xiaoyu's 5,000 spacecraft will no longer have to spend additional fuel to accelerate, because the gravity of satellite number 1 is catching them and moving with them. If these spacecraft were not recyclable, Xiaoyu even wanted to deploy tens of thousands of spacecraft here. Because these spacecraft are accelerating with satellite 1, their final speed will reach 50,000 kilometers per second, which means that these spacecraft will not have enough fuel to slow down, and they can only fly forward along the route, can never be taken back. Considering this, Xiaoyu did not increase the number of accompanying spacecraft. A year later, satellite 1 arrived at the heliosphere of Aquila 1 and came into contact with interstellar dust material for the first time. This is empty space. Before the arrival of satellite 1, there was no other material except dust. The arrival of satellite number 1 broke the peace here. Xiaoyu saw that due to the gravitational pull of satellite number 1, endless interstellar dust began to gather around satellite number 1 and turned into an accretion disk. This accretion disk is like a water vortex formed by opening the stopper of a bathtub. Satellite number 1 is in the center of this vortex, and huge amounts of dust gather on it every moment. This scenario is very common in the universe. In fact, the accretion of matter by black holes is such a model. But one is on a large scale, and the other is on a small scale. While accreting matter, because the dust is accelerated by gravity and the collision energy increases, strong radiation is ejected from the poles of satellite 1. And some weak jets are even formed at the poles. The length of these jets is only a few thousand kilometers, which is considered insignificant. Xiaoyu knew that when a very high-mass black hole accretes a large amount of matter, the jets at its poles are even strong enough to erupt millions of light-years away, which is equivalent to the length of dozens of galaxies connected together. That was a heroic event on a cosmic scale. The event here on satellite 1 was countless orders of magnitude worse than that. After all, its quality only goes so far. With the addition of a large amount of interstellar dust, the mass of satellite number 1 will increase by nearly 10,000 tons per second. It is like a big shark that has broken into the waters full of fish fry, ferociously devouring these small substances. If it stops here, it will stop increasing its mass after devouring matter within a certain distance around it. But the planetary engine is constantly pushing it forward, which will result in the material around it never being devoured. Therefore, its quality will continue to increase. Xiaoyu predicts that when it reaches the Aquila binary system, its mass will increase by about 2 megatons. If it keeps wandering among interstellar dust, after millions or tens of millions of years, it may even collect enough mass to grow into a star. But Xiaoyu naturally has no interest in building a star. Another side effect of the impact of interstellar dust is that it will slow down satellite 1 and cause it to deviate from its course. At the same time, due to the principle of conservation of angular momentum, satellite number 1, which had stopped rotating long ago, began to rotate weakly due to the continuous accretion of matter. For this reason, Xiaoyu had to start the planetary engine every once in a while. While increasing the speed, he also had to correct its course and offset its tendency to rotate. For years have passed, and the relative speed of satellite number 1 has been maintained at 50,000 kilometers per second. In 4 years, it will reach the Aquila binary system. During this period of time, the strange beast had remained surprisingly quiet. But the more this happened, the more worried Xiaoyu felt. If it bothers Xiaoyu from time to time, it will make Xiaoyu feel at ease. If it keeps trying to manipulate Xiaoyu, it can prove that it has no other way to change the current situation. If it remains quiet, it means that it is planning other things. And Xiaoyu is not sure that he can deal with it. Other means. This situation made Xiaoyu very worried. But there was nothing he could do. We only have to take one step at a time, Xiaoyu thought. Time passed bit by bit. And in the blink of an eye, it was another 4 years. Satellite number 1 is only less than a month away from the white dwarf star. About 130 billion kilometers away. Chapter 118. There is light coming from afar. The closer to the target, the more vigilant Xiaoyu becomes. Xiaoyu didn't believe that this powerful alien creature would be willing to accept the end of destruction. It must have hidden some tricks to suppress the situation. There is only 1 month left before the impact. Xiaoyu will soon know what the secret method of this strange beast is. In order to cope with this, Xiaoyu's 5,000 warships have all taken off and entered a state of combat readiness. All detection methods have been fully activated, and all have been turned on to the highest power. Xiaoyu was like a vigilant hunter, patrolling everywhere for signs of prey. There is still 1 month left. As long as the number 1 satellite enters within 100 million kilometers of the white dwarf star, then the impact will become inevitable. And no force can change this. Through mass and speed calculations, Xiaoyu came to a conclusion. Here, it is already within the range of the heliosphere of the Aquila binary system. Because Skyhawk within this region, there is basically no trace of interstellar dust. Naturally, satellite number 1 also lost its food. Its mass stabilized and stopped growing, saving Xiaoyu a lot of trouble. Time passed bit by bit. And with every bit of time that passed, Xiaoyu got closer to success. There are still 10 days until impact. Weak technological civilization. Stop. Don't force me. At this moment, the alien beast, which had been silent for several years, finally sent out a new space broadcast. Are you finally going to reveal your trump card? Xiaoyu's mind was tense to the limit. All the spaceships were arranged into battle formations. High-power detection instruments were scanning the surroundings all the time to ensure that everything was ready. After that, Xiaoyu replied, I don't know. Who is forcing whom? In my civilization, there was once a saying called blood for blood, tooth for tooth. At the beginning, you deceived me and caused me huge losses. So don't expect me to believe it anymore. And don't expect me to let you go. I have given up relying on you to let me escape this white dwarf. You can leave the Eagle Nebula and I will not stop you. In exchange, what are your plans to give up hitting the white dwarf with this little thing? Xiaoyu sneered. I'm already inside a success. Why should I give up? Moreover, you once said that the bodies of alien bee civilizations are stronger than the toughest materials that can be made by technological civilizations of the same level. And according to my calculations, when a new star explodes, you are likely to be blown to pieces. And under the action of the shock wave, some part of your body is likely to be blown away from the surface of the white dwarf star, and thus be obtained by me. So huge benefits. Why should I give up? In the past few years, Xiaoyu has awakened Luca 2 once. From Luca 2, it was confirmed that technological civilization encircled and suppressed the alien civilization, and then used the bodies of alien civilization creatures to build spaceships. Luca number 2 said that the bodies of alien beasts and civilized creatures are similar to some kind of additives. When forging materials, adding the body tissues of alien beasts can greatly improve the various properties of the materials. Looking at it this way, the role of the alien beasts is not much different from the role of the black insects I found on Titan. Xiaoyu came to the conclusion. At the same time, Luca 2 also illustrates another point. That is, not only are technological civilizations encircling and suppressing alien beast civilizations, alien beast civilizations sometimes also encircle and suppress technological civilizations. The body tissues of alien beasts can be used as additives, and the spaceships of technological civilization can become excellent food for the alien beast civilization. The two need and demand each other, which is why the technological civilization and the alien civilization are mortal enemies. After learning about this situation, Xiaoyu immediately made up his mind to kill this alien creature on the white dwarf star. Hearing what Xiaoyu said, the alien beast said coldly, "Do you want to give my body tissue? I'll give you one last chance to change the orbit of this satellite so that it doesn't hit the white dwarf. At the same time, You can leave the Eagle Nebula without hindrance and find another star to develop technology at will. And we have nothing to do with it. You have a good plan. Xiao Yu said tit for tat. Not giving in at all. I don't know what confidence you have to negotiate terms with me. Let me leave. Yes. You can cut off one of your arms and throw it out of the white dwarf star. Leave the gravitational field to me, and I'll leave. Xiao Yu didn't believe it at all. From the beginning, Xiao Yu believed that it was stalling for time. So he deliberately proposed a condition that it could not agree to and deliberately angered it. Besides, even if this strange beast really doesn't hinder Xiao Yu will not leave. Having lost so many spaceships here and being deceived so miserably by them, Xiao Yu has been holding back a sense of anger in his heart. Very good. Very good. Even a third-level civilization dares to put forward such conditions to me. Very good. The strange beast sneered. Then, let's see. This little thing you can't kill me. After saying this, the strange beast returned to silence. It seems that it really has a way to suppress the bottom of the box. I wonder what it could be. Xiao Yu thought nervously. Judging from the fact that it wants me to leave, it doesn't seem to want to develop with me to the end. In other words, its bottom line method is not 100% sure to stop me. What could it be? Woolen cloth? Judging from its usual behavior in the past, it has no way of affecting external matter other than interference of thoughts. At least, even if it can only manipulate a few meteorites. I stayed here before, and was responsible for monitoring several of its meteorites. A village-level spaceship has been killed long ago. Thought interference? Thought interference? Is it brewing another round of control attempts? Trying to control me again? Well, it is very possible. And this time, at least 70% of the control action success rate. With a preset program to remind me, it should know how difficult it is to control me. But this time, where does it get its confidence? After all, it is a high-level creature, and it may have some hidden methods. Just in case, let's wake up Luca number 3. Xiao Yu thought about it and made a decision. Luca number 3 was the young Luca scientist who reminded Xiao Yu at the most critical moment. Xiao Yu gave it a code name called Luca number 3. Luca Society is already proud of receiving Xiao Yu's code name. This young scientist is the second Luca person to receive a code name after Luca number 2. After arriving at the Eagle Nebula, Luca 3 showed unusual abilities. During the meeting to discuss how to deal with this unknown creature, Luca 3 was the first to suggest that it should maliciously speculate on its behavior. In lieu, when the come-on was completely controlled by his mind and mutated. Luca 3 also remained awake, and his body never mutated. Even later, Xiao Yu even did some experiments. He asked Luca number 3 to accept the bewitchment of this strange beast with him while staying awake. As a result, his mind was manipulated, and he had to rely on prediction. It took a reminder from the program to wake up. But Luca 3 remained awake. After considering various factors, Xiao Yu decided to wake up Luca number 3. Just in case. Under Xiao Yu's manipulation. Inside a quick freezing instrument, Luca 3 opened its eyes with a blank expression. And then it received Xiao Yu's instructions. In the next month, you are responsible for monitoring my behavior. If you find anything wrong with my behavior, you must immediately remind me and wake me up. Luca 3's expression suddenly became excited. Master, I am honored to be able to do something for you. Well, just in case, you should hold this thing. Xiao Yu manipulated the robot and sent a controller to Luca 3. If I am confused, and after all your attempts to wake me up fail, you can use this controller to give it a try. If this controller has no effect, then just leave it to fate. Yes, Master, Luca 3 replied with excitement. Now, go to the control room. From the control room, you can monitor my behavior throughout the process. When you think my behavior is abnormal, you can always try to wake me up through the dedicated communication channel. Okay, let's go! After arranging all countermeasures, Xiao Yu focused all his attention on controlling 5,000 expedition spacecraft and maintaining satellite orbits. Time passed slowly, and Xiao Yu was only 21 billion kilometers away from the white dwarf star. There were only about 5 days left on the voyage. At this moment, Xiao Yu saw some flashes of light coming from the other side of the Aquila twin galaxy. At first, these flashes were extremely weak. Xiao Yu accidentally discovered them through a high-precision optical telescope during a routine all-sky detection operation. The brightness of these flashes of light is increasing at an astonishing speed. Through measurements, Xiao Yu learned that these flashes of light were approaching him at a speed of 76,000 kilometers per second. If we use this white dwarf as a reference, We are approaching the white dwarf at a speed of 50,000 kilometers per second. On the opposite side, these flashes of light are approaching at a speed of 26,000 kilometers per second. Xiao Yu had no way of knowing what this flash of light was. But Xiao Yu easily measured the number of these flashes. There are at least 7,000 bright spots, gathering into one in the sky, like stars all over the sky. It seems to be the light emitted by the fusion engine. Is this your secret method? Alien Beasts. Chapter 119, Beast Civilization. Almost instantly, Xiao Yu figured out what this alien creature was thinking. I didn't expect that there would be another civilization in the Eagle Nebula. No wonder it has been silent for so long. It turns out that it is summoning another civilization to come over. Xiao Yu restored the entire incident. After giving up on controlling its own thinking, this alien beast chose to control another unknown civilization and sent it to the Aquila twin galaxy to prevent its own impact plan. However, since this civilization is also using nuclear fusion as an energy source, do you think they can stop me? Xiao Yu's heart aroused high fighting spirit, and all 5,000 spacecraft were ready for battle. The speed of these 7,000 light points was extremely fast. Xiao Yu saw that after a few hours, they passed the white dwarf star and continued to rush forward quickly. Just a few minutes later, these weird spacecraft arrived at a distance of more than 10 million kilometers from the white dwarf star. The dozens of country-class spacecraft that Xiao Yu originally arranged there were immediately destroyed. However, before these spacecraft were destroyed, the observation equipment on them still collected some data on these unknown light spots. They were small spacecrafts with a diameter of only a few dozen meters, and a maximum of no more than 300 meters. These spacecraft are saucer-shaped, but the surface is not smooth, but has pits and pits, like the armor of some kind of animal. After destroying dozens of village-class spacecraft, this group of light spots traveled, for a while, flying a distance of several billion kilometers, before slowly decelerating until they reached a standstill relative to the white dwarf, compared to Xiao Yu's speed of 50,000 kilometers per second. Then they started to accelerate in the opposite direction. Xiao Yu knew that this was them preparing to fight with him. If they don't do this, they will pass Xiao Yu, and the relative speed between the two will reach more than 70,000 kilometers per second. At such a speed, it will be impossible to fight. The speed of more than 70,000 kilometers per second is only enough for a single salvo of energy weapons. The two sides will be far away and out of the range of the energy weapons. Under Xiao Yu's gaze, the speed of this group of light points approaching him gradually slowed down, from 50,000 kilometers per second to 40,000 kilometers per second, and it continued to decrease. It's like two runners, both setting off towards the finish line. The white dwarf. It's just that the speed of this group of light spots is slower, and Xiao Yu's speed is faster. It looks like Xiao Yu is constantly chasing them. According to current speed calculations, Xiao Yu will meet 1 day away from the white dwarf, about 4.3 billion kilometers away, at a distance of 300 million kilometers from the white dwarf. Xiao Yu must make one last orbit correction for Satellite 1. Otherwise, under the gravitational influence of the red dwarf next to it, Satellite 1 will deviate from its orbit and be unable to hit it. White dwarf. And as long as the distance of 300 million kilometers is crossed, there will no longer be any means to prevent an impact from happening. 300 million kilometers? About a 2-hour flight. In other words, Xiao Yu must defend satellite number 1 for 22 hours to ensure that the planetary engine on satellite number 1 is not destroyed during this time. Xiao Yu is not sure that he will defeat these 7,000 light spots with these 5,000 spaceships. But Xiao Yu is confident that it will last for 22 hours. Even if it cannot last for 22 hours. It doesn't matter. The last orbit correction will only last for 22 hours. More than 1,000 planetary engines need to be used in a certain place. As long as these more than 1,000 planetary engines are protected, Xiao Yu will win. There is still 1 day left before meeting each other. Within this day, Xiao Yu launched an intense calculation operation. The maximum speed of Xiao Yu's spacecraft generally does not exceed 10,000 kilometers per second. But the maximum speed of these light spots reaches 26,000 kilometers per second. But this does not mean that there is an insurmountable technological gap. In fact, if Xiao Yu does not care about fuel consumption, Xiao Yu is fully capable of accelerating his spacecraft to this speed. It's just that after reaching this speed, Xiao Yu has no fuel to slow down these spacecraft. Before the development of an energy source beyond nuclear fusion, the standard for measuring the technological content of a fleet is the acceleration capability per second, as well as the fuel consumption rate, and the level of material technology. Through this period of observation, Xiao Yu found that the other party's 3 standards were not very different from his own. That's why Xiao Yu has such great confidence. If this is your trump card, it would disappoint me too much, Xiao Yu thought with confidence. During this period of time, Xiao Yu also made some speculations about the civilization patterns of these light spots through calculations and modeling. Since this alien beast can control these light spots, but cannot obtain enough fuel to escape from the white dwarf star through them, it only means that these light spots do not have the ability to collect such a huge amount of deuterium gas. Then they can't be a technological civilization. A technological civilization that has evolved to this level cannot have this ability. Nor can it be a mechanical civilization. Then there is only one possibility left. These light spots are the civilization of alien beasts. Biology. Exotic beast civilization creatures. And it is an alien beast civilization that uses nuclear fusion and has a development level similar to mine. I have already won the battle with the 2 technological civilizations, the Moraton civilization and the Luca civilization. I will also win against you. The distance to the meeting place is getting closer and closer. An hour before the encounter, Xiao Yu finally saw the full picture of these strange saucer-shaped spacecraft through the large optical instruments mounted on the county-level spacecraft. Xiao Yu was surprised to see that these strange saucer-shaped spacecraft had changed their appearance. They were no longer saucer-shaped, but had become another shape. Their main body is a round ball, and on top of the ball, there are several long things that resemble arms. Can they still transform? Could it be that the saucer shape is their flight mode, and this shape is their fighting mode? Luca number 3. Xiao Yu immediately connected to Luca number 3, who was still in the control room. Master, what are your orders? Luca number 3 asked respectfully. What abilities do alien civilization creatures have? Luca 3 hesitated for a moment, as if searching for information in its head. After a moment of pause, it replied, Alien civilizations have all kinds of strange creatures, and they have all kinds of strange abilities. Our Luca civilization has not been exposed to too many aliens. The beast civilization only encountered a second-level alien beast civilization when it manipulated water droplets to detect the third star field. Their fighting method was to directly attack the battleship with their physical bodies. I have read some records that in the universe among them, there are also alien beast civilizations with mental control abilities. Alien beast civilizations with the innate ability to travel through space. Alien beast civilizations that use hydrogen bombs, decay bombs, antimatter bombs, etc. as their main attack methods. And even infinite proliferation species. The alien beast civilization is led by a female beast, which can give birth to thousands of trillions of little beasts and rely on the tactics of the sea of beasts to destroy the enemy. In short, there are many types of alien beast civilization. This paragraph did broaden Xiao Yu's horizons, but it has nothing to do with the information Xiao Yu needs to know now. Xiao Yu continued to ask, is there any alien civilization with the ability to transform? I don't know about this, but it should be there. Luca number 3 replied, having the ability to transform proves that they can manipulate their own bodies independently. Their bodies must be very strong. Such alien beast civilizations are probably direct physical attack type. The same type as the second-level alien beast civilization we encountered that time. Direct physical attack type? Xiao Yu thought silently. The body is very strong, which means that their mobility will also be very powerful. Well, since the mobility is not comparable, then I won't fight you in close combat. Let's have a positional battle. Xiao Yu made a decision. The so-called close combat is the same type of battle as the Moradon civilization and the Luca civilization, where the fleets of both sides are mixed together to fight each other. If this battle mode is adopted and the opponent's maneuverability is too strong, one's own spacecraft will be suppressed. Xiao Yu's positional battle is mainly about defense. As long as the more than 1,000 planetary engines are protected and Xiao Yu can make the last orbital adjustment, it will be fine. Xiao Yu controlled 5,000 spaceships and quickly formed a battle formation. I didn't think it through at the beginning. It would have been nice to build some land-based forts on the number 1 satellite from the beginning. Xiao Yu thought with some annoyance. But the situation has developed to the present, and there is nothing he can do about it. Xiao Yu simply landed several county-level spacecraft and a group of village-level spacecraft on the number 1 satellite. And these spacecraft served as land-based forts. The remaining village-class spacecraft are all in the air, and a loose defense circle has been deployed above these more than 1,000 key planetary engines. Once a spaceship at the county level or above lands, it cannot take off again. But Xiao Yu didn't care. These spacecraft, together with Satellite 1, have been accelerated to 50,000 kilometers per second, and they will have no ability to slow down again. These spaceships are going to be lost anyway, so why not use them before they are lost? Under Xiao Yu's strict preparation, the distance between the two sides slowly approached, and the relative movement speed also slowly decreased. Now, the two sides are 500,000 kilometers apart. Xiao Yu manipulated the spacecraft and released the first attack. After entering the third-level civilization, kinetic energy weapons have been completely abandoned. Xiao Yu does not think that high-speed bullets can cause much damage to the opponent. Therefore, this first wave of attacks consists of countless high-energy lasers. Just after the first wave of attacks, Xiao Yu received a message that shocked him beyond measure. A strange technological civilization. We are the controlled Yaja civilization. We don't want to be your enemy. We also want to destroy the demon on the white dwarf star. But 90% of our body's control was taken away, and we only have 10% left. We hope you can come up with a way as soon as possible to avoid too much loss for both of us. I repeat, we don't want to be your enemy. We don't want to be your enemy. Chapter 120. The Reclusive Alien Beast Civilization. This message was sent using radio waves. Behind the message, there was also a corresponding dictionary. So in just a moment, Xiao Yu deciphered the meaning of this passage. What? 90% of the control over the body was taken away. I can only manipulate the remaining 10%? This news surprised Xiao Yu. Do you want to believe what they say? This idea only popped up in Xiao Yu's head for a moment, and then was dismissed. Do you think I'm an idiot? Can you tell such a low-level lie? Xiao Yu thought fiercely. Not only did he not stop the attack, but he increased the laser cannon's emission energy. The reason why Xiao Yu came to this conclusion is very simple. In the universe, technological civilization will encircle and suppress the alien beast civilization and obtain forging materials from the alien beast creatures. The alien beast civilization will also encircle and suppress the technological civilization and use the spaceships of the technological civilization as food. The two are mortal enemies. Since they are mortal enemies, then this alien beast civilization that calls itself Yakushi actually says that it does not want to be its enemy. Luca number 3 said that since this Yabushi civilization can manipulate their bodies at will, they are probably alien beasts that directly use their bodies as attack weapons. Such alien beasts are naturally good at close attacks. So Xiao Yu instantly concluded that they were deceiving him, and the purpose was to make him give up or postpone the attack so that they could get closer. How could I let your conspiracy succeed? Xiao Yu thought fiercely, and did not respond. Instead, he directly controlled the land-based spacecraft and the spacecraft floating in space to fire high-energy lasers one after another. Now, the two sides are 400,000 kilometers apart, and are approaching at a speed of at least 1,000 kilometers per second. At this rate, the two sides will be locked in a close fight in 40 seconds. At this time, Xiao Yu felt a little urgent. After all, the opponent was an alien civilization that was good at close attacks. These alien beasts have no protective shields. Xiao Yu observed that the laser emitted by the high-energy laser cannon directly irradiated these alien beasts. But it did not penetrate them directly. Instead, it lasted for 5 seconds before it penetrated these alien beasts with difficulty. The body of the beast. This is a body of flesh and blood. How can it be so tough? It is indeed an alien civilization that is famous for its body. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu was surprised and inexplicable. But something unexpected happened. From these strange beasts, Xiao Yu could obviously tell where the protective power is stronger, and where the protective power is weaker. Xiao Yu's laser cannon selected places with weak protection as attack points. However, facing Xiao Yu's laser cannon, the defensive movements of these alien beasts seemed much slower, which was not commensurate with their powerful maneuverability. What's going on? Xiao Yu was a little surprised. According to legend, isn't technological civilization famous for its supreme wisdom? Can't even you come up with a solution? Just when Xiao Yu was surprised, Xiao Yu received another message. Since you can't think of a way, then destroy us. We will use this 10% control to try our best to delay our own actions and create opportunities for you. We would rather die than act as the devil's puppet. From this message, Xiao Yu noticed a tragic aura called, better to be broken than to be ruined. What on earth is going on? Xiao Yu couldn't figure it out for a moment. So Xiao Yu also sent a message. Have you been raped by the alien beast on the white dwarf? Yes. It manipulates us and comes from another planet far away to stop you. Our bodies no longer belong to us. We have been controlled by this demon. But it cannot hack our spirits. Control. So we can talk to you. Strange technological civilization. If you can't help us remove control, just destroy us. But, don't you know that technological civilization and alien beast civilization are mortal enemies? Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, but still sent this sentence. Scientific and technological civilization and alien beast civilization are mortal enemies? We have never heard of this statement. From the moment we were born, we have been within our galaxy and have never gone out or communicated with other civilizations. If not by chance, a ship, the spacecraft, crashed on our planet, and a lot of information was obtained from this spacecraft. We don't even know that there is a technological civilization. Yemen civilization replied. This, Xiao Yu was caught in a conflict and didn't know whether to believe what they said. Could it be that this is a reclusive alien beast civilization? They may be lying to me. This may be another conspiracy of the alien beast on the white dwarf star. It may also be that what they say is true. So, among the alien civilizations, there are hunting civilizations and reclusive civilizations. Generally speaking, a hermit civilization is more likely to be a benevolent civilization. Xiao Yu only hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Now, the distance between the two sides is still more than 200,000 kilometers. I can't completely believe you, because the demon on the white dwarf is good at deceiving. I'm not sure what you say is true. Then, please answer me a question. Where is your weakness? Xiao Yu asked a question directly. In combat mode, our weak point is 2 meters below the third arm, where our vital organs gather. Well, I have another question. If we attack your weak points with laser cannons of this intensity, how long can you sustain it? How long will it take for you to lose the ability to move? And how long will it take for you to die? You will die in 10 minutes at most, become sluggish in 7 minutes, and lose the ability to move in 8 minutes. Yemen civilization replied. Understood. I will manipulate the laser cannon to attack your weak points, but I will not kill you. Instead, I will continue to attack for 8 minutes until you lose the ability to move. Then, I will capture you in my spaceship. Use my means to limit your ability to move. This is Xiao Yu's plan. In this way, no matter whether what these arrow beasts say is true or not, Xiao Yu will not suffer any loss. If what they say is true, it is naturally good and avoids damage to both parties. If what they say is false, after Xiao Yu captures them into the spacecraft, if they resist again, it will only make Xiao Yu lose 1 or 2. A test spacecraft has nothing to do with the overall situation. And if they don't resist, Xiao Yu has many ways to limit their ability to move. In short, for Xiao Yu, this method can be regarded as foolproof. After sending this message, Xiao Yu began to wait quietly for their reply. There are still 15 seconds before the two sides get close. Xiao Yu gave them 5 seconds. Xiao Yu's spaceship has energy cannonballs ready. After 5 seconds, if these vector beasts refuse to give a positive answer, Xiao Yu will launch an energy cannonball attack. If they agree, Xiao Yu will withdraw. Energy cannon. Instead uses laser cannon to attack. Contrary to Xiao Yu's expectation, they did not use up the 5-second Xiao Yu set for them. Just 1 second later, Xiao Yu received the answer. As expected of a scientific and technological civilization known for its wisdom. Your method is really great. We promise you. Let me remind you that in the subsequent close combat, because our bodies are not under control, we may do something to you. If you cause offense, your spaceship may be destroyed. Please don't take offense. However, during the battle, we will remind you of our attack direction and attack method at any time. At the same time, we will use the remaining 10% of our control power, delay the movements of our bodies, and try our best to reduce your losses. Xiao Yu felt an absurd feeling in his heart. In this situation, it was as if he had formed an alliance with the souls of these strange beasts, and then worked together to deal with their bodies. Well, in that case, I'm going to start attacking. After Xiao Yu sent a message, countless laser cannons found their targets and started shooting. Before the attack began, Xiao Yu had already numbered all the more than 7,000 alien beasts. The length of time each alien beast had been shot by the laser cannon was recorded in Xiao Yu's database. This is done to prevent the alien beast from losing mobility due to insufficient attack power, or the attack time being too long, resulting in the death of the alien beast. More than 10 seconds passed in an instant, and the two sides finally entered the stage of close combat. At this stage, Xiao Yu finally realized why the alien beast civilization was famous for its powerful body. Xiao Yu saw a strange beast raising its arm high. Its arm was dozens of meters long. and it suddenly slapped Xiao Yu's spaceship. At the moment of the slap, its arm waved the speed even exceeded 20,000 kilometers per second. Before its arm whipped down, Xiao Yu had already received a reminder from this strange beast. Be careful! I'm about to attack the third part of your spacecraft. Xiao Yu was extremely annoyed because Xiao Yu discovered that even if he got the warning from the other party in advance, he could not avoid it because his spaceship did not have such powerful maneuverability. As a result, Xiao Yu could only watch helplessly as his village-level spacecraft was hit to break the protective shield, and the entire spacecraft exploded and disintegrated. The attack power of these alien beasts is really powerful, and their maneuverability is beyond my ability. With such an army composed of 7,000 alien beasts, I would have to dispatch at least 30,000 spaceships to stabilize it. With these 5,000 spaceships, there is no need to think about it. Your attack power is too powerful. I am going to launch an energy cannon attack. Please note that you must report the damage to your body to me at any time. I will adjust the direction and intensity of the attack in a timely manner based on the damage to avoid accidental injuries. After several spaceships were blown up one after another, Xiao Yu made a decision angrily.